The hooligans beat the guy. They tell him not to dare to come close to the girl. The attackers are stopped by an unfamiliar guy. He demands to stop immediately and stop the beating. The stranger's name is Linmu, a business college student from a wealthy family. Linmu kicks the guy and says that if he gets close to the girl again, his legs will be broken. Linmu leaves with his subordinates. He tells them that is enough for today. The main character's name is Zhao. He intends to take revenge on his offenders in the near future. Zhao is in severe pain and is trying to get back on his feet. He needs to get to the university as soon as possible. Suddenly, the guy hears a voice that tells him that the owner has been activated and a scan is expected. Jay realizes that the strange voice came from the ring lying on the ground. He picks it up and examines it carefully. The voice informs the guy that he is the chosen one, and the virtual god communicates with Zhao through the ring. The voice asks the guy to put the ring on his hand. Zhao fulfills the voice's demands and starts the scanning process. The guy completes the scanning process. The information received greatly shocks him. The city is completely destroyed. Crowds of aggressive zombies roam its streets. Vile creatures attack the surviving people and destroy them. The guy asks the ring about what happened. The voice says that Zhao saw information about the end of the world and stored it in his memory. Zhao doesn't want to believe what he saw. He believes that everything that happened was someone's bad joke and tries to take off the ring. The guy is in severe pain. A voice tells him that if the ring is on, the owner cannot remove it on his own. The voice tells Zhao that if you rub the ring, you can launch a virtual space that has the ability to contact objects from the real world. A huge cube appears in front of the guy, which is a system for exchanging resources and weapons. There is a shopping system in the virtual storage. Resources can be purchased by killing other zombies. One of the most valuable items is antivirus serum. The voice tells Zhao that there is very little time left before the disaster begins, and the guy needs to carefully prepare for it. Zhao packs a large bag with food, water, and necessary items that will help him survive at first. A guy comes to a university dormitory, where he is met by his roommate, whose name is Bean. Zhao tells his roommate that tomorrow will be the end of the world and the world will be overrun by zombies. The guys in the room are surprised by Zhao's words. Zhao's classmates do not take his warning seriously. They believe that the guys simply overplayed computer games. They call Zhao a poor loser and plan to visit an internet cafe. Zhao demands that his friend believe him and take his words seriously. The main character and his friend Bean use furniture to barricade the entrance to the room. For a long time they sit near the front door, waiting for a zombie attack. Bean gets tired of waiting and falls asleep. The night flies by. Bean says that during this time nothing unusual happened. Zhao answers the guy. He tells him that he cannot relax, since mortal enemies are somewhere nearby. Bean is about to leave the main character and go to bed, as he is tired of the pointless waiting and is tired. Suddenly, they start knocking hard on the barricaded door, and loud cries for help are heard in the corridor. Bean is very scared. He asks Zhao about the reason for the terrible screams coming from the corridor. Zhao and his friend go to the window to look out at the street. The city street is captured by a large number of aggressive zombies. They attack people who did not have time to hide. Bean begins to become very hysterical. He strongly doubts the veracity of his friend's stories. Zhao's voice is heard. He asks Bean to calm down. The guy tells him that they need to hide until the zombies leave. Zhao invites his friend to find a place where they can hide. He says that the zombies have not yet evolved much, and they have time. Zhao is going to go down to the first floor to the fire shield to arm himself with an axe. The guy understands that it will be much easier for him to fight zombies if he is armed. Zhao asks Bean not to open the front doors to anyone after he leaves. Bean asks the guy to return quickly and be extremely careful. Bean is overcome by a strong feeling of fear. He does not want to be alone, and asks Zhao to take him with him. Zhao agrees to take the guy with him, but only on the condition that he does not interfere with him. A zombie is slowly moving along the deserted corridor of a student dormitory. Ji runs sharply around the corner and delivers a strong kick to the zombie in the corridor. The guy tries to reach the fire shield as quickly as possible. He asks his friend to move faster and keep up. After some time, Zhao reaches the fire shield. He invites Bean to go out for reconnaissance. The guys go outside and see a huge number of zombies standing in their way. Bean begins to feel unwell and has difficulty controlling his gag reflex. On the podium are classmates Bean and Zhao. They are fiercely fighting off the zombies attacking them. The group leader urges the students to stop pushing and panicking as they may fall off the podium. Zhao intends to use the abandoned van to distract the zombies, allowing his classmates to escape. The main character reports his plan to Bean and asks the guy to help his classmates. Zhao convinces his friend to trust him and put all doubts out of his head. The main character in short dashes approaches the treasured van. Zhao starts the car and presses the accelerator pedal with all his might. The minivan crashes into a crowd of aggressive zombies at full speed, and from the strong impact they scatter in all directions. Bean urges his classmates not to waste time and escape as quickly as possible. The class elder thanks Bean for the unexpected rescue. The guy replies that they should thank Zhao for their help. Bean invites the class elder and classmates to take refuge in the library building. The guy leaves his classmates. He intends to help his friend Zhao as quickly as possible. Zombies surround the car. They break its windows in order to get inside. Zhao prudently managed to leave the car and hid behind a tree standing nearby. The guy stands behind a tree and doesn't notice how someone's hand is reaching out to him from behind. Noticing the hand in time, Zhao grabs it and swings the fire axe to strike. Bean's loud scream is heard. He asks the guy to stop and not harm him. Zhao says he was scared to death and asks his friend to never do that again. Bean says he helped his classmates and directed them to the university library. Zhao finds the library a good refuge and invites Bean to join his classmates. In short dashes, so as not to attract the attention of zombies, Zhao and his friend head to the library. While running, Bean drops a trash can, which attracts the attention of nearby zombies. A huge number of zombies rush at the fleeing guys. Zhao demands his friend to keep up and move faster. The guys reach the main entrance to the library. They knock on the front door and ask to be let in. The class elder demands that Zhao and his friend be allowed inside immediately. Those around her do not agree with her. They are afraid that zombies may get inside. The guy standing near the door stops the class leader. He doesn't want to put the students hiding in the library at risk. The class elder demands that the guys be released immediately. She says that thanks to them, everyone survived. The guy standing at the door is called Lee Sun. He hits the class elder with a strong blow. Lee Sun tells those present that under no circumstances should they open the door, as zombies will enter the room and destroy everyone. Classmates silently look at the class elder. They fear for their lives and agree with Lee Sun's words. The guy calls the class elder a stupid woman. He demands not to put his life in danger. Bean demands that Lee Sun immediately stop beating the class elder. He threatens to deal with the guy when he gets inside. Bean understands that no one will open the door for them. He does not know what to do next, and asks Zhao for advice. The main character demands his friend stop the hysteria and orders him to follow him. The guys manage to escape and hide in a nearby gateway. Bean asks Zhao for forgiveness for his slowness. Zhao asks his friend not to be upset and to focus his thoughts on salvation. The guy is very angry that Lee Sun dared to hit the class elder. He is going to take revenge on him. The guys walk around the library building. Zhao suggests getting inside using an unlocked window. Zhao enters the room through a window and opens the front door to let his friend in. On the ground floor, in the large hall of the academic library, the surviving students are located. The girl reassures the class leader. She asks her how she feels. The girl's conversation is interrupted by Lee Sun, who once again scolds the class elder for endangering the lives of the students. The girl tells Lee Sun that they are alive thanks to Zhao and his friend, and their classmates did not let them inside. Lee Sun advises the girl to keep her mouth shut and not irritate him. Otherwise, he threatens to physically punish the girl. The girl tells Lee Sun that he is selfish and a complete bastard who only thinks about himself. Suddenly, the conversation is interrupted by Zhao. He approaches Lee Sun and strikes him with a strong blow. Bean grabs Lee Sun by the breasts. He is very unhappy that the guy did not let them inside. Lee Sun answers Bean. He says that he did it for the safety of his classmates. Zhao believes that Lee Sun is right, since if zombies burst into the room, they would destroy all the people. People around ask the guys to stop making too much noise, as this may attract the attention of zombies. Bean believes that Lee Sun is taking advantage of her classmates' fears for her own personal gain. The class elder approaches the guys and says that she is glad to see them healthy and unharmed. The class elder thanks Zhao and his friend for saving them from certain death. Zhao approaches Lee Sun. The main character cannot hide his irritation. He stabs Lee Sun and tells him to never dare to raise a hand against the class elder in the future. Lee Sun is enraged by Zhao's actions and curses him with anger. Zhao does not allow Lee Sun to finish. He demands to be silent immediately and deals him another powerful blow. The main character informs Lee Sun that if he ever raises his hand against defenseless girls again, he will be severely punished. Zhao asks the class elder not to be afraid of anything, and in case of any problems, immediately inform him. The class elder apologizes to Zhao for not being able to open the front doors for them. Bean asks the girl not to worry. He tells the class elder that this is not her fault. The class elder declares that she is unworthy of such a title because she could not protect her classmates. Zhao tells the girl that for him, she is the best class elder he has ever known. The girl cannot contain her emotions. She clings to Zhao and begins to sob loudly. The main character tells the girl that as long as he is alive, he will protect her. Zhao asks the class elder how long ago she saw a girl named Xin. The class elder's name is Tong. She tells the guy that the last time she saw Xin was in the square. Tong asks the guys for a phone to call her parents. The girl couldn't reach them after the zombies appeared. The guys say that their phones do not receive a signal. They believe that there is no connection not only in the city, but throughout the whole world. Zhao tries to calm the girl down. He says that her parents are alive and hiding in a safe place. The students are very hungry. They complain to each other about the lack of food and water. One of the students expresses his dissatisfaction. He is tired of the complaints of his classmates. Another student does not support him and responds rudely to him. A conflict is brewing in the group of students. Zhao and his friends notice that their classmates are starting to argue, but they are in no hurry to intervene in the dispute. Tong wants to intervene and calm her classmates. Zhao stops her. He says that this is a useless and dangerous activity. Classmates sort things out, trying to find those responsible for their current situation. Students begin searching for water and food, but this does not bring any results. The students are about to go to the second floor. They think there might be food in the principal's office. The students are stopped by a group of hooligans who have taken over the second floor of the building. Bean wonders. He doesn't understand how a group of local hooligans took over the second floor and what they are doing there. One of the students goes up to the leader of the hooligans, Linmu. He makes excuses to him and says that they wanted to find food or water. The leader of the hooligans, Linmu, kicks the guy. The student falls down. Classmates are very outraged by Linmu's behavior. Their loud indignation can be heard. The girl approaches the guy who was attacked by Linmu and asks him how he is feeling. Linmu declares to his classmates that from now on the stairs are the boundary and the second floor is his territory. The students listen attentively to Linmu. The leader of a gang of hooligans declares that he will kill anyone who dares to cross the border. Linmu tells the students that he has a lot of food upstairs, and anyone who wants to eat can exchange it for their valuables. Bean expresses his opinion to his friends. The guy considers such actions outrageous. Linmu calls the girl's boyfriend a freak and invites her to go with him. If she agrees, he promises her a lot of food. Such statements make the girl wildly furious. She hits Linmu on the hand, knocking out a package of food from her. The girl's reaction infuriates Linmu and he hits her hard. Linmu grabs the girl by the hair and demands an immediate apology from her. The class elder asks Linmu to stop bullying his classmate immediately. Tong appeals to the conscience of the leader of the hooligans. The girl says that in this situation, everyone should be more united. The class elder states that the library is a public place, and the food in it belongs to everyone. Linmu tells Tong that all the teachers are dead, and now no one can protect the girl. The leader of the bullies orders his subordinates to attack the class elder. Linmu's subordinates happily begin to carry out their master's orders. Zhao stands up for the girl. He comes forward, holding an axe in his hand, and asks Linmu not to go too far. Linmu demands Zhao to step aside and threatens him with a painful death if he disobeys the order. Zhao tells the leader of the hooligans that his time has passed, and as a sign of his strength, he hits the doorway with an axe. The subordinates of the leader of the hooligans, Linmu, ask not to contact Zhao, since the guy is armed and serious. Linmu once again announces to his classmates that the entire second floor belongs to him personally. The leader of the hooligans and his subordinates retire to their floor, their classmates silently watching them. Linmu demands that his subordinates immediately find him some weapons. Bean believes that Linmu greatly frightened the class elder. He tries to calm the girl down. Zhao tells his friends that in extreme situations people reveal their inner nature. The guy asks Tong to change his attitude towards people. He is afraid that the girl may suffer because of her character. Bean says that he will always protect the girl. Tong thanks the guys for their support. Tong believes that the students are safe for now, but she fears that sooner or later they will all starve to death. Zhao believes that students should not openly confront the gang of bullies as there are too many of them. He invites his friends to explore the surrounding area to find water or food. Among the students there is a girl named Shin. She looks blankly at her neighbor on her desk. The girl's friend asks Shin if she is okay. She is worried about the girl's appearance. Zhao and his friends slowly walk through the deserted corridors of the library. The guy is about to leave the room in the library and go to the cafe located opposite. He asks his friends to open the door for him upon his return. Tong asks the guy to stay in the library. She considers such an outing dangerous, since there are a lot of dangerous zombies on the streets. Zhao asks his friends not to worry about him. He tells them that everything will be fine. Bean hopes that his friend will not be noticed by the zombies and will return safe and sound. Zhao moves along the street in short dashes. He hopes that the zombies on the street will not notice him. In one of the gateways, a guy notices dead students. He decides to take away food and water that they no longer need. Zhao opens the dead student's backpack and sees a large amount of water and food in it. The main character activates his ring to launch a vault into which he will place the necessary items. The guy decides to completely fill the storage, since over time it will be more and more difficult to find food. A loud, terrible roar distracts Zhao from filling the vault, and the guy slowly turns around. Screaming loudly, a huge 2-meter zombie attacks the main character. Zhao dodges the attacking zombie and hits him hard with a fire axe. The guy realizes that the noise of the fight has attracted the attention of the zombies around him, and they slowly begin to surround him. Zhao notices a window and tries to use it to escape inside the building. The main character finds himself in the kitchen of a large restaurant. He hopes to find a large amount of food. Zhao finds a large container with a lot of cooked rice inside. Bean and the class elder hear a knock on the door and Zhao's voice. The guy asks his friends to let him in. Tong rushes to the guy and hugs him tightly. The girl is very happy that the guy returned safe and sound. Bean tells his friend that the class elder was very worried about him. Zhao tells his friends that he did not return empty-handed and invites them to eat rice. The friends happily eat the offered treat. They have not eaten hot food for a very long time. The class elder asks Zhao why the guy doesn't eat with them. Jay responds to his friends. He says that he already ate at the cafeteria and takes out full bottles of drinking water from his bag. The voice of the main character is heard asking his friends not to tell their classmates about the food, as he fears that they may be attacked. Bean considers such actions fair since none of their classmates helped them, and Zhao risked his life. Zhao approaches the front door. He realizes that zombies are very close. The main character understands that a long absence will arouse suspicion among his classmates, and offers to join them. Linmu comes down from the second floor, and in a mocking manner he tells his classmates that he is very worried about them. Zhao invites his friends not to react to such provocations, since the gang of hooligans is very strong. Linmu approaches Shin, and tells the girl that he has food and water. He invites her to join him. Bean watches their conversation carefully, knowing that his friend has a thing for Shin. Shin's friend says that they haven't eaten anything for a long time, and if Linmu gives them some food and water, they will be grateful to him. Linmu orders his subordinate to immediately provide water and food to Shin and her friend. The leader of the hooligans tells Shin that she is in an unsafe place and invites the girl to go with him to the second floor. Shin thanks Linmu for the food and water and tells the guy that she intends to stay with her classmates. Linmu grabs the girl's hand. Shin's friend tries to calm the guy down and asks him to let the girl go. The leader of the bullies orders Shin's friend to shut up immediately and threatens to beat her up. Shin does not intend to tolerate the guy's boorish behavior. She calls Linmu a disgusting freak and hits him in the face. The girl says that she does not intend to obey Linmu's orders and tolerate his vile behavior. She throws food and water at Linmu's subordinate and demands that the bullies leave. Linmu says that he will wait a few days and enjoy the moment when the girl begs for food on her lap. Shin's friend calms the girl down. She is very outraged by the behavior of the leader of the hooligans. Tong is very worried about the girl and tells his friends that Shin is in serious danger. Zhao is pleased with Shin's reaction. He would start to despise the girl greatly if she went up to the second floor. The guy approaches Shin and her friend and asks if the girl is okay. The girl's friend asks Zhao not to disturb Shin and let her calm down and rest a little. Zhao is not going to bother the girls. The guy offers them water and food. The main character asks Jin and her friend to accept some food and water from him. The guy says that he does not pursue selfish interests, and says that he just wants to help the girls. Lee Sin stands on the threshold of the hooligan leader's office, asking to listen to him. Linmu asks the guy why he is taking up his precious time. Lee Sin tells the leader of the hooligans that they had a very good relationship in the past, and says that he can be very useful in the gang. Linmu asks to name at least one reason why he should accept the guy into the gang. Lee Sin promises to bring the leader a woman he likes. Shin's friend was very surprised by Zhao's action. She asks what the relationship was between them. Shin answers his friend. She says that she doesn't know Zhao at all. They were just in the same class together. The girl tells Shin that they are in great danger, and the best way to protect themselves is to find someone they can rely on. Shin's friend's name is Eliza. She believes that Zhao is an attractive young man who can protect them. Zhao asks his friend why the class elder is depressed. Bean tells Zhao that Tong was very upset about his communication with Shin. Zhao's conversation with his friends is interrupted by the loud impact of a body falling from the second floor. Zhao pushes his classmates aside and wants to get closer to find out what's going on. A gloomy sight appears in front of the guy. A dead girl lies on the floor, having fallen from the second floor. Lee Sin tells his new master that he will bring him a new girl in the near future. Zhao's heart is filled with anger and hatred. The guy wants to avenge the girl, but he understands that this is impossible now, since the Linmu group is very strong. Zhao approaches the murdered girl. He covers her with his jacket and reads a farewell prayer. Lee Sin informs his new master that his classmates were greatly affected by the girl's murder, and they intend to take revenge. Zhao says that Linmu will sooner or later pay for his crimes and beg for mercy. Night has fallen. Tired and exhausted students sleep on the floor of the first floor. A loud noise wakes up Zhao. The guy opens his eyes. He is very frightened by incomprehensible sounds. A large crowd of zombies has found an emergency exit to the library and is trying to break down the doors to get inside. Students panic, they are very frightened and run chaotically around the floor. Zhao orders his classmates to calm down and begin barricading the door to prevent the zombies from breaking in. The guy tries to run to the emergency exit as quickly as possible, as he considers it the weakest point of the building. One of the students turns into a zombie. Her classmates don't understand how this could happen. The zombie stands in front of the students and looks attentively at his classmates. After a moment, the zombie lets out a loud scream and rushes at the students. The guy can't stand on his feet and falls to the floor, attracting the attention of zombies. The monster sees a guy lying on the floor. She screams loudly and attacks him. Suddenly, Zhao comes to the rescue and slashes the zombies with his fire axe. The students have barricaded the front door, but are finding it very difficult to hold back the onslaught of zombies. The back door of the library opens and a huge crowd of aggressive zombies rushes into the room. The zombies move towards the students, and Zhao's voice is heard, ordering the students to run away. Zhao shouts to his friend. He asks Bean to stay with the class elder and protect her. Creepy creatures have broken into the library and are attacking defenseless people. The surviving people run to the stairs, trying to escape on the second floor of the building. One of the students suggests going up to the curator's office to hide there. Access to the second floor of the library has been blocked by hooligans led by Linmu, who are refusing to help students in trouble. In the crowd of people distraught with horror is Shin. The girl is disoriented and very scared. Zhao finds Shin in a crowd of people and invites the girl to follow him to save her life. The guy asks the girl to trust him. He promises to take her to a safe and secure place. Zhao and his friends run down the corridor to the far end of the building. Young people run into the men's toilet, which has a window leading to the street. Zhao tells his friends that almost all the zombies have entered the library, so there aren't many left outside. The main character invites Bean to pick it up so his friend can see what is happening on the street. Bean tells his friends that there are no zombies on the street and there is a parked car in the playground. Zhao invites the girls to take turns going outside using an open window. Shin is very happy that Zhao is constantly taking care of her, and thanks the guy for his help. The class elder asks Zhao what he is going to do after everyone is outside. The guy asks the girl not to worry. He says that he has a plan for further action. Tong does not want to leave his classmates in trouble. Zhao asks the girl to calm down. He says that nothing can be done to help them. Zhao asks the girl not to waste time since the zombies are very close. Tong agrees to leave the men's room, but before doing so, she wants to share important information with the guy. The girl confesses her love to Zhao and hopes that they both will survive. Zhao helps Tong get out. The guy hears zombies trying to break down the door in the men's room. In order for Tong to get out, Zhao rushes to the door and holds back the crowd of zombies. Tong's cry is heard. The guy turns to the girl and orders her not to wait for him, but to run away. Tong jumps down and joins his classmates outside. Zhao's friends hear the voice of a guy who demands not to wait for him and go to a safe place. Young people run to the playground, where there is a parked car. A crowd of angry zombies broke down the door to the men's restroom and surrounded Zhao. Dozens of zombies growl loudly and rush at the guy. He fights off the monsters with a fire axe. Bean and the girls get to a parked car. The guy tries to start the engine. Tong tells Bean that she can't leave now. She demands to wait for Zhao. The girl insists that they cannot stay in the parking lot, as zombies will soon appear here and eat them all. Shin's friend asks to leave immediately and not wait for Zhao. She believes that the guy may already be dead. Tong gets out of the car and intends to go back to the men's room to get Zhao. Bean tries to stop her. The guy says that he promised Zhao to protect Tong and does not want the girl to die in vain. Bean contacts the class elder. He claims that Zhao will return as he must have a plan. Tong does not believe that Zhao can cope with a large number of zombies alone. Bean persuades her to return to the car. Bean presses the gas pedal and the young people drive away to safety. Dozens of destroyed zombies lie on the floor of the men's restroom in the library. Zhao slowly walks through the university stadium. The guy has no strength left after the fight with the zombies. He takes a few steps, loses consciousness, and falls onto the treadmill. A voice appears in his mind, warning him that his life is in danger, and it is necessary to urgently use medicine to neutralize the virus. Using the ring, Zhao activates the virtual storage and takes out the flask with the medicine. He is very worried about the possible consequences, but understands that he has no choice. The guy injects himself with the vaccine. The next morning, Zhao comes to his senses, feeling severe pain throughout his body. Zhao is glad that he is alive. He realizes that he has no mutations or serious bodily injuries. The guy hears the voice of a virtual god, who reports that he has successfully evolved into the second class out of 19 available. Without feeling much change in his body, Zhao sets out to test how much his physical strength has improved. The main character deals a powerful blow to a stone column. A huge stone breaks in half. Zhao is incredibly happy about the physical strength the second level of evolution gives. The guy thinks that Bean will be very jealous of such strength. The main character returns back to the academy to examine the premises for the presence of survivors. Zhao wanders for a long time through broken classrooms and rooms. During all this time, he has not met a single living person. The guy finds a working shower. He is going to wash off the dirt and get himself in decent shape. Zhao sits on the couch and watches TV. The news channel reports an outbreak of an unknown biochemical virus. The guy hears rustling sounds coming from the closet. He quickly jumps off the sofa and approaches the source of the sound. Zhao suddenly opens the closet doors and raises his fire axe to strike. There is a young girl in the closet. She is screaming loudly. Trying to calm the girl down, the guy tells her that he is a human and not a zombie. The girl is very scared. She constantly cries. The guy tries to calm her down. The girl's name is Chung. She is a student in the fine arts department. Chung says that he and his friend were very scared and hungry. Leeson offered them food and protection. When the girls went up to the second floor, they began to be intimidated and humiliated. Chung's friend could not stand it and jumped down. Jay remembers well the girl who jumped from the second floor yesterday. The terrible picture of the girl's death is before the guy's eyes. Chung says that zombies made their way to the second floor. Hooligans used the window to go down. The girl was afraid to jump from the window and hid in the closet. Zhao considers the bullies to be moral monsters because they ran away and left the girl to be eaten by zombies. Chung asks the main character what his name is. The guy answers that his name is Zhao. The girl has heard a lot about Zhao's heroic deeds. She is delighted with how the guy taught Leeson a lesson. Zhao tells the girl that there is nothing heroic in his action. He believes that any well-mannered person should have acted this way. The guy realizes that the girl is very hungry and offers her some food and water. Chung starts crying again. She is very happy that Zhao is next to her. New friend Zhao asks permission to take a shower, since she has been in the closet for a very long time. Chung gets out of the shower and heads towards the sofa where Zhao is sitting. The girl sits down next to the main character and starts crying again. The guy says that he has never seen such whiny girls. Chung says that she again remembered how her friend jumped from the second floor. The girl cannot calm down. She says that currently zombies are everywhere, and she does not know what to do. Zhao tells the girl that he heard on the news how the government created a base for survivors, and suggests that the girl get to the base together. Chung accepts the guy's offer, and thanks him for his help and care. Zhao invites the girl to change into the clothes he took from the dorm. Chung cannot contain his emotions. The girl approaches the guy and kisses him deeply. Chung tells Zhao that she doesn't have the money to pay him back and suggests they discuss alternative options. Zhao did not expect such a proposal from the girl. The guy cannot contain his anger and irritation. Chung tells the guy that he misunderstood everything. Her feelings are selfless and sincere. Chung asks the guy if he kissed girls before her. The guy reacts strongly to her words. Chung is happy about the fact that she is the first girl that a guy has kissed in his life. People can be heard asking for help over the speakerphone. They report that they are in the radio room. Jay realizes that there are living people in the university. He intends to save the trapped people. A huge number of zombies roam the corridors of the university. They move slowly and emit eerie howls. A group of people escape to the radio room of the university. They barricaded the front door in the hope of protecting themselves from zombies. Zhao climbs a tree opposite the radio room and tries to draw people's attention to himself. The radio room window opens, and the people inside loudly greet the guy. Zhao orders people to speak quietly and not make noise, as a loud voice may attract the attention of zombies. The main character is going to throw a rope to people so that they get out of the radio room. The people in the radio room securely fasten the rope, and with the help of it, one by one they go down to the street. Zhao looks around as Chung helps people get out of the university building. One of the guys couldn't hold the rope. He falls to the ground and screams loudly. The guy's fall was too loud. It attracted the attention of nearby zombies. Zhao orders everyone to run to the car park next to the university. People rush headlong towards a car parked in a parking lot. Zhao tries to organize and calm people down. He demands that they let the girl go ahead. The rescued people do not listen to the guy. They take up all the seats in the car and try to drive away the clumsy classmate who has attracted the attention of the zombies. Chung doesn't want to get into the car. She asks Zhao for permission to stay with him. Zhao tells the girl that staying with him will be very dangerous for her. He wants the girl to go to a safe place. Chung asks Zhao to look carefully at her classmates. She believes that it will be unsafe to be near them. Classmates swear loudly. They continue to share seats in the car. Zhao is dissatisfied with the way the classmates he saved behave. He demands that they not turn into pathetic, selfish creatures. Classmates hesitantly make excuses to Zhao and leave the university premises. Zhao tells the girl that a zombie is about to appear. They need to take refuge in a safe place as quickly as possible. Zhao and Chung use an abandoned cafe as a shelter. The girl has prepared noodles. She is going to feed the guy. Zhao is surprised by how beautiful and appetizing the girl's noodles look. Chung hopes that the guy will really like the dish she has prepared. Zhao does not stop praising the girl. He says that he has not eaten such delicious hot food for a long time. Chung considers Zhao to be his boyfriend. The main character takes this information to heart. The girl does not understand why Zhao reacted so sharply to her words. She wants to thank the guy with her love and care. Zhao tells Chung that he saved her because of moral principles. The guy does not want to receive a reward for saving the girl. Chung continues to insist. She tells Zhao that she likes him very much. The main character asks the girl to immediately stop such conversations. Chung starts crying. She is very upset because the guy doesn't like her. Zhao tells the girl that the reason is not her, but that he has a loved one. Chung reacts very strongly when he finds out that Zhao's lover is Xin. Chung believes that the guy has very little chance since Xin is a famous girl from a rich family. The girl thinks that she will be able to survive only if a strong man is next to her. Chung tells the guy that she is quite happy with being his mistress. Zhao and Chung go down to the basement of the building, where there is a large car park. Young people choose a new modern SUV with increased power. Chung tells the guy that she has always dreamed of driving a modern, expensive car. Zhao takes out a map. The guy tries to find the place where the survivor's base is located. Suddenly, a group of people appears in front of the car. Chung suddenly slams on the brake. There is a girl on the road accompanied by two guys. They ask you to open the car doors and let them in. Zhao and Chung realize that the strangers are human and agree to give them a ride. Zhao asks strangers where they are going to go. The unfamiliar girl avoids answering. The main character asks strangers how they ended up on the highway. The unfamiliar girl says that she, her boyfriend and brother were hiding nearby. The stranger's name is Kate, and she says that Zhao and Chung are the perfect couple. Kate asks Zhao what is in his bag. The girl says that they haven't eaten anything for a long time. Kate offers the guy her expensive brand watch in exchange for food and water. Zhao shares food with new acquaintances. He gives the girl 3 small sausages. Kate's brother is unhappy with the amount of food Zhao shared, saying that there should be a lot more supplies in the bag. Chung responds to new acquaintances. The girl says that food is now a valuable resource, and it is not enough for them themselves. Kate's brother is very dissatisfied with the girl's answer. He cannot hide his irritation. Kate hands her brother a sausage. She tries to calm him down and change the topic of conversation. Chen sees something terrible on the road. She asks Zhao to immediately look ahead. Ahead on the road there is an overturned car, into which angry zombies are trying to climb. Young people drive past a broken car. They realize that it was their classmates. Zhao demands not to stop and continue the path. Some of the zombies separate from their group and try to catch up with the young people. Chung believes that his classmates deserve this fate because they behaved selfishly and disgustingly. Kate understands that they are going to the city. The girl asks to turn to another place, since there are many people in the city who have turned into zombies. Zhao answers Kate. The guy says that he does not intend to turn anywhere, and if they are not on the road, he is ready to drop off his new acquaintances anywhere. Suddenly, Kate's brother pulls out a gun and points it at Zhao's head, demanding that his sister's instructions be followed. Chung is very frightened. She is trying to pull herself together with difficulty. Kate demands that she follow her commands, then she will leave the young people alive. Kate says that they are not bad people, but the world has changed recently, and they only need to think about themselves. Kate's boyfriend demands to give up the car and food, in which case he will leave the prisoners alive. Kate laughs loudly and tells Chung that their gang has already killed 3 people. Chung intends to stop the car because he realizes that the strangers are not bluffing. Zhao agrees to give up the car and food supplies if he and Chung are left alive. Kate tells young people that they are sweet and obedient children. Zhao asks Chung to slow down and park the car on the side of the road. Zhao and Chung get out of the car. The guy asks the girl not to make sudden movements and leave slowly. Kate's brother says that he has changed his mind. He intends to take Chung with him. He believes that Zhao is not worthy of having such an attractive and seductive girl as Chung. Zhao ignores Kate's brother's words. He holds the girl's hand and slowly walks away with her. Kate's brother did not expect such a reaction from the guy. He gets out of the car and showers Zhao with insults. The guy points a gun at the main character and invites him to pray before he dies. Zhao turns sharply and delivers a lightning strike with his fire axe. Kate's brother screams loudly. He lost his right hand in this fight. Chung can't look at it and covers his face with his hands. Kate and her boyfriend rush at the main character. They intend to avenge their relative. Zhao accurately throws a fire axe. It hits Kate's guy in the head and cuts him down on the spot. The main character, with a well-aimed shot, knocks a huge combat knife out of Kate's hand. Jay realizes that since he injected the treatment serum for the virus, his reactions have become much faster. Kate asks the guy to spare them and leave them alive. She says that they had no choice. Kate tells Zhao that she and her brother are not guilty of anything, since they were held hostage by her boyfriend. The girl asks to spare her. She promises to fulfill any desires and fantasies that Zhao has. Chung does not believe a single word the girl says. She considers Kate a deceitful and shameless woman. Kate tells Zhao that she is much better than Chung, as she is an older and more experienced woman. Zhao promises to leave Kate and her brother alive. The main character understands that the sound of the gunshot will soon attract many zombies here. Kate is very surprised that the guy left her alive and didn't ask for anything in return. Zhao and Chung get into the car and drive away. After a while, zombies appear at the scene of the fight. Creepy creatures scream loudly and instantly attack Kate and her brother. Chung can't calm down. The girl is trembling violently. Zhao is thinking about how to calm the girl down. Zhao believes that Chung is afraid of him. He tells her that he had no choice. Chung answers the guy. She says that she is fine and needs time to accept the new reality. The girl tells the guy that she is scared not because she saw Zhao killing people, but because she might be left alone. Chung recalls the terrible moments on the second floor of the library when everyone ran away and left her alone to be eaten by zombies. The girl is grateful that she met Zhao and intends to be a useful member of the team. The young people's path is blocked by many abandoned cars left on the bridge. Zhao and Chung get out of the car and continue on foot. The girl is frightened by the eerie silence that reigns around. She asks Zhao if there could be ghosts here. Zhao believes that it is much better to face ghosts than a crowd of aggressive zombies. Chung hears a strange sound. She rushes to the guy and screams loudly. A large black cat stands in the way of the young people, looking at them in bewilderment. Zhao tells the girl that he hears the sounds of zombies approaching, and tells her that these are not single zombies, but a large group. The guy intends to get closer and find out the reason why the zombies gathered in one place. Several hundred aggressive zombies are trying to enter a large shopping center. People inside the shopping center have barricaded the entrance doors with furniture and are trying to hold off the monsters. Zhao sees a large window on the upper floors of the building and intends to climb up there to see what is happening inside. A young man inside a shopping center comforts his injured sister. People around him demand that the guy immediately throw his sister out into the street because she was bitten by a zombie. The girl demands the guy to immediately get rid of his sister, since she will soon become a zombie and can destroy all the people inside. The guy says that the wounded girl is his own sister and he cannot raise a hand against her. The girl insists that the guy kill his sister immediately, explaining to him that his sister is no longer human. The guy's name is Dennis. He asks the girl to be more humane, since his wounded sister saved her life. Sister Dennis is conscious. The girl says that she does not want to become an ugly zombie. The surrounding people demand that Dennis immediately get rid of his wounded sister. Otherwise they will destroy them both. Dennis screams at those around him, threatening to kill anyone who touches his sister. A huge man rushes at Dennis, intending to destroy the guy and his sister. Dennis has excellent boxing skills, which allows him to quickly deal with a huge man. An elderly businessman orders those around him to attack Dennis altogether. Zhao and Chung carefully observe what is happening through the window. They believe that in extreme situations, people are prone to selfishness. The furious battle continues. Dennis repels the attacks of numerous opponents. Zhao is amazed by the tenacity of a guy who is ready to save a loved one at any cost. The main character intends to create a team of such people. The forces are too unequal. The people inside the business center defeat Dennis. A man with a bat approaches the defeated Dennis. He tells him that he will first deal with his sister, and then destroy him. A man with a bat approaches the infected girl. Those around him demand that he immediately destroy her. The man raises his bat over his head to strike, and the voices of those around him are heard calling for the monster to be destroyed as quickly as possible. A loud sound of breaking glass is heard. This attracts people's attention. They look up. Zhao and Cheng get inside through a broken window. The guy finds this place disgusting. People think that Zhao has appeared to save them and ask the guy to help them immediately. Xiao tells the people below that he can only save one person. An elderly businessman asks to save him since he is the president of a famous company. He promises to pay generously for the service. The girl begins to argue with an elderly businessman, considering herself too young and beautiful to die. Zhao shouts to Dennis and asks him what his name is. Dennis says his name. Dennis hopes that there is a way to save his wounded sister. The guy asks not to save Dennis under any circumstances, since his sister was bitten by a zombie. Zhao invites Dennis to join him and become part of the team. Dennis accepts the guy's offer. Zhao tells people that after he saves Dennis and his sister, he will leave a rope so that everyone can get out. The girl apologizes to Dennis for her behavior. She explains this by saying that she was very scared. The girl turns out to be Dennis's fiancée. She says that she still loves the guy very much. The voice of Dennis is heard, telling the girl that now they have nothing in common. Zhao and Chung examine Sister Dennis. The wounded girl is feeling very bad. Dennis's sister moans quietly and coughs up dark liquid. Soon the girl will turn into a monster. Chung asks Zhao if there is any way to save Dennis's injured sister. Dennis says that he will not leave his sister and will be with her until the very end. Zhao invites his team to leave the business center and find a safe place. The main character and his team find shelter in an abandoned warehouse. Dennis reassures his sister. He promises her to find a doctor soon. Chung considers the situation hopeless. The girl is very worried about Dennis and his sister. Zhao understands that the injured girl is too weak, and even if there is a cure, there is no chance that she will remain human. The main character tells Dennis that there is only one way to help his sister. Dennis asks what this way is. Zhao invites the guy to take the fire axe from him and stop the girl's suffering. Dennis says that even if his sister becomes a zombie, he will not allow anyone to hurt her. Chung invites the guy to look at the situation realistically. The girl believes that her sister cannot be saved. The wounded sister tells Dennis that she doesn't want to turn into an ugly zombie. She asks her brother to kill her before she attacks everyone. Sister Dennis asks Zhao and Chung to look after her brother after her death. Zhao promises the girl to keep an eye on her brother and not let him do anything stupid. The wounded sister Dennis tells her brother that she will watch him from heaven and loses consciousness. Dennis cries and screams loudly. He tries to bring his sister back to consciousness. Zhao demands Dennis to immediately destroy the girl, as she has begun to turn into a zombie. Sister Dennis has turned into a zombie. She makes inarticulate sounds and begins to approach her brother. Zhao understands that Dennis cannot raise a hand against his sister. Even after she became a zombie, the main character delivers a precise blow and destroys the monster. A large fire is burning in the backyard of the warehouse. Dennis and his new friends say goodbye to his sister. Zhao extends his hand to Dennis and invites the guy to join his squad. The main character and his friends decide to spend the night in an expensive hotel. Zhao introduces Dennis to Chung. The guy briefly talks about himself and his new girlfriend. Chung asks Dennis to tell about herself, since the girl knows nothing about the guy. Dennis says that he comes from a poor family, their parents died early, and he was left alone with his sister. The guy studied martial art to become a master and feed his sister. Chung asks Dennis not to despair. She is sure that such a good guy will do well in the future. Joe tells his new friends that he hears the sounds of approaching zombies. Chung is surprised by the protagonist's abilities, since she herself is unable to hear the approaching zombies. Joe temporarily acquires the ability not only to hear zombies, but also to clearly see them from a distance. The girl does not understand where the zombies in the corridor could have come from, because before that they checked the entire hotel. Zhao invites Dennis to go out into the corridor and immediately deal with the zombies. The main character asks Dennis to turn off his fear. He tells the guy that this will help in the battle. The zombies in the corridor discover the students and immediately rush to attack. Zhao, with the help of his fire axe, deftly deals with numerous zombies, and for each killed monster, he is awarded points. Dennis barely fights off the zombies, while another monster sneaks up on him from behind. The zombie, who crept up from behind, jumps on Dennis and knocks the guy to the floor. Chung opens the door of the room and screams loudly. The loud noise attracts the attention of the zombies, which saves Dennis from imminent death, as all the monsters rush at the girl. Dennis continues to fight the zombie, but cannot cope with it and throw it aside. Zhao and Chung watch his struggle. The girl asks the guy why he doesn't want to help his new friend. Zhao believes that Dennis should cope on his own, since the guy does not need a weakling on the team. Zhao invites the girl to leave and leave Dennis alone with the zombie that attacked him. Dennis becomes furious at Zhao's words. He throws off the zombie and begins to vigorously beat the monster. Zhao and Chung carefully watch Dennis's fight. The girl is surprised where the guy got so much strength. Zhao approaches Dennis to stop the guy. He tells him that the zombie is already dead. Dennis is in a state of clouded consciousness. He turns to Zhao and raises his hand to strike. Zhao effectively blocks the guy's blow and tells his new friend to calm down. Dennis is very angry with Zhao because the guy did not help him in difficult times, but simply watched the fight indifferently. Jay responds to Dennis, saying that he saved him so that the guy would help fight and not be a useless burden. Zhao wants Dennis to stop thinking about his sister and not show pity towards the monsters. Dennis apologizes to Zhao and asks for forgiveness for being too impulsive and not understanding the guy's actions. Dennis thanks Zhao for saving him and promises not to be so soft in the future. Zhao and his friends watch a news broadcast that states that the government has created a base where they are collecting all the survivors. Chung asks Zhao why he is so upset. The guy tells her that the base will not solve all problems. Zhao says that tens of millions of people live in the province, and the base can accommodate no more than 100,000. The guy worries about the fate of people who will not have time to get into the defense base. In addition, Zhao is worried about where the government will get resources to support people's livelihoods. Chung wonders what they will do next, go to the base or stay in the city. Zhao decides that he needs to move towards the base, but not to place high hopes on it. The main character tells his friends that they don't need to trust everyone and rely only on themselves. The conversation between Zhao and his friends is interrupted by a laser beam that appears in their room. Jay realizes that the laser beam is coming from the opposite building. He goes to the window to determine the source of the radiation. In the building opposite, there are people who begin to be very happy that they saw Zhao and his team in the next building. Zhao begins to shout to the people in the building opposite, but the guy quickly realizes that they are far away and cannot hear him. Dennis tells his friends that he masters the art of conveying information through gestures. The guy is trying to convey information using gestures, but the people in the building opposite do not understand him. Zhao is going to cross the street and help the trapped survivors. Wei Ping is the CEO of the company, and he and his employees are in a locked building. Company employees tell Wei Ping that they saw living people in the hotel opposite. Wei Ping takes the binoculars from his subordinate and carefully peers at the building opposite. The CEO tells his staff that he doesn't see 3 students. The chairman of the company named Binyan and her secretary enter the office. Wei Ping reports to the company chairman that employees have found 3 students in the building across the street. He believes that the students are not able to help and save the company's employees. The secretary of the company's chairman is called Tong, and she asks Wei Ping how the corporation's employees are feeling. Wei Ping reports that people are very hungry and demoralized, and employees have not eaten for 2 days. The CEO of the company asks Tong for permission to send a detachment to explore and get food. The girl believes that such an outing would be unsafe. Wei Ping responds to Binyan. He says that it is necessary to do something, and not sit still, waiting for help. Binyan suggests contacting the military and expecting help. She believes that employees should not risk their lives. Binyan asks employees to have faith in the government and not lose hope. She hopes that everyone will be rescued soon. Wei Ping harbors a grudge against Binyan. He considers his boss a stupid woman. Mr. Yamada comes into the room. He is very dissatisfied with the current situation. Yamada demands a safe evacuation for him immediately, or he threatens to file a lawsuit when he returns home. Binyan and Tong apologize to Mr. Yamada. They deeply regret that the outbreak caused him inconvenience. Binyan promises Mr. Yamada to fully compensate for all losses after the situation returns to normal. The chairman of the company asks Wei Ping to take Mr. Yamada to the office to rest. Tong's secretary doubts that the military will send anyone to rescue the corporation's employees. Binyan asks Tong not to escalate the situation. She believes that the government will organize an evacuation soon. Tung is worried about the situation and tells Binyan that food supplies are almost gone. Binyan hopes that the military and rescuers will find them and provide assistance in the near future. Mr. Yamada greatly regrets visiting the corporate office and expresses his dissatisfaction with the secretaries. Wei Ping asks Mr. Yamada to give him some food. The CEO says he hasn't eaten for several days. Mr. Yamada answers Wei Ping that he does not intend to share food supplies with him. He demands that he not interfere with his rest and leave the office immediately. At the last moment, Mr. Yamada asks Wei Ping to stop. He promises to share food with him if the CEO fulfills his request. Mr. Yamada tells Wei Ping that Binyan is the most beautiful woman he has ever seen. He promises to share food if the CEO brings the girl to him. Wei Ping finds such a request very difficult since Binyan is his boss. Yamada promises to appoint Wei Ping as a director of the company if he complies with his request. Wei Ping considers such an offer a godsend and agrees to fulfill Mr. Yamada's request. Mr. Yamada throws a loaf of bread to the CEO and says that he always keeps his word. Zhao and his friends enter the building where the corporation's employees are located. Chung notices that there is deathly silence in the building. Dennis assumes that the zombies have left the room. Zhao informs his friends that there are at least 20 zombies on the floor. Dennis and Chung are very surprised at the guy's abilities, since they themselves do not hear any suspicious sounds. Zhao activates the virtual vault, and mannequins with huge battle swords appear in front of him. He takes a combat sword from one of the mannequins and hands it to the surprised Dennis. The guy believes that Dennis's effectiveness will greatly increase if he uses a combat sword. Dennis appreciates the combat sword, noting its sharp edge and good balance. A loud roar is heard, and a moment later a crowd of angry zombies attacks Zhao and his friends. Zhao asks Dennis to stay put and protect Chung while he deals with the zombies. Wei Ping comes into Binyan's office and tells the girl that he has an important proposal that needs to be discussed. Tong asks the CEO what he wants to offer Binyan. Wei Ping tells the girls that they have no food left and are in danger of not surviving until rescuers arrive. The CEO reports that he and Mr. Yamada have come up with a plan to save the corporation's employees. Tong warns Binyan. She says that she feels threatened by Mr. Yamada. Wei Ping invites the girls to go to Mr. Yamada's office to discuss the rescue plan together. Dennis, using his combat sword, mercilessly destroys aggressive zombies. Chung is very surprised by the effective sword technique that Dennis uses. Zhao and his team approach the elevator. They decide that it will be unsafe to use the elevator. They decide to use the ventilation shaft to get to the upper floors. Wei Ping asks Mr. Yamada for permission to enter the office to discuss the rescue plan. Mr. Yamada lounges imposingly in his chair and greets Binyan and Tong. Binyan is ready to discuss the rescue plan that Mr. Yamada came up with together with Weiping. Tong looks carefully at the table where there is a large amount of food. She expresses her dissatisfaction with Mr. Yamada. He has large supplies, but nevertheless he asks for food. Mr. Yamada answers her. He says that he forgot about the food that was in his luggage. Tong does not believe Mr. Yamada's words. She believes that in such a difficult moment it is necessary to share food with other people. The chairman of the Binyan company tries to calm Tong down. The girl believes that now is not the time to escalate the situation. Mr. Yamada pounces on Binyan and offers the girls his food supplies in exchange for the favor. Tong is very shocked by Yamada's behavior and demands that such behavior stop immediately. Mr. Yamada says he will pay for the service with a huge amount of food. He throws the chairman of the Binyan company onto a chair and attacks the girl. Tong demands the immediate release of Binyan and rushes to the aid of the defenseless girl. Weiping stops Tong, who is running towards his boss, and he strikes her with a strong blow. Mr. Yamada praises Weiping. He tells the man that it is a good job. Binyan screams loudly and calls for help. She demands to be released immediately. Yamada tells the girl that no one will hear her screams, since the office is well soundproofed, and the corporation's employees are in the conference room. Suddenly, Zhao and his team fall into the room. The ventilation shaft passed through Mr. Yamada's office. Zhao carefully looks around the room and immediately understands what is happening here. Tong shouts loudly, asking Zhao and his friends to protect them from Mr. Yamada and Weiping. Mr. Yamada calls the students idiots and demands that they leave the office premises immediately. Chung tells Mr. Yamada that such behavior is disgusting and demands that the company chairman be released immediately. Dennis calls Yamada and Weiping vile creatures. The guy intends to destroy them both. Mr. Yamada knows martial arts. He deftly dodges Dennis's blow and gets into a fighting stance. Dennis realizes that despite his unimpressive appearance, Mr. Yamada is a serious opponent. Tong runs up to Binyan. She tries to calm her down and says that everything will be fine. Mr. Yamada demands that Dennis put away his sword, suggesting that he fight unarmed like a man. Dennis agrees and puts his combat sword aside, relying on his skills and strength in hand-to-hand combat. Mr. Yamada declares that he will destroy the guy. He delivers a series of powerful blows. Dennis successfully blocks the enemy's blows and prepares for a counterattack. Chung asks if Dennis needs help. Zhao replies that the guy can handle it on his own. Mr. Yamada jumps and hits Dennis with both legs. The guy continues to deftly defend himself. Dennis successfully implements the hold and applies a throw, causing Mr. Yamada to fall to the floor. Mr. Yamada cannot get up after a successful technique. He lies on the floor and wheezes quietly. Dennis decides not to finish off his opponent. He turns and heads towards his friends. At this time, Mr. Yamada takes out a knife and tries to attack the unsuspecting guy from behind. Dennis blocks the enemy's hand, which contains the knife, and strikes him with a strong blow to the head. Chung is very outraged by the behavior of Mr. Yamada, since he suggested fighting in hand-to-hand combat, and he himself cowardly used edged weapons. Dennis thanks Zhao for helping him choose the right path to protect the weak and defenseless. Zhao believes that Dennis has always been a fair and noble young man. The doors to the office open and excited corporate employees rush into the room. Weiping falls to his knees. He says that Mr. Yamada forced him to do this and asks for mercy. Tong is full of anger and hatred. The girl approaches Weiping and strikes him hard. The corporation's employees attack Weiping, intending to beat up the traitor. Binyan orders the beating to stop. She wants the corporation employees to tie up Yamada and Weiping and lock them in a utility room. Mr. Yamada tells the corporation employees that they do not know who they are dealing with, and demands that they release him immediately. Tong and the chairman of Binyan thank Zhao and his friends for their assistance. Binyan tries to calm down after suffering an attack. Her assistant Tong meets Zhao and his team. Cheng recognizes Binyan as a business academy graduate, who is an honorary representative of the university. Che recalls that last summer he came to Binyan for an internship, but his application was rejected. Binyan answers the guy. She tells him that the company's employees are highly qualified specialists who made a fair decision. Binyan believes that refusing the internship was the right decision, but promises to study applicants more carefully in the future. One of the company employees asks Binyan when the military will come to their aid. He tells the girl that they have no connection with the outside world. Xiao tells company employees not to rely heavily on military help. The man is upset by this information. He hopes that there is some way out of this situation and asks Zhao to help them. Zhao says that there are a large number of zombies around the building, and if you get out, they will immediately attack people. The voice of the main character is heard, telling Binyan that he has options for salvation, but he and his friends need to get a good rest first. Binyan and her subordinates leave the office. The girl asks her assistant to find plans for the building in preparation for the evacuation. A corporate employee asks Binyan if she has any food left. He tells the girl that people haven't eaten for several days. Tong answers the man. She says that all the food available has already been distributed to the company's employees earlier. A man comes into the room, he is in high spirits, and says that he has food. Binyan realizes that the man is holding a backpack that belongs to Zhao. The man says that as soon as the three teenagers left the office, he snuck inside and stole their backpack with food. Binyan is outraged by the actions of her employee and demands that the backpack be returned immediately. The man believes that it is impossible to think about morality at this time, and offers to eat the stolen food. Binyan continues to consider his employee's act immoral, since the backpack was stolen from people who were going to help them. A corporate employee tells Binyan that the students are bluffing. He has explored the building and believes that there is no other way out other than the ventilation shaft. The men intend to eat the stolen food, and then go on reconnaissance to inspect the surrounding area. Using a ventilation shaft, a corporation employee descends to the first floor of the building. Other men join him. They try not to make noise so as not to attract the attention of the zombies. The man tells his colleagues that the students have been deceiving them since they do not observe any zombies. Corporation employees are walking along the first floor of the building. They believe that Zhao and his friends have misled the company's chairman. Suddenly, one of the men sees a dead zombie around the corner. He is very scared and is unable to contain his scream. The squad leader notices an unusual object on the dead zombie's waist belt. The excited exclamations of the corporation's employees can be heard. The dead zombie had the keys to all the premises of the task hanging on his belt. Suddenly, the man is grabbed by the arm, and the zombie lying on the floor begins to move. The corporation's employees run back in horror. The zombie gets to its feet and begins to slowly walk towards people. The zombie growls loudly. He stretches his arms forward and runs towards the frightened people. The man grabs a large stone statue and hits it on the zombie's head with all his might. Corporation employees praise the man. They say that he is a brave warrior. Zhao and his friends are walking down a long corridor. They think that people who call themselves the elite are pretty stupid when it comes to security. Zhao considers the management's decision to block the door of their company and leave the entrance open very stupid. The guy says that the higher a person's position, the more responsibility he should have to his subordinates. Chung believes that Zhao is a natural leader with strong analytical skills. Zhao and his friends enter the office. They immediately notice that a backpack has disappeared from the table. The students come to the office of the chairman of the Binyan Corporation. They tell her that their backpack is missing. Young people see empty food packaging in the office that was in their backpack. They demand immediate explanations. Zhao asks Binyan why the corporation employees treated them so meanly. Tong agrees that this act is disgusting and is willing to compensate for any inconvenience caused in the future. Dennis says that Tong and the corporation's employees are unscrupulous people who repaid their help with theft. Binyan explains that the food was needed to feed the men who went on exploration, and they would soon return with provisions. Zhao believes that the corporation's employees may not return. He asks Binyan how much time has passed since they left. Binyan and Tong try to remember what time the employees left. They think more than 2 hours have passed. With the help of the found keys, the men enter the restaurant and eat the prepared lunch with great pleasure. One of the employees offers to go back. His colleague does not want to go back and suggests creating his own squad. The man says that he is tired of obeying stupid management, and besides, they have keys to all rooms of the building and food supplies. The corporation's employees decide to stay and appoint a man named Chun as their commander. Chun tells them that they have always been good colleagues. He thanks them for their trust. The man believes that they will have a better chance of staying alive if they act on their own. The conversation of the corporation's employees is interrupted by a loud sound. The men stop eating and turn around. Chun orders the corporation's employees to suppress their fear. He says that zombies are stupid and slow creatures that can be destroyed without any problems. The men arm themselves with improvised objects and sticks and take a defensive position. The door to the restaurant is broken down by a zombie rushing inside. He is very different from the monsters the men had seen before. The men are very surprised at how fast the zombie moves. Tong is very worried that the reconnaissance squad of the corporation's employees has not yet returned. Zhao tells the girls that most likely the corporation's employees are already dead. Tong demands that the students immediately rescue the men who went on reconnaissance. Dennis does not intend to help the corporation employees after they stole their food. Their argument is interrupted by Zhao, who reports that they have the opportunity to save people in trouble. But to do this, he asks them to beg him. Tong reacts emotionally to the guy's words. She believes that the young man is insubordinate. Zhao states that any service must be paid for, especially for such as rescuing corporate employees. Binyan agrees to the guy's terms. She begs him to save his employees. Zhao finds Binyan's words insincere and unconvincing, and asks her to try harder. The guy tells Binyan that people like her have always been at the top of the social ladder and considered themselves better than others. But now the world has changed. Chung believes that it is necessary to help the corporation's trapped employees. Zhao answers the girl. The guy says that he will definitely help people, but he had to teach the arrogant Binyan a lesson. Dennis is about to go to the bottom floor with Zhao. The guy asks him to stay in order to protect the girls. In case of a zombie attack, Zhao asks you to hide in one of the rooms and wait for him. Chung asks the guy to be careful and says that he will look forward to his return. Zhao uses the ventilation shaft to reach the first floor of the building. The guy's attention is drawn to the open door. He is about to check the room. Zhao notices a strange noise coming from the boxes in the corner. The guy comes closer and sees that behind the boxes are the bodies of corporation employees who were torn to pieces by zombies. Zhao feels that he is not alone in the room. He takes out his fire axe and gets into a fighting stance. A huge zombie comes out to meet the guy. He looks attentively at Zhao and growls loudly. Zhao sees that the zombie that stands in front of him is very different from the slow and unintelligent monsters he has encountered before. The guy understands that this type of zombie is mutated. It is much faster and stronger than ordinary zombies. The monster rushes at the guy. Zhao dodges its blows with great difficulty. He strikes with his fire axe, but the zombie jumps and dodges the blow. The guy with great difficulty manages to fend off the blows of the mutated zombie. Zhao throws an empty box at the monster to distract its attention. The zombie roars loudly and looks around the room. He cannot understand where the guy hid. Zhao jumps off the cabinet he was hiding on and hits the zombie in the head with his axe. The guy is attracted by a strange crystal that is in the head of a defeated monster. The voice of a virtual god is heard congratulating Zhao for finding the core. The virtual god reveals that the core is a crystal that was formed in the mutant's brain, which can be used to increase one's own characteristics. Jay remembers that for killing zombies he is awarded stats and experience points. The guy is going to exchange the crystal and purchased points for food and weapons in a virtual store. The virtual god informs the guy that the white crystal he has can only be exchanged for a small amount of food. Zhao notices the remains of lunch on the floor. He realizes that the corporation employees have decided to betray Binyan. The guy returns to the upper floors. He runs into the room in a joyful mood and reports that he brought his friends a lot of tasty things. Zhao is in an empty room. He cannot understand where his friends went. The guy hears cries for help. He opens the door of the next room and rushes inside. Dennis is sitting on the floor, holding the wounded Chung in his arms and asking the girl not to die. Tong demands that Mr. Yamada release Binyan immediately, or she threatens to destroy him. Mr. Yamada and Wei Ping manage to escape from the warehouse and took Binyan hostages. Zhao immediately rushes to Chung. He asks his friend what happened while he was away. Dennis says that Mr. Yamada and his accomplice broke out. Chung tried to protect Binyan and received a mortal wound. Tong plaintively asks the protagonist to help her save the chairman of the Binyan Corporation. Chung apologizes for not staying in her room and getting into a fight. Mr. Yamada says that the girl is to blame herself. She should not have tried to protect Binyan. Zhao goes into a state of rage. He is angry that the management did not organize reliable security for the prisoners. Zhao tries to stop the bleeding. He asks the girl not to talk or make sudden movements. Cheng tells Zhao that at the very beginning of their communication, she did not have feelings for him. Cheng's voice is heard telling Zhao that she fell in love with him later. The girl says that over time she realized that Zhao was a good guy with whom she felt safe. Cheng did not count much on mutual feelings. She was quite happy with being a comrade in arms. The girl wishes Zhao to find a good partner in life in the future and asks him to take care of her. Zhao cannot contain his emotions. He presses the girl tightly to his chest and screams loudly. Mr. Yamada tells Zhao that his loss is small. He offers the guy Binyan in exchange for his life. Yamada thinks the company's chairman, Binyan, is much more handsome and attractive than Chung. The main character's eyes become bloodshot, and he begins to slowly approach Mr. Yamada. Yamada orders Zhao to stop. He is going to kill the hostage if the guy takes one more step. Zhao says that he is not interested in the life of the hostage, since Chung died because of her. Mr. Yamada reveals that he is not joking. He intends to kill Binyan. Zhao continues to provoke Yamada. The guy says that he doesn't care about Binyan's life. The main character comes very close. This allows him to grab Mr. Yamada's hand and free Binyan. At this time, Wei Ping sneaks up behind Zhao and swings a large vase to hit the guy on the head. Zhao notices Wei Ping approaching him in time and he kicks him hard. The guy disarms Mr. Yamada. He asks who killed Chung. Wei Ping says in a frightened voice that Chung was killed by Mr. Yamada. Zhao uses a painful technique to twist Mr. Yamada's arm and plunge a sharp knife into it. Binyan tells the guy that Wei Ping is lying. She says that he killed Chung. Wei Ping says he didn't mean to do this. He was just trying to scare the girl. The CEO asks to be spared. He says that he has a small son. Zhao informs him that he will not kill him. The main character reports that he has another way to carry out justice. Zhao goes to the control panel. He presses the button to turn on the siren. People around him have to cover their ears from the loud sound of the siren. They don't understand why the guy turned on the sound signal. The guy informs others that there are a large number of zombies around the building. A loud sound will attract their attention. The zombies hear a loud siren and begin to gather at the entrance to the building. Mr. Yamada calls Zhao crazy. He says that zombies are about to break into the building. Zhao opens the front door to throw Wiping outside to the angry zombies. Wiping knocks on the doors with all his might. He asks to open the doors and let him inside. A huge number of zombies instantly surround the CEO and attack him. Wiping's wild scream is heard, and in a matter of seconds, aggressive monsters tear his body to pieces. Tong is unable to look at what is happening. She turns away and covers her face with her hands. Mr. Yamada asks Zhao to come to his senses. He is trying to pay off with big money. Yamada asks to die at the hands of a human. He does not want to be burned by zombies. Zhao orders him to be locked in a utility room. Zhao passes by Binyan. The girl tries to talk to the guy, but he ignores her and passes by. Binyan sits at her desk. She considers herself to blame for what happened. The corporation employee tells Binyan that the reconnaissance team has not returned and asks the girl about her future plans. Binyan believes that she is unworthy to be the chairman of the company because she is unable to take care of people. The girl is very upset because she allowed the company employees to go on reconnaissance. Binyan believes that she made the wrong decision, which led to the death of people. The girl decides that from now on, she will protect her employees and take care of their lives. Zhao sits for a long time opposite the bed on which the body of the murdered Chung is located. The guy believes that Chung should have first of all thought about herself, and not save someone else's life at the cost of her own. Binyan opens the door to the room. She stands on the threshold and looks at Zhao sitting in a chair. The guy asks what she is doing here. Binyan replies that she wanted to say goodbye to the man who saved her life. Binyan tells the guy that she knows that he hates her, and asks him to help the corporation employees, who are not to blame for anything. Jay tells the girl that Chung always wanted a dress as expensive as hers, but could not afford it. Binyan says he will organize everything and find an expensive dress for Chung. Zhao says that Chung wanted exactly her dress and asks the girl to undress right now. Binyan believes that the guy just wants to humiliate her. Zhao tells the girl that she is alive only thanks to Chung. Zhao tells her that successful people consider themselves the elite of society, but in reality they are selfish and hypocritical. Binyan understands that all her life she did not give in to anyone and did not respect other people. She believed that all her actions were correct. Binyan tells Zhao that he promised to save the corporation's employees and begins to take off his dress. Zhao tells the girl that no action will bring Chung back to life. He asks Binyan to leave. The main character asks Binyan to gather the corporation's employees in a conference room in an hour. The girl hopes that Zhao will save her people. Zhao asks the girl to leave the room immediately before he changes his mind. The guy asks Chung for forgiveness for not being able to save her. He thanks the girl for her support and faith in him. Zhao carries Chung's body to the balcony on the upper floors of the building. The guy intends to burn Chung's body. He pours gasoline on him and throws a burning lighter. Fire engulfs the girl's body, and the guy's voice is heard saying that he will never forget her. Corporation employees want to know from Zhao how they can leave the building. Dennis tells the guy that after the siren turns on, the building is surrounded by a huge number of zombies. Mr. Yamada calls Zhao. The prisoner asks the guy what he is going to do. The main character asks Mr. Yamada not to worry. He says that he will not kill him and will take him with him. Zhao and the corporation's employees are slowly moving through a narrow ventilation shaft. Through the ventilation grill, people observe a large number of zombies inside the building. Tung is very worried. The girl is afraid that they will all die. Binyan calms down his secretary. Zhao ties Mr. Yamada's arms with rope and throws him down as zombie bait. Mr. Yamada is hanging in the air at a considerable distance from the zombies. The monsters are trying to reach him. Zhao tells the corporation employees that they need to hurry while Mr. Yamada distracts the zombies. Corporation employees climb out of the ventilation shaft and move towards the exit. People try to open the door, but the entrance door to the building is locked. Binyan informs those present that there is a fire exit on the other side of the building. Mr. Yamada's secretaries remain in the ventilation shaft, trying to save their boss. The girls pull the rope and drag Mr. Yamada into the ventilation shaft. Yamada hugs the girls tightly and thanks them for saving him from certain death. A moment later, Mr. Yamada grabs the girls and throws them down into a crowd of angry zombies. In a sarcastic manner, Mr. Yamada says that he will take care of the girls' families when he arrives home. While the secretaries distract the zombies' attention to themselves, Yamada flees for her life. People quickly run to the fire exit, located on the opposite side of the building. Suddenly their attention is drawn to the sound of car brakes and gunshots. Mr. Yamada appears in the building, and from a car he shoots at people with a gun. Jay realizes the gravity of the situation, and orders everyone to find shelter immediately. Mr. Yamada continues to shoot randomly and non-stop at the corporation's employees. Zhao and Binyan took cover behind a nearby wall. The guy is considering his further actions. Tong was unable to maintain her balance. She fell to the floor. The girl lies in the open space and screams loudly. Mr. Yamada believes that people do not have the slightest chance to survive. He intends to kill every single one. Dennis grabs the dining table, with which he intends to protect himself from bullets, and rushes to Tong's aid. The guy takes Tong in his arms and tries to reach the shelter as quickly as possible. The girl begins to get very hysterical. She clings to Dennis and thanks him for saving her. Mr. Yamada continues to mercilessly shoot corporate employees. Binyan is going to help his subordinates, but Zhao forbids the girl to come out of hiding. Dennis doesn't know what to do next. He asks Zhao if he has any plan. Zhao uses his ring and activates the virtual store system. The virtual god informs the guy that he does not have the opportunity to buy good weapons. Zhao asks for items on loan. The virtual god informs the guy that he cannot lend things from the store. He is forced to follow the rules. Dennis and Binyan carefully watch the guy. They don't understand who he's talking to. Zhao asks Dennis to distract Mr. Yamada's attention. The guy looks out from behind the table and calls Yamada a fat freak. While Mr. Yamada was trying to destroy Dennis, Zhao sneaked up on him from the back of the car. Zhao tells Mr. Yamada that the last seconds of his life are coming. The guy presses a button and activates an explosive device, which he quietly threw under the bottom of the car. Young people watch as Mr. Yamada's car burns out. Dennis is very surprised where Zhao got the explosive device and asks the guy about it. Binyan sees that almost all of the corporation's employees have been destroyed. She cannot hold back her tears. Zhao tells the remaining people that there will be zombies here soon, and they need to leave this place immediately. The main character examines the local area and intends to find a working car. Of all the corporation's employees, Tong, Binyan, and a young girl were the only survivors. Binyan believes that she cannot be the chairman of the company because she failed to protect her subordinates. Dennis realizes that the girls have nowhere to go, and they have no escape plan. He invites them to join him and Zhao. The main character asks Dennis when he started making decisions alone. Dennis asks the guy to take the girls with him, since otherwise they will be destroyed by zombies. He says that if Chung had survived, she would definitely have taken the girls with her. Zhao agrees with the guy's proposal and asks him to quickly take a seat in the truck. Dennis tells the girls that they have little time left. He asks them to hurry up and get into the car. Young people using a truck leave the central areas of the city. The girls and Dennis are in the container of the truck. Tong looks attentively at the guy. Tong asks him how long he has known Zhao. She makes the assumption that the guy is not a classmate of the main character. Dennis tells the girl that he met Zhao quite recently, when he saved his life. The guy tells his story about how he was blocked in the business center where his sister died. Dennis is grateful to Zhao for saving him, and from now on considers him his older brother. Tong asks the guy if he has a girlfriend. Dennis replies that he broke up with her. Tong tells the guy that from today she will be his girlfriend. Dennis perceives her words with great surprise. Tong says that she fell in love with the guy, and from now on he must be responsible for her. The girl tells the guy that he will not regret it, since she is smart, beautiful, and attractive. Tong informs the nearby girls that from now on Dennis is her boyfriend. The truck stops. Zhao opens the doors of the container. He says that they will continue their further journey tomorrow. Zhao and his new team are located in the outskirts of the city, in a scientific research area. Binyan recognizes this place as her corporation was involved in investments in this project. Zhao says that there is a canteen nearby. He invites his new friends to spend the night there. Dennis finds a large amount of fresh vegetables and fruits inside the dining room. He is glad that they will have a delicious dinner. Dennis asks the girls present which of them will cook the food. The third girl who survived is called Royan. She is ready to cook dinner, although she is not sure whether everyone will like her food. Zhao agrees with the girl's proposal. He says that now the main thing is not to die of hunger. Dennis approaches Zhao, who is sitting at the table, and offers him a can of beer. Jay replies that he rarely drinks alcohol, and now is not the time to relax. Dennis tells the guy that in this case he will drink all the beer himself. After some time, Zhao decides to join his friend. They chat and drink beer. Binyan asks Tong if she really wants to be Dennis's girlfriend. Tong replies that Dennis is not a rich or famous person, but he is kind and caring. After a while, Tong tells the truth to Binyan. She wants to have a man next to her who will protect her. The girl says that in the current situation it is necessary to have a strong person next to you so as not to feel fear. Tong tells Binyan that she needs to act before it is too late. She suggests that the girl start a relationship with Zhao. Tong suggests seducing the guy as quickly as possible before another girl takes him for herself. Binyan considers a relationship impossible since Zhao hates her after everything that happened. Tong considers herself the more experienced woman and tells Binyan that she will succeed. Tong enters the room, asks for help. She calls Dennis her husband. Zhao is very surprised by the girl's words and asks Dennis when the relationship began between them. Screams and sounds of struggle are heard in the room. The guys immediately get up from the table. Zhao and his friends run to the sounds of fighting. They realize that Royan is in danger. In the far corner of the room, the girl was attacked by a huge zombie dog. Royan is unable to resist it. The girl slowly raises her head. She looks at Zhao and his friends and asks them to run away immediately. A huge zombie dog rushes at Zhao. The guy orders Dennis to take the girls away. Dennis grabs the girls by the hands and tries to drag them away. They don't want to leave the wounded Royan. Zhao takes out his fire axe and hits the zombie dog hard. The blow did not cause any damage to the zombie dog. The guy retreats to the wall, taking a defensive position. Zhao understands that in front of him is a high-level mutated zombie, who has a quick reaction and colossal vitality. The guy believes that in a normal fight he cannot cope with the zombie dog, so he tries to lure it into a trap. Dennis orders the girls to hide in the staff room, which is nearby, and he intends to return to help Zhao. Royan, after being bitten by a zombie dog, turned into a monster. She gets to her feet and begins to approach the young people. Tong doesn't understand that the girl has turned into a zombie. She asks Royan how she feels. Royan raises his head and lets out a terrible scream. The girls realize with horror that their subordinate has become a zombie. Dennis orders the girls to step aside and hide behind him. The guy gets into a fighting stance. He is ready to repel the attacking zombie. Dennis jumps in the air and delivers a powerful kick to the monster. She runs away from the zombie dog, intending to lure the monster into a trap. The guy hid in the kitchen. The zombie dog can't find the guy. She hits the floor with her paw and makes a loud roar. Zhao comes out of hiding. He tells the zombie dog that he is stupid and starts teasing him. The zombie dog jumps to its feet and attacks the guy in a furious attack. The monster cannot calculate the distance and crashes into the door of a metal cabinet with all its strength. Zhao kills the trapped zombie dog with a powerful blow from a fire axe. The virtual god congratulates the guy on successfully killing a mutated zombie and awards 2 experience points. Zhao climbs into the closet, trying to find a mutated core in the zombie's severed head. The guy believes that the mutated core should be worth a lot, but the virtual god informs him that animals do not have cores. Dennis comes into the kitchen and asks the guy who he was just talking to. Dennis is jealous of Zhao's fighting qualities and asks the guy to teach him how to fight just as effectively. Zhao asks his friend how the girls are feeling. The guy replies that he sent the girls to the shower because zombie blood got on them. The guy is surprised that there are not a large number of zombies around. He asks everyone to be on guard. Dennis tells Zhao that Royan has died, and now the guy doesn't know who will cook dinner for them. The girls praise Zhao for the cooked dinner, noting that it looks beautiful and smells delicious. Zhao tells his friends that he learned to cook while living in a student dormitory. Tong thinks the girls are lucky to have Zhao because he can cook well. Dennis answers Tong. He says that cooking is not a man's job, but a woman's responsibility. Tong says that women are born to do fine things, and hard work is the responsibility of men. Zhao says that now he doesn't care who anyone was before, and that the days when girls were leaders and commanded people are gone. Tong sees that the situation is heating up. She tries to change the topic and says that she was joking. Binyan drank a large amount of beer. The girl asks Zhao why he considers himself in charge. Binyan tells the guy that he always mocks her. The girl believes that being the chairman of a company is very hard and responsible work. Tong realizes that the girl drank and said a lot of unnecessary things. She tries to calm her down. Zhao is immersed in heavy thoughts. The guy realizes that he is treating Binyan very harshly. Tong tells her friend that she has been drinking a lot and needs to rest well. She brings the girl into the room and puts her on the bed. Binyan asks not to leave her alone and states that she can fight zombies on her own and survive without men. Binyan intends to defend himself and invites Tong to leave the group of guys tomorrow. The girl states that Zhao is a nasty, impudent, and arrogant young man, and that she has never met such people in her life. Binyan wakes up with a severe headache, suffering from a severe hangover. Zhao staggers along the corridor. Dennis offers to help the guy get to his room. Jay refuses the offer of help and says that he feels fine. The main character remembers his past girlfriend. His thoughts are interrupted by sounds coming from the next room. Zhao looks into Binyan's room and watches the girl slowly change her clothes. The guy looks at Binyan, but sees his ex-girlfriend named Shin. Zhao slowly approaches Binyan and asks what she is doing here. Binyan says she is changing and asks the guy to leave her room immediately. Zhao is very drunk. He hugs the girl and tells her that he is glad to see her alive and unharmed. The guy believes that he is communicating with Shin and tells the girl that he loves her very much. Binyan doesn't understand how Zhao can love her. She believes that the guy has been hating her all the time. Zhao says that he always loved the girl, but did not dare to say it because he thought that he was not worthy of her. The main character is going to use all his strength to protect the girl. Binyan was very emotional. She did not expect to hear such words from Zhao. The main character hears a noise. He suddenly jumps out of bed and thinks that they were attacked by zombies. Tong and Dennis are standing on the threshold. The girl asks the guy why he sleeps naked in Binyan's room. Tong attacks the guy, accusing him of taking advantage of Binyan while the girl was drunk. Dennis asks the guy if he really did that. Zhao tries to collect his thoughts, but cannot answer his friend. Zhao doesn't remember the previous evening well. He remembers that he drank a lot of beer and was dizzy. The guy experiences a strong feeling of shame. He does not understand how this could happen. Binyan asks the guy not to feel guilty. She says that they are adults. Zhao believes that Dennis is to blame for what happened, since the guy forced him to drink beer. Zhao tells Binyan that it was his fault and asks the girl to apologize for his behavior. Binyan recalls that yesterday the guy said that he loves her and will protect her even at the cost of his life. The girl is overwhelmed with a feeling of anger and resentment. She calls the guy a bastard and hits him in the face. The attention of young people is attracted by shots that occur on the street. Zhao invites his friend to immediately go downstairs and see what is happening there. The guys ask the girls to hide in a safe place, and they run to the exit. On the street, a group of people are trying to escape from a crowd of zombies. One of the people shoots at the monsters with a pistol. A young man lags behind a group of people to save his wounded friend. The guy asks his friend to leave him and save himself. Otherwise, they may both die. The man orders the guy to abandon his wounded comrade and continue the retreat. The guy runs out of bullets in his pistol. The zombies take advantage of the moment and attack him. One of the zombies runs to a wounded comrade who is unable to defend himself. Suddenly, Zhao and Dennis appear on the street. They immediately enter into battle. The man, who hid behind a tree, is very surprised by the behavior of the young people, since they are not afraid of zombies. Zhao informs people on the street that there is a cafeteria nearby where they can take shelter. The guy thanks Zhao for his help. He is going to immediately take refuge in the cafeteria. The main character continues to destroy zombies. For each destroyed monster, he is awarded points. The virtual god informs the guy that he has scored the required number of points to increase his combat level. Dennis's voice is heard, warning the guy that a large group of zombies is approaching them. Zhao feels how the transition to a new combat level has improved his characteristics, and with new strength, he rushes against the superior forces of the monsters. The guy feels limitless power within himself. His perception of air currents and sounds has increased. Dennis does not understand where his friend got his enormous strength and colossal reaction. The surviving people run into the open doors of the cafeteria and are greeted by Tong and Binyan. Tong is very excited. She thinks that you need to be careful with new people. A stranger tells others that his best friend has died and he is going to bury him. The man demands that the guy immediately barricade the doors to prevent zombies from entering the cafeteria. Binyan intends to stop the man and tells him that there are still people on the street. The man begins to barricade the door, telling the girls that most likely the young people are already dead. With a powerful kick, Zhao opens the door. The man flies to the side, falling to the floor. He is very surprised that Zhao and his friend survived. Tong rushes to Dennis. She hugs the guy tightly and says that she was very worried about him. Binyan tells Zhao that she saw him bravely fight the zombies. The guy silently passes by. Binyan invites Tong to go upstairs with her since she doesn't want to stay in Zhao's company. Tong tells Dennis that she needs to be with Binyan and promises the guy to come back later. The man who survived is called Honey, and he carefully examines the girls standing opposite. Honey suggests barricading the doors immediately and orders everyone present to help him. Zhao asks the man not to be nervous and tells him that all the zombies on the street have been destroyed. Honey does not believe Zhao and says that he himself saw a huge number of zombies. He believes that such a number of monsters cannot be destroyed. Zhao invites the man to go outside and see for himself. The main character drags the man to the cafeteria exit and throws him out onto the street. Honey knocks on closed doors and demands to be let inside immediately. Zhao sharply opens the front doors. The man loses his balance and falls to the floor with a crash. Honey expresses his dissatisfaction to Zhao. He tells the guy that he is the son of influential people. The honey girl asks him to look at her pants. The man realizes that he is in an awkward situation. Dennis is very amused by the current situation and jokes rudely at Honey. The man tells his girlfriend not to laugh at him and stabs her hard. Honey orders his bodyguard to immediately deal with the young men and take the pants from one of them. The bodyguard tells the man that it is not his job to solve the diaper problem. Honey becomes furious and tells his bodyguard that if his order is not followed, he will not receive his salary this month. The man once again orders the bodyguard to take away one of the guy's pants. Honey is outraged by the fact that his father spends a huge amount of money every month on security. He considers this a sufficient condition for carrying out all his orders. The bodyguard calls Honey a stupid and spoiled person. He says that his loved one died because of him. Max demands that the man treat Zhao and his friend with respect, since the guys saved them from death. Honey does not intend to listen to such speeches from the subordinates whom his father hired to work. Zhao approaches Honey and gives him a prophylactic kick to his soft spot. Honey is outraged by what is happening. He believes that no one dares to treat a person of his level in such a way. Zhao tells the man that if he doesn't calm down, the guy will throw him out into the street among the zombies. Honey tells Zhao that his father will find out and will punish him severely for his behavior. Zhao asks the bodyguard's name and meets a guy named Max. The guy tells Max that he considers him a good person and invites him to join his squad. Zhao knows that Max did not abandon his close friend in a dangerous situation and says that he respects such people. Honey begins to get very nervous. He is afraid that he may be left without the protection of a bodyguard. Max thanks Zhao for saving him and tells him that he cannot join his squad. Dennis is very surprised by the guy's decision. He doesn't understand why he should protect a person like Honey. Max informs the young people that he has a contract. His moral principles oblige him to fulfill the terms of the contract. Zhao is very pleased with the guy's answer. He begins to respect him even more. Zhao believes that there is a solution to this situation, and it is the death of the employer. Honey experiences great fear from the guy's words. He threatens the guys with his powerful father. Dennis tells Honey that the man acted vilely. He barricaded the doors while the young people were still on the street. Dennis hates such people. He swings his combat sword to strike. Dennis's attack is suddenly blocked by Max's bodyguard. He holds the hand in which Dennis is holding the sword. Max apologizes to the guy. He says that he cannot allow anyone to harm his client. Dennis tells the guy that he intends to destroy Honey, and only death will stop him. Binyan informs Tong that she can no longer be on Zhao's team. The girl says that Zhao does not love her, and uses her as a replacement for his beloved Xin. Binyan intends to leave Team Zhao. She believes it will be better for everyone. The girl asks her friend not to worry about her. She hopes to join the group of other survivors. Tong believes that Binyan is in love with Zhao, and is trying to hide her feelings. Tong tells the girl that her guesses are correct, since Binyan was very embarrassed by her words. The girl assumes that Xin is already dead, so Binyan can take her place in the guy's heart. Tong thinks her friend is a beautiful girl. She hopes the guy won't be able to resist. Secretary Tong demands that Binyan pull himself together. She reminds that the girl led a large corporation and solved serious problems. During the conversation, Tong manages to convince the girl that Binyan intends to fight for the guy's heart. On the lower floor of the cafeteria, Dennis's hand-to-hand combat with Max's bodyguard continues. The girls hear noise coming from the lower hall. They see guys fighting and do not understand what is happening. Bodyguard Max demonstrates his graceful hand-to-hand combat technique. He manages to break Dennis's defense. He goes behind his back and performs a chokehold. Tong is very scared that her boyfriend is being strangled by Max's bodyguard. The girl asks him to stop and stop the fight. Dennis tells his opponent that he has good hand-to-hand combat skills. A moment later, Dennis performs a throw against which Max's bodyguard is defenseless. Zhao moves towards Honey and his girlfriend. The man is shaking in fear. Honey asks to spare him and not kill him. He promises a generous reward to the young people. Zhao says that the life of Honey and his girlfriend is of no interest to the guy. The guy says that he is interested in Max's bodyguard and his contract. Honey says there is no problem with that, and he intends to terminate his contract with Max. The man breaks the contract and tells Max that as of today, he is fired and is not his bodyguard. Zhao helps the guy to his feet and tells him that he is now a member of the team. The main character tells Max's bodyguard that he has a great gift for him. Zhao takes a large box of pistol ammo from his bag and hands it to Max. Dennis is very surprised that Zhao has cartridges. He was next to him all the time and did not see where the guy bought them. Zhao tells his friend that he took these cartridges from the looters he met on the road. Max's bodyguard tells the guy that he doesn't need gifts. He intends to help the squad selflessly. Zhao believes that today his squad has acquired a very valuable and useful employee. The main character suggests immediately discussing the evacuation plan. Honey intervenes in the conversation. Dennis orders the man to leave immediately. He is outraged by his impudent behavior. Honey asks the young people not to leave him. He says that his famous father will pay handsomely for his rescue. Jay responds to Honey. He says that his team never hires useless people. Honey offers his woman as payment for his salvation. The girl is shocked by the man's words. Honey says his girlfriend is a popular star with millions of fans. The girl calls Honey a psycho. She says that she will not allow some poor people to touch her. Honey hits the girl and demands that she work off the expensive gifts he kept giving her. Binyan enters the room and tells those present that Zhao already has a girlfriend. Binyan approaches the surprised protagonist and kisses him deeply. Zhao was very surprised by the girl's actions. He asks her to stop immediately. Binyan tells the guy that from today she is his girlfriend. Dennis tells his friend that Zhao already has a girlfriend named Xin. The Honey girl considers herself much more attractive than Binyan. She hates her rival. Honey informs the young people that he has secret information. His father owns a large, top-class shelter. The man offers to go to his father's hideout, guaranteeing a safe place for the young men as a reward. Jay responds to Honey, saying that he is not interested in such an offer. Honey calls the young people idiots and cannot believe that they refused his offer. Zhao tells the man that his hideout is thousands of kilometers away. The main character reports that the base organized by the government is much closer. Max's bodyguard has heard about the government base and thinks it's a great idea. Honey finds his father's base much better and safer and insists on moving towards it. The girl asks Honey not to contradict the young people and says that there are acquaintances of his father at the government base. Honey compliments his girlfriend, saying it's a great idea. Zhao considers Honey and his girlfriend to be cunning and unreliable people and thinks about how to deal with them. Honey is shaking with fear. He thinks that the guy heard his girlfriend's words. Zhao allows Honey and his girlfriend to join the team, provided that they strictly follow all of his orders. The main character has prepared lunch. He offers to eat, immediately setting off on the road. Dennis eats the food prepared by Zhao with pleasure. Bodyguard Max is surprised at the guy's appetite. Honey and his girlfriend think this kind of food is terrible. They are used to eating in expensive restaurants. The Honey girl suggests going to the kitchen and finding better products. Honey agrees with her. They get up from the table and go to the cafeteria kitchen. A few minutes later, Honey and his girlfriend run into the dining room. They are very scared and scream loudly. Honey tells the young men that there is a female corpse in the kitchen. Zhao tells him not to worry. The young people tell Honey that in the kitchen lies the corpse of Royan, who has turned into a zombie. Zhao informs those present that lunch is over and orders them to hit the road. Zhao and Dennis are in the cab of the truck. The rest of the team is located in the container. Honey tries to get to know Binyan. He says he heard her called the chairman of the company. Tong demands the man to stop harassing his girlfriend immediately. Otherwise, she promises to complain to her boyfriend. Honey approaches Tong and says that he really adores beautiful girls like her. The man believes that the girls have chosen bad guys and offers to find them a good place when they arrive in the capital. Max's bodyguard threatens to break Honey's arm if he doesn't stop acting like this. Max reminds his former employer that the contract is terminated, which completely frees his hands. The guy says that he has endured the man's antics for a very long time, and his patience is running out. The door of the container opens. Zhao reports that the road ahead is damaged, and they will continue on foot. Honey is not at all happy with this proposal. He believes that traveling on foot is very dangerous. Zhao offers to let Honey and his girlfriend stay in the truck if they're that scared. Zhao's team immediately unloads from the truck's container. Honey is hesitant to join them. The Honey girl is very scared. She asks her man not to persist and to join the team. The Zhao squad moves through the abandoned streets of a small town. The guy demands everyone to be on alert. Tong is very scared and tense. The girl clings to her friend. There are a large number of zombies in the city. They hide in numerous gateways. Honey steps on an empty tin, causing a loud sound to be heard. The noise attracts the attention of zombies who are roaming the streets of a small town. Zhao demands that his team not move or make any sounds. Honey girl can't help but have a severe panic attack and screams loudly. A huge crowd of zombies, hearing human voices, rushes towards Zhao's team. The main character orders his team to immediately flee, and he himself decides to detain the attacking zombies. Using his fire axe, Zhao hits the monsters hard, hoping to hold off the zombies for as long as possible. In addition to using edged weapons, the guy competently uses hand-to-hand combat techniques. Suddenly, Max's bodyguard gets involved in the fight and begins to systematically shoot the monsters. Zhao is very surprised that the guy uses a silencer on his pistol. Max tells the guy that he made his own mufflers from steel pipe. Zhao is once again convinced that it was not in vain that he invited Max's bodyguard to join the squad. The main character understands that they cannot hold back the zombies who are present. He gives the command to retreat. Dennis is very surprised by the number of zombies present on the street. Monsters are constantly present. Zhao orders his team to hide in the store across the street. He says there are no zombies there. Honey attacks Binyan and forcibly snatches her backpack, which was behind the girl's back. He manages to take possession of the backpack, and together with his girlfriend he runs into a nearby building. Tong asks her friend if she is okay, to which the girl replies that she sprained her ankle. Zhao understands that Binyan cannot walk on his own. He carries the girl in his arms. Honey believes that he has outwitted the Zhao squad. He wishes the young people to die on the street. He reports that the Zhao squad will greatly regret that they refused to go to his father's hideout. Honey's voice is heard telling the young people that he considers them the scum of society, and is looking forward to the moment when they are devoured by zombies. Max's bodyguard takes out his pistol and fires several shots at the glass door of the room. Honey's fear is replaced by intense joy, as armored glass is installed on the doors. A man tells young people that they are not strong enough to cope with him. Tong informs his friends that a large number of zombies are approaching them. Zhao warns Honey. The guy says that he will get the man and punish him severely. The main character orders his team to follow him and not slow down. Young people run into an open room. Zhao demands to immediately barricade the doors. The main character finds a sofa indoors and lays the wounded Binyan on it. Tong is worried that the girl may have a fracture. Binyan replies that she is fine. She just twisted her leg. Zhao examines the girl's wounded leg and asks her to be patient. The guy realizes that there is no fracture and is going to go outside to find a cure. Binyan asks the guy not to go outside. She says that the wound is minor and it will go away soon. The girl continues to persuade the guy not to go in search of a cure, since there are a lot of zombies on the streets. Zhao accepts the girl's offer and asks to immediately inform her if her health worsens. Zhao wakes up from Tong's loud voice. The girl says that her friend has developed a severe fever. Zhao approaches Binyan. He realizes that the girl's condition has deteriorated greatly. The guy blames himself for listening to the girl and not immediately going in search of a cure. Zhao asks Tong to look after the girl while he searches for a cure. Tong calls Honey a vile freak. The girl showers the man with curses. Zhao uses short dashes and approaches the nearby pharmacy with extreme caution. The guy finds a large number of drugs in the pharmacy and is glad that he can take a lot of drugs in reserve. Two mutated zombies notice Zhao entering the pharmacy and inattentively watch the guy. Tong does not leave the girl for a minute. Binyan tells his friend that he is very thirsty. Tong opens his backpack and realizes that Honey has taken the last of his water supplies. The girl goes to the sink to get water from the tap, but there is no running water in the room. Tong looks at her boyfriend standing at the entrance. She intends to ask him to find water. Dennis tells the girl that the squad leader ordered him to stay near the doors all the time and guard the exit. Tong grabs the guy by the ear and tells him that they need to have a serious talk. Dennis is surprised by the girl's actions. He asks her why she behaves this way. Tong tells the guy that Honey took all the water supplies, and everyone needs to take care of how to give Binyan something to drink. Dennis once again informs the girl that he cannot violate Zhao's orders. Tong raises her voice at the guy. She tells him that he must make his own decisions. The girl believes that Dennis should not constantly listen to Zhao and ask his permission. Tong demands the guy to immediately leave the premises and look for water. Dennis goes out onto a deserted street and thinks in which direction to start his search. Zhao, with the help of a virtual god, acquired a second level of power, which allowed him to cope with two mutated zombies. The guy pulls out the cores from the bodies of zombies and intends to exchange them for weapons in a virtual store. The virtual god informs the guy that his cores are low level and he cannot reuse them. Zhao reacts negatively to this news. The main character is thinking about what to buy in a virtual store with the points he earns. He decides to use the points he earns to increase his level of agility and strength. The virtual god informs the guy that the exchange was successful. Zhao wants to immediately test his skills in practice. The main character goes out onto the night street and heads to the building in which Honey is hiding. The guy swings his fire axe and hits the armored door. Honey is distracted from eating food and is disturbed by the sound of breaking glass. Zhao is pleased with his new level of strength. He was able to break armored glass that bullets could not penetrate. Suddenly, a car drives out of the building in which Honey and his girlfriend are hiding. Honey looks out of the car window. He calls the guy a stupid freak and invites Zhao to catch him. The main character immediately gives chase, intending to catch up with the moving car. Zhao approaches the car and throws his fire axe at it. The throw turns out to be inaccurate. The guy misses, and Honey manages to escape. Dennis wanders the streets for a long time in search of shops or cafes, and finally he manages to find a fish restaurant. The guy enters the room and sees a large number of canisters in front of him. Dennis opens one of the barrels. He is happy because there is clean water inside. The guy tastes the water, but immediately spits it out because it turns out to be salty. Dennis does not notice how a man with a huge bat in his hands is approaching him from behind. The man hits the guy with a strong blow on the back with a bat. Dennis loses his balance and falls. The woman tells the man that there is a living person in front of them, not a zombie. Dennis struggles to open his eyes and sees two young men sharing his combat sword. The people who captured Dennis see that the guy has returned to consciousness and are carefully watching him. The guy asks the people around him who they are and why they attacked him. The woman apologizes for the misunderstanding, explaining that their family thought the guy was a zombie. Dennis asks the woman why they tied him up in this case and demands to release him immediately. The woman tries to free Dennis, but the man stops her, fearing that the guy might be infected. An unfamiliar woman reports that Dennis has no wounds and looks like a human. One of the young people suggests not to coddle the prisoner and immediately destroy him. Dennis was greatly amused by the guy's proposal. He reads him as a pathetic weakling, incapable of murder. Dennis's words infuriate the guy. He tells him that he doesn't know who he's contacted. The guy snatches the combat sword from his brother's hands. He intends to attack Dennis. The guy holds a sword in his hands and approaches Dennis. The parents order the guy to stop immediately. Dennis manages to unnoticed free his bound leg and strikes the guy. The guy loses his balance. He falls to the ground with a roar. The combat sword flies out of his hands. The combat sword hits the wooden stand to which Dennis was tied. It cuts the ropes and frees the guy. Dennis frees himself from his bonds. He asks the guy if he wants to kill him now. Young people hide behind their father. They ask him to protect them from Dennis. Dennis considers the people present in the restaurant to be an ordinary, frightened family, and not professional killers. The woman asks Dennis to forgive her son's antics. She says that her children are young and stupid. Dennis asks the people standing opposite him how they ended up in a fish restaurant. A woman tells a story about how they were celebrating a birthday with the whole family, after which an outbreak occurred. The head of the family asks Dennis how he got into the restaurant. The man hopes that the zombies have left the city. Dennis tells the frightened people that the city is full of aggressive zombies. The brothers do not believe Dennis's words. They believe that the guy is blatantly deceiving them. The man tells Dennis that he believes his words. He asks to help him and his family. The head of the family apologizes to Dennis for the attack on him. He says that he was scared and defended his family. A man asks to join the Zhao squad, but his relatives are against it because they are afraid to go outside. The head of the family asks his relatives to shut up. He believes that if they stay in the restaurant, they will die. The man says that Dennis and the Zhao squad are their only hope for salvation. The woman agrees with her husband. She asks Dennis to take them to the Zhao squad. Dennis promises to fulfill the request of his new acquaintances, but in return he wants fresh water. One of the sons immediately goes to the kitchen and brings out a large barrel of drinking water. Tong begins to get very worried. Since Dennis has not yet arrived, Zhao is dissatisfied that the girl sent the guy alone to the street. Tong leaves in the direction of the front doors. She is going to wait there for the guy to arrive. Zhao applies healing ointment to Binyan's wound. The guy says that the medicine should help the girl. Zhao apologizes for the words he rashly said to the girl in the evening. Binyan tells the guy that there is no need to apologize because she acted too confident yesterday. Zhao thinks Binyan is a very brave girl. He tells her this in a quiet voice. The guy tells Binyan that she is a charming young girl who has a lot of qualities. Binyan is trying to find out what the main character's past girlfriend was like and what attracted the guy to her. Zhao tells the girl that he didn't know Shin at all and never even really spoke to her. These words make Binyan furious. She doesn't want the guy to suffer from unrequited love. The girl notices that Zhao brought her new sneakers along with the medicine. She is grateful to the guy for his care. Zhao believes that the girl needs to change into more practical and comfortable shoes. Binyan believes that she is very lucky to have a young man who protects and takes care of her. Binyan intends to become the only woman in the guy's heart. She says that she will make him forget about his last girlfriend. Dennis enters the room. He is holding a large canister of drinking water in his hands. Tong realizes that a romantic conversation is taking place between Zhao and Binyan and orders Dennis to leave immediately. Zhao praises Dennis. He is proud that the guy was able to extract valuable water on his own. Dennis asks the guy to come with him. He wants to show him something. Zhao is very surprised that Dennis came with an unfamiliar family. The head of the family introduces the guy to his family. He says that his name is Li, and next to him are his two sons, Hai and Yong. The woman's name is Mila. She sincerely thanks Zhao and his friends for saving her. Dennis says that he only promised to take the family out of the restaurant. The decision to join the squad will be made by Zhao. Hai sees Zhao as an ordinary guy and doubts that he can be a good commander. Yong notices the food lying on the table and informs his family. The guy runs up to the table. He cannot control his feeling of hunger and tries to take food. A fire axe flies past Yong, and the guy drops a loaf of canned bread from his hands. The guy hides behind his parents. He tells them that Zhao wanted to kill him. Li apologizes to Zhao for his children. He says that they are too young and do not understand what they are doing. Zhao warns the young people. He says that next time he will cut off his hand. The main character accepts only useful people into his squad. He asks Li and his family how they can be useful. Tung informs the family that their squad will not tolerate unnecessary ballast in its ranks. Li talks about how he has been a driver all his life and his wife can cook well. Bodyguard Max says that they need people in their squad who they can rely on in difficult times. Mila reports that their family is very kind and responsible and will benefit the squad. Zhao strongly doubts the usefulness of the two teenagers. He asks how they can help him. Mila says that her children are very capable and hard-working people. Zhao agrees to accept the new family into the squad. He informs them that food in the team is distributed in accordance with the work done. Hai is very unhappy that they will have to work tirelessly and follow the instructions of the commander. Zhao is bent over a map of the city, discussing evacuation options with his friends. Dennis suggests taking a shortcut and fighting your way through the zombies. Max offers a longer but safer route, since they only have 3 experienced fighters in their squad. Zhao supports the Max bodyguard option. He is going to lead the squad along a safe road. Zhao decides that as soon as Binyan's leg heals, they will immediately begin their journey to the government base. An expensive limousine pulls up to the restaurant where the Zhao squad is hiding. The young people are delighted with the big car. Dennis asks Zhao where he got it. Zhao answers the guy. He says that he didn't waste any time and found a car parked in a nearby area. The guy throws the keys to Mr. Lee. He tells him that he has a new job. Mr. Lee is incredibly happy. He tells others that he has never driven such an expensive car in his life. The bright sun is shining. An expensive limousine is driving quickly through the deserted streets of the city. Tong asks his friend how her leg is. The girl replies that she feels good and the pain is almost gone. Yang studies a large number of different devices that are installed in the car. After some time, the younger brother finds a bottle of expensive vintage wine. The brothers are going to taste it. Mila orders her children to immediately put the bottle back and stop playing around. Hai tells his brother that he is very dissatisfied with the strict discipline and order in the Zhao squad. Max's bodyguard tells Zhao that they are going in the wrong direction. The guy says that he knows about it. He is going to visit a very interesting place. Zhao and his team arrive at the police headquarters building. Dennis wonders what they are doing here. Max replies that they came for weapons. Hai does not understand how the guys will be able to get inside the police station, at the entrance of which there are dozens of zombies. Zhao is tired of Hai's chatter. He says that if the guy does not shut up, he will go to the police station with him. Hai thinks it's utter madness to fight so many zombies. Zhao tells his new friends that it's time to listen to some fun music. The guy turns on the car's audio system at full volume and attracts the zombies' attention. Zhao gets out of the car. The zombies standing at the exit of the police station are trying to catch up with the guy. Max's bodyguard reports that Zhao has distracted the zombies and says that they need to head to the police station. Hai thinks Zhao is a crazy person and thinks that the guy is doomed to die. Dennis informs the guy that if he doesn't stop chatting, he will be thrown out to be eaten by zombies. Dennis tells the girls that he and Max are going to the police station. He asks them to stay in the car. Max's bodyguard tells Li and Yang that he will accompany them to the police station. Dennis asks Max why they need untrained fighters. Max replies that if you leave the family together, they will steal the car. Yang says he doesn't want to go outside. Mila wants to go to the police station with her sons. Max refuses the woman. He says either they go with them or the whole family gets out of the car. Hai overcomes his fear and agrees to go on reconnaissance with the guys. Zhao's squad enters the police station and slowly moves through the deserted corridors. Dennis asks everyone to be careful, as the silence is very annoying for the guy. Team Zhao finds a weapons room. The guys intend to take as many weapons with them as possible. The voice of a stranger is heard, demanding that you stay in place and raise your hands up. A police captain appears in the corridor, with a group of police officers standing behind him. Dennis informs the police captain that they have come to the police station for help. The police captain demands that the guys lay down their weapons. He intends to check them for infection. The police search Zhao's team and inspect their appearance for signs of zombie bites. A pistol with a silencer is taken from Max's bodyguard. The police captain reports that he will confiscate the firearm. The police captain asks the guys how they got into the building when there are a large number of zombies on the street. Dennis tells the policeman that they are heading to a government base and stopped on the way for help. The guy says that the zombies were distracted from the entrance by their commander, so they were able to enter the building. The police captain apologizes for the rude manner and tells the guy that he is in charge here. Dennis asks the policeman how long they have been at the police station. The captain reports that their only car has broken down, and they have been in captivity for several days. Hai asks the police why they don't fight since they have firearms. The captain answers the guy. He reports that they tried to escape from the encirclement, but suffered heavy losses. The policeman asks the guys for some gasoline so that they can evacuate themselves and take the prisoners with them. The captain invites Dennis to move towards the government base together. Dennis is pleased with this offer, since the police are experienced fighters and have firearms. The guy offers to leave immediately, but the policeman asks him not to rush. They need to collect weapons and documents. The captain suggests that Zhao's team rest for a while they get ready. Young learns that there is food at the police station. He is incredibly happy about this news. Dennis asks the police to hurry up, as they have little time. The zombies may return soon. The captain promises to finish the gathering soon, and says that his subordinate will take them to the restroom. Max's bodyguard asks the policeman to return his gun to him, but the policeman is in no hurry to do this. The captain notices the homemade silencer on the gun and states that it is unsafe. Max asks the law enforcement officer not to worry about this, and claims that he has skills in handling firearms. Hai advises bodyguard Max not to argue with the police captain and give up his demands. Dennis believes that the police chief is worried about the life and health of bodyguard Max. Max agrees with the arguments of the guys and the police captain. He stops contradicting them. The police lead Zhao's team through dark corridors and into a break room. The guys stop near the prison cell. The accompanying policeman tells them that they have arrived. The police forcefully drag Team Zhao into the criminal cell. The The policeman accompanying them orders them to sit quietly, otherwise he promises to shoot the guys in the head. Mila tells the policeman that there was a misunderstanding. She does not understand why they were locked in the cell. The man throws a strong kick at the bars, and the woman flies off to the opposite side of the camera. Hai is outraged by this treatment of his mother, and hurls angry curses at the policeman. The sound of a pistol shot is heard. Bodyguard Max saves Hai from a bullet flying at him. Dennis becomes very furious. He says that he will tell everything to the chief of police. The police are very surprised by the guy's naivety. They look at him and laugh loudly. A voice comes from the next cell, which says that screaming and calling for help is pointless. The man in the next cell says that there are no police at the station. These are prisoners in disguise. The man's name is Feng. He is a policeman who was captured by criminals. Criminals in police uniforms look at a parked limousine. The gang leader believes that the car should have enough supplies and water. He orders his accomplices to go outside to capture the girls and take supplies. The gang leader feels comfortable in a world where chaos and lawlessness reign. The criminals believe that today is a good day for them, since the loot came into their hands. Zhao is very surprised that the decomposed bodies of zombies could haunt him for so long. The guy intends to destroy a large group of zombies and earn a large number of points for the virtual store. Suddenly the zombies let out wild screams. They turn around and run away in horror. Zhao looks at what is happening in surprise. He does not understand what could have scared the zombies so much. On the pillar, the guy sees a creepy-looking monster who is looking at him carefully. The virtual god tells the guy that this monster is a second-class devourer. Jay realizes that this monster will be very difficult to deal with. Its long tongue is especially dangerous. The devourer jumps off the pole and quickly approaches the guy. This type of monster has an increased reaction. Zhao has difficulty dodging its attacks. In addition to increased reaction, the devourer has enormous strength and endurance. He attacks the guy non-stop. Zhao understands that an ordinary person is not able to cope with such a monster. The devourer spits out its huge tongue, which instantly wraps itself around the guy's body. The zombie, using his tongue, lifts Zhao into the air. The guy is unable to escape from captivity. The virtual god informs Zhao that the devourer's weak point is his head, and the guy kicks him. The blow hits the target, the zombie loosens its grip, and the guy frees himself from the grip of his tongue. The devourer immediately turns around and tries to escape. Feng informs Zhao's team that the police captain is fake and is the leader of a gang. The policeman says that during the outbreak, the criminals broke out and killed his colleagues. Max's bodyguard says that he immediately noticed strange behavior in the fake police officers. Max asks Feng why the criminals left him alive and did not kill him along with his partners. Feng says that there are many places in the police station where a fingerprint or eye pupil test is required. Dennis tells the policeman that their commander is outside, and he is not an ordinary person. The guy says that Zhao will soon come to the rescue and free all the prisoners. Yang asks Mila how she is feeling. The woman says that her stomach hurts a lot and that she might be injured. Dennis decides to help the woman. He approaches her and asks permission to look at her wound. Mila tells the guy that her death is inevitable and asks him to take care of her sons. She asks her sons to grow up to be worthy people, start families and have children. Dennis tells the woman that she only has a small bruise. He asks her not to make sudden movements. Max's bodyguard tells his friend that the bandit leader knows about the car outside. Dennis offers to get out of the cage with the help of wet clothes. He says that he saw in the movies how by twisting clothes you can bend the bars. Hai thinks this idea is idiotic. He tells the guy that he won't succeed and asks him to put on clothes. Yang tells Dennis that he needs to be polite to his brother since he is the only person who can open the door. Hai asks the young people to give him a pin or something similar to a needle. The captive cop from the next cell throws the guy his police badge. Hai says he has never worked with a police badge before and is using it to try to open the camera lock. Yang tells Dennis that his brother is the best lockpicker and once even snuck into the director's office. After some time, Hai opens the cell lock. Dennis realizes that he greatly underestimated the guy. The young people find the keys to other cells and free the captive policeman. The captured policeman asks the guys to leave. He intends to free several more survivors. Dennis tells Feng that they will help free the prisoners. Running down the corridor, Max notices a familiar face and stops in front of the camera. Honey is in the detention cell. He says that they want to kill him and plaintively asks for help. Feng asks Dennis who this man is. Dennis tells the policeman that he is a vile man. Max asks Honey how he ended up here and what he is doing in the detention cell. Honey reveals that their car broke down, and then they met fake police officers. The man tells the guy that they were made slaves, and his girlfriend was used as a concubine. Honey tells Max that she is incredibly happy to see him, and asks him to save him from the villains. Dennis believes that after what Honey did, he should under no circumstances be helped. Honey apologizes for her actions, and promises the guys that nothing like this will happen again in the future. Dennis informs the man that they are not going to step on the same rake twice. Honey tells Max that he is a bodyguard, and his duty is to protect his employer. Dennis informs the man that he personally terminated the contract. Max says that a bodyguard does have a duty to protect his employer. He approaches Honey and tells him that this rule does not apply in his case, since the contract is broken. Max tells the man that he will give him the keys to the camera, and that will be the end of their partnership. Max's bodyguard throws the keys to the camera into a nearby dirty toilet. Honey is outraged by the guy's actions and intends to take brutal revenge on him in the future. Feng calls the elevator. The policeman is very surprised because the elevator has stopped working. The policeman tells the guys that the elevator is the only way out, and they won't be able to get out until someone from above comes down to them. The voice of Dennis is heard asking Feng what they should do now. The policeman replies that the only way to get out is to wait for the criminals below. Feng tells the guys that sooner or later their friends will be captured and taken down. Ting is very worried about the young people. Quite a lot of time has passed and they still have not returned. Lee tells the girls that he is seeing people approaching the car. A criminal in a police uniform approaches the car and asks the girls to open the door. Lee tells the criminal that they have come a long way and are glad that the servants of the law want to help them. Binyan senses something is wrong and asks Lee not to open the car doors yet. The girl asks the criminal in a police uniform where her friends are now. The criminal tells the girl that her friends are completely safe at the police station and asks to go into the building, as zombies may soon appear here. Lee thinks he should listen to the policeman and asks the girl for permission to open the doors. The criminals think that they have been exposed. They are going to use brute physical force. One of the criminals hits the car window with the butt of a machine gun and breaks it. Tong is very frightened. She screams loudly and calls for help. Binyan understands that these are not police in front of them. One of the criminals grabbed Binyan and is trying to pull the girl out through the broken car window. A loud scream is heard, and the bloody body of the criminal falls next to the car. The eater quietly crept up to the car and attacked the disguised criminals. The bandits take out firearms and begin to shoot the devourer. The bullets do not cause much harm to the monster. He screams loudly and rushes at the criminals. The devourer shoots out his huge tongue and destroys yet another fake cop. One of the bandits informs his commander that a group of zombies is approaching them. The monsters scream loudly and quickly approach the fake police officers standing by the car. Zombies attack not only people but also the devourer, and a fierce battle ensues. Some of the zombies are trying to break the windows and get inside the car. The girls desperately defend themselves, covering the broken window with pillows and fighting off the zombies. The devourer managed to deal with all the zombies that attacked him. He stands up to his full height and screams loudly. A second later, the devourer falls, struck by a well-aimed throw from a fire axe. Che reloads the machine gun and begins to systematically shoot the zombies around him. Zhao takes the core of the killed devourer. The virtual god congratulates the guy on the expensive trophy. Binyan runs up to Zhao and hugs him tightly. She says that she is glad to see him alive and unharmed. Binyan tells the guy that their friends are in trouble and are being held captive in the police station. Tong tries to stop Lee. The man intends to go to the police station to save his family. Zhao tells Lee that he won't be able to help his family because he doesn't have enough strength, and the bandits will kill him. The guy tells his friends to stay in the car and close the doors. He says that he will lead the prisoners out of the police station. Policeman Feng and Zhao's team are waiting for one of the bandits to come down. The sound of a descending elevator is heard. The guys arm themselves with improvised means and set up an ambush. The elevator doors begin to open, and Feng and Team Zhao rush to attack. From the elevator, a crowd of roaring zombies attacks people. This greatly shocks the prisoners. Policeman Feng orders everyone to run and hide in the detention cells. Max's bodyguard and a police officer hold off the zombies so that the teenagers and their mother have time to escape. The young people manage to run into the cell and close the door behind them. The zombies unsuccessfully try to get them. Hai tries to open the doors on the backside of the cell to get out into another corridor. The guy opens the lock. Mila demands that her son stop burglary in the near future and find himself a girlfriend. Young people see a huge zombie approaching their mother from behind. Mila does not have time to react to the zombie attack. The monster grabs her and bites her on the neck. The woman realizes that she has no chance to survive. She asks Hai to look after her brother. Hai and Yang sit on the floor and sob loudly. They cannot come to terms with the death of their mother. Honey understands that he will have to get the keys to the camera from the dirty toilet. A man looks for his keys in the toilet and loudly insults Max's bodyguard. Honey says he will take brutal revenge on Max's bodyguard for the humiliation he suffered. He opens the cell door and orders his woman to leave with him. A man becomes very angry because a woman does not obey his orders. Honey tells the girl that she is defiled and unworthy of being his woman. The man runs out into the corridor. He intends to leave the police station. A moment later, Honey sees people running towards him. He realizes that zombies have broken into the room. Honey immediately runs back to her cell and tries to close the door behind her. Honey's ex-girlfriend does not allow the man to close the door to the cell. She blocks the bars with her hand. The girl tells Honey that he is a vile creature who gave her to the bandits in order to survive. Honey orders you to immediately remove your hand. The girl says that she doesn't want to live anymore. She intends to take Honey with her to the next world. Honey tells the girl that he is not going to die and kicks her. An angry zombie bursts into the open door of the cell in which Honey is located and immediately attacks the man. Dennis and his bodyguard Max desperately fight off the zombies attacking them. Yang is very scared and tells his brother that he doesn't want to die. Team Zhao and policeman Feng are locked in one of the cells. They have difficulty holding back the onslaught of zombies. The policeman tells his comrades that his strength is already running out. Suddenly Zhao appears in the room and starts shooting zombies with a machine gun. Zhao asks Dennis how he is doing. The guy says that he is glad to see Zhao and reports that he is fine. The main character brought a lot of weapons with him. The guy arms Dennis and the policeman Feng. Dennis hands over his machine gun to the policeman. The guy is going to fight the zombies with his sword. Dennis uses his fencing skills and effectively repels the attacks of the zombies attacking him. Bodyguard Max and policeman Feng shoot the zombies non-stop with firearms. Policeman Feng's voice is heard ordering Zhao to bend down. The next moment he kills the zombie who was about to attack the guy. Jay realizes that Officer Feng saved his life and thanks the man. All the zombies are destroyed. Zhao says that everyone can leave the cells. The guy meets Feng and shakes his hand. Dennis tells Zhao the tragic story of policeman Feng. Zhao sees the grief-stricken brothers in front of him. They tell him that Mila is dead. The guy says that his father is waiting for them in the car. Suddenly, the gang leader appears in the room. He points a weapon at Team Zhao and orders everyone to raise their hands. The gang leader tells the guys that they are still too young and stupid to cope with him. Policeman Feng raises his gun and orders the gang leader to throw his weapon on the ground. The gang leader demonstrates a bomb that is behind his back. He says that he can detonate it at any moment. The bandit calls the guys vile insects and intends to seize the car with two girls. Hai believes that his mother died because of the gang leader. The guy intends to take revenge and destroy the bandit. Hai holds the gang leader tightly and asks his friends to run away immediately. The gang leader pulls out a gun to kill the guy, but Hai blocks his hand. Zhao is very surprised by the guy's actions. Until the last moment he considered him a coward. The main character orders everyone to leave the room immediately before the bomb explodes. Yang doesn't want to leave his brother. He pulls Zhao's hand and asks him to save Hai. Zhao orders Dennis to look after the people. He is going to return and help Hai. The gang leader wins hand-to-hand combat with Hai. He is going to kill the guy. Hai's loud laughter is heard. The guy demonstrates the remote control for the explosive device in his hands. The guy tells the gang leader that he will take revenge on him for his dead mother. Zhao bursts into the room and shouts at the guy not to activate the explosive device. The next moment, a powerful explosion is heard. Shards of glass and building material scatter around. Binyan's attention is attracted by the sound of a loud explosion. The girl runs out of the car. His son runs up to Lee and tells his father that his mother and his brother have died. Binyan runs up to the surviving guys. She asks why Zhao is not with them. A girl breaks into a destroyed police station, hoping that her boyfriend is still alive. Binyan is searching the police station when she comes across a dead gang leader. A girl is clearing out huge rubble. She doesn't want to believe that her boyfriend is dead. Dennis helps clear the rubble. He believes that Zhao should stay alive. Team Zhao hears loud groans and grunts coming from the far corner of the building. Young people look at Zhao and Hai. The guys survived after a powerful explosion. Team Zhao feels great joy and immediately rushes to the survivors. Young people hug the surviving boys and ask how they are feeling. Hai tells his father that he is completely fine and his entire operation was under complete control. Binyan is unhappy that her boyfriend risked his life and she loudly scolds him. The girl rushes to Zhao. She hugs him tightly and begins to sob heavily. The surviving police officers thank the Zhao team for their assistance and rescue. Lee informs the main character that after a family meeting, they decided to stay with the police and not continue to the base. Lee tells Zhao that the journey will be dangerous and he does not want to risk his sons. Jay respects the decision of the head of the family and promises to inform the military of their location when his team reaches the base. Policeman Feng takes out a large number of weapons on the street and decides to join Zhao's team. Feng wants to go to the base to protect the people there. Zhao believes that Mr. Lee's sons are brave and responsible, and they will be able to be good assistants to the police. Team Zhao loads into a limousine and sets off on the long journey to the government base. Hai shouts loudly after the driving car. He demands that the young people stay alive. Zhao heard the guy scream, and as a sign of understanding and agreement, he raised his hand up. Team Zhao opens a bottle of collectible wine and decides to celebrate the new addition to their team. Zhao is very happy that his team has been replenished with a new combat unit in the person of Policeman Feng. The policeman thanks the young people for the trust they have placed in them, and believes that he will be useful in the squad. Zhao hopes that they will reach the government base without any problems. The main character is going to distribute responsibilities in his updated team. Policeman Feng is very good at shooting and is suitable for suppressing enemy fire. Bodyguard Max has good shooting accuracy and can act as a sniper, shooting from afar. Zhao considers himself a poor marksman, so he is going to be in charge of close combat. Feng completely agrees with this arrangement of roles and proposes to train the girls in the use of weapons. Tong tells the guys that she has never held a gun in her life and doesn't know how to handle one. Dennis holds a huge sniper rifle in his hands and admires its power. Feng believes that owning a pistol is not difficult. He intends to train Zhao's team. Under the guidance of a police officer, the girls begin to undergo basic fire training. Zhao activates his ring to begin communicating with the virtual god. The guy reports that zombies are starting to mutate quickly and asks for a new powerful weapon. Zhao tells the virtual god that without a new weapon, it will be very difficult for him to save the world from zombies. The main character uses the 3rd level core to purchase weapons in the virtual store. The guy chooses immunity from the virus and a new battle axe in a virtual store. With the remaining amount from the sale of the 3rd level core, Zhao purchases a shield and a high-tech battle sword. Dennis trains hard in pistol shooting, but does not achieve good results. Zhao tries to calm the guy down. He tells him that you cannot become a good shooter in a short time. Dennis thinks that he is not a very effective fighter. The guy wants to bring great benefits to the team. Zhao tells his friend that he is his first employee, and right hand, he demands that the guy get rid of stupid thoughts from his head. The main character tells the guy that he has a gift for him. He hands Dennis a shield and a combat sword. Dennis is incredibly happy with the gift. He considers it the best weapon for close combat. Zhao asks the guy not to forget who he is, once again emphasizing that Dennis is his right hand. Tong was around the corner all the time and eavesdropped on the guy's conversation. Dennis hurries to his girlfriend to show her the new weapon as quickly as possible. The guy meets Tong in the corridor and invites her to talk about a serious topic. Dennis's voice is heard asking Tong to marry him. Dennis is very worried and tells the girl that his intentions are serious and this is not a joke. The girl tells the guy that during the conversation, she developed feelings for him. Dennis intends to protect Tong anywhere. Even if the girl refuses, he intends to take care of her. The guy is very worried about the fact that he comes from a poor working family, while Tong is from the upper echelons of society. Dennis begins to suspect that the girl was only using him for protection. Tong is upset by the guy's conclusions and is about to leave. Dennis stops Tong. The girl turns around and kisses the guy deeply. Tong says she wants to be with a guy and doesn't need another man. Dennis receives this news joyfully. He raises his hands and shouts loudly. The guy says that the girl will be his goddess from now on, and he will protect her all his life. Dennis immediately shares the latest news of his personal life with his friends. The Zhao team is thinking about how they can organize the wedding ceremony. Team Zhao gets to a huge shopping center located in the central areas of the city. The guys fight their way to the shopping center. They shoot the zombies attacking them. The Zhao team finds everything they need for the wedding ceremony in the store and leaves for their hideout. A wedding takes place between Dennis and Tong. Music is heard. Young people are dressed in beautiful dresses. Binyan asks the guy where they got the suits and record player. Zhao replies that there was a good store nearby. Policeman Feng is assigned the role of wedding receptionist, and the man is visibly nervous. Feng reads a solemn speech and asks the young people about their consent to marry. Max's bodyguard brings 2 rings with large diamonds into the hall. Happy newlyweds slowly exchange rings with each other. Solemn music is heard. Policeman Feng declares the young people husband and wife. To the applause of those around them, the newlyweds hug each other and kiss. Dennis sincerely thanks his friends for organizing a gorgeous wedding. Tong hopes that Zhao and Binyan will also get married soon. Max thinks this is a good idea. Policeman Feng reports that he already has experience as a recorder. Tong forces her friend to go away and try on a wedding dress. The girl tells her that she is not ready for this yet. The guys grab Zhao's hands. They tell him that they are about to marry him. Zhao demands to let him go immediately. Max asks the guy not to be angry. He says that they were just joking. Tong believes that Zhao must marry Binyan sooner or later. The girl asks Zhao why he doesn't want to marry Binyan today. Tears appear in Binyan's eyes. She runs out of the room, and her friend tries to stop her. Tong tells Zhao that his behavior caused severe pain to the girl. Dennis tries to reassure his new wife. He asks to leave his commander alone. Zhao tries to stop Binyan. The girl pulls his hand back and says that she doesn't want to be near the guy. Binyan tells Zhao that she really hoped for mutual feelings. The girl thanks the guy for his help. She intends to leave Zhao and not bother him anymore. Zhao believes that the girl cannot survive alone, since there are a huge number of zombies around. Binyan tries to leave. The guy stops the girl and appeals to her prudence. Zhao tells Binyan that he likes her very much and hopes for a serious relationship. A girl asks a guy how much he likes her. The guy answers her with gestures. Binyan tells the guy that he is a good and kind person who cares about others. Binyan intends to forget past grievances and start from scratch from today. Suddenly, the conversation of the young people is interrupted by a zombie. He screams loudly and rushes at them. Zhao manages to react to the attack in time and kicks the monster. The guy bends over the defeated monster. He realizes that he saw this face somewhere. Shin's girlfriend wakes up after being attacked by a guy. Zhao mistook her for a zombie. Zhao asks Eliza what she is doing here and where the rest of her friends are. The guy is trying to find out from the girl what happened to his friend Bean and Shin. Eliza covers her face with her hands and begins to cry loudly. She says that Bean is no longer alive. The girl says that after they left the library, they headed to the government base. They ran out of food and water, and on the way they came across an expensive villa in which they decided to take refuge. The owner of the huge villa was a large businessman named San and his brother. People who came to the villa for help became slaves and worked hard just to eat. To survive in the villa, the girls had only one way: they had to sell their bodies. Bean worked very hard to support himself and his 3 girls. The girl tells the young people that Linmu was also in the villa. He was idle and worked as an overseer. Eliza remembers that she was tired of eating the same dry pie every day. She was sick just from the smell of it. Her friend asks the girl not to be mischievous, since Bean has to work 3 shifts to feed them. Shin tells the girl that her birthday is coming up. Bean tries to earn some money to buy meat. The girl is touched that the guy remembers when it is her birthday. Her friends tell the girl that Bean is not indifferent to her. Linmu appears on the threshold. The girl says that they have nothing to talk about, and asks the guy to leave. The girl tries to close the front door, but the guy doesn't let her do it. Linmu is going to help the girls. He wants to introduce them to influential people. The owner of Villa San likes Shin, and wants to get to know the girl better. San says that he admires Shin. He extends his hand and tells the girl that he is glad to meet you. San asks the girl not to be afraid or worry. He tells her that he is a good person. San's voice is heard. The guy offers the girl lunch. Shin reports that she is not hungry. Linmu is extremely dissatisfied with the girl's answer. She is outraged by the refusal of the gentleman's offer. San demands that Linmu be polite and not communicate in such a tone with his new acquaintance. A friend tells Shin that Mr. San is lying. She sees it in his face. Brother San is outraged by the girl's response and orders his subordinates to seize her. Subordinates take Shin away. Her friends try to protect the girl, but the forces are unequal. Linmu throws Shin into the back seat of the car. The girl asks for mercy. Linmu demands that the girl fulfill the master's requests. Otherwise, he threatens to kill her friends. Eliza says that people should not do this. She asks her to leave her friend alone. Brother San is outraged that the girl touched him, and he strikes her hard with his hand. Shin's friend can't contain her emotions. She calls the villa owner's brother a dirty animal. The guy gives orders to his bodyguards to immediately grab the defenseless girl. The bodyguards grab Eliza by the arms and drag her out of the room. The girl screams loudly. The brother of the owner of the villa approaches Shin's friend. The girl is very scared. She asks to leave her alone. Bean appears on the threshold of the home. The guy reports that he has brought some delicious delicacies. A terrible picture appears before Bean's eyes. He understands that something terrible has happened. The brother of the owner of the villa is very unhappy that the bodyguards allowed Bean into the home. Bean grabs a huge kitchen knife and lunges at the villa owner's brother. One of the bodyguards hits Bean with a strong blow. The guy loses his balance and falls to the floor. Bean asks the girl not to be afraid. He says that he can protect her. The villa owner's brother is outraged by Bean's behavior and is thinking about how he can humiliate the guy. Bean abruptly jumps to his feet. The guy hits the table that was standing nearby. Bean swings a piece of the table to destroy the villa owner's brother. The bodyguards draw their pistols and open automatic fire on Bean. Bean does not have time to avenge his girlfriend. His body is pierced by dozens of bullets. The girl screams loudly and rushes to the young man lying on the floor. The brother of the owner of the villa leans over Bean. He reports that a similar fate will befall everyone who raises a hand against him. The girl hugs Bean's body tightly. She asks him not to die and not leave her alone. The villa owner's brother orders his men to throw Bean's body out for the zombies to eat. Zhao goes into a state of wild rage from the girl's story. He intends to tear his enemies to pieces. Eliza continues her story. She says that after that she was put under arrest, but she heard that Shin was still alive. Zhao promises the girl that he will save Shin and the other hostages in the villa. The Zhao team supports the guy in his endeavors. They offer him their help. Zhao asks Eliza to tell everything about the villa building. The guy intends to come up with a plan of action. Tong is surprised by the huge amount of grain. Binyan tells his friend that the guys found it in a nearby store. Tong is going to disguise Eliza, since people in the villa might recognize her. Binyan has feelings for the guy even though he wants to save his first girlfriend. The girl is grateful for saving Zhao. She believes that they could have suffered the same fate as Eliza. Binyan is ready for a love triangle. She intends to emerge victorious from the fight. Tong advises the girl not to worry. She believes that Shin may already be dead. Tong cuts and applies makeup to Eliza, so that the girl will not be recognized in the villa. Zhao informs his girlfriend that he has checked the building for zombies and carefully blocked the exits. The guy offers Binyan to leave Dennis to protect him. The girl refuses, since the squad needs all the fighters. Zhao tells the girl that he cannot take her with him. This is too dangerous a task. Binyan thanks Zhao for his concern. The girl hugs the guy and kisses him deeply. Zhao orders his team to take the grain and load it into the truck. The villa is surrounded by a metal fence and is well guarded by armed men. A Zhao squad is approaching the villa. The guys are moving in 2 cars. Zhao is very surprised by the number of guards. At the entrance, he counted only 2 people. The guards stop Zhao's team and ask the young men what they are doing here. Zhao tells the guards that they are survivors and want to find shelter from the zombies. The security guard informs the guy that in order to get into the villa, he needs to pay with food. The guards report that to enter the territory you need 10 kilograms of food, and further stay in the territory is also paid. Zhao says that he is satisfied with the conditions. He reports that they have enough food. The security guard requires you to leave your cars and weapons in accordance with the rules. Eliza asks Zhao not to trust the guards. She says that these people are very dangerous and can kill. Zhao offers a deal. He intends to pay a high price and keep the cars for himself. The guard doubts that the young people have that much food. Zhao tells the guard that they have a truckload of excellent quality grain. The guy opens the truck and shows the guards the grain he has. One of the guards runs to his commander. He intends to tell him about the arrival of rich clients at the villa. Mr. San goes to the Zhao detachment. He personally wants to verify the veracity of his guard's words. Mr. San meets Zhao. He tells the guy that he is the owner of the villa. San asks the guy where he got such huge reserves of grain. Zhao offers to pay a good price to keep the cars. Mr. San is interested in cooperation. He allows the guy to keep the cars. The owner of the villa tells the guy that his base is the best place where people can be safe. The guard orders the gates to be opened and the vehicles of the Zhao squad to be allowed into the territory. Zhao shakes hands with the owner of the villa. The guy thanks him for his hospitality. The main character informs Mr. San that he will definitely not regret making a new acquaintance. The Zhao team's cars are under the watchful eye of armed guards. Walking around the territory, Zhao remembers where the security points are. Max's bodyguard says the villa is better protected than a military base. Zhao asks Mr. San why he welcomes people to his luxurious villa. Mr. San tells the guy that he is a noble man and cares about defenseless people. The owner of the villa reports that he has high security costs, since he needs many fighters to protect people from zombies. Mr. San invites the guy to leave the cars in a garage next to his house. The head of security informs the Zhao team that from today on they are honored guests of the villa. Zhao thanks the security chief for doing his job well in protecting people from zombies. The head of security pretends to leave. He hides around the corner of the building to eavesdrop on the conversation of Zhao's team. Mr. San's brother finds out that the guys have a whole food warehouse. He offers to immediately grab the guys and take away all their food supplies. The head of security informs Mr. San that the Zhao team is being monitored around the clock. Mr. San answers his brother. He asks him to be patient and watch the guys for now. Brother San believes that they need to capture Zhao's team and use torture to find out where their warehouse is located. Mr. San believes that a big fish has fallen into his net, and he is going to develop an operation plan. Brother San thinks that if the operation is successful, they will be provided with food for several years. San asks his brother to be careful and not do anything rash. The brothers are going to gain the trust of the Zhao team, and then trick them into finding out the location of the warehouse. Brother San states that after they find out the location of the warehouse, he will brutally deal with Zhao's team. Bodyguard Max tells his friends that he has not seen such rich apartments for a long time. Officer Feng notes that their room has an excellent location from which they can observe the villa grounds. Guys are attracted to strange noises coming from their travel suitcases. Dennis tries to calm the guys down. He says that he will explain everything now. The guy opens the travel suitcases, from which the girls crawl out, gasping for breath. Zhao is very unhappy that the girls joined them under false pretenses. Binyan asks Zhao not to scold Dennis. She says that he is not to blame for anything. Zhao yells at the girls. He is very angry because they did not follow his orders. Tong reports that Binyan was very worried about Zhao, and therefore could not stay in the shelter. Zhao says that this place is very dangerous, and they could get hurt a lot. Binyan tells Zhao that she won't be able to bear it if anything happens to the guy. Policeman Feng believes that nothing can be done, and extra people will not interfere with the squad. Binyan apologizes to the guy and plaintively asks him not to be angry with her. Zhao orders the girls to stay at home with Eliza and under no circumstances go out. A knock is heard on the door. A guard appears on the threshold, who reports that Mr. San invites the guys to join him for lunch. Zhao and his team enter the huge banquet hall located in San's house. Mr. San greets his guests and invites them to immediately go to the table. San introduces Team Zhao to his younger brother, whose name is Ji. Mr. San invites his guest to try expensive collection wine. Max's bodyguard warns Zhao and asks the guy to be careful with the offered wine. Jai replies to the owner of the villa that he is a simple student who is used to drinking cheap beer. The main character brought a box of beer with him, takes out a bottle and makes a toast. San praises Zhao for his choice and plans to support the guy by switching to beer. The owner of the villa says that beer is an excellent drink for survivors. San is interested in the plans of the Zhao team and asks how long they want to stay with him. Ji tells the guys that their shelter is the safest, and that the government base cannot compare with it in terms of comfort and safety. The brother of the villa owner informs the guys that their team will be provided with better conditions. Jay responds to the owner of the villa. He says that his offer sounds tempting. San invites Zhao's team to stay with him for a while and then make their final decision. Zhao says he doesn't feel well after drinking beer and asks to be taken to the toilet. San immediately calls an armed guard standing nearby. Zhao, accompanied by a security guard, walks down the long corridor of the building towards the toilet. The guard tells the guy that he will wait for him downstairs and goes down the stairs. The guy makes sure that the guard has gone downstairs. He is going to inspect the floor. Zhao notices a maid at one of the doors. The guy waits until the woman leaves and knocks on the door. Shin recognizes Zhao's voice standing outside the door. The girl is very surprised by his presence in the villa. Zhao's voice is heard. He asks the girl how she feels. Shin answers the guy. She says that everything is fine with her, but the girl wants to free herself quickly. The guy asks the girl to wait a little, as he first needs to find the class leader. Shin tells the guy that she is very worried about Tong. She says that she does not know where the class leader is now. Zhao heard that the maid persuaded the girl to drink medicine. The guy asks Shin to drink medicine to be cured. Shin promises the guy to take medicine and eat well so that he will be in good shape when the guy comes to save her. Suddenly, Mr. San appears in the corridor. He asks Zhao what he is doing here. Zhao tells San that his villa is huge and he got lost when he came out of the toilet. San intends to punish the guard who left the guy alone and did not show him the way out. Zhou says that he heard sounds outside the door. The guy asks who lives in this room. San answers the guy. He says that his fiancée lives in the room, she has health problems, and she rarely leaves the room. The owner of the villa invites the guy to go downstairs to the table and not make the company wait for them. Zhao is pleased that he has found the room where Shin is located. He intends to save the girl in the near future. The main character enters the banquet hall. The brother of the villa owner asks how the star is feeling. San is very nervous about his brother talking about Shin in front of strangers. Zhao tells San that he didn't know his fiancée was a star and is upset that she couldn't have dinner with them. San tells the guests that his fiancée has appeared in several commercials. Brother San tells Zhao's team that his brother doesn't like to talk about his fiancée. San asks his brother how the girl he took for himself is feeling. Brother San thinks that the girl is not worthy of him. He says that he sent her to Linmu. Zhao cannot hide his anger. He understands that we are talking about the class president. San sees the change in the guy's face and asks how he is feeling. Max informs the villa owner that Zhao has a severe stomach ache. Zhao clutches his stomach. The guy says that he is in severe pain and asks permission to leave the company. The main character apologizes to the owners of the villa and offers to talk next time. San says goodbye to the guy and tells him that he is waiting for him to visit at any time. Zhao thanks bodyguard Max for helping him in a difficult situation. Max asks the guy about Tong. He wants to know more information about the class leader. San enters Shin's room, holding a tray of food and medicine. The owner of the villa tells the girl that she needs to eat regularly and take medicine. San says that he has strong feelings for Shin and demands that the girl reciprocate. Shin remembers her last meeting with Zhao. The girl decides not to take risks so as not to reveal herself. Shin responds to San. She says that the man has been very kind to her and she has no reason to refuse him. San is pleased with the girl's answer. He is going to organize a magnificent wedding. Linmu says that he will never tell Team Zhao where the class president is. Zhao orders his team to capture Linmu and lock him indoors for further interrogation. Linmu strolls through the entertainment area as his friends endlessly shower him with compliments. The guy is very tired of communicating with uneducated hillbillies. He believes that such people are not worthy of his attention. Zhao's team gets in the way of Linmu. The main character tells the guy that he is glad to see him. Linmu is very frightened and surprised by the fact that Zhao is still alive. Zhao's team binds Linmu. The guy threatens to report this to the villa owner. Linmu asks Zhao to let him go. He says that before they only had minor differences that can be easily resolved. Zhao is surprised by the guy's arrogance and cynicism. He demands to know where his friends are. Eliza attacks Linmu. She says that he is to blame for the murder of his classmates and gave it to the owner of the villa, Shin. Tong approaches the captive Linmu. The girl reads that the interrogation must be carried out using physical violence. Linmu recognizes Binyan, who was next to him. He asks the girl what she is doing in Zhao's team. Binyan reveals that she is Zhao's girlfriend. She approaches the guy and takes his hand. Linmu can't believe that a guy from a poor family can have a girl from high society. Linmu's sarcastic remarks are interrupted by a strong blow from Zhao. The guy orders to immediately tell him where the class leader is. Linmu reports that the girl is suffering. He refuses to say where she is. Linmu insults Zhao's team. He believes that nothing will be done to him since he is under the protection of the villa owners. Zhao's team gets very angry. Dennis is going to beat up Linmu. Linmu says that Bean suffered greatly before his death. Zhao promises Linmu suffering 10 times more. Zhao orders his team to cut Linmu into pieces and feed him to the zombies. Dennis raises a huge knife over the guy's head. He says that he will start with dirty language. Linmu asks to be spared. He reports that he sold the class president at the city market. Eliza cannot contain her anger. She says that the city market is a very bad place. Zhao stabs Linmu and tells him that he will finish him off if the class president is in trouble. The main character informs his team that tomorrow morning they will begin their search at the city market. The city market is a dangerous and dirty place where women offer their services for a bottle of water. Max says that he has only seen such places in films. He did not expect to see something like this with his own eyes. Policeman Feng observes the 3 guys. He says that they were previously arrested for disorderly conduct. Zhao says that sooner or later the government will take control of the entire territory and restore order. The girl asks one of the hooligans to pay her for services rendered. The bully rudely pushes the girl away and tells her to get out. The bully refuses to pay for the services provided. He did not like the quality of the services provided. The group of hooligans is stopped by the loud whistle of Policeman Feng. At the same moment, Policeman Feng strikes the bully, causing him to lose his balance and fall to the ground. The bully's friends are outraged by such actions of the policeman. They intend to stand up for their friend. Zhao takes out his battle axe and tells the bullies to calm down and be quiet. The bully apologizes. He says that he did not want to do this, and is ready to pay for the girl's services. Zhao hates people like this. He orders the bullies to pay and get out immediately. The hooligans take their friend, they give the girl water and food, and leave. The girl thanks the Zhao team for the care and assistance provided. She asks how she can thank the guys. Zhao tells the girl that he is looking for his classmate. He describes what the class leader looks like. The girl answers the guy. She says that she doesn't know anyone with a similar description of appearance. Zhao says goodbye to the girl and intends to continue his search for the class elder. Suddenly a girl shouts out to him. She says that she remembered a girl who looked like Tong. The girl leads Zhao's team to a miserable shack. She says that the girl they are looking for lives here. A man flies out of a room on the street. He falls to the ground and screams loudly. The man is in an angry state. He says that today he will definitely sell the girl at the market. Zhao believes that he is talking about Tong. He approaches the man and hits him with a strong blow. A woman runs out into the street and demands that the beating of her husband stop immediately. A woman treats her husband's wounds, and Zhao's voice is heard apologizing for what he did. The man says that he has no complaints against the guy. He reports that everything is fine with him. The woman is dissatisfied with the actions of the Zhao team. The man makes excuses for the guys. He believes that they can be understood. The man says his name is Qing and introduces the Zhao team to his wife, Wang. The man says that he is a mechanical engineer, and his wife worked as a doctor. Qing tells the guys that while in the villa, they tried to protect themselves, which greatly angered the owners of the villa, and they sent them to live in the city market area as punishment. The man reports that his wife is a very good practicing doctor. She was close to a rich man in the villa who was not indifferent to her. Wang rudely interrupts the man. She says that they promised each other to be together for the rest of their lives. Qing asks his wife for forgiveness. He says he doesn't want her to starve. Zhao looks at the married couple with emotion. The guy is going to help his new acquaintances. Zhao's voice is heard telling the man that in the near future he will give him 100 kilograms of grain. Zhao promises the man that he will soon deal with the owners of the villa, and all residents will be able to live in peace. The main character says goodbye to his new acquaintances, and promises that food will be delivered to them in the near future. The guy is stopped by Wang. The woman tells him that she knows where the class leader is. Wang says there are entertainment venues for wealthy people across the street, which may include Tong. Zhao thanks the couple for providing useful information. Team Zhao heads to a nearby street where there is an entertainment bar. In one of the rooms, naked young people with their hands and feet tied are sitting on the floor. The Zhao team uses the utility room to change into staff costumes. Max's bodyguard reports that he would rather pretend to be a rich guest than an employee. Zhao answers the guy. He says that they know all the rich clients by sight, which can disrupt the operation. The main character shows his friends a photograph of the class leader. In expensive apartments, rich people spend their free time in the company of beautiful girls. Zhao opens the apartment door and pretends to be a waiter to find Tong. The bar client loudly shouts at the guy and demands to leave the premises immediately. Zhao has already looked through many rooms, but still has not found the class leader. The main character meets bar administrators in the corridor who are talking about Tong. The guy understands which room the class leader is in and runs to the girl's aid. Zhao bursts into the apartment. He sees in front of him a man dressed as a nurse. The class leader is very frightened. She looks pitifully at the guy and asks him to help her. A man dressed as a nurse asks the guy who he is and what he is doing here. Zhao strikes the man with a strong right hand, causing the bar patron to fall to the floor. The guy tells the class leader that he came to save her. The girl is depressed and does not recognize Zhao. The class leader is in an altered mental state and is experiencing hallucinations. The girl says that all men are disgusting to her and rushes at the guy. Zhao is very surprised by the state of the class leader. He guesses that the girl has gone crazy. The main character hugs Tong tightly. He tries to calm the hysterical girl. Tong cries loudly, speaks incoherent sentences, and experiences hallucinations. Binyan learns that Zhao has found the class elder. She wants to see the girl. The guy asks the girls not to disturb the class leader and says that she is not feeling well. Max says that the girl's condition is extremely unstable. Because of the bullying, she has gone crazy. The class leader is tightly tied with the bed straps. She tries to break free and screams loudly. Eliza asks the doctor for permission to untie the girl. Wang says that she does not have tranquilizers to calm the class leader. Wang is going to treat the girl's wounds. For this, she needs to be motionless. Binyan is very upset by what she saw. She cannot understand how this could happen. The administrator of an entertainment bar sits tied up on the floor. She says that she is not guilty of anything and asks to be released. Zhao asks the entertainment bar administrator why the class elder has gone crazy. The administrator tells the Java team that Linmu is to blame for everything that happened. Zhao tells the administrator that she is an accomplice in the crime. The woman makes an excuse, believing that the girl was crazy and did not feel anything. The main character warns the administrator that a terrible death awaits her, but not now. Zhao's team ties up Linmu and the entertainment bar workers and loads them into the trunk of a car. The prisoners are brought outside the city, unloaded from the trunk, their hands untied and sent into the forest. The prisoners understand that they are on a killing field, where human corpses are thrown out to feed zombies. The administrator of an entertainment bar and her client experience wild horror. They hear terrible howls from the neighboring bushes. Linmu asks Zhao not to kill him. He tells the guy that they studied together. Zhao considers the punishment fair, since Linmu has the blood of his friends on his hands. The protagonist tells the captives that their suffering will be 1,000 times greater than what they caused to his friends. The bar administrator asks the guy for mercy. She says that she has relatives, and she did not know that the class leader was his friend. Zombies appear from nearby bushes. They scream loudly and approach people. Linmu grabs the bar manager and throws her at the approaching zombies. The guy intends to buy time in this way. The zombies instantly pounce on the bar administrator and begin to devour her. Linmu, with the help of the administrator, gains time. He runs up to a nearby tree and climbs onto it. A client of an entertainment bar climbs a tree after Linmu. He asks the guy to help him. Linmu says he is happy to help and kicks the man hard. A client at an entertainment bar crashes to the ground and is surrounded by aggressive zombies. Linmu's mood lifts. The guy realizes that zombies cannot climb a tree. Zhao raises his rifle with a telescopic sight and shoots accurately at Linmu, who is on the tree. The bullet hits Linmu in the leg. He cannot stay on the tree and falls down. The zombies see Linmu fall from the tree to the ground and they quickly approach him. Suddenly the zombies stop. Something greatly frightened the monsters. They turn around and flee. Linmu shouts loudly at Zhao. He tells him that God is on his side and today he will definitely survive. Jay recalls that a similar zombie escape had already happened at the police station when they were attacked by the Devourer. The guy reloads his rifle. He slowly moves through the forest to find the Devourer. A huge Devourer crept up behind Linmu, and using jaws located in the middle of his body, began to devour the guy. The Devourer slowly walks across the field of death. He collects and absorbs dead people. Zhao hid behind a tree. The guy understands that this Devourer is very different from the last one. The virtual god informs the guy that this mutation was not found in the database, and there is no information about this Devourer. Linmu is in the eater's mouth. He notices Zhao behind a tree and screams loudly. The huge Devourer notices Zhao. He breaks the trees in his path with powerful blows and quickly approaches the guy. Zhao drops his weapon and fires a clip of ammunition towards the monster attacking him. The guy accurately hits the huge Devourer, but the bullets do not cause him significant harm. The voice of a virtual god is heard, which demands to be careful, since such a monster can kill the guy. Using incredible speed, the huge devourer snatches the weapon from Zhao's hands and throws it to the side. The monster picks up the guy's machine gun. He squeezes it with huge claws. The weapon turns into a piece of twisted metal. Zhao asks the virtual god to suggest the monster's weak side, but unfortunately does not receive an answer. Half of Lin Mu's body sticks out from the monster's mouth. The guy asks Zhao if he recognizes the devourer. Zhao listens to the words of his enemy and carefully examines the body of the huge devourer. Lin Mu invites the guy to look at the scars of the eater. He says that it is Bean. Jay realizes what a terrible fate befell his former college roommate. The huge devourer continues to attack the guy. He delivers blows of enormous force, from which trees break. After some time, the devourer manages to grab Zhao by the throat and begins to slowly strangle the guy. Zhao turns to Bean, who has turned into a devourer. The virtual god reports that the monster does not have human memory and does not recognize the guy. The virtual god offers the guy to cut off the devourer's hand, otherwise the monster will soon kill him. Lin Mu is almost completely consumed by the devourer. He asks Zhao what it's like to be eaten by his own friend. Lin Mu says that Zhao himself is to blame for the loss of friends, since he turned them against him. Lin Mu informs the guy that he and his friends are human trash that must be destroyed. Zhao turns to Bean, who has turned into a devourer. He asks for forgiveness for not being able to help in time and causing pain. Suddenly, the devourer loosens its grip, and the guy frees himself from the deadly grip. A huge devourer is approaching Zhao. He is having difficulty trying to name the main character. Zhao is incredibly happy that Bean, in the guise of a huge devourer, recognized him. The virtual god orders the guy to run away immediately, since the devourer has a small part of his memories left, and he begins to lose control of himself. Zhao once again asks Bean to forgive him for allowing him to die such a terrible death. While Bean controls the mind of the devourer, the main character tries with all his might to escape to a safe distance. Lin Mu tells Zhao that he will not leave him alone and will get to him sooner or later. Bean is no longer able to control the mind of the devourer. The monster absorbs Lin Mu into itself and screams loudly. Zhao is very worried about Bean's death. He punches the wall and says that he will avenge his friend. Binyan is trying to calm down the class leader. The girl got out into the kitchen and behaves inappropriately. The class leader runs up to Zhao. She hugs him and asks the guy for protection. Binyan says that she prepared some porridge to feed the girl, but the class leader was scared by this. Zhao says that the girl is in very bad condition. He asks not to bother or irritate her. Binyan tries to explain that she wanted to help. Zhao interrupts the girl and orders her to follow the instructions. Zhao takes the class president to his room to calm her down and put her to bed. Binyan asks why Zhao is in such a mood. She is informed that the guy met his friend Bean. The guys talk about the relationship between Zhao and his neighbor in the student dormitory. Jay reassures the class president. He asks Dr. Wang if the girl's condition has improved. Wang informs the guy that the girl has severe psychological trauma. She is very irritated and withdraws into herself. Zhao asks Wang when the girl will be able to recover. The doctor says that she is not a psychiatrist and does not know much about this aspect. Dr. Wang tells the guy that the girl's condition is unstable. She needs to create calm conditions. The doctor thanks the guy for the food. Wang distributed it to everyone in need in the city market area. The class leader is trembling violently. The girl tells the guy that she is very scared. Zhao calms the girl down. He asks her not to be afraid and says that he will protect her. Zhao voices his plan to the team. He suggests using zombies to distract the guards. Wang says there are about 100 prisoners in the villa who could be harmed by a zombie attack. Policeman Feng agrees with the doctor. He is against endangering ordinary people. Zhao says that he was misunderstood. He proposes to use not real zombies, but people in disguise. The guy is going to spread a rumor that the villa was attacked by zombies, while the people in disguise will cause chaos. Zhao asks Dr. Wang to help him find people since his team is too small for such an operation. Wang believes that many people will agree, since they have all suffered from the abuse of the villa owners. While the disguised zombies distract the guards, Zhao and his team intend to free Xin. Qing believes that the despotism of the villa owners must come to an end. He hopes that the villains will be held accountable for the pain and suffering they brought to people. Wang always thought that her husband was a nerd. She never thought that he would do such a thing. Wang hopes to win. She is going to start searching for reliable people today. Zhao understands that a long and difficult journey lies ahead of them. He asks Qing to put the car in order. A loud noise is heard coming from the kitchen. Zhao and his friends immediately run there. There are girls in the kitchen. The class leader is standing in front of a broken plate. Shay runs into the kitchen. The guy asks the class leader if she's okay. The guy starts yelling at the girls, as he previously warned not to annoy or disturb the class leader. Tong asks the guy not to shout at them, as he has not understood the situation and is drawing the wrong conclusions. The girl tells Zhao that Binyan prepared porridge for him because she saw that the guy had not eaten for several days. While preparing porridge, Binyan burned her hand. The class leader is very worried about the girl. Wang carefully watches the girls. She reports that the class leader's condition has improved, as she began to talk and make contact. Zhao apologizes to Binyan. The guy agrees that he was very impulsive and did not figure out the situation. Dennis informs his friends that an uninvited guest has come to them. Brother San is near the door. Dennis asks everyone who is not part of the guest group to immediately hide, because if the villa owner's brother sees them, there will be problems. Zhao orders the girls to hide in the back room and not make unnecessary sounds. Brother San sits imposingly in a chair. He asks his guests if they are comfortable in this building. Zhao thanks for the hospitality. The guy says that he has never lived in such a large and rich house. The guy asks San's brother what is the reason for visiting their house so early. Brother San informs Zhao's team that his brother will be getting married in 3 days, so he came to bring an invitation to the wedding. Zhao asks to convey his congratulations to the owner of the villa. The guy says that they will definitely come to the wedding. Brother San says that his brother's fiancée was very ill, but now she has recovered and is ready to get married. The guy says that Zhao and his team are friends of his family, so he must invite them to the wedding. Brother San heads to the front door. He notices a noise in the room where the girls are hiding. Dennis asks the girls not to move or make sounds. If they are discovered, he is ready to attack the brother of the owner of the villa. Binyan tries to reassure the class leader. She hopes that the girl will cope with her fear. The brother of the villa owner stops in front of the door and extends his hand. He takes from the rack the clothes that the class president wore at the entertainment bar. Brother San invites guys to contact him if they want to chat with beautiful girls. The class leader says that the person who came to visit caused her great pain. Jia thinks that they need to hurry, since there are only 3 days left before the wedding. The maids help Xin try on an expensive wedding dress. The girl hopes that Zhao will have time to free her. San comes into the room and tells the girl that the wedding dress suits her very well. Xin asks who let him into the room. She asks San not to peek and leave the room. San orders the maids to leave the premises immediately. The girls meekly follow their master's orders. San does not understand what the girl is afraid of. He tells her that in the near future she will become his wife. San touches the girl's face and tells her that he has been waiting for today for a long time. The owner of the villa says that he invited many friends to the wedding. He promises that it will be a lot of fun. San says he invited Zhao to the wedding and asks the girl if she has seen him before. The man reports that he saw Zhao outside her room and talking to her. Xin says that she doesn't know this guy and couldn't talk to him. San tells the girl that since the first time he saw her, he decided to marry her. The man squeezes Xin's shoulders tightly and asks the girl why she betrayed him. San tells the girl that he knows that Zhao is her classmate and she knows him well. The owner of the villa grabs the girl by the hands and says that he knows why Zhao is here. Xin pushes San away. The girl says that he and his brother are selfish and cruel villains. The girl says that she is ready to die rather than be a hostage to the owner of the villa. San becomes furious at the girl's words. He roughly pushes her onto the bed next to her. The owner of the villa tells the girl that he will not let her die and is going to punish Zhao. San orders the maids to keep an eye on Xin as he leaves the room, slamming the door loudly. In the main building of the villa, everything is ready for the wedding event. A large number of laid tables await guests. Zhao appears on the threshold of the fork. He makes a congratulatory speech and presents a gift. San greets the young man. He says that Zhao could have come to his house without a gift. Zhao admires the owner of the villa. The guy believes that organizing such a beautiful wedding is very difficult nowadays. San says that he spent a lot of time and effort organizing the event. He praises the main character for helping him with food. One of the guests reports that people saw zombies near the villa. His interlocutor considers this very dangerous. San reassures his guests. He says that no zombies will break into the villa, as it is well guarded. Zhao asks the owner of the villa why he still doesn't see the bride among those present. San responds to the guy, telling him that there is no need to rush things and everyone will meet her soon. The owner of the villa's answer alarms the guy. The guests nearby joke cheerfully about this. San reports that Xin is upstairs in his room and will be downstairs soon. The guests' conversation is interrupted by a security guard who runs into the room and reports that the villa has been attacked by zombies. Panic begins among the guests. They get up from the tables and begin to chaotically look for shelter. San tries to stop the frightened guests. He reports that the situation is under complete control and there is nothing to be afraid of. Zombies are moving around the villa. People are running away in horror and trying to find shelter. Taking advantage of the situation, Zhao goes upstairs to Xin's room and knocks on the door. The guy notices that the door is open. He enters the room and observes the girl standing by the window. Zhao approaches the girl and tells her that he has come to free her from captivity. In the middle of the room stood a mannequin dressed in a wedding dress. At the guy's touch, it fell to the floor. A moment later, a huge metal cage falls from the ceiling onto the main character. The guy does not have time to react and dodge the trap. Zhao is held captive in a metal cage. A bright light turns on in the room, blinding the guy. The owner of the villa is standing at the door of the room. He tells the guy that he considers him impatient. San's voice is heard. The owner of the villa asks where Zhao wanted to take his wife. The main character answers. He says that he wanted to make sure that the girl was safe. The guard leads Shin into the room. The owner of the villa thanks the guy for taking care of his bride. The girl asks for forgiveness from Zhao. She tells the guy that the owner of the villa knows everything. Zhao asks San when the man began to suspect something was wrong and found out everything. San says that he immediately felt something was wrong, and in the future his suspicions were confirmed. The owner of the villa leaves the premises, and finally he informs the guy that the zombies are not real, but are his friends in disguise. Team Zhao and the people dressed as zombies rejoice at how much they scared the villa's guards. The girl says that before the guards and some residents of the villa abused them greatly, she is glad that today these roles have changed. The sounds of gunfire are heard. Dennis orders everyone to immediately run away and find cover. The brother of the villa owner stands surrounded by numerous guards. He says that the game is over. Dennis and Binyan hid behind a huge stone. The guy does not understand how their cunning plan was revealed. The brother of the villa owner gives the order to the armed guards to immediately open fire. Team Zhao is in a difficult situation. The guys are starting to shoot back desperately. Zhao is in a cage. He hears the sounds of heavy gunfire and realizes that his friends are in trouble. Shin asks the owner of the villa to leave the Zhao team alone and not touch them. She is ready to sacrifice herself to save her friends. San arrogantly answers the girl. He says that he is not going to listen to her words, since she is unworthy of him. The owner of the villa takes out a gun and points it at Zhao. He wants the girl to see how he kills the guy. Shin screams loudly. He asks the owner of the villa not to do this and let the guy live. Suddenly, San drops the gun and grabs his wounded shoulder. A well-aimed shot wounded the owner of the villa. Max's bodyguard used a sniper rifle with a telescopic sight to wound the owner of the villa. Zhao takes out his battle axe and with a powerful blow cuts the steel bars of the metal grill. The main character runs up to Shin. He grabs the girl by the hand and offers to run away immediately. Zhao takes the girl in his arms. The guy runs up and jumps out the window. He breaks the glass. The young people get out. The villa owner curses loudly and orders his guards to stop Zhao immediately. The main character and Shin quickly run to the truck standing nearby. San is beside himself with rage. He demands that the guards not let Zhao leave under any circumstances. Max's bodyguard is on the roof, covering the fleeing young people with machine gun fire. One of the guards spots Max on the roof and orders San to be taken to cover immediately. Max fires a burst from a machine gun at the owner of the villa, but the man manages to hide behind a security guard. Zhao and Shin start the truck and manage to leave the villa without hindrance. San throws the body of the dead guard away from him. He intends to find the guy at all costs. The security looks at the deceased comrade who gave his life defending the owner of the villa. A furious battle continues between the guards and Zhao's team, with the guards firing non-stop. Ching tries to shoot back ineptly. He wonders when help will come to them. Binyan and his girlfriend are behind a large stone. The dense fire of the guards does not give them the opportunity to escape. Policeman Feng fires another clip from his pistol at the opponents. He reports that his cartridges are running out. Dennis asks Policeman Feng to hold out a little longer. He hopes that Zhao will come to the rescue soon. After some time, breaking through the metal gate, a Zhao truck enters the villa. The villa owner's brother is very perplexed. He does not understand why Zhao returned. Dennis feels great joy. He had no doubt that Zhao will return and come to the rescue. Ji smiles. The villa owner's brother believes that Zhao and the runaway girl have fallen into a trap. He is approached by San, who intends to take brutal revenge on Zhao and his former fiancée. Zhao comes out from behind the truck and says that he had no intention of running away. Binyan runs up to Zhao. The girl asks how the guy is feeling and if he is injured. Shin is standing not far from them. The girl is very surprised that Zhao has a girlfriend. Zhao's voice is heard. The guy asks the guards how much they sell their lives for, protecting the owners of the villa. Zhao tells the villa guards that social status and money are not important now. The main thing is the food that is in abundance in his truck. The guy reports that there are thousands of kilograms of grain in the truck behind him. He invites the guards to take it for themselves. The villa's guards are surprised by such a proposal. They stop shooting and listen carefully to the guy. Ji calls Zhao an idiot. He intends to kill the guy and take all the food for himself. Zhao says that when he dies, all the food will go to the guards. The guy believes that they will not share with Ji. The main character suggests that the guards provide themselves with food and not risk their lives protecting the owners of the villa. San believes that his subordinates are satisfied with the service. He hopes that the guards will not accept the guy's offer. The villa owner says he has a good relationship with the security guards and his people trust and respect him. Jay reports that he saw bodies of people dressed in security uniforms near the villa. San answers the guy. He says that this squad was looking for food so that there would be no hunger in the villa. Shin believes that the owner of the villa is deceiving people. The girl says that the situation was not so critical as to send people to certain death. The girl reports that she saw that there was enough food in the villa. The guards standing nearby take this information to heart. San calls Shin a lying woman. He hopes that his guards will not believe the girl's words. The security guard standing behind the owner of the villa says that the girl is right. Ji attacks the guard. He demands that he shut up and not dare to contradict the owner of the villa. The villa guard believes that his comrades died in vain. He saw food supplies and believes that there was no need for reconnaissance. In addition, the guard reports that he witnessed his wounded colleague being thrown out like unnecessary trash. The guards decide not to be pawns that the villa owner can use as he pleases. San is very outraged by such statements. The man says that he is the owner of the villa, and only he can decide who will live or die. The owner of the villa reports that everyone is alive only thanks to him. He demands that Zhao and his friends be shot immediately. Zhao tells the villa owner that he is not a king, but just a pathetic, selfish man who takes advantage of people. The guy invites San to stop resisting and surrender. He believes that his despotism has come to an end. San demands the guy to shut up immediately. He believes that his words are worthless, and the guards only need the food in his car. The owner of the villa raises his gun, points it at Zhao, and tells him that he is in charge here. San tells the guy that he can say goodbye to his food and his life. A loud shot sounds. The owner of the villa gets a bullet in the forehead. He dies instantly. At a small distance there is a guard with a pistol in his hand. He decided to take action and destroyed San. She cannot believe what is happening. The man screams loudly and curses the guard. The security commander orders the immediate arrest of the villa owner's brother. Zhai screams loudly. He calls the guards vile traitors and threatens with cruel reprisals. Zhao asks the guards not to kill Ji right away. The guy believes that he is not worthy of a quick and easy death. She is taken to the central square and is tied tightly to a wooden post. Many people who have been systematically humiliated begin to throw stones at Ji. The security thanks Zhao and his team for helping to free the villa from the brothers. One of the guards asks for forgiveness for the fact that he could not overcome his fear and always obeyed the owner of the villa. Dennis answers the guard. He tells the guy that it's time to start a new life. The head of security is interested in the plans of the Zhao team. He invites them to stay in the villa. Qing joins the security chief's proposal. He wants Zhao to become their new leader. Zhao tells the man that they don't need a new leader. They can handle all the problems on their own. Zhe reports that his team is heading to a government base. Dennis does not understand why Zhao wants to get to the base, because he freed his first love. Zhao explains that his goal is to save people, and the base has a sufficient number of specialists and materials. Feng and Max also intend to get to the base. They believe that they will be very useful there. Dennis tells Zhao that he will always be by his side, wherever the guy goes. The head of security says that there are a large number of weapons in the villa. He intends to share them. Qing invites the guys to look at their luxury expensive car, which he has equipped with new engineering features. Thanks to Qing's engineering abilities, the limousine has become a powerful fighting machine. The guys are very surprised by the work done. They are especially pleased with the armored glass. Zhou tells Qing and Wang that they are talented people and invites them to join the team. Wang reports that there are many patients in the villa that she is responsible for looking after. The woman says that she has prepared all the necessary medicines that may be useful along the way. Wang asks to keep a close eye on the class leader, since the girl has not yet recovered. Dennis asks Zhao which of the girls he chose as his girlfriend. Binyan and Shin sit opposite each other. An oppressive silence hangs in the air. Binyan asks the girl what she plans to do now that she is free. Shin intends to be close to Zhao, since the guy is her old friend. Binyan invites the girl to stay at the villa and restore her health, since the road to the base is long and dangerous. Shin believes that she has enough strength and health to hit the road. Binyan continues to insist that the girl thank Zhao and stay in the villa. Eliza believes that the girl does not understand the situation. She says that the relationship between Shin and Zhao is not just friendly. Tong reports that the guy confessed his love to her friend and will soon ask Binyan to marry him. Shin is shocked by this information. She believes that a guy should not marry an older woman. Binyan tells his rival that Zhao has been deeply in love with her for a long time. Shin doesn't believe the girl's words and intends to ask Zhao about it himself. Zhao is hiding at the window into the room. He is carefully eavesdropping on the girl's conversation. Max believes that Zhao is in a difficult situation and will have to make difficult choices in the near future. Zhao tries to leave and asks the guys to cover for him, telling the girls that he is very busy. Suddenly, the class president runs out of the bushes and attracts the girls' attention by calling Zhao by name. The girls understand that the guy was nearby all the time and possibly eavesdropped on their conversation. Team Zhao sets off to the government base. Max and Zhao have a casual conversation. Policeman Feng says Zhao is caught in a love triangle. The sound of brakes is heard. Max's bodyguard reports that they have arrived at the scene. Ji is tied up in the trunk of the car. The man offers a large ransom in exchange for saving his life. Zhao's team pulls the prisoner out of the trunk and takes him to a high cliff. Ji asks the guys what they are going to do. Zhao demands that Ji realize all his sins before dying. In response, the prisoner lets out a quiet laugh. She tells the guy that everything was done for the sake of survival, and in the world only the strongest survive. Zhao believes that a difficult life situation is not a reason to do terrible things. Ji stands on the edge of a cliff and shakes violently. The main character slowly approaches the prisoner. Zhao says that Ji will find a place in hell for his sins, and pushes the captive man. She still doesn't want to believe what's happening. He doesn't understand how they could treat him like that. Max believes that Ji received the punishment he deserved. He is glad that it is over. Zhou tells his friend that Ji's death will not resurrect the friends he destroyed. Ji lies at the bottom of a deep gorge. Thanks to the thickets of vines, the man survived. Ji struggles to get back on his feet, saying that God is on his side today. The sound of bushes breaking is heard, and a huge creature approaches Ji from behind. Max hears a loud roar, from which the birds at the bottom of the gorge fly into the sky. The guy tells Zhao about this. The main character looks carefully out the window. He is very surprised by what he sees in front of him. A huge creature jumps out from the gorge onto the mountain road and tries to catch up with Zhao's team. Max asks his friend what it could be. Zhao replies that it is Bean who has turned into a devourer. The devourer smells the blood that was left in the trunk of the limousine. He runs after the car and roars loudly. Zhao asks bodyguard Max to speed up in order to break away from the pursuit. Despite the fact that the cars have increased speed, the devourer still catches up with Zhao's team. Max tells his friend that he cannot tear himself away from the devourer since the monster is unrealistically fast. The devourer catches up with the moving truck and begins to break down the door of the container. Policeman Feng intends to stop the monster. He takes a shotgun and begins to climb onto the roof of the container. Zhao asks not to kill the devourer. He says that this is his friend Bean, who is able to control the monster's consciousness. Feng asks the guy to really look at things. He says that the devourer will destroy them. Policeman Feng climbs onto the roof of the van, takes aim and shoots the eater. The bullets do not cause any tangible harm to the monster, they only make him angrier. Policeman Feng is in a state of great confusion. He understands that the bullets cannot stop the eater. The monster approaches the truck and jumps onto the container. The devourer attacks Policeman Feng. The man barely dodges the deadly blows. The girls inside the container experience great fear. They hear the sound of a struggle on the roof. The devourer manages to catch up with Policeman Feng. He covers the man with huge tentacles. Zhao appears on the roof of the container. He tries to shout to Bean's consciousness and stop the devourer. Zhao climbs inside the container. He asks Bean to recognize him and stop the attack immediately. Policeman Feng says that the mutated zombie will no longer remember Zhao. He demands that the devourer be destroyed. Zhao is experiencing severe mental pain. He does not want to destroy Bean, but the guy has no other choice. The class leader looks attentively at the devourer. The girl felt that the terrible monster was Bean. The devourer stopped his attack, and the class president was able to awaken Bean's consciousness. Zhao opens fire with his shotgun on the devourer, the monster receiving a powerful blast into its chest. The devourer is thrown out of the container, but he does not intend to give up and is going to catch up with the truck. The class leader says Bean's name and tries to jump out of the container. The girls struggle to hold her back. The devourer quickly comes to his senses. He gets to his feet and continues to pursue the truck. Policeman Feng is surprised by the power and endurance of the devourer. He demands to continue firing from the shotgun. Zhao intends to shoot, but a moving car prevents him from aiming clearly. The class leader covers the devourer. She tells Zhao that the monster is Bean. Max's bodyguard reports that they have serious problems, since the asphalt road will soon end, and he will be forced to slow down. Zhao asks the class president to step aside. He tells the girl that he has no other choice. The class leader asks to spare Bean. She says that he is scared and lonely. The girl tells others that Bean died defending her. She considers herself to blame for his death. The class leader tells Zhao that she is very glad to meet him and asks the guy for forgiveness. Pushing off from the container, the class leader jumps towards the running devourer. Team Zhao is greatly shocked by the girl's actions. Binyan regrets that they could not restrain her. The class leader approaches the devourer. She addresses Bean, who is in the monster's body, and says that she will free him. From a strong oncoming blow, the class leader and the devourer fall into a huge gorge. Zhao experiences extreme mental suffering. The guy screams loudly in a fit of impotent anger. For the whole day, Zhao does not leave his room. His friends try to talk to him and feed him. Dennis is very worried about his friend's state of mind and shares his thoughts with the team. Shin says that Zhao is experiencing severe mental pain. The girl suggests not to bother the guy and let him calm down. Team Zhao agrees with Shin. The young people leave the main character alone. Zhao sits in his room, leaning against the wall. The guy cannot come to terms with the loss of his friends. At the bottom of a deep gorge lie a huge devourer and a class leader. The class leader clings tightly to the monster. The devourer asks the girl not to die. A group of people approaches the devourer. They discuss the size of the monster. Strangers are trying to understand what happened, and who was able to cope with the powerful monster. The man says that the monster is mortally wounded. He asks the girl what to do with him. The stranger takes off her mask and tells the man to bring the devourer back. The Zhao team eats dinner in complete silence. No one dares to be the first to start a conversation. The guys carefully watch the girls. They intend to quickly finish dinner and leave. Dennis thanks the girls for dinner and says that they have urgent matters. The girls are left alone. Tong offers to talk while the guys are away. Tong informs those present that the entire team knows about the relationship between Zhao and Binyan. Eliza answers the girl. She considers her statements unfounded. Binyan says that Zhao has feelings for her, and this is known to all team members. Eliza does not intend to argue with the girl and leaves the dining room with Shin. Tong supports her friend, believing that her competitor does not have the slightest chance. Binyan believes that Shin did not believe her words and intends to talk to Zhao soon. Eliza is dissatisfied with her friend's behavior. She demands that the girl be more courageous and persistent. Shin sees no point in talking to Binyan. She wants to discuss the situation with Zhao. Eliza believes that Zhao loves Shin, since the guy came a long way and risked his life to free the girl. Shin remembers that she has never communicated with Zhao before, and is not sure about the guy's feelings. Eliza says that feelings arose between Shin and Zhao back in the library. She suggests taking the next step. Shin believes that now is not the right time for this, since the guy has not recovered from the loss of his friends. Eliza insists on immediate action. She claims that now every day someone is dying. Shin agrees with his friend and plans to talk to Zhao in the evening. Evening comes. Shin waited for the moment when Zhao left the room. The girl pretends that she happened to be nearby. Shin is wearing high heels and trips and falls to the floor. Shin quickly gets to her feet. The guy asks how she is feeling and if she is okay. Shin's voice is heard. She says that she is going to the toilet. The guy realizes that the girl has come to him. Shin tells Zhao that she came to him and wants to talk to him seriously. The girl does not dare to tell the guy about her feelings. She believes that the time has not yet come for this, since the guy is very upset about the death of his friends. Shin says that old friends cannot be brought back, and you need to find the strength to move on with your life. Zhao says that he searched for his friends for a long time to save them. However, despite all his efforts, he could not save their lives. The guy remembers people dear to him whom he will never see again in his life. A strong trembling permeates Zhao's body. The guy is very angry that he could not protect his friends in time. Shin says that Zhao risked his life to save her and dozens of classmates in the academic library. The girl asks the guy to keep his fighting spirit and says that the class president and Bean are watching him from heaven. Zhao thanks the girl for her honesty and assures her that he will take care of his team, not allowing any more casualties. Shin addresses the guy. She says that his close friends will always live in his heart. The girl insists that Zhao make a promise that the guy will never give up. Binyan was nearby all the time and carefully eavesdropped on the conversation of the young people. Shin stretches his bruised leg and thinks about what he will say about his feelings next time. Binyan appears on the threshold of the room. Shin asks the girl what she is doing here. Binyan gives the girl some ointment and assures her that her pain will go away within 2 days. Shin has questions. The girl thinks about how Binyan knew about her leg injury and why she is helping her. Shin has thoughts that the ointment may contain poison, and after using it the girl may get sick or be fatally poisoned. Binyan tells the girl that she was a little surprised when she found out about Zhao's feelings for her. Binyan believes that the showdown should be postponed, since the guy is suffering greatly due to the death of his friends. The girl does not perceive Shin as a serious rival for herself, since Shin is young and inexperienced. Dennis meets Binyan at the door of Shin's room. The guy tries to talk to the girl, but she, being in a bad mood, does not make contact. Dennis repeats his attempt to start a conversation, but the girl ignores him and silently goes to her room. The next morning comes. The dining table in the living room is filled with a lot of delicious dishes. Zhao appears in the room. He tells his friends that he got up early today and decided to pamper them with a delicious breakfast. Zhao takes off his apron and tells his friends that he needs to go away for a while. Binyan asks Zhao where he wants to go and offers his help. Zhao says that they have very little food left, and he plans to explore the nearby area. The guys discuss Zhao's condition. They believe that he is on the mend and gradually began to recover after the death of his friends. The girls silently look at each other, realizing that soon they will be able to talk to Zhao. The wind blows through the streets of the deserted city, and there is an oppressive silence all around. Zhao thinks that high-level mutated zombies have become increasingly common lately. The main character believes that only by improving his combat characteristics can he become stronger. With this thought, the guy finds a group of zombies and attacks them. Zhao has already destroyed a large number of zombies. He is dissatisfied with the fact that the system gives him a small number of points for killing them. By killing zombies, the guy hopes to increase his combat class, for which he needs to acquire another 500 experience points. The virtual god informs the guy that he is fighting a group of lower zombies, for whom the system awards a small number of points. Suddenly the zombies stop and begin to flee. The guy realizes that a high-level mutant is somewhere nearby. Zhao intends to destroy the mutant in order to take possession of its core and more points. The main character hears the distinct sounds of gunfire coming from the neighboring block. A group of Army Special Forces is engaged in an unequal battle with monsters in the next block. Army Special Forces are trying to attack and destroy a huge mutated worm. The Special Forces captain tells his subordinates to aim and shoot at the head, since this is the monster's most vulnerable spot. The huge worm cannot withstand intense shelling. It breaks through the asphalt and burrows deep into the ground. The soldier shares his joy with the captain. He says that the monster ran away from them. The captain orders not to relax, since the monster is somewhere nearby. A second later, a giant worm bursts out of the ground and takes the Special Forces team by surprise. The soldier is shocked that the worm unexpectedly destroyed his comrades. The Special Forces soldiers begin to fire heavy machine guns at the huge mutant. This does not cause much harm to the monster, and with its next attack, it manages to destroy several people. One of the soldiers decides to save his wounded captain. He shoots his pistol and runs towards his commander. The soldier runs out of ammunition. He takes out a huge assault knife, intending to fight the monster in hand-to-hand combat. A huge mutated worm notices a soldier approaching him. He opens his huge mouth and growls loudly. The next moment, Zhao knocks the soldier down and throws him aside, saving the soldier from certain death. A huge worm emits a sharp howl. It breaks through the asphalt and burrows underground. Zhao asks the soldiers near him to sit quietly and not make any sounds. The guy notices the unusual uniform on the soldiers and asks who they are and what they are doing here. The soldier replies that his name is Chen, and next to him is his wounded commander, Captain Fei. They are soldiers of a government base. Zhao is glad that the Special Forces are based at the government base, and suggests that the military move to the east, where his friends are camped in a hotel. Captain Fei does not want to leave Zhao alone, because he does not believe that the guy can fight a mutated creature alone. Captain Fei says that the monster has killed many of his friends, and he must avenge them. Fei orders his subordinate to leave with Zhao. He himself intends to stay and deal with the monster. Chen says that he cannot leave his captain. Fei demands that his order be carried out. A Special Forces soldier gives Zhao a grenade. The guy says that he is underestimated. Zhao asks Chen to take his captain away if he doesn't want him to become food for the worm. The soldier agrees with the guy and asks Zhao to be careful. Chen drags his captain to the shelter of the hotel. Captain Fei is unhappy that the soldier disobeyed his orders. Zhao believes that the worm is his prey. He intends to earn the core and a large number of points. The main character asks the virtual god to provide information about a huge worm. The virtual god reports that the monster has mutated from a leech, and its main weapon is teeth containing toxins. Zhao is excited that he will be able to get the core of the 4th level. He rushes to attack the worm. The guy learned that the monster has a relatively slow reaction, and it is difficult for him to defend himself. So Zhao tries to get as close to the monster as possible. He manages to strike the worm several times with an axe, and green goo begins to flow from the monster's wounds. The virtual god reports that the digger worm's liquid is very poisonous and acidic. Zhao immediately retreats to a safe distance. The guy realizes that fighting in close combat with the digger is useless. He takes out a grenade to throw it at the worm. The digger worm swallows a grenade thrown by the guy. After a few seconds, there is an explosion that tears the monster's body into small pieces. Zhao carefully examines the area where parts of the monster are scattered. He is worried that the explosion could have damaged the core. The crack of breaking asphalt is heard, and a wounded digger worm jumps out of the ground. Half of the monster remains unharmed. The digger worm attacks Zhao, trying to devour him. The guy is unable to cope with a huge monster in hand-to-hand combat. The virtual god reports that diggers are most afraid of fire. The guy remembers his childhood spent with his grandmother, who killed leeches with salt. Zhao, with his last strength, holds back the huge digger worm. The guy asks the virtual god to exchange the points he earned for salt. The virtual god makes an exchange, and a huge bag of salt appears in the air above the digger worm. The salt begins to act instantly, destroying the thin skin of the digger worm. The monster retreats and buries itself in the ground. Zhao is upset that the monster was able to escape a second time. He is standing next to a huge tunnel dug by a digger. The guy was unable to destroy the digger worm and get a high-level core. Zhao passes by dead Special Forces soldiers lying on the ground. He greatly regrets their deaths. Captain Fei and Chen reach the shelter where Zhao's team is located. Binyan brings a first aid kit to provide first aid to the wounded. Chen takes the first aid kit from the girl's hands. Binyan offers his help. The guy refuses the girl's offer. He says that he is able to help his commander himself. Xin inquires about Chen's condition and asks if the guy is injured. The soldier tells her that he is fine. Xin offers to examine and treat the soldier's wounds. She thinks he may have contracted an infection. The girl continues to insist on her help. Chen goes to the door and says that he will cope with the problems on his own. Xin comes very close to the guy. She tries to open the medical kit. Chen drops it from his hands. Chen apologizes to Zhao's team. He regrets that they had a misunderstanding. Bodyguard Max thinks Chen's behavior is strange. He thinks that the guy is hiding something. Dennis completely agrees with his friend. He intends to carefully examine the guy. Chen moves to the door. He takes out his combat knife and demands everyone to immediately step back. Policeman Feng orders the soldier to immediately throw the knife on the ground, otherwise he will shoot. Bodyguard Max rushes at the soldier. He blocks the hand in which Chen has a knife. A hand-to-hand fight breaks out between the guys. Max tries to knock the combat knife out of the soldier's hands and strikes. Max unable to disarm the enemy. He dodges Chen's fatal blows. Dennis comes to Max's aid. The two of them try to disarm the soldier. After some time, the guys manage to knock the knife out of Chen's hands and throw him to the floor. Chen demands to let him go immediately. Dennis asks the guy to calm down and answer the questions. Team Zhao enters the room where Captain Fei is located. They intend to carefully examine the military man. Feng asks Max's bodyguard to remove the military blanket in order to examine Fei's body. Captain Fei is seriously injured. He was seriously injured in the battle, and his arm is missing. Chen pushes the Zhao team standing near the commander's bed. He demands to leave the captain alone. The young people believe that Captain Fei was bitten by a zombie during the battle and is infected. Chen tells the young people that they are wrong. During the battle, the captain got the liquid of a worm, and he cut off his own hand in time. Xin is very worried about Chen. The girl tells her friends that she believes the guy's words. Binyan believes that the worm's fluid may contain viruses, and there is no guarantee that the captain was not infected. The girl suggests immediately isolating Captain Fei, and in case of infection, immediately destroying the military man. Chen screams loudly. He tells Zhao's team that he will not allow this to happen. Captain Fei asks his subordinate to calm down. He says that the young people are completely right. Fei believes that he can pose a great danger to others. He orders the young people to obey the demands. Zhao appears on the threshold of the room. The guy says that he has not seen such noble people for a long time. Zhao continues to admire the behavior of the captain, who cares for other people on the brink of life and death. The main character tells his friends that the captain is not infected, since his blood is not black. Chen cannot hide his joy after learning that his commander is not infected. Zhao says that this is just an assumption, and the captain still needs to be isolated from others. Chen is categorically against his commander being locked in a separate room. Fei demands that his subordinate stop acting like a small child. He reminds him that young people saved their lives. Captain Fei says that he is not sure whether he is infected or not. He agrees to isolation. Zhao tells Captain Fei not to worry. He promises to take care of him and provide medical assistance. Zhao invites Chen to talk, since the main character has several questions for the guy. Chen thanks the main character for his care. He intends to take care of the captain on his own. Team Zhao and Chen are in the corridor. The military man says that he is ready to answer the young people's questions. Zhao asks the military man about his team and what is happening at the government base. Chen avoids answering, saying that he is surprised that the guy was able to deal with the digger worm alone. Zhao informs the guy that he has the necessary skills and strength to fight strong mutants. Chen doesn't like the tone in which the guy talks to him. He can't contain his emotions and makes a remark. Chen says he is a professional soldier and demands to be treated with respect. Zhao tells the guy that he is not a recruit and they are not in the army, and completely different orders reign in their team. Chen calms down and tells the guy that there are many people at the government base who are protected by the military. The soldier says the government base is well protected and has recently been reinforced with additional security. Zhao believes that such means are not enough, since strong mutated zombies have recently appeared. Ordinary zombies are increasingly becoming powerful mutants who can fly and have incredible speed and strength. Chen believes that his leadership and the government can successfully deal with this problem. The conversation is interrupted by Xin running towards the guys. She informs the young people that the captain's condition has become extremely unstable. Team Zhao comes to the room where Captain Fei is located. They see that the man is in serious condition. Feng tells his friends that the captain has lost a lot of blood, and his chances of survival are extremely low. Captain Fei regains consciousness and asks Zhao to fulfill his request. He says that people's lives depend on it. The military man asks Zhao to hand over a notebook to the base, which contains important secret information. Fei asks the guy to inform the base management that new powerful mutants have appeared. The captain considers the base's defense insufficient. Zhao promises the military man that if he dies, he will hand over the notepad to the director of the government base. The captain's voice is heard asking the protagonist to take his subordinate Chen to the base. Zhao assures the captain that he will fulfill his request and promises to convey information, as well as bring his subordinate to the base alive. Chen is going to be on duty in the captain's room and monitor his condition. Zhao's team retires to their room. Chen intends to save his commander. He thinks about where he can get donor blood and equipment for transfusion. Night falls. Chen waits for the moment when Zhao's team falls asleep and goes into the city in search of blood. Using the map, Chen finds a rehabilitation clinic that has donated blood supplies. Inside the room, the soldier finds equipment for blood transfusion. His mood improves, as there is hope to save the commander. An unexpected noise distracts Chen from his thoughts. The guy raises his machine gun and points it at the source of the sound. There is a little boy on the threshold of the room. He stands motionless at the door and silently looks at Chen. The soldier does not understand what the small child is doing in the clinic and tries to talk to him. Suddenly, the little child turns into a zombie, using his huge tongue to attack Chen. The soldier dodges the blow of the tongue. The zombie lets out a wild scream and rushes at the guy. The zombie has a very fast reaction, but Chen manages to react in time and dodge the blow. The guy takes out 2 pistols from his holster and opens fire on the zombie attacking him. The dense fire scares the zombie. He hides in the dark corridors of the medical clinic. Chen finds a zombie in one of the rooms. The monster is holding his hand. The guy realizes that he wounded him. It is difficult for the guy to kill the monster, since the image of a small child is before his eyes. A loud crunch of a breaking ceiling is heard, and a zombie jumps on top of Chen. The guy carefully examines the 2 zombies opposite him. He realizes that they used to be a mother and a child. Chen, with a deft movement, reloads his pistols and opens fire on the monsters. Zombies have quick reactions. The woman was able to dodge the bullets flying at her and get closer to Chen. The situation becomes critical. The zombie manages to knock the weapon out of the guy's hands and knock him to the floor. Chen recalls the moments of his life he spent at the military training center. The instructor told the guy that you always need to act as a team, since loners always interfere with the implementation of the plan. The guy remembers how he first met his future commander. Chen recalls that Fei's captain told him to rely on and trust his teammates. The guy has difficulty holding off the attacking zombies. He realizes that he cannot trust his new comrades. Loud shots are heard. Bullets hit the attacking zombie and shoot off his tongue. Zhao's team enters the room. The guys showed up at the clinic on time and saved Chen's life. The wounds received have greatly angered the zombie, and he attacks the young people in the room. Dennis uses his combat sword and strikes the younger zombie with a deft, practiced movement. Bodyguard Max raises his machine gun and covers his comrades with accurate fire. Chen always wanted to become a lone hero. Captain Fei told him that everything in the world works differently. Chen hopes that there are superheroes in the world. Captain Fei replies that this is quite rare. Fei tells the guy that real heroes will never fight alone, because a hero attracts people as brave and strong as him. Captain Fei always hoped that Chen would one day become such a person. The guy realizes that the success of the Zhao team is that they are a brave and united team. Dennis strikes again with his combat sword and cuts the younger zombie in half. Max's bodyguard manages to hit the older zombie with his precise shooting. Zhao approaches the older zombie. He raises an axe over him and says that soon the monster will meet his child. Zhao's team approaches Chen. The guys ask the soldier how he is feeling and if he is injured. Chen wonders how the young people knew where he was. Zhao tells the soldier that he is predictable and behaves like a child. Chen explains his action by saying that he recently met with young people and thought that strangers would not risk their lives to save his captain. Chen informs the guys that he has found the necessary equipment and canned blood. Strong vibrations permeate the room. Zhao understands that there is a digger worm somewhere nearby. The guys' guesses are justified. Breaking through the concrete floors, a huge monster is approaching them. Zhao carefully examines the monster. He realizes that the mutant has become twice as large. The main character orders everyone to immediately run away and find shelter. The guys manage to escape from the digger worm. They run into an empty room and intend to take refuge in it. Chen throws the backpack with the equipment and blood to Zhao, and he runs out into the corridor. Zhao demands the guy to immediately open the door and join the squad. Chen asks the young men to return to the shelter and save his commander while he holds the digger worm. The soldier realizes that he will not cope in a fight with the monster, so he distracts him so that the young people can leave. With a powerful blow, Zhao knocks down the door that Chen closed behind him. Team Zhao is in an empty corridor. The guys ask their commander what to do next. Zhao tells his friends that he has a cunning plan with which they will destroy the digger worm. The monster drove Chen into a dead-end corridor. The guy has no escape route. He believes that his end has come. A huge worm slowly approaches the guy. The monster opens its huge mouth and intends to devour Chen. The guy thinks that his death was not in vain. Suddenly, a huge monster rushes to attack. The Zhao team appears in the corridor. The guys are holding a huge number of bottles of alcohol in their hands, which they throw at the monster. Chen is once again surprised by the nobility of the Zhao team. The guys did not abandon him in difficult times. Zhao's team continues to throw bottles of alcohol at the monster, and the monster's entire body becomes covered in flammable liquid. Zhao throws a burning lighter at the digger worm and orders everyone to immediately move to a safe distance. A moment later, the monster's entire body is engulfed in huge flames. The worm wriggles and screams loudly. Dennis looks at the remains of the digger worm from his hiding place and tells his friends that this is the most disgusting sight. Chen is incredibly happy about the death of the monster, which destroyed so many of his comrades. Zhao wanders among the remains of the digger worm. He intends to find a high-level core. The virtual god informs the main character that the core was destroyed because the fire had a high temperature. Chen doesn't understand who Zhao is talking to. Dennis tells the guy that his friend often talks to himself. Captain Fei's condition worsens. He experiences severe pain and often loses consciousness. Policeman Feng tells the young men that he has bad news. The package is damaged and the blood is contaminated. Chen intends to continue his search and look for other hospitals that may have blood supplies. Feng tells the guy that there is no way to find normal blood, since storage conditions in all hospitals are violated. Chen remains hopeful and believes that the city can have hospitals with working refrigerators. Zhao states that the most important thing is the equipment that can be used to transfuse blood. The guy remembers his blood type and asks the young people about their blood types. During the conversation, it turns out that Eliza has the required blood type. The girl agrees to the transfusion. The young people unpack the blood transfusion equipment and begin to rescue the captain. After drawing blood, Shin takes his friend to a room where the girl is going to organize rest and feed her. Eliza can hardly stand on her feet and says that she doesn't feel well. Shin learns that Eliza has anemia, for which blood sampling is not recommended. Eliza tells her friend that she did this act to help Shin. She tells Shin that they are in a weak position in the fight for the guy's affections, since everyone supports Binyan. The girl reports that she is completely on the side of Shin. But in this war, the forces are not equal. Eliza's voice is heard. She says that she did not want Binyan to give the blood to the captain. Otherwise, the guy would have developed sympathy for his competitor. Shin perceives her friend's words with great surprise, and believes that the girl is complicating everything too much. Eliza insists that the girl must fight and not allow her place in Zhao's heart to be lost. Eliza tells her friend that the way to a man's heart is through his stomach. Shin heads to Zhao's room. She intends to treat the guy with delicious crispy chicken. Shin believes that he cannot let his friend down, since Eliza has done a lot for her. Binyan is in Zhao's room. The girl is trying to feed the guy soup. Zhao asks Binyan not to treat him like a child. He doesn't want to be spoon-fed. Shin feels very angry. She realizes that her competitor is quite cunning and is ahead of her. Zhao praises Binyan and tells the girl that the soup she made looks good and smells good. The guy gets burned by the hot soup. Binyan begins to slowly approach his face. Shin bursts into the room. She interrupts the conversation between the young people and calls Binyan an old woman. Shin tells Binyan that he should sleep at night and not visit the rooms of lonely guys. Binyan finds the girl's remarks strange and asks Shin what she is doing here. Binyan says that it is high time for girls her age to go to bed and tries to push the girl out of the room. Shin thinks Binyan can't cook at all and Zhao shouldn't eat her disgusting ginger soup. Binyan responds by telling her rival that she doesn't understand proper nutrition at all. Shin believes that men need fatty calorie foods. She wants Zhao to eat her chicken. The guy tries to calm the girls down. They ask him whose cuisine he prefers. Chen spent the last time near his captain's bed. The guy was very happy when Fei regained consciousness. He informs the captain that he has been given a blood transfusion and will soon be on the mend. Fei thanks his subordinate for his concern and asks if the guy is injured. Chen believes that he is in good company, as Zhao's team has already saved his life several times. Captain Fei learns from Chen that Zhao killed the digger worm, which greatly surprises the officer. The guy tells his commander that the Zhao team is incredibly strong. He has never seen people who fight zombies so fearlessly. Fei has a good opinion of Zhao. He believes that the guy will do a lot of good if he joins the rescue team. Chen and his commander notice a loud noise coming from Zhao's room. The main character ate chicken and ginger soup. He tells the girls that he liked both dishes. The girls are unhappy with his answer and insist that he choose one dish. Suddenly the lights in the room go out. Shin asks the guy what happened. In the dark, a monster approaches Shin. It hugs the girl with its huge ugly paw. The girl thinks that it is Zhao. Shin asks the guy not to pester her and says that Zhao chose the wrong time for this. The lights in the room turn on. Zhao screams loudly. He orders the girl to run away immediately. Behind Shin there is a huge mutated zombie. He grabbed the girl and hisses threateningly. Zhao throws his battle axe at the monster. This allows the girl to free herself from the grip and run away. The monster dodged the axe throw. It breaks through the ceiling and hides on the top floor. Zhao immediately runs up to the girl. He hugs her and asks if she is okay. Chen runs into the room. The guy reports that he heard a loud noise and asks what happened. Zhao tells the guy that they were attacked by a licking devourer. At the moment he is hiding somewhere indoors. Binyan doesn't understand where the monster could have come from, because Zhao's team thoroughly checked the entire room. Zhao thinks the attack has something to do with the zombie mother and child they destroyed. The guy orders Chen to immediately gather the entire team in the living room. A loud scream is heard coming from Eliza's room. Shin screams loudly and rushes to help his friend. Team Z runs to Eliza's room. They open the doors and find themselves inside the room. The mortally wounded Eliza lies on the floor of the room. The girl holds her wound with her hand and moans quietly. Zhao orders his team to immediately check on Captain Fei and search every room. Shin cries loudly and rushes to her friend who is lying on the floor of the room. Eliza turns to Zhao. The girl asks the main character to fulfill her last request. Eliza asks the guy to promise her that he will marry Shin, and tells him about the girl's feelings. Eliza's strength is gradually leaving her. She says that although Shin is a famous girl, she is actually lonely. Eliza's voice is heard. The girl says that Zhao is a good person who can take care of her friend. Eliza says that she is dying. Shin screams loudly. The girl asks not to leave her, since she has no one except Eliza. Zhao tells Eliza that as long as he is alive, he will protect and take care of her friend. Eliza tells the guy that Shin is the perfect match for him and faints. Dennis and bodyguard Max pursue the devourer. The guys notice that this monster is much stronger than those they have met before. The devourer jumps out from around the corner and rushes at Dennis. He grabs his sword with his huge paw. Max cannot fire the machine gun. He asks Dennis to step aside as he needs to aim. Dennis bowed his head. At this time, Zhao throws his battle axe at the monster. Zhao becomes very angry and intends to destroy the monster at all costs. The main character is surprised by how strong the monster's head is. The blow of the battle axe did not cause him any noticeable harm. Max's bodyguard takes a comfortable position and shoots the monster with his machine gun. The devourer spits out his huge tongue. He snatches the machine gun from Max's hands and drops the guy to the floor. The next attack of the monster falls on Dennis. With the help of his tongue, he inflicts a strong blow on the guy. Zhao manages to sneak behind the monster and swings his battle axe to strike. The devourer notices the guy's attack. He dodges the blow and hits Zhao with his tongue. The devourer holds Zhao tightly. He lifts the guy into the air and intends to tear him apart. Suddenly, Shin saves Zhao. The girl runs up to the monster from behind and stabs him with a knife. The devourer deals Shin a strong blow, which throws the girl aside. Zhao breaks free of the devourer's grip and strikes him with a series of powerful blows. The guy grabs the battle axe lying next to him and starts hitting the monster on the head non-stop. The devourer tries to defend himself from Zhao's attacks, but he cannot withstand the guy's furious pressure. Zhao and his friends are in Shin's room. Binyan says that the girl has a slight fever. Binyan asks the guy to stay with Shin, since the girl is very bad and cannot be left alone. Tong thinks it's a bad idea to leave a guy alone with Shin. Binyan says now is not the time for jealousy. The girl believes that Zhao is not indifferent to her, since he takes her feelings into account. Zhao and Shin are left alone in the room. The girl tells the guy about her past life. Shin talks about how she had no parents and had to achieve everything on her own. Zhao tries to support the girl in difficult times. The guy says that she has him. Shin suffers greatly from the loss of his friend. Eliza was the closest person to the girl. The girl abruptly interrupts her monologue and tells Zhao that she loves him very much. Shin reveals that she has had feelings for a guy for a long time, but she did not have the courage to talk about it earlier. The girl expects reciprocity. She takes the guy by the hand and asks him to give her a chance. Captain Fei informs Zhao that he urgently needs to head to the base. The guy believes that the officer has not yet fully recovered. Feng thanks Zhao and his friends for their help. He says that they can always count on him. Zhao suggests everyone stay together and go to the government base tomorrow. The girls are sitting in the back seat of the limousine. Binyan realizes that Shin is having a hard time and tries to make friends with the girl. Bodyguard Max sees an obstacle in front of him on the road. He presses the brake pedal. Zhao sees the reason for the stop. A huge zombie dog is standing in front of the car on the road. A huge pack of aggressive zombie dogs attacks Team Zhao's convoy. Policeman Feng opens the car window and begins to shoot the attacking monsters. The sounds of gunshots attract monster dogs. and there are more and more of them every minute. Zhao orders Officer Feng to immediately stop shooting and close the car window. A huge pack of zombie dogs surrounded the cars of the Zhao team. They do not dare to move, since the wheels of the cars are broken. Zhao orders his drivers to continue driving on their broken tires and run over the zombie dogs. The guy hears gunshots and looks out the window to see the shooter. A single gunman, wearing a powerful protective suit, approaches the column of Zhao and his friends. The zombie dog rushes at the shooter. It grabs his arm, but cannot gnaw through the powerful defense. The shooter takes out the sword behind his back and strikes the zombie dog. Zhao and his friends decide to help the shooter. The guys get out of the car and open fire on the monsters. The battle does not last long. Zhao and his friends manage to defeat the pack of monsters. The shooter takes off his helmet. It turns out to be an elderly man. He thanks the young people for their help. Max's bodyguard reports that they have big problems, since the wheels of the cars are punctured, and they do not have spare tires. The old man reports that he has spare tires for cars at home. He offers to walk to his village. Zhao thanks the old man and asks Dennis to share food with the old man as a sign of gratitude. The old man refuses food and asks the young people to keep the food for themselves. Chen offers his help. He intends to go with the old man to the village and bring spare tires. Dennis really liked the unfamiliar old man. He shares his impressions with Zhao. Chen asks if there are still survivors in the village. The old man replies that everyone is gone, and there are only dogs around that have turned into zombies. The guy asks why the old man didn't leave with everyone else. The elderly man replies that he is too old and does not want to leave the village in which he has lived his whole life. Chen invites the old man to join the team and head to the government base together. The old man rejects the guy's offer. He goes to buy tires and leaves the guy alone in his house. Chen wanders around the deserted house for a long time. His attention is attracted by a noise in one of the rooms. The guy slowly approaches the door. He is horrified by what he sees in the room. There are 2 zombies in it, chained to the wall. An old man approaches Chen from behind and points his gun at the guy's head. The old man tells the guy that the zombies in the room are his wife and child. He says that even though his family has turned into zombies, he wants them to stay alive. An elderly man tells the guy that his wife and children are the closest people, and he cannot leave them. Chen asks the old man to look at things realistically. He says that his loved ones are already dead and are not people. The guy offers to destroy the monsters. The old man rudely demands that Chen shut up immediately. He says that family is the whole meaning of his life. Chen says that keeping zombies in the house is very dangerous, since they can free themselves at any time and attack him. The old man answers the guy. He says that zombies are aggressive and dangerous only when they are hungry. Chen realizes that the old man killed and fed all the villagers to zombies. The old man says that people themselves are to blame for this, since they wanted to destroy the infected wife and his son. The elderly man is glad that he was ambushed by Zhao's team, since the zombies have not had enough to eat for a long time. The old man asks the guy to calm down and tells Chen that he won't be hurt at all. Chen turns to the old man and demands that he stop immediately. At that moment, a shot sounds. Chen tries to come to his senses. He turns to the old man and realizes that it was not his shot. Zhao is in the room with his friends. Max managed to wound the old man in time and save Chen's life. The old man takes advantage of the young people's confusion and rushes to his gun. Dennis stabs the old man and tells his friends that the old man has gone crazy. Chen is very surprised by the presence of his friends in the house. He asks them how they realized that it was a trap. Zhao says that he carefully examined the road and saw a large number of scattered nails, after which he suspected the old man of organizing the ambush. The main character opens the door to the zombie room and tells his friends that he did not expect to see something like this. The zombies rush at Zhao and try to reach him, but they are prevented by the chains that bind their legs. Bodyguard Max points his machine gun at the zombies. He is going to kill the monsters. The captive old man screams loudly and demands not to touch the zombies. He threatens death to everyone who raises a hand against them. Zhao tells the old man that now he will test how much the man loves his family. The guy grabs the distraught old man and throws him into the room with the zombies. The zombies instantly jump up and rush to the old man. They see him as their food. The old man is very frightened. He presses himself against the wall of the room and plaintively asks for mercy. Zhao asks the old man where his strong love for his family went. The guy tells the old man that he did terrible things for selfish reasons. Zhao tells the old man that he doesn't have a drop of courage. The guy raises his machine gun and shoots the zombies. The old man begins to go hysterical. He curses fate for treating him this way. The old man stands in front of the dead zombies who were his family and asks for their forgiveness. Dennis is outraged by the old man's behavior. He asks Zhao what he should do with the elderly man. The old man says that now he has no reason to live. He asks the young people to kill him. The young people leave the room. Zhao says that the old man does not deserve an easy death. Dennis believes that it was in vain for them to keep the old man alive, since he is very dangerous. Max answers the guy. He says that the old man will stop hunting people, since the zombies are dead. Chen sincerely does not understand why Zhao did not punish the old man and left him alive. Zhao believes that for the old man, life will be a harsher punishment than death. A shot is heard coming from the house. Zhao tells his friends that the old man turned out to be an ordinary coward. The girls learn about the latest news. They are shocked that the old man fed living people to zombies. Zhao's team stops. Binyan asks the guy what's wrong. Zhao says that they can't move on because the road is destroyed. Captain Fei suggests abandoning the vehicles and continuing on foot to the government base. Zhao finds it too dangerous to walk, so he studies the map in hopes of finding a bypass road. Chen suggests taking a country road through a village he visited several times as a child. Zhao's team accepts Chen's offer, and they move along a narrow and broken country road. Suddenly, the convoy comes under attack. Nets are shot from the bushes, blocking the movement of cars. Loud screams are heard, and Zhao's team is attacked by a group of peasants armed with improvised tools. The peasants behave extremely aggressively. They surrounded the cars and demanded that the young people get out. The guys don't know what to do in this situation, and turn to Zhao for advice. The main character opens the car door and tries to explain to the villagers that they are not a threat to them. The peasants do not believe Zhao's words. They believe that young people can be dangerous to them. Zhao tells the villagers that they are not infected and are heading to the government base. One of the peasants accuses the guy of lying, claiming that the government base has been destroyed. Chen grabs the peasant by the clothes and demands to know more about the government base. The peasant breaks free from the guy's grip and offers to beat up the aggressive strangers. A crowd of villagers surround Zhao and his friends, showing extreme aggression. Policemen Feng and Max try to fight off the attackers and ask the peasants to calm down. Dennis sees that the situation is heating up. He raises his pistol and fires a shot into the air. The peasants see that the young people are armed with firearms. They immediately run away. Dennis shouts after the fleeing peasants. He says that he and his friends will not harm anyone. Chen continues to interrogate the frightened peasant. Captain Fei demands that the guy stop the interrogation immediately. One of the villagers stops by and recognizes Chen, who lived in this village as a child. Chen looks at the villager and realizes that it is their former neighbor named Pin. Pin tells the guy that the last time he saw him was a child. He is very glad that the guy became a military man. Pin asks Chen how his grandfather is doing. The guy replies that his grandfather died a long time ago. The peasant says that life in the village has not changed, and it is exactly the same as 100 years ago. Pin tells the young people that they are very lucky, since there are no zombies in the village. The girls admire the village and how the locals harvest the crops in the fields. Chen asks Pin to tell him what he knows about the incident at the government base. Pin tells that the villagers wanted to join the government base, but after a while soldiers came to them and told them about its death. The peasant believes that they were lucky, since if they had gone to the government base, they would have been dead. Captain Fei cannot believe what was said, since the government base had trained troops and a lot of weapons. Pin reports that he does not know the details. He wants to introduce the Zhao team to the commander of the soldiers who came to the village. A villager leads the boys into a field where soldiers are helping local residents harvest their crops. Young people are watching a group of people in a field. They intend to quickly get to know them and get new information. The commander of the soldiers is called Tan. He sees the young people watching him and raises his hand to them in greeting. Captain Fei and his subordinate Chen, in accordance with the charter, introduce themselves and meet Tan. Commander Tan meets the military and thanks the guys for their hard work. He considers the Zhao team to be a well-trained and well-coordinated team. Zhao says that the main characters are military men who risk their lives to save other people. Tan reports that they had to retreat and take refuge in the village as the government base was attacked. Captain Fei asks his new acquaintance to tell him details about the attack on the base. Tan says that among the large wave of survivors, there were infected people who were not detected in time. He continues his story and says that the virus has spread too quickly and everything has gotten out of control. Captain Fei is very upset by what he heard. He does not understand how this could happen. Tan asks the captain not to be so depressed. He says that they are still alive and can benefit people. Assistant Commander Tan invites Captain Fei to his subordinate to stay in the village and join their squad. Tan invites his new acquaintances to work together and create a safe haven from the village. Zhao listens attentively to Commander Tan. The guy says that he will think about his proposal. Local residents came to see Commander Tan and brought fresh food as a sign of gratitude. Jay realizes that Commander Tan is respected in the village and cared for by the locals. The peasants believe that Tan saved their lives, as they intended to go to the base and would have died there. Zhao asks Fei if he has met Commander Tan before. The captain says that he has not seen him at the base. Captain Fei reports that there were a lot of people present at the base. He could not know all the employees by sight. Chen has been at the base for a short time. He believes that there is nothing suspicious about the fact that no one knows Commander Tan. The guy asks Captain Fei what they should do after the government base is destroyed. The girls offer to stay, since there is a large number of military personnel in the village, and the locals are friendly. Binyan tells Dennis that she is his wife, so he should always be by her side. Max is happy with the option of staying in the village since the government base has been destroyed. Max says that the village is a safe place, and wants to know what Zhao thinks about it. The main character is silent for a long time. Then he asks Captain Fei about his further plan of action. Captain Fei intends to get to the government base. He wants to see everything with his own eyes. Policeman Feng expresses his intentions to join the military and go with them to the base. Dennis and bodyguard Max believe that the final decision should be made by Zhao. The main character looks at his friends for a long time and says that in the near future they will continue their journey to the base. Zhao considers this the right decision, since he does not know the Tan commander at all. And in addition, there are stocks of weapons and useful things at the base. Chen intends to find government troops and then evacuate the villagers. Commander Tan's subordinates overheard the conversation of the young people. They tell him that Zhao's team does not trust them. Tan can't understand where they went wrong. Their speech was reasoned, and they had uniforms taken from dead soldiers. Tan was the happiest person until Zhao's team appeared. He deceived naive peasants for a long time and received care and respect from them. Tan tells his accomplices that he hasn't had a woman for a long time, and Zhao's team has 2 beautiful girls. Tan intends to destroy Zhao's team. He orders his accomplices to prepare and be on alert. The villagers have laid the tables with numerous dishes. They are going to celebrate the day of the end of the harvest. Tan believes that it is easy to deal with Zhao's team since there are only 2 professional military men among them. The accomplices inform Tan that they have set up an ambush and are waiting for his order. Zhao and his friends appear on the threshold of the banquet hall. Young people came to the meeting with weapons. Tan invites young people to hand over their weapons, explaining that the locals will be very nervous. Zhou says that they are used to having weapons with them all the time, and even go to the toilet with them. Pin dissuades Chen from going to the government base. He asks the guy to stay in the village. Chen answers the man. He says that as long as there are zombies in the world, there will be no safe place. Pin tells Chen that he is a good guy and asks the young man to be careful. Commander Tan raises his glass of alcohol and offers to drink to a new acquaintance. Captain Fei thanks Tan for their hospitality. He hopes that they will contact government forces soon. The young people raise their glasses and drink the alcohol offered by Commander Tan. Tan begins to get very nervous. He sees that Zhao is not touching the glass of alcohol. Zhao apologizes. The guy says that he hasn't drunk alcohol for a long time and will just drink water. Tan's accomplice tries to persuade Zhao to drink. He considers refusal to be disrespectful to the owners. Binyan intervenes in the conversation. She is going to drink alcohol instead of Zhao. Binyan stands up from the table and makes a solemn toast on behalf of Zhao, after which he drinks the drink. Commander Tan is jealous of Zhao. He says that it is good to have a beautiful girl as a confidant. Binyan takes Zhao's hand and informs those present that she is not his confidant, but his fiancée. Xin takes Zhao's right hand. The girl says that Binyan is too old for this role, and the guy's bride is her. Zhao is surprised by the behavior of the girls. Xin continues to insist that she is his fiancée. The girls start a squabble among themselves, each of them trying to win the guy over to their side. Tan hits the table with his hands. He calls the girls rude names and demands to shut up immediately. Zhao is surprised by Tan's behavior. The guy demands that the man pull himself together and calm down. The dialogue is interrupted by Captain Fei. He falls unconscious on the floor. Chen jumps out from behind the table and runs to his commander. Dennis and policeman Feng feel dizzy and very ill. Binyan is unable to stand and tells Zhao that she is losing consciousness. Ji realizes that his friends were poisoned by alcohol. He asks Tan what kind of drink his friends drank. Tan calls the young people idiots and lets out a quiet, sinister laugh. Zhao is in a state of wild rage. He rushes at Commander Tan. Commander Tan predicted the guy's action. He gives him a strong kick. Zhao falls to the floor and loses consciousness. Tan believes that it was easy to deal with Zhao's team. He says that he added sleeping pills to the alcohol. Pin is very outraged by what is happening. He does not understand why Commander Tan treated good people this way. Tan tells the villagers in the hall that he is the bad guy and they are stupid sheep. Local residents are very shocked by what is happening. They cannot believe that Tan turned out to be a villain. Tan's associates raise their weapons and demand that the villagers raise their hands and not resist. The peasants try to escape. One of Tan's accomplices shoots in the air and demands that everyone stop. Pin realizes that Tan and his men are not soldiers from a government base. Tan says that he was pleased to be adored by a person, but he did not think that everything would end so quickly. Tan's accomplice tells his leader that they now have large supplies of food and slaves. One of the bandits asks Tan what to do with the captured villagers. Tan says that men will work on the land without rest, and women will work with their bodies. The bandits attack defenseless women. The captives scream loudly and beg for mercy. Tan's accomplice stops the bandits. He tells them that they are ungrateful ignoramuses. The bandit offers to give the best women to Tan as a sign of gratitude and respect. Binyan lies unconscious on the table. Two bandits laugh loudly and approach the girl. Shin demands the bandits to stop. The girl calls on them to come to their senses and not commit inhumane acts. One of the bandits ignores the girl's words. He approaches Shin and stretches out his hands to her. The bandit screams loudly. He does not understand what is happening and looks at his severed hands. Zhao tells a group of bandits that he has seen many villains, but Tan is the most disgusting of them. His friends are standing next to Zhao. They are feeling great and pointing their weapons at the bandits. The guy tells Tan that he made a fatal mistake and signed his own death warrant. Tan doesn't understand why Zhao's friends are conscious. He himself saw them drinking alcohol. Commander Fei talks about how they did not swallow the alcohol, but spat it out while no one was paying attention to them. Tan points his hand at Binyan. He says that he carefully watched the girl and saw that she definitely drank the offered drink. Binyan took advantage of the moment when Tan turned away and replaced the drink with a glass of water. Tan is delighted with the work of the Zhao team. He understands that the operation was planned this morning. Zhou says that the criminals acted unprofessionally, and it was not difficult to uncover their plans. Captain Fei immediately noticed how the bandits were dressed. The uniform had a sloppy appearance and was not dressed according to the rules. Tan says that the village is his territory, and he will kill anyone who dares to go against him. Tan gives the command. His accomplices open fire on Zhao and his friends. Zhao's friends take advantageous positions and begin to fire back at the bandits. Tan takes a little girl hostage and demands that she drop her weapon immediately, or he will kill the child. Chen stops firing his machine gun. He considers Tan to be a complete bastard. Zhao waits for the moment when Tan is distracted. The guy throws his battle axe at the gang leader. The gang leader easily dodges the axe flying at him and looks at Zhao with arrogance. Zhao used a boomerang technique when throwing. The thrown axe returned and hit the unsuspecting Tan in the back. The captive girl is immediately freed. The villagers around call Tan the very last words. Tan tries to get back on his feet. He says that the second part of his team ambushed and destroyed the entire village. Dennis reports that this insidious plan was not realized, and brings captured bandits into the premises. Tan is very surprised. He does not understand how they managed to reveal his plan. The bandits inform their leader that they were captured while trying to take the villagers hostage. Zhao believes that the fate of the bandits should be decided by local residents. He asks Pin what to do with the villains. The villagers feel very angry that the gang leader did this to them. Tan tries in every way to justify himself to the villagers. He asks to forgive him. Local residents do not accept the gang leader's apology and are going to beat him up. Pin plans to donate food supplies to Team Zhao as a token of gratitude for their good deeds. Jay refuses food. The guy tells the villagers that they have enough food. Pin tells the guy that the villagers will feel awkward if the young people don't take the food. Captain Fei believes that this time they cannot refuse. Zhao agrees with the military man. Zhao is concerned about whether the villagers will be able to properly control the bandits. Pin tells the guy that they have enough security and the chosen punishment will benefit the peasants. The villagers order the captured bandits to move faster. They use them as arable animals for field work. Tan asks not to shoot at him and tells the locals that he will work faster. Pin informs Zhao that the locals are unable to kill the bandits despite the fact that they are villains. Pin asks Zhao why the young people did not immediately inform Tan about their plans. Zhao answers the man. He says that the locals would not believe them in this case. Zhao believes that without evidence, he would not be able to convince the peasants, since they considered the bandits to be their saviors. Max's bodyguard believes that sooner or later the bandits would have shown their true colors anyway. Chen says that the peasants were very lucky because Zhao's team was nearby. Zhao asks the villagers to be careful and not take the word of strangers in the future. Chen says goodbye to Pin. The guy says that as soon as he arrives at the government base, he will figure out a way to take the villagers away. Local residents bid farewell to the Zhao team and ask young people to be careful on their journey. Suddenly, Captain Fei begins to lose his balance. Chen rushes to his commander and asks how he is feeling. The young men remove Captain Fei's clothes, intending to examine his wound. The officer's wound became very inflamed, and the man developed a high fever. Policeman Feng treats Captain Fei's wound. Zhao asks him about the officer's condition. Feng answers the guy. He says that things are bad, since the wound has festered and the man has a high fever. The guys think that Fei needs to rest and recover, otherwise he won't be able to get to base. Pin considers it dangerous to transport the officer in this condition, and suggests leaving him in the village. Zhao listens to the peasants' words and realizes that they have no other choice. Chen says that he will not leave his commander alone and intends to stay with him in the village. Fei says that this is not necessary and orders Chen to move to the base. Chen does not agree with his commander's order. He cannot leave Fei alone in this state. Pin asks the guy not to worry, and says that Fei will not be left alone, as there are many people in the village who will take care of him. Captain Fei asks Zhao to take care of Chen and look after the guy, since he is still young and inexperienced. Zhao promises the captain to look after Chen and says that as soon as they arrive at the base, he will send help. Team Zhao set off. Chen constantly talks about his commander. Dennis is no longer able to listen to Chen. He asks the guy to change the subject or spend time in silence. Ji reports that they will arrive at the base in 2 days, and asks Chen to tell him more about the rules for visiting the base. Chen tells the young people that the rules are quite simple, but there are a lot of them. The first post of the base conducts a routine examination, which determines whether a person is infected or not. The second post has some serious heavy weapons in case zombies break through the first post. The third post is the last protective barrier, and is equipped with hybrid weapons with high explosive ammunition. Chen continues his story and says that in addition to this, the base is regularly patrolled to avoid fights and provocations. Zhao asks Max to stop the car immediately. Max doesn't understand what's going on, but follows the order. The main character reports that he senses a large group of zombies ahead. Not far from the road there is a large tree that aggressive zombies are trying to climb. There is a young man in the tree, armed with a bow, who is ambushed as zombies surround the tree. Dennis immediately reports this to Zhao. He is very worried about the guy who was trapped. Xin asks to save the guy. Dennis asks Zhao what they should do in this situation. Zhao intends to save the guy alone and asks his team to stay in the car. Dennis says that he will go with him. A trapped young man uses his archery skill to fight off the zombies. One of the monsters has reached the branch where the guy is on and is trying to attack him. The guy deftly performs an acrobatic trick and shoots an arrow at the attacking zombie. With the help of accurate archery, the guy manages to hold off the zombie attack. The archer is very angry because the number of zombies is not decreasing, and more monsters are joining the attack. Zhao is surprised at how quickly zombies learn. 2 days ago, he didn't know they could climb trees. The zombies stop their attack. They redirect their attention to Zhao and Dennis, who are approaching them. Dennis asks Zhao a question. He is interested in why the guy didn't take his battle axe with him. A huge flock of zombies leaves the archer and runs towards Dennis and Zhao. Zhao tells his friend that he has recently found firearms more effective than melee weapons. During a short battle, Zhao and Dennis destroy a flock of zombies. The archer watched the battle from a tree. He was very surprised at how easily and professionally the guys destroyed the monsters. Dennis tells the archer that all the zombies have been destroyed and invites the guy to climb down from the tree. The archer accepts the guy's offer and uses a graceful acrobatic leap to descend. The young man admires how the guys dealt with the zombies and invites them to meet. The archer approaches the guys. He says that he is 20 years old and his name is Robin. Robin tells Zhao that he was born and raised in a mountain village. After an outbreak, all the villagers died, and he was left alone. Zhao asks the guy why he stayed in the village and didn't try to find living people. Robin reports that his parents' graves are in the village. He doesn't want to leave them, so he didn't run away. Robin carefully examines the monsters he destroyed. The guy does not understand why other people cannot resist zombies with the same ease. Zhao takes out his battle axe and tells the guy that killing zombies is not so easy. If you don't hit the monster in the head, then it won't die. Robin thanks Zhao for the information and asks what his and his friend's names are. Zhao tells the guy his name and says that his best friend Dennis is nearby. Robin is grateful to the guys for saving him, and hands them a piece of dried meat as a sign of respect. Zhao tells Robin that it will soon be dark, and asks the young man to return to the shelter. Dennis is very surprised by how Robin is still alive. The guy believes that he does not even have basic knowledge to fight zombies. Robin carefully watches the guys leaving and pays attention to the binoculars that hang on Dennis's belt. Robin calls the guys bloody freaks and pulls the bowstring, about to shoot his bow. Dennis sees the guy's aggressive intentions and demands to stop immediately. Robin shoots with his bow, but misses. He takes out an arrow for the next shot. Dennis, with the help of his sword, repels the arrows fired by Robin. The guy does not understand why Robin attacked them. Dennis persistently demands that the guy stop and explain the reasons for his aggression. Zhao waited until Robin was reloading his bow and attacked the guy. The main character comes close to Robin and disarms him with a throw. Zhao, using a painful hold, holds Robin. Dennis once again asks the guy about the reasons for the attack. Robin says that he will avenge his dead relatives, and the bandits will not go unpunished. Zhao holds Robin tightly with the help of a grab. He tries to calm the guy down. Zhao asks Robin a question. He asks the guy why he thinks they are bandits. Robin tells Zhao that he has a very good memory, and has memorized the items belonging to the bandits. The guy claims that the binoculars that Dennis has belonged to the leader of the bandits. She tells the guy that the bandit leader was captured, and Dennis took the binoculars for himself as a useful trophy. Robin believes that the guys are deceiving him. He claims that there were many people in the gang who could not be defeated with small forces. Zhao tells the guy that if they were bandits, they probably wouldn't save him from the zombies. The main character stops arguing with Robin and once again invites him to go to his shelter before it gets dark. Robin is not satisfied with Zhao's explanations. He demands more compelling facts. The guy rushes at Dennis, but during the attack he trips and hits Dennis's knee. As a result of an unsuccessful attack, Robin loses consciousness. The guys bring him to their car. The Zhao team carefully examines the young man. The girls say that the guy looks young and most likely has not eaten for several days. Robin regains consciousness. He slowly opens his eyes and sees Shin in front of him. The young archer recognizes the girl, as Shin was a famous media star before the outbreak. Robin tells the girl that he has liked her for many years and asks her to shake her hand. The young archer decides that Shin is in danger and tries to protect her from Zhao and his team. Shin explains to the guy that Zhao's friends are good people. The girl reports that the guys took the binoculars from the captive gang leader. Robin kneels in front of Shin and asks the girl to marry him. The girl is surprised by this proposal and believes that the guy's inappropriate behavior is due to systematic malnutrition. Robin tells Shin that she has been his dream woman for years, and he has never missed her TV shows. The young archer tells Shin that he is young and strong, so he can hunt and protect the girl. Shin points at Zhao and tells Robin that she already has a boyfriend. Robin is terribly upset. The guy cannot come to terms with this news. He grabs his head and screams loudly. Binyan tells the guy that he still has a chance. The girl asks him not to give up. Zhao understands that Robin's main goal in life is to find a girl and marry her. The main character invites Robin to go to a government base. He tells the guy that there are tens of thousands of girls there. Zhao does not want to leave Robin in an abandoned village, because he believes that the guy is going wild there. Robin is not going to join Zhao's team. He intends to stay and guard the graves of his parents. The guys use a trick and start talking about girls, intending to interest Robin. Chen tells his friends that there are many famous girls at the base whom he intends to meet. In a matter of minutes, Robin changes his point of view. He is interested in famous girls and beauty pageant models. Team Zhao sets off. Max tells the main character that Robin is very young and only thinks about girls. Zhao believes that there is no need to underestimate the guy. He saw how Robin shoots well, almost without aiming. The Zhao team drives up to the government base. To get there, you have to stand in a queue for many kilometers. Chen is very surprised by the number of people who want to get into the base. Dennis says that they will have to go through the check for ages. Chen is trying to negotiate with the base security to allow his team to skip the line. The guy manages to convince the guards that Zhao will be very useful at the government base, so his team should be allowed out of line. The head of security reports that he has reported the situation to the command, and if the order comes, he will let Zhao's team pass without a turn. The Zhao team is located on the base. They are going through the first stage of inspection, which consists of disinfection. Nurses then draw blood from the young people to be thoroughly tested for infection. Zhao and his friends are given temporary ID cards. The guard informs them that as of today they are official members of the base. The security guard promises to organize recreation for the young people and provide them with temporary housing. Dennis notices a large amount of modern weapons at the base. He believes that with their help it is possible to destroy all the zombies and restore civilization. Dennis wants to see a large, spacious villa as temporary housing. Robin is absolutely not interested in the quality of housing. His thoughts are occupied with fashion models and beautiful girls. A security guard leads Zhao's team to a place where temporary housing is located, which consists of cheap barracks in a poor neighborhood. The military officer informs the young people that recently many people have been arriving at the base, so the government cannot provide quality housing for everyone. Max's bodyguards saw that there were neighborhoods on the base with decent living conditions. The guard once again informs the young people that there is not enough quality housing for everyone, and many people have to live in tents. Dennis considers this decision unfair. He tells the guard that they are not ordinary people, but experienced fighters who have killed many zombies. The guard reports that there are rules on the territory of the government base, and he considers this distribution of housing fair. Zhao asks the accompanying guard to show him the allocated rooms. The guard gives the room numbers. Zhao thanks him for his help and extends his hand to the military man. The military man thanks Zhao for saving Captain Fei, but he cannot solve the housing problem without orders. Robin says that the allocated housing is worse than his house in the mountain village. Dennis demands that the guy shut up immediately. Bodyguard Max considers the living conditions very modest, especially for girls. Dennis believes that with their merits and skill they cannot be in such rooms, and invites Zhao to leave. Zhao says it's not his style to just leave. He tells his friends that they will have a nice place to live by the evening. Max's bodyguard tells his friends that he has gathered some information about the government base. The guy says that they are in the 3rd district with the largest population and the worst living conditions. The second area of the base is home to the elite and former celebrities who represent the last hope of civilization. The guy continues his story and says that government troops and leaders live in the first area, and other residents of the base are prohibited from entering this area. Dennis believes that they deserve to live in the second district of the government base. Binyan tells Shin that the girl is a former celebrity and has every right to live in the second district. Zhao is interested in how economic life works in different areas. Max reports that there is trade between people, and the best currency is food. Jay remembers that they took a lot of things with them and asks Dennis where the luggage is. Zhao orders Robin to take the bag and follow him. He tells the guy that if he wants a wife, he will have to work hard for it. Robin is on a busy street, laying out simple utensils in front of him. The guy is trying to sell them. A woman with a small child walks down the street. The child liked the toy that Robin was selling, and he asks his mother to buy it. The woman dissuades her child. She tells him that they will make a purchase next time. Zhao tells Robin that trading is a difficult profession. He advises the guy not to despair and continue to work. Zhao was approached by a stranger who states that nowadays people need useful things, not toys. The stranger reports that he has stocks of shoes. He offers Zhao to sell them for a small percentage. Zhao and Robin notice a loud noise coming from a nearby street. People shout loudly and cheer as cars pass by. Zhao believed that it was impossible to enter the base by car. The stranger reports that the Hunting Legion has such a privilege. Zhao knows nothing about the Hunting Legion. He asks the stranger to tell him more about it. The stranger reports that the surviving people have their own private militias. The man says that the Hunting Legion carries out independent combat operations and conducts forays for food. Many people join the Hunting Legion because work there is generously rewarded. The Hunting Legion was organized by brothers from the Liu family. The older brother's name is Hen, and the younger one is Yu Fen. Zhao asks where he can find the brothers. The stranger reveals that they often visit their large stores in the center of the market. Zhao intends to meet the brothers as quickly as possible and make new acquaintances. Zhao, together with Robin, heads to the center of the market, around which there is brisk trade in various goods. Robin is very surprised by the wide variety of products on the market. A man approaches Zhao and Robin and offers his help in finding goods. Zhao tells the stranger that he came to the market not to buy, but to sell his goods. The stranger is very interested. He asks the guy what he is going to sell. Zhao says that he has a very expensive product, so he wants to meet Mr. Hen. The stranger reports that such a meeting is very difficult to organize, and asks first to let him check the quality of the goods. The merchant asks Zhao not to deceive people. He says that the guy was selling children's toys. Zhao takes out a package of medicines from his pocket. The guy says that he has various medicines in large quantities. Medicines are considered a valuable commodity in the government base. The man asks Zhao where he got the medicines. Zhao tells the man that this is his secret that he cannot share. The man is very interested in purchasing medicine. He starts bargaining with the guy. The stranger orders his subordinate to immediately go to Mr. Hen. Robin believes that selling scarce goods is much easier than selling old children's toys. Mr. Hen's subordinates bring Zhao a chair and fresh fruit. They want to make a good impression on the new client. An unfamiliar young man approaches Zhao and says that he will pay much more for the medicine than Mr. Hen. Mr. Hen's subordinate is very dissatisfied with the guy's behavior. He considers it impudent to compete with his master in such a way. The stranger speaks disrespectfully of the Liu family and does not consider Mr. Hen to be a special person. Hen's subordinate grabs the guy by the clothes. The young man tells him that he is from the second district and can create serious problems for the man. Robin is surprised at how arrogantly and rudely people from the second district behave. The Liu brothers come to the market. Mr. Hen asks his subordinate to let the guy go. Zhao carefully examines the young people. He realizes that the Liu brothers are standing in front of him. A guy from a rival clan asks Mr. Hen not to worry. He says that he just wanted to know the price of the medicine. Mr. Hen's younger brother takes out a knife. He is outraged by the impudent behavior of the young man. Hen asks his brother to put the knife away immediately. He says that they are civilized people who can always agree. Hen tells Zhao that he and his brother founded a hunting corps in order to maintain order in the third region. The guy doesn't like the fact that Hen and his brother feel like they are the masters of the third district. Hen informs the guy that the second and third districts are not much different. If any person disappears, the government will not interfere with it. The guy reacts emotionally to the threat. He makes sarcastic comments about Hen's organizational abilities. Zhao is closely following the proceedings between the two competing factions. He believes that Hen will win. Robin says that people are not much different from animals. The strong always try to dominate. The guy from the rival organization is called Wei, and he tells Hen that his family won't let him take over the entire market. Hen invites Wei to hold an auction. Zhao will sell the medicine to the highest bidder. Mr. Hen approaches Zhao. He asks the guy his name and introduces himself to him. Hen tells Zhao that no matter the outcome of the deal, he will consider him a friend. Zhao answers Mr. Hen. The guy says that he is new here, and it is a great honor for him to become a friend of influential people. Zhao wants to hear the price Hen and Wei are willing to pay for the medicines he has. Hen offers to pay for the medicines Zhao has with a large amount of food. Wei reports that he is willing to pay twice as much as Mr. Hen. Robin thinks that we need to agree to Wei's terms. Zhao asks the guy to take his time. Zhao tells buyers that he doesn't need food. He says he needs a new home. Wei tries to convince Zhao that the main thing is food, and living conditions are almost unimportant. Zhao suggests stopping negotiations if Wei does not have a suitable building. Wei says that he will contact his master soon, and Zhao will find good housing in the 3rd district. Zhao wants to get the house of the master whom Wei serves. This option suits him most. Wei considers such a demand a stupid joke. He says that his master would not exchange life in the 2nd district for a couple of boxes of medicine. Zhao turns to Mr. Hen and asks what his proposals will be. Hen tells the guy that this is not a problem for him. He can move out of his house today. Wei is very dissatisfied with the fact that Mr. Hen was able to cleverly outplay him. The guy expresses himself rudely towards the hunting legion. Yufen takes out a knife and demands Wei to immediately move to his quarters if he wants to stay alive. Wei harbors a grudge against the brothers. He is going to tell his master about the incident and take revenge on the brothers in the near future. Hen tells Zhao that the guy lost a major client today. Zhao was not very upset, since he prefers to make transactions without intermediaries. Zhao is surprised that Hen did not ask him about the amount of medicine and immediately offered to exchange them for a house. Hen says drugs are in short supply today, and even a small amount can save someone's life. Dennis runs up to Zhao. The guy tells the main character that several armed soldiers have come for him. The military man informs Zhao that the leadership wants to meet with him, since they learned that the guy defeated the mutants and saved Commander Fei. Zhao is brought to the officer standing at the entrance of the headquarters. He asks the guy what his name is. Zhao introduces himself and gives his name, after which the military thoroughly searches him. The military man reports that this is being done for security purposes, and all people entering the building are subject to inspection. The private informs his commander that during the search, a large battle axe was found on Zhao. The guy reports that the axe is a means of self-defense. This weapon helped him stay alive and get to the base unharmed. Zhao tells the military man that the axe is his personal property. He demands that the weapon be returned to him later. The guy tries to enter the building, but a security officer blocks his way. The security officer reports that the boss just finished a meeting and is now having lunch. The guy is extremely dissatisfied with the current situation. He is outraged that he was searched, and now they are making him wait. The officer thinks that Zhao has a very high opinion of himself. He considers the guy to be an ordinary bully who killed a couple of zombies and considers himself special. Zhao tells the officer that he hasn't eaten yet today. He is jealous of the commander because he follows his diet. The guy tells the officer that he will take an example from the commander and leaves to have lunch. The officer is very dissatisfied with Zhao's behavior. He demands that the guy obey the chain of command and stop immediately. The guy ignores the military man's words. He continues to slowly move away from the headquarters building. The officer gives a loud order to his subordinates, demanding that the soldiers immediately detain the guy. One of the soldiers catches up with Zhao. He tries to arrest the guy and grabs his clothes. Zhao is upset that not even a day goes by calmly. He suddenly turns around and attacks the aggressive soldier. The security officer and his subordinates did not expect such behavior from the guy. They are outraged that a civilian decided to hit a military man. All the guards who were at the entrance to the headquarters rush to the aid of their colleague. The soldiers throw numerous punches and kicks at Zhao, but the guy deftly blocks them. The military man demands the security officer to stop his subordinates, since he promised the commander to bring Zhao safe and sound. Zhao has a higher level of combat prowess, which allows him to deal with guards without much effort. The military is impressed by the guy's fighting skills. The security officer cannot believe that Zhao single-handedly dealt with several military personnel. The guy stands surrounded by defeated military men and makes sarcastic jokes at them. The security officer intends to teach Zhao a lesson, and he attacks the guy. The military man screams loudly and asks the security officer to stop immediately. The military man believes that Zhao does not have the slightest chance to resist the security officer, since he is proficient in all types of martial arts and has many years of combat experience. The head of security deals a series of powerful blows to the guy. Zhao deftly dodges them. The officer was very surprised by the guy's fighting skills. He did not expect that Zhao would be able to repel his blows. Zhao takes an advantageous position. He intends to counterattack the officer. The senior guard recognizes the guy's intention. He gets ahead of him and raises his hand to strike. Zhao effectively counters the security officer's signature move and throws the military man aside. The military man asks the security officer how he feels. The officer tells him that he cannot feel his hand at all. Zhao tells the military man that he has good equipment, but all his actions are formulaic and predictable. The military man is very irritated by the guy's behavior. He asks him to stop chatting and attacking. The base commander approaches the place of the fight. The general claps his hands, as he really liked the fight. The general praises Zhao. He is surprised that the guy alone was able to cope with well-trained military personnel. Zhao was very surprised by the appearance of General Zhao. The guy believed that the general of the base would be a slender and fit man. Zhao thinks the guy is funny. He says that he has a meeting over and invites Zhao to talk over lunch. Zhao is surprised that the base commander is having lunch in an ordinary army canteen. The guy thought it would be a luxurious restaurant with an abundance of delicious dishes. A subordinate brings General Zhao a folder with secret documents. The general asks him to put it on the table. The secret folder contains detailed information about eaters, diggerworms, and other mutants. General Zhao thanks the guy for saving Captain Fei and getting useful information that will help in the further fight against zombies. Zhao asks the general why he insisted on a personal meeting. The guy believes that Zhao has plans for him. The base commander is pleased with the guy's wit. He suggests not beating around the bush and getting straight to the point. The voice of General Zhao is heard. He reports that it is necessary to immediately evacuate Captain Fei and the remaining living villagers. The base commander announces that he has created a temporary rescue team, and tomorrow it will be sent to the village to evacuate people. General Zhao asks the protagonist to join the operation and help the rescue team. The base commander believes that the guy will be useful in the squad, since he has experience fighting diggerworms and other mutated zombies. Chen thinks this is a good idea, since despite the good professional training of the soldiers, they lack real skill in fighting mutants. Zhao uses the situation to his advantage. He says that he is very busy, since his team is in the 3rd district, and they are busy organizing their lives. The base commander scolds his subordinates. He is dissatisfied that such a good specialist as Zhao lives in the 3rd region. The military man assures General Zhao that in the near future he will solve the housing problem and find a suitable building for Zhao's team. The guy refuses help. He believes that the 3rd district is good enough to live in, and says that he has already solved the problem with the house. After some consideration of the proposal, Zhao agrees to take part in the operation, but the guy demands that 3 conditions be met. The guy asks to include several of his friends in the rescue team, and also to give them new ammunition and weapons. The base commander tells the guy that this is not a problem. He is ready to organize everything as soon as possible, since people's lives are at stake. Zhao informs the general of his 3rd condition, which is that he will independently command the rescue operation. The military man behind General Zhao is unable to contain his emotions. He is very dissatisfied with the guy's conditions. Zhao says that he has extensive experience fighting zombies and mutants, unlike the military, who have not yet encountered high-level monsters. General Zhao ponders the guy's proposal for some time, after which he gives his consent and orders the military to begin preparations for the operation. The officer tries to dissuade General Zhao. The base commander replies that he has already made a decision and demands that the military man obey the order. The military man is very dissatisfied with the decision of the base commander, but he is forced to obey and carry out the order. General Zhao says he hopes the evacuation operation will be successful. The guy answers the base commander. Zhao asks the military man not to worry, and says that he will complete the task. The girls are very upset that Zhao will be forced to leave the base and take part in a dangerous operation. Bodyguard Max asks the girls not to worry. He says that Zhao will not be alone and promises to bring him back safe and sound. Robin is not eager to leave the base and risk his life. He reports that his main task is to find his wife. Policeman Feng asks Zhao if 2 people on his team is enough for him. The main character replies that he cannot take the whole team with him, since it is necessary to ensure the protection of the girls. Zhao asks Policeman Feng a question. The guy wants to know if he will remain on his team. Feng answers the guy. He says that he received an offer to join the police team, but he is more satisfied with being with the Zhao team. The guy thanks the policeman for his trust and asks him to stay with Dennis at the base in order to protect the girls. Zhao asks the girls to behave well and not argue with each other. The guy hopes for their prudence. The girls promise Zhao to be obedient and ask him to return from the operation safe and sound. Zhao, using his ring, contacts a virtual god. The guy intends to exchange all the crystal cores for an increase in combat level. The virtual god fulfills the guy's proposal and exchanges the points and crystals he earns for combat skills. Zhao instantly feels his strength increase and his defense level increase. A large column of armored army vehicles is moving along a narrow mountain road. Max's bodyguard is in one of the cars. He carefully examines his new weapon. Robin is unhappy with his new bow. He finds it too light and very difficult to control. The military man tells the guy that this is the best composite bow that can accurately hit the target at a long distance. The officer behind the wheel harbors a strong grudge against Zhao. He does not understand how the base manager could entrust the operation to a civilian. Zhao extends his hand to the officer and offers to forget yesterday's incident. The military man is not going to put up with the guy and asks him not to distract him from the road. The officer uses a radio to inform the crews behind them that they will soon arrive at their destination. Max's bodyguard is annoyed that the officer continues to give orders to his subordinates, despite the fact that Zhao should be in charge of the operation. A column of armored vehicles drives past deserted agricultural fields. Zhao demands the officer driving to stop immediately. The military man asks the guy what's wrong. The military obeys Zhao's command. The column stops. The guy demands the soldiers to be extremely careful. Bodyguard Max and Robin are very dissatisfied with the way the driver is driving the car. Because of the sudden braking, they almost fell to the floor. The soldiers laugh loudly at the guys. They don't understand how young people will fight monsters if they are thrown off balance by a sudden stop. Zhao hears screams coming from the right side of the car. Max's bodyguard opens the window of the armored car and looks through binoculars. Zombies have gathered at the entrance to the building and are trying to get inside. The surviving people have barricaded themselves inside. Zhao looks through his binoculars and sees that Captain Fei is alive and inside the room with the locals. The officer orders the soldiers to take up fighting positions and be ready to open fire at long range. Zhao demands that the military man immediately cancel his order. The guy reports that heavy fire will destroy the fragile wooden building in which the people are hiding. Chen completely agrees with Zhao. He demands that the officer obey the guy's orders, since he is more experienced in fighting zombies. Zhao intends to teach the officer a lesson and show him how to effectively fight monsters. The soldiers get out of their cars and take up a position on a high hill. Zhao says this is an ideal location as it is high up and gives a good view of the surrounding area. The main character is going to divert the zombies' attention to himself and asks his friends to cover him with fire. The military man considers Zhao crazy, since the guy is going to face hundreds of zombies alone. Chen is confident in his friend's actions. He witnessed how the main character confronted the digger worm alone. Zhao draws his two combat swords and slowly approaches the group of surprised zombies. The monsters immediately rush at the guy. Zhao intends to deal with the monsters and earn new points to improve his combat level. A fierce battle begins. Zhao, using his acquired combat skills, deftly destroys the monsters attacking him. Bodyguard Max and Robin are nearby and cover their friend with fire. The Special Forces officer is greatly surprised by how efficiently and fearlessly Zhao and his team work. Chen tells the officer that he also greatly underestimated the combat characteristics of young men before. The officer orders the military to fix bayonets and begin to advance towards the building to free the people. The military engages in battle with zombies and slowly advances towards a building in which people are trapped. Local residents are extremely happy that government troops have come to their aid. The virtual god informs Zhao that the guy has scored enough points to advance to the next battle level. Zhao destroyed more than 500 zombies and received a new combat level and the rank of junior sergeant from the system. Suddenly, Zhao receives a strong blow that sends him flying. The guy's friends are trying to figure out who dealt a crushing blow to their friend. A mutated zombie eater stands in front of Zhao. The guy has never met mutants with such enormous power. The military man thinks that the devourer looks much scarier than in the training manual, and he tries his best not to panic. Joe sees that the devourer does not attack the zombies nearby, and is very surprised that the new mutant acts together with the zombies. The virtual god informs the guy that this mutant is a second-level monster, and has the ability to control ordinary zombies. The devourer strikes with his huge tongue. The virtual god warns Zhao about the presence of a poisonous thorn on the tongue. Zhao dodges the devourer's blow and tries to stab him with a battle axe. The devourer has a quick reaction. He parries the blows and throws the guy several meters away. The officer gives the command to cover the guy. The military immediately opens fire on the monster. The devourer grabs the zombie next to him and uses it as a shield to protect him from bullets. Having completed a huge jump, the monster finds itself next to the soldiers and inflicts numerous blows on them, scattering them. A huge crowd of zombies rushes after the devourer to finish off the wounded soldiers. The military begins to slowly retreat. They fire continuously from their guns at the zombies. Zhao orders Chen to get behind the wheel of an armored car and start crushing the attacking zombies. Chen accelerates the car and crashes into a crowd of zombies. With his actions, he saves the retreating soldiers. Ji rushes into another attack on the devourer. The monster has a strong body. With the help of its huge paws, it repels the blows of the sword. The guy does not reduce the intensity of his blows. This leads to results. Zhao manages to chop off one of the monster's paws. The devourer pauses for a moment, allowing Robin to fire an arrow that hits the monster's head. Max's bodyguard joins his friend and releases a clip at the wounded devourer. and with coordinated actions they manage to destroy the monster. Max's bodyguard tells Zhao that the battle is over. They manage to destroy all the zombies. Captain Fei and Uncle Pin come out to meet the Zhao team. They are incredibly happy to see the young people. Pin tells Chen that the military arrived on time, as the villagers did not have the slightest chance to resist the zombies. Zhao orders the villagers to board the armored bus immediately, as it is not safe to be here. The military puts the villagers on the bus and provides them with the necessary medical care. The soldiers chat quietly among themselves, admiring how well-coordinated and efficient the Zhao team is. The main character asks local residents how zombies entered the village. Uncle Pin says that Tan and the arrested bandits are to blame for everything. Robin reacts strongly to the man's story. He understands that it was these bandits who destroyed his home village. Robin asks what happened to the bandits. Captain Fei says that they tried to escape and were eaten by zombies. The military believes that the bandits died too easy a death, which they did not deserve. The villagers are delighted that they are heading to a government base that will protect them from zombie attacks. Max's bodyguard believes that Zhao performed the operation brilliantly and suggests that the guy ask the base commander for a reward. Zhao suggests focusing on the road. He says that they have not yet reached the base and are in danger. The main character looks out the car window. The guy cannot get rid of the feeling of anxiety. The young people feel a slight vibration. Max's bodyguard believes that they just hit a bump. Zhao, using a walkie-talkie, contacts the other machines. He asks if they noticed anything unusual. The military man listens carefully to the radio communications. He is very unhappy that Zhao is still giving them orders. The caravan of armored vehicles stops abruptly. The asphalt on the road begins to become covered with cracks. Captain Fei raises the alarm. He informs those around them that they have been attacked by a digger worm. A huge digging worm bursts out of the ground and attacks military vehicles. Drivers put their cars into high gear and try to get away from the digger worm as quickly as possible. The huge monster reaches the nearest armored vehicle, throws it into the air and begins to devour it. The Special Forces officer gives the command to his subordinates to open fire with all weapons on the digger worm. The military immediately carries out the order of their commander. They open heavy fire on the monster. The bullets do not cause much harm to the digger. With the impact of his huge body, he throws 2 cars aside. Zhao orders all survivors to leave the car. The guy intends to distract the digger worm to allow the others to leave. The surviving villagers leave Zhao's car and transfer to a nearby bus. The SWAT officer tells Zhao that he can't take down the digger worm alone. Zhao informs the military man that he is in command of the operation. The guy demands that his orders be carried out. Max's bodyguard climbs out of the car's hatch and takes aim at the monster with a handheld grenade launcher. Several grenades hit the huge digger worm, causing the monster to rise into the air and roar loudly. The digger worm attacks the car containing Zhao and his friend and begins to devour it. The Special Forces officer orders the reconnaissance platoon to go to the aid of the young men, while the rest move at full speed to the base. The digger worm tries to devour the armored car containing Zhao and Max. The bodyguard says that the car will soon be destroyed. Zhao and his friend open the car doors and jump down from a great height. During the fall, bodyguard Max manages to fire several shots at the digger worm from his grenade launcher. The grenades hit the target, destroying the monster's huge mouth. Zhao looks carefully at the surprised military men and suggests immediately returning to the base. A loud crack of breaking asphalt is heard, and a digger worm appears behind Zhao. The monster rushes at Zhao and in front of the surprised military men devours the guy. Friends rush to Zhao's aid, but the digger worm quickly burrows into the ground and disappears from sight. The Special Forces officer orders the villagers to be sent to the base and the military to immediately begin searching for Zhao. The Zhao team is at the government base. Young people wait in complete silence for news. The doors open, and a group of military men enters the room. They silently approach the young people. Binyan breaks out of his thoughts and asks the military about the results of the search operation. The military continues to remain silent. The girl understands that the search operation did not bring results. Xin speaks her mind. She says that Zhao should not have been allowed to join the military squad. Tong believes that we need to come to terms with reality. She adds that 3 whole days have already passed, and Zhao is probably dead. Dennis grabs Max's bodyguard by his clothes and accuses the guy of failing to protect Zhao. Officer Fei asks the guy to calm down. He reports that Max's bodyguard did everything possible. Fei offers his condolences to the Zhao team. He is very upset by the death of the main character. The Special Forces officer changed his attitude towards Zhao, since the guy sacrificed his life in order to save other people. The officer reports that the base command has decided to award Zhao the highest medal and will organize a memorial service in the near future. Dennis believes that his friend is still alive, and a memorial service is out of the question. The young people try to calm the crying Xin. Binyan asks the military to continue the search operation. The officer reports that the military has done everything possible, and further searches could be dangerous for the soldiers. Dennis rudely tells the military that his friend did not think about the dangers. Policeman Feng tries to calm the guy down. Binyan does not believe that Zhao is dead. She believes that young people need to continue the search on their own. The guys intend to start searching. They will not believe that Zhao is dead until they see his body. Tong suggests choosing a new team leader before the guys go looking for Zhao. The girl believes that Dennis will be a good new commander, since he communicated with Zhao the longest. Binyan listens silently to his friend. She is deep in her thoughts. Mr. Hen comes into the young people's room and says that he has just returned from work and heard bad news. Hen offers the help of his people and army equipment to search for Zhao. Binyan thanks the guy from the bottom of his heart. Mr. Hen tells the girl that Zhao is his friend, and he can't just sit idly by. Tong thinks that Mr. Hen is minding his own business. Dennis sits on the bed and silently listens to his wife. Dennis considers Mr. Hen a good person, since he came to the rescue in difficult times. Dennis asks his wife why she started talking about the new team captain. Tong calls her husband a stupid young man. She tells him that she did everything only for his sake. The girl demands from her husband that he begin to take himself more seriously. She believes that Dennis has made a great contribution to the team and should take the place of commander. Tong believes that Zhao has overshadowed her husband's talents, and now it's time for Dennis to take over. Dennis does not want to believe that Zhao is dead. The guy hopes that he managed to escape. Tong believes that it is necessary to think about the future. She does not place high hopes on the government base, and believes that only her own team can provide security. The girl tells Dennis that the military used Zhao for their own purposes. She asks the guy to think about what will happen if they are not useful to the military. Toon believes that in these difficult times, it is necessary to rely only on one's own strength. The girl gives the example of Mr. Hen, who is the head of an influential family, and even the military is wary of him. Tong insists that Dennis take more initiative when she proposes choosing a new team captain. An unfamiliar girl in a black robe and with a mask on her face is moving through a forest overgrown with vines. The girl uses a device that shows a high level of mutation located nearby. After some time, she approaches the dead body of a huge digger worm. The girl comes closer to the huge monster. She understands that only a professional could cope with such a serious opponent. The stranger knows very well how difficult it is to find a digger's weak point and deal him a fatal blow. The body of the digger worm begins to move. The girl jumps back and draws her combat sword. Using a battle axe to cut through the dense skin of the digger worm, Zhao tries to get out. The girl was very surprised by what was happening. She did not expect to see a living person getting out of the monster's belly. Zhao got out. The guy is trying to get to his feet and regain his lost breath. The stranger asks Zhao who he is and how the guy ended up inside the digger worm. Zhao answers the girl. He tells her that he is an ordinary, poor young man who was on the verge of death. The girl perceives Zhao as a threat. She takes a step back and points her combat blade at him. Zhao finds the girl no less strange than him, since she is dressed all in black, has a mask on her face, and is armed with a combat katana. The guy asks the girl to move away and not stand in his way. He tells the girl that he doesn't have time to talk. He urgently needs to find water to wash off the mucus. The girl believes that Zhao has taken possession of a high-level core and orders him to stop. Zhao invites the girl to taste the mucus of the digger worms. He sprays her with mucus. Taking advantage of the situation, Zhao manages to easily break away from the pursuit of the girl and hide in the nearby thickets. The girl is unable to pursue Zhao. She has been exposed to the acidic slime of the digger, which is corroding her clothes. Having cleared her clothes of mucus, the girl is about to chase the guy. She realizes that Zhao took the expensive core. Zhao takes water treatments in a small lake. He realizes that this time he is very lucky. The guy is glad that he managed to get the 4th level crystal. He intends to save it in order to use it at the right time. Zhao's thoughts are interrupted by a girl approaching him. She persistently demands that the guy return the core. The girl takes out her combat katana and points it at the guy. Zhao silently watches what is happening. The guy throws the cannonball in his hands. Zhao does not intend to give it to the girl. He says that he risked his life in order to get the cannonball. The girl tells the guy that in this case she will take his clothes and he will remain completely naked. Zhao stands up to his full height. He tells the girl that he is a man and has nothing to fear. The girl is filled with a wave of strong anger. She has not met such arrogant and self-confident guys for a long time. A girl approaches a guy. She intends to seduce Zhao in order to get an expensive core. The stranger tells Zhao in a quiet voice that he will be satisfied with the proposed deal. The girl waited for the moment when Zhao lost his vigilance and snatched the cannonball from the guy's hands. The stranger runs away to a safe distance. She tells Zhao that he is a young and stupid man. The girl unclenches her fist. She understands that the guy deceived her, since there is an ordinary stone in her hand. A feeling of rage fills the stranger. She rushes to attack and strikes Zhao with a strong blow with her hand. The guy has a sufficient combat level to repel the girl's strong blows. Jay repels the girl's next attack and uses a throw to drop her into the water. The guy holds the girl underwater. He promises to let her go if the stranger leaves him alone. Jay realizes that he overdid it a little. He sees that the girl choked and lost consciousness. The main character pulls the girl ashore. He intends to give her a heart massage and perform artificial respiration. Zhao carefully examines the stranger. He does not understand for what purpose the girl wears a mask on her face. After performing a direct cardiac massage, the guy approaches the girl to begin artificial respiration. The stranger comes to her senses. She calls the guy rude names and thinks that he wanted to take advantage of her while she was unconscious. The guy tells the stranger that the girl is an ungrateful person. Zhao reports that he saved her life. The girl attacks the guy. Zhao orders the stranger to immediately shut up as he hears a suspicious sound. The main character carefully makes his way through the bushes to find out the cause of the suspicious noise. Zhao looks in surprise at the clearing where the destroyed digger worm was located. The monster has disappeared, leaving behind only puddles of sticky mucus. The stranger does not give up hope of getting the core of the 4th level. She tells the guy that they have not finished the conversation yet. The girl tells Zhao that she will not leave him until he gives her the core. The stranger looks at the puddles of sticky slurry and makes the assumption that the digger remained alive and managed to get away. Zhao is sure that the digger worm is dead. The guy believes that he was dragged away by a stronger monster. Zhao hears extraneous sounds. The guy pushes the girl aside and prepares to repel the attack. A huge, wild, mutated boar attacks the main character. Zhao takes out his battle axe and strikes at the aggressive monster. With one blow, the guy blows off the monster's head. The attacking boar was not alone. Zhao and the stranger are surrounded by a pack of mutated animals. Zhao does not lose his sense of humor. The guy talks about how he could eat wild animals if they were not mutants. The stranger is determined. She is going to help the guy deal with part of the pack of werewolves. The boars rush to attack, but they do not reach the people, as they are captured by the long tentacles of an unknown creature. An unknown creature, with the help of its tentacles, drags the boar into the bushes. Zhe realizes that a more dangerous and powerful enemy is hiding in the thickets than the mutated boars. Suddenly, long tentacles appear from the thickets, which grab the guy and throw him into the air. The stranger quickly reacts to what is happening. She takes out her combat katana and cuts the tentacle that grabbed the guy. Zhao frees himself from the grip and falls to the ground from a great height. The guy thanks the girl. The stranger answers him. She tells Zhao that she is only worried about the mutant core and not the guy's life. A huge monster appears from the thickets, consisting of many tentacles and appendages, on which there are huge toothy mouths. Zhao, using his ring, tries to contact the virtual god to get information about the monster. The virtual god informs the guy that this monster is a mutated plant called a flytrap. Zhao looks carefully into the thicket. He sees that its relatives are approaching the flycatcher. The guy and the stranger are surrounded by mutants slowly approaching them. Zhao asks the virtual god to report on the enemy's weak point. The virtual god tells Zhao that the flytrap has no weak points. The guy understands that the only way to escape is to escape. The stranger asks Zhao why they didn't accept the fight. The guy explains that this monster is level 7, and it will be very difficult to deal with it in battle. The stranger stops her run. She intends to fight the monster to get a high-level core. The girl rushes at the monster pursuing them. She draws her blade and jumps on the monster. With a powerful and precise blow, the stranger cuts the mutated flytrap into 2 parts. The girl stands next to the defeated monster. She tells Zhao that it was not difficult to deal with him. Zhao is dissatisfied with what is happening. The guy learned from the virtual god that it is impossible to destroy a mutant in this way. Any cut-off part of the monster turns into a separate individual. The girl does not have this information. She is proud of her victory over the monster, and tells the guy that he is subject to excessive fear. The fly swatter, cut in half, has fully recovered and come to its senses. It roars loudly and attacks the young people. Zhao orders the girl to never use her sword again, as it will only increase the number of monsters. The guy grabs the girl by the hand and suggests she immediately flee. Huge fly swatters deliver strong blows with their long tentacles. One of the blows knocks the young people off their feet. The girl cannot run further on her own because her leg is injured. The guy throws the stranger behind his back and continues running. The stranger asks Zhao to leave her and save himself. The guy does not intend to leave the girl to be devoured by monsters. Even in an extreme situation, Zhao does not lose his sense of humor. He tells the girl that he must save her in order to repay the debt as a slap in the face. The stranger tells the main character that there is a deep cliff on their way. The guy orders the girl to hold on to him as tightly as possible. He runs with all his might and jumps to the opposite side of the cliff. Zhao fails to jump over the cliff. The guy and the stranger begin to fall down. Zhao uses his battle axe to slow down the fall. Huge mutated fly swatters reach the edge of the cliff. They are unable to pursue people further. The main character, together with the stranger, manages to break away from the persecution. Zhao finds a cozy cave in which he provides first aid to the girl. The stranger wonders where Zhao was able to get bandages and medicine. The guy does not intend to report the virtual box in which useful items are stored. Zhao asks the girl her name and where she knows about mutants. The stranger is unhappy that Zhao tied her up when he was helping her. The girl tells the guy that she won't tell him anything. Zhao tells the girl that he has enough time and intends to return to the conversation later. Suddenly, the guy pulls out 2 snakes from behind his back. Zhao intends to use the girl's fear to force her to speak. The stranger asks the guy to immediately remove the snakes from her face. Zhao reports that the snakes are hungry and says that he will now let them go. The girl is unable to control her fear. Foam begins to come out of her mouth, and she loses consciousness. Zhao sits opposite the stranger. The guy is very surprised by the fact that the girl was not afraid of wild boars. But when she saw the snakes, she lost consciousness. The main character experiences a strong feeling of hunger. He intends to eat 1 snake and leave the second for communication with the girl. The stranger regains consciousness. She carefully watches as Zhao sits by the fire and eats the cooked snake. The girl makes quiet moans. She says that she is worried about the intense heat and an incomprehensible vibration under her. Zhao believes that the stranger intends to seduce him with her moans. The guy does not respond to the girl's complaints. Suddenly, a huge tentacle sneaks up on Zhao and grabs him by the throat. Zhao manages to rip a tentacle from his neck. The guy jumps to the side and takes a defensive position. The tentacle hits the guy with a strong blow. Zhao flies off to the opposite side of the cave. The stranger stands near the cave wall, surrounded by numerous tentacles. Zhao, using his ring, immediately connects with the virtual god. The guy urgently asks him to tell him what happened to the girl. The virtual god scans the girl and informs the guy that the stranger is not a mutant. She is poisoned with an organic poison. Zhao is thinking about how to free the girl and return control of her mind. The virtual god tells Zhao that the mutated poison entered the girl through the wound she received in the fight. The guy understands that if the girl is not freed from the poison soon, it will completely mutate her body. Zhao considers such a mechanism very vile, since it allows you to use other people for your own purposes without their consent. The mutated stranger lets out a loud laugh and attacks Zhao. The guy runs up and uses a somersault to get behind the stranger. Zhao finds himself behind the girl. He grabs her by the tentacles and thus blocks the stranger's movement. The virtual god informs the guy that if he frees the girl from the tentacles by force, she will die instantly. The guy listens to the instructions of the virtual god, which is that the girl needs to be injected with an evolutionary fluid that will make her immune to poison. The stranger screams loudly. She manages to escape from the grip and strike the guy several times with her tentacles. The girl drops Zhao to the ground and, taking advantage of the situation, instantly attacks the guy. The stranger's face is very close to Zhao. The girl in a quiet whisper asks the guy to help her. Zhao intends to save the girl. He is going to inject her with an evolutionary liquid that will save the stranger from poison. A huge number of tentacles cover the bodies of the guy and the stranger. They turn into one huge cocoon. The next morning comes. Zhao wakes up and realizes that he is tightly bound with bandages. In a secret laboratory of a powerful organization, scientists are conducting research on mutated organisms. The stranger reports on her task to the head of the secret organization. The girl reports that she failed and was unable to get a high-level crystal. The head of the secret organization decides not to punish the girl, since this was the only failure of all time. The girl's name is Taya. She asks to give her one more chance in order to correct the situation. Taya believes that she will meet with Zhao soon, as she needs to return to get the 7th level crystal. Xin has prepared a luxurious dinner for her friends. The girl invites everyone to sit down at the table. Robin can't resist the canned meats on the dinner table. Dennis and his wife slowly descend from the 2nd floor. Tong is unhappy that Xin used too many products for dinner. Xin tries to justify herself, saying that they need to eat well before going in search of Zhao. Policeman Feng thanks Xin for the prepared dinner. He is pleased that the girl takes care of the team. Tong does not hide her irritation. She says that caring does not give the right to dispose of collective property. Xin is very unpleasant to listen to the girl's words. She wanted to please her friends and make them feel good. Policeman Feng says that since all the property is collective, they do not mind a luxurious dinner. Dennis tries to calm his wife down. Tong responds rudely to the guy and asks him to shut up. Tong is trying to win Binyan over to her side. She tells the girl that it is necessary to save resources. Binyan believes that there is no need to quarrel over such a trifle, and she does not mind eating canned food from the stock. Tong changes the topic of conversation and suggests choosing a new team captain. Tong believes that they cannot rely on Mr. Hen forever, and they need their own leader. Dennis asks his friends to listen to his wife's words. He says that Tong is completely right. The guys don't like Dennis's behavior. They think that Tong is putting a lot of pressure on him. Dennis says that Mr. Hen's people will not be able to organize a full-fledged search for Zhao. He is ready to become the new captain and start the search on his own. Binyan asks his friends what they think about Dennis's candidacy. Policeman Feng agrees to choose a new team leader, but he believes that Dennis is not suitable for this role. Tong tries to find out the reason for this decision. She says that Dennis has a lot of merit and is a responsible person. Feng believes that Dennis is too young and hot-tempered to become team captain. Tong does not agree with the man. The girl reports that Dennis was the first to join Zhao's team. Policeman Feng continues to insist on his position. He believes that Dennis can be a good deputy, but not a captain. Feng suggests promoting bodyguard Max to the position of team captain, since he is a calmer and more reserved person. Tong falls into a state of intense irritation. The girl believes that Max is just new to the team and, therefore, has no right to be captain. Policeman Feng asks the girl not to be angry. He says that he just expressed his opinion. Binyan fully supports Feng. She says that everyone on the team has the right to express their thoughts. Tong demands to vote immediately. She informs those present that her vote will be for Dennis. Policeman Feng and Robin think twice and cast their votes for bodyguard Max. Shin joins the vote. The girl considers bodyguard Max to be the best candidate. Tong attacks the girl. She rudely informs Shin that she does not have the right to vote. The guys are shocked by Tong's behavior. The girl continues to insist on her husband's candidacy and accuses the young people of ingratitude. Dennis gets tired of watching his wife's disgusting behavior. He loudly demands Tong to shut up immediately. Tong is unable to control her anger and is outraged that Dennis speaks to her in such a tone. The young people's conversation is interrupted by loud noise and screams coming from the street. Zhao's team immediately approaches the windows. There are a large number of people on the streets. They are very scared and are trying to escape. The government base has been attacked by zombies. Mr. Hen is in his car and is trying to organize the evacuation of people. Zhao's team approaches Mr. Hen's car. The young people ask him what is happening. Hen reports that the government base has been attacked by zombies. Monsters are roaming the area and are approaching the residential sector. The military on the bridge is hastily installing defensive fortifications. The officer orders the military to block the bridge as quickly as possible and not allow anyone into the government base. The machine gun company takes its combat positions and informs the officer of its full readiness. The military man expects a possible zombie breakout to occur on the bridge, and he closely inspects it and the surrounding area. A group of Zhao approaches Captain Fei. Young people announce their readiness to help the military. The military man reports to Captain Fei that the artillery and machine gun positions are fully prepared to repel the attack. One of the military notices the approach of zombies. He loudly reports this to his superiors. Single zombies begin to appear on the bridge, and every minute there are more and more of them. Dennis is very surprised by the number of zombies. He says that they are much faster than those they met before. The military man does not understand where such a large number of zombies could come from. Military patrols destroyed all the monsters on the outskirts of the city. Captain Fei sees the mutated zombies as a strong threat. He believes that if they break through the defenses, they will reach the second line in a few minutes. The officer gives a loud command to his subordinates to open fire on the zombies with all weapons. A powerful barrage of artillery and machine gun fire destroys the first wave of attacking zombies. The military man is given the opportunity to destroy the attacking zombies. The officer gazes into the distance. The smoke clears, and a huge number of zombie eaters attack the first line of defense. The officer sees that his subordinates cannot contain the attack of mutated zombies. He orders his soldiers to flee. The zombie eaters are joined by ordinary zombies. They catch up and destroy the retreating soldiers. The military man believes that it is necessary to blow up the bridge in order to secure the government base. Captain Fei is against this, since there are military survivors on the bridge. The military man believes that he must sacrifice his comrades in order for everyone else to survive. Policeman Feng asks the military man to take a close look at the bridge. The military man immediately takes his binoculars and looks into the distance. The military man tells those present good news. He saw a car on the bridge with Zhao in it. The guys from the Zhao team do not hide their joy. They see that their captain is alive. Zhao is driving an armored car. He asks the virtual god why zombies have begun to evolve so much faster. The virtual god informs the guy that the zombies have remained the same. Their high speed is due to the fact that they are controlled by the mutant captor. In order to stop the attack, Zhao needs to find the mutant captor and destroy him. The guy uses sound waves to find him. Zhao, in his armored car, crashes into a huge crowd of zombies, and the strong impact throws the monsters to the sides. With the help of sound waves, the guy manages to find the mutant captor among the crowd of zombies. The main character presses the gas pedal. His car jumps up and flies towards the zombie leader. Zombie eaters come to the aid of the mutant captor. With the help of their bodies, they throw the armored car aside. Zhao manages to balance the car. The guy lost sight of the zombie captor. Zombies attack Zhao's car. They try to break the windows to get inside. Zhao's friends see that their captain has fallen into a trap. They understand that he cannot cope alone. Bodyguard Max asks Captain Fei to give him a car to save Zhao. The officer says that one cannot take such a risk as the safety of the entire area is at stake. Captain Fei makes a decision. He cancels the bridge explosion and gives permission to the Zhao team to save their captain. The officer and Chen are covering the retreating military. The guy believes that they will not be able to resist the zombies for long. Pushing aside the crowd of monsters, an armored car drives up to the military, braking sharply and stopping next to them. Policeman Feng orders the military to get into the car as quickly as possible. The zombies continue to continuously attack the car containing Zhao. One of the monster eaters breaks the car window and tries to reach the guy with its paw. At this moment, a car with his friends appears next to Zhao. The young people open heavy fire on the attacking zombies. Zhao asks his friends to cover him. He jumps out of the car and goes in search of the zombie captor. The main character quickly runs towards the leader of the zombies. His friends clear the way for him with dense fire. Zhao finds a captor in the crowd of zombies. He takes out his battle axe and uses it to clear the way for himself. After some time, the guy gets to the zombie leader and inflicts a strong blow on the monster. After the death of the captor, ordinary zombies lost their speed. Zhao orders the remaining monsters to be immediately destroyed. The military immediately rushes to the attack. They intend to destroy the slow zombies as soon as possible. The military opens fire with their small arms. The monsters are not fast enough to react and dodge the bullets. Zhao hears a loud roar behind him. The zombie captor is still alive. He raises his huge paws and rushes at the guy. A hand-to-hand fight ensues. Zhao picks up a metal crowbar from the ground and breaks the head of the zombie captor with it. The guy considers the leader of the zombie to be smart enough, since he pretended to be dead. He leans over his body and removes the precious core. Zhao, accompanied by an officer, comes to the house where his team is located. The enthusiastic voices of the girls are heard. The girls rush to the guy and hug him tightly. Shin cannot hold back his tears. Policeman Feng is proud of the guy's actions. The government base could have been destroyed if Zhao had not found and destroyed the zombie captor. Captain Fei, on behalf of the command, expresses his respect to Zhao. The officer asks the guy to forgive him for his past behavior. The officer tells the guy that he was wrong when he considered him an arrogant hooligan. Zhao is glad that good friendly relations have developed between him and the officer. The guy offers to forget past grievances. Tong tells Zhao that the whole team was very worried about him and always believed that he survived. The girl reports that her husband, despite the threat of being destroyed by zombies, went out every day to search, hoping to find Zhao. Captain Fei invites the guy to have a good rest, and tomorrow to go with him to headquarters to discuss the detailed situation. Tong tells Zhao that she prepared a bath for him and opened a couple of cans from the store. Zhao has laid out the crystals obtained in battles on the table. The guy is thinking about what to exchange them for with the virtual god. A knock is heard on the door. Shin appears on the threshold. The girl asks permission to enter the room. Shin apologizes to Zhao for visiting so late. The guy says that everything is fine and invites her to sit on the sofa. Shin tells the guy that she has information that she must convey to him. The girl tells Zhao that in his absence, Tong was going to nominate her husband as team captain. Zhao remains completely silent. The guy sits motionless and is deeply immersed in his thoughts. Shin doesn't see anything wrong with the fact that in Zhao's absence the team decided to choose a commander, but she considers it necessary to inform the guy about this. Zhao thinks that no one chose Dennis as the team captain. Perhaps Dennis harbored a grudge, and in the future this will not play into the team's hands. Zhao thanks the girl for informing him. The guy promises to resolve all differences in the near future. The main character gathers his team in one room. He is going to tell the young people about his decision. Zhao informs his friends that he has received information that in his absence the team has decided to elect a second in command. Tong says that this is not necessary at the moment, since Zhao has rejoined the team. Tong reports that she herself wanted to tell Zhao about this situation. The girl points her finger at Shin and says that someone has a very long tongue. Tong accuses Shin of intending to replace Binyan and become the commander's wife. Shin admits that she told Zhao everything, but the girl denies using this situation for personal gain. Dennis tries to protect his wife. He tells Zhao that the choice of a new commander is his idea. Zhao tells his friends not to worry, as he really likes the idea of a deputy. The guy reports that in the near future, he will have to go outside more often for supplies, so the team must have a deputy commander. Zhao informs his friends that he is appointing Dennis as his deputy. Dennis is surprised by this news. Tong is pleased with Zhao's decision and tries to cheer up her husband and tells him that the commander values him greatly. Zhao says that he trusts Dennis, since the guy is his best friend and first partner. The main character appoints Binyan as an advisor to Dennis. He invites the guy to contact the girl for advice. Dennis believes that the team can rely on him. The guy promises that he will not let his commander down. Binyan asks Zhao why he decided to make Dennis his deputy. Zhao answers the girl. He says that it was necessary to calm Tong down. Besides, Dennis is a simple and loyal person. The main character asks bodyguard Max how he feels about his choice. The guy considers Dennis a good deputy. Zhao offers Max to become the deputy of the search party. He believes that without Max he cannot do reconnaissance operations. The main character invites Max to go visit the Liu family to discuss the current situation. Max gladly agrees to join the company. Mr. Hen is delighted with how Zhao destroyed the zombie hordes and saved the base area from destruction. Zhao tells Mr. Hen that he was only helping the military. The real saviors of the base are the military. The main character informs Hen that he came to personally thank him for the care and help that was provided to his team. Mr. Hen invites Zhao to join his hunting association, intending to appoint the guy as commander. Zhao thanks Hen for his trust and promises to think about his proposal. The office doors open sharply. Mr. Hen's subordinate is standing on the threshold. The man says that he brought very bad news. A wounded soldier of the hunting association is brought into the office. He talks about how they were attacked by an unknown group of bandits. Mr. Hen asks his subordinate where the other hunters are and why he doesn't see his brother. The wounded soldier says that they were attacked by a group of masked people led by a blonde girl. All the fighters in the squad were killed, and Brother Hen was taken hostage. Zhao makes the assumption that he knows who the blonde girl in the mask is. The wounded soldier talks about the conditions that the bandits put forward. They will release Brother Hen if they are given 500 kilograms of food in return. Mr. Hen is outraged by the way the bandits are treating a member of his family. He demands to immediately prepare a car and provisions. Zhao asks permission to join the rescue operation. He says that extra soldiers will not interfere with Mr. Hen. Hen thanks Zhao and his friend for offering to help his family in their time of need. The rescue team heads to the bandits' lair. Hen asks his subordinate to tell the details of the incident. The guy begins his story. He says that the team led by Yufen's younger brother entered the supermarket and immediately saw a girl at the entrance. The girl was sitting on the floor near the entrance and crying quietly. The men slowly approached her. Yufen tries to calm the girl down. He asks her not to be afraid and stop crying. Suddenly, the girl stands up to her full height and turns to the man. She takes out a pistol from her raincoat and releases a clip at Yufen. At the same time, machine gunners descend from the upper floors, using ropes and fire continuously at the Yufen group. Hen's younger brother is shot in the arm and his subordinate tries to lead his boss to safety. An unfamiliar masked girl holds a huge bat in her hands and uses a hoverboard to catch up with Yufen and his subordinate. The stranger quickly overtakes the men. She hits Yufen's subordinate with a bat. The guy falls dead to the floor. A group of people with bats in their hands slowly approaches Yufen. They joke rudely at the guy and laugh quietly. Yufen is wounded and unable to resist. The bandits beat the guy with impunity. The wounded man reports that the bandits found out who Yufen is. They left him alive so that he could convey the message. After some time, Mr. Hen's car drives up to the supermarket where the bandits are located. One of the bandits is in the video surveillance room. He informs his accomplices that a military vehicle has arrived at the entrance. The girl reacts to this news with joy. She says that today the mining itself takes place online. On the roof of the supermarket building, there is a group of bandits armed with powerful sniper rifles. They open fire on a car approaching the entrance of the supermarket, in which Mr. Hen and his men are located. Zhao shouts loudly, demanding that the bandits stop shooting. He informs them that they have brought a ransom. The girl uses radio communication. She orders the bandits to stop shooting and let the car inside the building. The car drives inside the supermarket and is met by 2 armed bandits. The bandits point their weapons towards the car. They demand that you raise your hands and slowly get out of it. The young people obey the demands of the bandits. They carefully get out of the car and head towards the armed men. Zhao carefully examines the girl standing on the balcony. He realizes that this is a different girl, and not the one he met in the forest. Mr. Hen asks the bandits where his man is. He reports that he brought a ransom for him. The girl in the mask asks Hen not to worry. She says that such an important person as his brother is not in danger. The girl snaps her fingers, and an image of Yufen tied up appears on the large screen behind her. Hen informs the girl that the groceries are in the car and asks her to let his brother go. The girl invites him to play a game and if he wins, give his brother freedom. Suddenly the bandits raise their weapons and open fire on Mr. Hen and the people next to him. Zhao and the people around him dodge the bullets and try to escape to safety as quickly as possible. Mr. Hen did not expect such meanness from the bandits. He takes out a pistol and begins to shoot back. The girl uses radio communication. She contacts the video surveillance operator and informs him that the hunt has begun. Zhao, together with Mr. Hen's men, manages to get out of the fire and take refuge in a safe place. The bandits slowly move around the empty building. waiting for information from the video surveillance operator. The operator gets in touch and informs the bandits about the location of Mr. Hen's people. The bandits immediately open heavy fire from their machine guns. Mr. Hen miraculously manages to dodge the bullets. He tries to escape and find a new shelter. Hen understands that the bandits do not need a ransom at all. They lured them into the building to kill them. A wounded fighter from Mr. Hen's team does not notice how a huge zombie is approaching him from behind. At the last moment, the guy catches movement behind him. He turns around and shoots the zombie with a pistol. The monster turns out to be a dummy, the purpose of which was to reveal the whereabouts of the fighter. The bandits immediately open fire on him. The bandits use grenades to lure Hen's men out of hiding. The villains consider today's hunt a success. One of them says that he hasn't had so much fun in a long time. Zhao believes that they encountered professionals, since the bandits were able to restore the video surveillance system. The guy runs out from behind cover and opens fire from his pistol at the CCTV cameras. The telecom operator notices the failure of a small number of cameras. The girl is prevented by Zhao from destroying all the surveillance cameras. She drives up to him on a hoverboard and opens fire on the guy. Zhao deftly dodges bullets flying at him and shoots back from the bandits. The girl tries to escape on a hoverboard from Zhao. He promises to tell him everything if the guy catches up with her. The CCTV operator stops humming a happy song to himself as the barrel of a gun presses into the back of his head. The bandits unsuccessfully try to contact the video surveillance operator. They understand that without the enemy's coordinates, they have very little chance of emerging victorious in the battle. Mr. Hen's men sneak up on one of the bandits and attack him. Hen waits for the moment when the bandit on a hoverboard passes him and deals a strong blow to the villain. After some time, Mr. Hen's men capture most of the bandits who participated in the attack. Zhao continues to pursue the bandit, who is hiding from him on a hoverboard. The girl takes the remote control out of her pocket and presses the red button. There is a loud explosion that destroys the floor next to the guy. Zhao falls into the resulting hole. A girl in a mask approaches the edge of the hole. She looks down and laughs loudly. Suddenly Zhao jumps out of the hole. The guy tells the girl that nothing is finished yet. The girl cannot believe that the guy survived the explosion and fall from a great height. She tries to escape. Zhao intends to stop the girl with his battle axe. He throws it towards the bandit. The axe crashes into the fence in front of the girl and stops her running. The girl asks for mercy. She says that the criminals were going to kill her if she did not follow the order. Zhao looks at the girl carefully. The guy doesn't believe a single word she says. The girl in the mask, taking advantage of Zhao's confusion, pulls out a pistol from behind her back and points it at the guy. A loud shot sounds. A bullet hits the girl in the hand. She screams and drops the gun on the floor. Nearby is Max's bodyguard, who not only saved Zhao's life, but also found and freed the hostage. On the lower floor of the building there are tied-up bandits. Mr. Hen is trying to interrogate them. Max's bodyguard reports that the bandits were very well armed and technically trained, and only after blocking the operator did Hen's people have a chance to win. Hen continues the interrogation. He asks the bandits about where they got their weapons, who they are, and what their goals are. The captive fat man reports that their gang used to play online games together, and one of their teammates provided them with weapons. One of the bandits says that all of them were previously considered inferior, and only in online games did they find friends and could fully communicate with each other. The girl says that the people around her have never been interested in her rich inner world. She believes that all people are interested in beautiful appearance, and rich people did not care what was going on in her soul. The girl considers zombies to be flawless creatures who don't care what anyone looks like. The girl recalls that she was constantly insulted by rich and successful people. In the past, a CCTV operator has had his food taken away by telling him he was fat. All the bandits believe that fate dealt with them unfairly, and only after the outbreak of the epidemic did they feel like people. They formed a gang and took over a shopping center, where they lived by their own rules and felt like gods. Zhao believes that the bandits were playing too hard because they dared to attack representatives of the government base. The girl says that her gang wanted to be noticed and heard. In the future, they intended to start a revolution. Hen believes that the bandits were so worried about other people's opinions that they lost their human face. The video surveillance operator does not want to accept losing. He believes that, like in a game, he will have another try. Yufen tells the bandit that this is not a game and points a gun in his direction. The bandits shout loudly. They ask Mr. Hen's people to forgive them and leave them alive. Zhao is in the main residence of Mr. Hen. The guy is happy that the operation was successful. He makes a solemn toast. Yufen is grateful to Zhao and his friend for saving him. The guy offers to ask for help at any time. Hen returns to his proposal. He wants Zhao and his team to join the hunting association. Hen says that if Zhao and his friends join, he will be able to provide them with good food and a decent life. Zhao listens carefully to Mr. Hen and after a short pause informs him of his refusal. The brothers do not understand the reason for the refusal. They believe that Zhao has extraordinary abilities and can be a very useful person in the organization. Zhao informs the brothers that his opinion regarding the government base has changed. He currently does not consider it a safe place. The main character thanks the brothers for their offer and help, and reports that his team will continue their wanderings in the near future. Yufen is very surprised by the guy's decision. He doesn't understand why he needs to take risks and leave the territory of the guarded base. Hen respects Zhao's decision. He says that he accepts his choice and is not going to persuade the guy in the future. Mr. Hen intends to thank Zhao. He carefully puts a small diary on the table and hands it to the guy. The diary contains information about the location of useful resources that will greatly help the Zhao team in their future journey. Hen hopes for further cooperation. He says that his people will always be ready to help in difficult times. Yufen invites Max's bodyguard to stay at the government base. He appreciates the guy's skills and offers him a good position in the squad. Max refuses the offer. He reports that he once swore an oath to Zhao. The guy will always follow Zhao. Yufen is surprised by the devotion of Max's bodyguard. He is going to thank the guy and offers to choose a gift in the form of a weapon or a car. Yufen nudges Max's bodyguard and tells him that if he's not interested in objects, he can introduce him to beautiful women. Zhao looks closely at Robin sitting next to him. He tells Yufen that the idea of meeting girls is not such a bad idea. Yufen tells Robin that he can be relied on. He promises to introduce the guy to the best beauties from the second quarter. Yufen informs his brother that he does not fully trust Zhao. The guy considers it a strange decision to give up his quiet life and leave the territory of the base, behind which there are hordes of zombies. Hen answers his brother. He believes that it is necessary to maintain friendly relations with Zhao, since otherwise he can become a very dangerous opponent. The girls enthusiastically examine the large gift box, which contains numerous cosmetics. The girls sincerely thank Zhao for the gifts. Binyan cannot hide his joy and kisses the guy on the cheek as a sign of gratitude. Binyan believes that Zhao cares about her very much, as he gave the girl cosmetics from her favorite manufacturers. Shin believes that she is the focus of the guy's attention, since her shampoo bottle shows a girl very similar to her. Binyan tells Shin that her shampoo is fake and makes her hair fall out. Shin responds with a caustic remark, saying that cosmetics will no longer help the girl. The guys carefully watch the girls squabble. Feng says that the inner world of women is unpredictable. Zhao tells his friends that they have accumulated a lot of things that would be nice to exchange for food. Feng asks not to stockpile food as it spoils quickly. He has heard that the government has issued its own domestic currency. Max's bodyguard says that once they leave the government base, the currency will be completely useless. The news that the team will soon leave the base comes as a surprise to Tong. She has settled into her new home well and does not want to leave it. Tong tells Dennis that he promised to be with her until the end of his days. The guy tells the girl that he will keep his promises. Zhao thinks the relationship between the young people is very sweet. The guy tells Robin that his life will change a lot when he has a girl next to him. Binyan expresses to Shin his assumptions about the orientation of bodyguard Max. The girl reports that the guy is not at all interested in women. Binyan believes that a possible reason is that Max's bodyguard has feelings for Zhao. Max calls the girl's words nonsense and tells his friends that he has a lover. He talks about his beloved, with whom he lived next door and grew up together. And after they grew up, they studied in the same university group. Max and his girlfriend agreed that when they graduated from university, the two of them would move abroad. But the girl was from a poor family and had no money. Max dropped out of school and got a job as a bodyguard. After some time, the guy saved up enough money to realize his dream. There was an outbreak of an epidemic, after which Max never saw his beloved. He hopes that the girl survived. Robin counts the team members on his fingers and comes to the conclusion that only he and Policeman Feng do not have a girlfriend. Policeman Feng asks Robin not to include him in the list. He says that he communicates with women and is successful with them. Robin demands that Zhao immediately contact Mr. Hen so that he can introduce him to the girl. Zhao promises the guy to return to this topic later, since now he needs to collect unnecessary things and sell them at the city market. Robin is at the city market. He thinks it's unfair that he has to do hard work. The young man considers his fate unfair. He is still lonely and has not found a life partner. Robin successfully sells items brought to the market and earns a good amount from their sale. The guy sees a running crowd in front of him. People are very excited and screaming loudly. Robin follows the running people and ends up at a concert of a popular girl group. Fans idolize pop singers. One of them never missed a single concert. The guy in the audience wanted to commit suicide, but after hearing the group's songs, he changed his mind about it, and now he considers the girls his goddesses. The singers thank their fans and ask them not to despair and not give up in these difficult times. One of the fans asks the girls for permission to take a photo with them, to which they immediately receive consent. Robin cannot take his eyes off the model-looking girls. He is fascinated by their beauty. A young man approaches the guy and says that this group is the most popular in the country. The man tells Robin that for 10 credits the guy can take a photo with the girls. In addition, for a certain amount he can organize a personal meeting. The man tells Robin that he is very lucky because he provides services to single men. The stranger tries to interest Robin and promises to give him a good discount. The dark side of Robin advises the guy to forget about the problems of the team and take care of his personal life. The bright side tells the guy that love is priceless and cannot be bought with money. Robin can't make up his mind. The guy feels a sense of despair, which he tries to drown out by running fast. The guy does not notice the girl standing in his way. This leads to the young people bumping heads. A girl is sitting on the ground in front of Robin. She holds her forehead with her hand and says that she is in great pain. The guy is very upset by what is happening. He asks the girl for forgiveness and asks how she feels. The stranger asks the guy not to worry. She considers such an incident a mere trifle. The girl feels very weak. Robin carefully takes the girl by the arm and helps her get to her feet. The girl's name is Anna. She tells the guy that she cannot walk on her own because she has sprained a muscle in her leg. Anna tells Robin that her house is nearby and asks the guy to help her get home since she needs to hurry. Robin brings the girl home. Anna apologizes for the fact that her house looks poor and is not tidy. Anna opens a small box containing a small kitten. The girl tells the guy that she was in a hurry home because of him. The girl takes a bottle of milk from her bag and pours it into a saucer. Robin is impressed by the girl's kindness. He understands that Anna was in a hurry home to feed the kitten. Anna says that she found a little kitten on the street yesterday, and if she had not taken it home, the pet would have died of hunger. The girl intends to take care of her pet, despite the fact that finding fresh food is very problematic. Robin considers the girl a very noble and kind person. The guy is glad that he met Anna. The girl says that her entire family died after a zombie attack, and her friends left. And now she has no one except a small kitten. The girl asks for forgiveness for talking a lot, and says that she hasn't shared her thoughts with anyone for a long time. Anna offers Robin a drink of freshly brewed coffee. The girl goes to the kettle and turns it on. Anna twists her sprained leg. Robin immediately rushes to the girl's aid and at the last moment saves her from falling. The guy is forced to take off his clothes because he doused himself with water from the kettle that Anna dropped. The girl looks carefully at Robin. The guy thinks that a spark has run between him and Anna. Anna's voice is heard. The girl asks Robin to close his eyes. The guy believes that the gods have heard his prayers. Suddenly, instead of a kiss, the young man receives a powerful blow to the head with a bat. Robin falls to the floor and loses consciousness for a moment. Robin tries to open his eyes and sees a girl in front of him with a bat in her hands. The girl calls the guy an idiot. The young man fully regains consciousness. He does not understand what is happening. In front of him is not a young girl, but an adult woman with a cigarette in her mouth. Robin is very surprised. He asks the woman who she is and how she got into Anna's apartment. The woman asks the young man a similar question and asks who he is and why he intended to kiss her. The woman demands Robin to pay for the rent of the premises and for damage to her property. The young man considers such demands strange, since he believes that the house belongs to Anna. Robin is about to pay the woman, but discovers that all his money is missing. The woman calls her adult sons for help so that they can deal with the defaulter. Robin tries to crawl away from the men to a safe distance and demands to leave him alone. Chen believes that hourly hotels are a good business. Police officer Feng supports the guy. He says that such services are in demand in the area. Opposite them, the hotel owner sits tied up on the floor, with her sons next to her. Zhao tells Robin that he was very lucky and got off easy. Zhao asks the young man to be more careful in the future. Robin informs his friends that Anna cannot be a bad person, since she saved a stray kitten and took care of him. Tong is very surprised by how gullible and naive Robin is. Policeman Feng tells his friends that during his service he has repeatedly investigated similar crimes. Zhao considers it necessary to find the scammer and return the money, since it was obtained with great difficulty. Anna is sitting on the floor of the room next to her friend. The girl is counting the rich catch. The swindler believes that today they were very lucky. She did not expect that the nondescript guy would have a large amount of money. Anna had to try hard to collect the necessary amount of money to move to the second district. Anna's boyfriend's name is June. The girl asks him why he doesn't feel happy, because they will soon live in a good house. June is very worried about his girlfriend, because of his wound she has to take big risks. Anna remembers her first day in the third district. A group of hooligans kicked her out of the house and almost beat her up. June came to Anna's aid in time. He protected the girl from hooligans and wounded his hand in battle. Anna cuddles up to the guy and says that he is the only person who treats her well. The girl is ready to do anything for June. Anna asks her boyfriend not to worry, since he is the only person close to her, and she intends to take care of him. A girl stands on a deserted street. She says that she is tired of loneliness, and she doesn't want to be alone anymore. The guy approaches Anna. He offers the girl his care and attention. The girl uses a paralyzing substance. She sprays it in the guy's face, causing him to lose consciousness. Anna takes money out of the victim's pocket. The girl is very dissatisfied with the amount of money. The girl says that lately she has come across only poor people, and it is becoming increasingly difficult for her to raise enough money for good housing. Anna is going to head to the city market in the hope of finding a rich victim there. A young man is at the city market. He receives a large number of credits for the goods sold. The policeman considers it unsafe to move around the area with so much money. He offers the guy an escort. The young man answers the policeman. He tells him that he does not need help, since he is an adult and a strong person. Anna is in the crowd of onlookers. She carefully watches the guy and believes that a big fish will fall into her net today. The girl uses her old established scheme. She runs after the little kitten and asks him to stop. Anna deliberately collides with the young man and pretends that it happened by accident. The girl asks the guy for forgiveness for being so slow and inattentive. The young man really liked the little kitten. He does not pay attention to the girl and tries to catch up with the animal. Anna informs the guy that she has several cats at home. She invites the young man to play with the animals at her house. Zhao grabs the girl by the hand and tells her that he prefers cunning young foxes. Anna behaves extremely aggressively. The girl demands to release her immediately. Otherwise, she threatens to call the police. Chen tells the girl not to worry. He says that the police are already here. There is an injured man in the room. He talks about how Anna, using her fraudulent actions, robbed him. Chen praises Zhao for his intelligence and is impressed with how easily the guy was able to find the scammer. The girl asks the young men what they are going to do with her. She considers her actions to be minor offenses. Robin cannot contain his emotions. The guy says that his feelings are not some kind of trifle. Anna does not understand what feelings we are talking about. She calls Robin a stupid man who trusted an unfamiliar girl. The girl apologizes for causing inconvenience to many people. She promises not to do anything like that in the future. Anna reports that it will soon get dark and asks to let her go so that she can get home in time. Chen tells the girl that recently the legislation has become stricter, and the government severely punishes such acts. The guy says that the amount of total damage allows the girl to be sent to prison for 3 years. The police immediately take the girl into custody. Anna is shocked by this decision. The girl asks to be released at least for a while so that she can visit her wounded boyfriend. Chen tells Anna interesting news. He tells the girl that the swindler herself became a victim of a scammer. Anna does not believe the young man's words. She believes that they are trying to mislead her. Chen informs Anna that she is not the first girl that June uses for her criminal interests. The guy tells the girl the scheme of the criminal. The fraudster heroically saved the girls, then faked a wound on himself, and then used the girls to his advantage. Zhao asks Anna where the money she stole is. The girl answers the guy. She says that it is at her house. Anna, accompanied by Zhao and the police, comes to her home. She loudly calls June, but no one answers her. Anna does not want to believe what is happening. She continues to persistently call June and look for the guy in her apartment. Chen informs the girl that June ran away from her house as soon as he learned about her arrest. Anna believes that someone else stole the money, and June was captured by unknown bandits. Policeman Feng appears on the threshold and informs Zhao that everything is ready to begin the operation. Loud screams from the hooligans are heard. The girls of Team Zhao are very scared. They step back and press themselves against the wall. A gang of hooligans begins to harass the girls. Their leader offers to take the girls for himself. June demands to stop the harassment immediately. The guy advises the bullies to apologize and leave the girls alone. June orders the hooligans to hurry up, otherwise he will use physical force against them. The bully tells the guy not to poke his nose into other people's business and raises his stick to strike. The bandit tries to hit the guy on the head. June defends himself from the blow and blocks it with his hand. June screams loudly. He tells those around him that the bully broke his arm. The guy falls to the ground. Passers-by raise the alarm and try to call the police officers. The girls from Team Zhao approach the guy and ask him how he is feeling. June informs the girls that he most likely has a fracture, but he does not regret what happened at all, since he believes that a man should protect defenseless women. The guy gets to his feet. He is about to introduce himself to the girls of Team Zhao. Anna is ahead of the guy. She tells the girls of Team Zhao that his name is June. The swindler, along with his accomplices, is in a military station. The criminals silently await their fate. Zhao thanks Policeman Feng for brilliantly organizing the operation. Xin tells her friends that she is impressed by June's acting skills. The swindler's accomplices ask the police to let them go. They say that they have nothing to do with the fraud. Anna asks June to tell her that everything that happened was a misunderstanding. The girl still believes in the sincerity of the guy's feelings. June loudly shouts at the girl. He says that she herself is a misunderstanding, since because of her the police were on his trail. June tells Anna that if the girl had not worked so hard, he would have gotten rid of her long ago. Anna experiences severe shock. The girl closes her eyes, bitter tears flow down her cheeks. June greatly regrets that he did not immediately get rid of Anna. The guy blames the girl for his arrest. Robin runs up to June. He calls the swindler a vile bastard and deals him a strong blow. June calls the police officers for help. The guy demands to stop the assault immediately. Robin tells June that he doesn't know how to talk to girls, but he knows how to deal with scammers like him. Anna thanks Robin for not pressing charges of stealing money, which is why the girl's prison sentence was reduced to 2 months. Anna tells the guy that he is a good person, and hopes that Robin will soon find a worthy life partner. Robin tells Anna that this is not a problem for him, since guys like him are in great demand among girls. Anna asks her boyfriend to look after her pet cat while she is in prison. Robin happily agrees. Anna reveals a little secret to Robin. She says that girls are more greedy for small animals than for guys. The police begin to escort the girl to the prison building. Anna turns and waves goodbye to Robin. Shatim believes that today's incident will be a good life lesson for Robin. Robin thinks that loneliness is a terrible thing, but it's much worse to lose the person you like. Suddenly, an unfamiliar girl appears in front of the young man. She is greatly delighted with the cat that Robin is holding in her arms. The girl tells the guy that she had a similar cat, and asks Robin for permission to take his pet in her arms. A young man hands a cat to a girl. A stranger tells the pet that he is very lucky to have an owner. The girl tells the guy that she lives in the 3rd quarter and asks Robin for permission to come visit and play with the cat. Robin is happy to fulfill the girl's request. He tells the stranger that she can come visit any day. Joe tells his friends that Robin has a memory like a goldfish, as the guy instantly forgot about his loss. An elegantly dressed young man slowly walks past the Zhao team. Shin turns towards the young man and silently looks at him for a long time. Shin tries to catch up with an unfamiliar young man. Zhao shouts to the girl and asks her what's the matter. Shin runs into the yard where the young man entered. There is no one in the yard. The girl does not understand where the man could have disappeared. Shin tells her friends that the elegantly dressed stranger was her younger brother, named Wen. Robin tells Shin that he has never heard of the girl having a younger brother. Shin tells her friends that she is the only child in the family, and Wen is her half-brother, who went to live abroad as a child. Tong believes that the girl was mistaken, especially since her half-brother lived abroad. Zhao advises Shin not to worry and asks the girl to describe her brother. He promises to start looking for him tomorrow. Wen enters an elite entertainment establishment, and 2 managers immediately run up to him. They inform the guy that he came on time because Mr. Go lost a large amount of money. Loud music is playing. Young people are having fun on the huge dance floor. A wealthy man is in a swimming pool. He is surrounded by beautiful girls of model appearance. In one of the rooms of an elite establishment, a fight without rules is held, in which the best fighters of the continent participate. Mr. Go encourages his fighter. He hopes for his victory in the fight, since there is a big money stake at stake. Go takes the fight very emotionally. He tells those present that his fighters are the best. Mr. Go's fighter tries to put up a defense, but he misses a series of blows from the foreign champion. The foreigner technically unbalances the opponent and performs a throw. The fight ends with the loss of the Go fighter. Mr. Pan can't contain his joy as he won the bets again, and Go lost another 10,000 credits. Mr. Go intends to get even. He proposes to immediately arrange another duel. Mr. Go's subordinate informs him that Pan has the best fighters on the continent, and they have no chance of winning. Go is very angry with the guy's statements. He orders him to stop discussing such topics in public. Pan believes that Go has no worthy fighters, and in an ironic manner he offers him his bodyguards for security. Go takes the criticism to heart and says it still has some upside. Pan gives Mr. Go a chance to recoup, and taking advantage of the opportunity, raises the bets 3 times. Wen enters the room. He accepts the challenge and is ready to fight with the foreign champion. The champion expresses contempt for the local fighters with his gestures and shows disrespect for Wen. The guy immediately rushes to attack the champion and inflicts a series of powerful blows on him. The champion is surprised by the speed of Wen's attacks, and he has difficulty fending off numerous attacks. Wen moves to mid-range, which allows him to use his feet effectively. After some time, the foreign champion is knocked down. Mr. Go jumps up from his seat and shouts joyfully. Recovering, the foreign champion launches a counterattack, carrying a hidden knife in his boot, with which he intends to destroy Wen. The guy deftly blocks the attack of the foreign champion and deals him a crushing blow. Wen puts a knife to his opponent's throat. The guy tells him that he is too young and inexperienced. The champion asks Wen to spare him. He accepts his defeat. Wen accepts the opponent's surrender and informs him that the champion will have to pay for the disrespect. Wen grabs 2 fingers on the champion's right hand and breaks them with a sharp movement. Pan is outraged by Wen's actions and demands that Mr. Go stop his fighter immediately, since such behavior violates the rules. Go laughs loudly and reports that the foreign champion was defeated by an ordinary bodyguard. Mr. Go approaches the pool where the girls are. He invites them to immediately undress, for which he will pay each one 100 credits. Mr. Go's man loudly shouts at the girls and demands to immediately carry out his master's order. The girls are very scared. They begin to slowly take off their underwear. Mr. Go throws a handful of coins into the pool and demands to thank him for his generosity. The girls catch the coins that fell into the pool and loudly say thanks to Mr. Go. The guy revels in his power and impunity. He watches what is happening and laughs loudly. Wen is standing near the pool. The guy lights a cigarette and carefully watches Mr. Go. The street artist tells Zhao's team that Wen's portrait is ready. Zhao's team is outraged by the quality of the drawing. Xin calls the artist a fraud. She says that the portrait does not resemble her brother. The artist claims to be a high-level specialist. He tells young people that before the outbreak, they would not have had enough money for one stroke of his brush. Binyan tells his friends that the latest government laws are heavily punishing scammers. The street artist immediately redoes his work and hands Wen's portrait to the young men. Zhao suggests that his friends split up to cover as much territory as possible. On one of the streets of the 3rd district, the manager of Mr. Go is leisurely strolling, accompanied by his assistants. The manager pesters unknown girls, inviting them to attend an expensive party, where rich treats and elite alcohol await them. The girls refuse the manager. The assistants calm the guy down. They say that Mr. Go doesn't like such girls. The manager notices Xin. The girl shows passers-by a portrait of her brother, and asks if they have seen a similar person. Shinny's very upset. She interviewed a large number of passers-by, but still has not found any information about her brother. The girl instantly breaks away from her thoughts. She saw in the crowd of passers-by a man who looked like her brother. Shin loudly shouts his brother's name and runs after the young man. The passer-by instantly turns around. He is very surprised that the girl is following him and calling him by someone else's name. Shin apologizes to the guy. She tells the passer-by that she made a mistake. The girl does not notice that her brother is several tens of meters away from her. Shin continues to talk to the passer-by. She does not notice that her brother is passing very close to her. Mr. Go's steward approaches Shin, and he tells her that he has been her fan for a long time. The manager informs the girl that he has a very advantageous offer. The guy asks the girl not to be afraid. He says that he is a representative of a very rich and influential family. The manager invites Shin to attend today's party. The girl is very nervous and thinks about how to get rid of the guys faster. Shin refers to the fact that she has very urgent matters. The girl is trying to get away from the manager as soon as possible. Shin runs into a deserted gateway. She tries to calm down and regain her ragged breathing. The manager attacks the girl from behind. He puts a handkerchief soaked in sleeping pills to her face. The guy holds the body of the unconscious girl. He hopes that today the gentleman will generously thank him. Tong looks at women's handbags for a long time. Dennis asks the girl to break away from this activity. He reminds her that their main goal is to find brother Shin. Tong reminds Dennis that Shin recently told Zhao and is Binyan's rival. The girl notices how a group of unfamiliar men carry away Shin's unconscious body in an unknown direction. Dennis asks his wife what she is looking at so intently. Tong tells her husband that everything is fine and invites him to continue searching. Tong tries to get her husband away as quickly as possible. She suggests continuing the search on a nearby street. The girl is glad that she managed to get rid of her competitor through the wrong hands. Zhao is very worried that Shin has disappeared. The guy asks how this could happen. Max's bodyguard found people who told him that they saw Shin with strangers who took the girl into an alley. Binyan asks Dennis and Tong why this could happen, since all three of them were supposed to be in the same group. Tong tells the young people that at first they were all together, and then they split up to cover as much territory as possible. Tong begins to cry. The girl greatly regrets that she allowed Shin to separate from the group. Dennis tells Zhao that his wife is not to blame. The guy believes that only he is to blame for what happened. Bodyguard Max believes that people from the 2nd district were involved in the kidnapping. He often saw stewards on the streets involved in dark affairs. Robin is trying to remember the name of the manager, whom he has often seen lately in the 3rd district. Zhao understands who Robin is talking about. The guy has no doubt that the manager is involved in the kidnapping. Robin tells his friends that the 2nd district is very large, and it will be very difficult to find the right person in it. Zhao is in Mr. Hen's house. He tells him that unknown people have kidnapped his girlfriend and asks for help. Hen listened carefully to the guy's story. He believes that it will be very difficult to fulfill Zhao's request. Hen tells Zhao that Mr. Go's family may be behind the kidnapping. He warns the guy, and says that the Go family is very influential. Yufan has no doubt that Go was involved in the kidnapping. The guy believes that Go had his eye on Shin and kidnapped the girl. Bodyguard Max does not understand why such actions are not crossed by the military and the government. Hen answers the guy. He tells him that the Go family is very rich and has great influence in the government base. Mr. Hen tells the Zhao team that the Go family was directly involved in the creation of the government base and controls its headquarters. Yufen informs the young people that Go has an uncle who holds an important position in the headquarters. Hen has weight in the 3rd region, but his family cannot compare with Mr. Go's family. Zhao doesn't intend to cause problems for Mr. Hen. He just wants information on where to find Go. Robin says that he will completely destroy the Go family if even one hair falls from Shin's head. Hen tells Zhao that he cannot openly confront the Go family. The man intends to provide help secretly. Mr. Go's residence is surrounded by a high metal fence, and all entrances and exits are controlled by armed guards. Hen has connections among the military. He helps Zhao penetrate the territory of the residence. The team hid in a truck containing food. Zhao and his friends enter the residence. The young people were in food bags. Mr. Go is having fun in the company of young, beautiful girls. Go gets bored and decides to go bowling and orders the girls to stand on the bowling lane. The guy says that if he scores a strike, the girls will receive a reward, and if he misses, the girls will be punished. The first girl follows Mr. Go's command and stands in front of the pins on the playing track. Go vigorously spins the ball and throws it at the pins. The ball reaches the target. The guy hits the strike. Mr. Go orders the second girl to take a position on the playing track. The girl cannot control her fear. A strong trembling breaks through her body. Go takes the playing position and throws the ball at the girl standing on the track. The girl is very frightened by the approaching huge ball. She is unable to maintain her balance and falls to the side. Go goes into a state of intense rage. He screams at the girl and kicks her hard. Mr. Go expresses his dissatisfaction with the manager. He tells the guy that lately he has not brought him a single normal girl. The manager tells his master that they found something special for him today. Go is very interested in the guy's offer. 2 people carry a huge gift box tied with a bow into the room. The manager tells Mr. Go that a big surprise awaits him. Shin is sitting on the sofa. She is dressed in a beautiful festive dress. The girl has not yet recovered from the sleeping pills and is half asleep. Go praises his manager for the work he has done and allows him to take all the money that is on the table. The manager and his subordinates take the money on the table. They thank Mr. Go and wish him a pleasant evening. Go approaches the sleeping girl. He calls her Sleeping Beauty and intends to wake her up. Shin constantly repeats the name Zhao. Mr. Go does not understand who the girl is calling. Go begins to harass the girl. Shin regains consciousness and tries to fight off the rapist. Mr. Go tells the girl that resistance is useless. Shin reaches for the bottle of wine next to the bed. The girl grabs the bottle and hits Mr. Go hard on the head with it. The guy becomes furious. He did not expect that the girl would show strong resistance to him. Mr. Go's steward enters the apartment and informs his master that strangers have entered the estate. Mr. Go is in the CCTV operator's room. He is carefully looking at the screens. One of the screens shows Zhao and his team moving towards the estate. Go asks Shin what she sees in such an ordinary guy as Zhao. The girl says that Zhao is a hero who defeated many zombies. Shin advises Go to let her go. Otherwise, Zhao and his team will soon arrive at the estate and deal with him. Go believes that the Zhao team will not succeed, since the estate is guarded by dozens of professional fighters. Go promises the girl a comfortable life if she returns his feelings. Shin refuses the guy's proposal. The manager informs Mr. Go that he previously met with Zhao. He considers the guy dangerous and suggests asking for help from the military. Go does not want to turn to his relative for help. He intends to deal with Zhao on his own. Mr. Go tells his manager that Zhao is no match for him. The young people get lost in the forest. Zhao very much regrets that he did not take a compass with him. Robin tells his friends that city people have poor navigation and asks them to rely on him. Being excellent at navigating by the stars, Robin finds the constellation Ursa Major and determines the northern direction. The young people hear a loud roar coming from the nearby bushes. Robin is very scared. On the road in front of the guys, a little squirrel runs out and looks attentively at the young people. Following the squirrel, huge bears come out of the bushes and surround Team Zhao. Robin falls into a severe panic. Zhao tries with all his might to calm the guy down. Bodyguard Max suggests taking advantage of the confusion of the predators and attacking the bears first. Zhao considers such a plan suicidal, since they did not take any firearms with them. The main character asks Robin what the villagers do in such a situation. The guy tells Zhao that he has never met such huge predators. Robin suggests pretending to be dead. He heard about this method from his father. Zhao considers the proposed method idiotic and invites his friends to immediately flee. Mr. Go watches the young people. He laughs loudly and says that he has not seen such an impressive hunt for a long time. Go explains that the brown bear is the largest and strongest representative of its kind. According to statistics, it is 3 times more dangerous than the tiger. The bears were brought to the estate by Go's father, who deliberately created unbearable conditions for them so that the animals would be extremely aggressive. Go says that Zhao and his friends have no chance of coping with the huge predators. The guy warns Shin that in the next few minutes huge animals will tear her friends to shreds. The young people run as fast as they can in the direction of the estate. Robin tells his friends that he has no more strength. Jay realizes that he cannot do without the help of a virtual god. The guy orders the system to open the inventory drawer. The main character takes out huge traps from the inventory box and throws them towards the bears. Huge predators step on traps. Loud clicks of spring mechanisms and the loud roar of bears are heard. Robin cannot hide his delight. He thanks the main character for saving him. Mr. Go's face is twisted with anger. The man does not understand how the traps ended up in the path of the bears. Team Zhao emerges from the dense forest and sees a huge expensive estate in front of them. Mr. Go's steward turns pale with fear. He informs his master that the young people are only a few tens of meters from the estate. Shin tells Mr. Go that Zhao will be at the manor soon and he will have to answer for his actions. Go asks the girl not to rejoice ahead of time and says that a lot of interesting things are in store for the guests. Team Zhao approaches a huge metal gate. A moment later, the sound of electric motors is heard. The gate shutters open. Zhao believes that if they were allowed inside voluntarily, then Shin is really in the manor. Bodyguard Max asks his friends to remain vigilant, as the opponents have prepared for their arrival. Zhao tells his friends that Mr. Go will be begging for mercy soon. The guys enter the estate. The young people are surrounded by a large detachment of champion fighters. One of the champions laughs at the young people. He intended to meet with seasoned fighters, but sees teenagers in front of him. Zhao asks the fighter to shut up and demands to hand over the captive, promising to leave everyone alive. The champion tells the guy that Mr. Go will return the captive when he has had enough of playing with her. The champion fighters take off and attack Zhao and his friends. A fight ensues. The guys reflect numerous blows from well-trained fighters. Zhao slowly backs away and deflects the slashing blows of one of Mr. Go's fighters. One of the champions tells his colleague that Zhao does not have close combat skills. The guy can only reflect blows. Bodyguard Max cannot resist the professional technique of the fighters. After a series of blows, the guy falls to the ground. One of Mr. Go's fighters holds Zhao tightly as his partner prepares to strike. Go informs Shin that Zhao does not have the slightest chance of salvation. The man is proud that he has the best martial arts fighters under his command. Shin promises to tell everything to the base command. Go tells the girl that the government base belongs to his family. Mr. Go steps up to the radio microphone and orders his fighters to destroy Zhao. One of the fighters laughs at Zhao. He asks the guy where his confidence went. The main character inflicts a powerful blow on the fighter, which throws him tens of meters away. Zhao tells the fighters that they are nothing not only in the ring, but also in a real fight. The main character demonstrates his mastery of hand-to-hand combat, delivering lightning-fast and powerful blows to Mr. Go's fighters. Zhao uses not only striking techniques in battle, but also effective throws. Champion fighters are very surprised by how easily the guy knocked out the world boxing champion. The fighters are not going to fight in a fair fight. They rush at Zhao altogether. After some time, they manage to surround Zhao and knock him to the ground. Zhao uses the combat skills obtained from the system. He activates the second-level power characteristics and scatters fighters. The main character is satisfied with his fighting level. He used only a third of his strength to cope with the fighters. Two master champions hold Max's bodyguard by the arms. The young man is about to use their confusion to strike. Max uses a secret technique of hitting the nerve centers. With the help of precise blows, he incapacitates fighters. Bodyguard Max considers this technique humane, since it only paralyzed his opponents and left them alive. A huge sumo fighter sits on Robin. The guy is foaming at the mouth. He shows no signs of life. Zhao tells the sumo wrestler that he only has 2 seconds to escape and stay alive. The guy approaches one of the champion fighters. He kicks him and demands that he not play dead. Zhao offers the champion fighter his life in exchange for information about the whereabouts of the captive Shin. The champion fighter chooses life and says that the girl is in the upper right wing of the building. Bodyguard Max calls Zhao to him. He says that Robin is not feeling well and is unconscious. Robin comes to his senses. He tells Zhao that he is dying and asks him to take care of the pet kitten. Zhao calms the guy down. He says that he only has a couple of broken ribs. Zhao asks Bodyguard Max to take Robin to a safe place. The main character is going to save Shin alone. Max is very worried about Zhao. He says that it will be too dangerous to act alone. The champion fighter tells Zhao that he has no chance, since there are fighters of the highest level inside the estate. Mr. Go calls the champion fighters worthless non-entities, and he is very angry that Zhao was able to deal with them. Shin tells Mr. Go that he will soon join the team of champion fighters. Mr. Go calls the girl a bastard and punches her hard in the face. Go tells his steward that he has changed his mind. He wants Zhao to be brought to him alive. Mr. Go wants Shin to see how Zhao's arms and legs will be torn off. Zhao examines his wounds. The guy intends to focus on increasing his armor parameters in the future. The guy opens the doors and enters a huge room where Shin should be. Zhao notices an unfamiliar man behind him, stretching and saying that he is very bored. Wen is sitting on the sofa in front of Zhao. He tells the guy that he is starting to feel sleepy. Wen watched Zhao's fight and appreciated the guy's fighting characteristics. Wen invites Zhao to surrender, in which case he promises to spare the guy's life. Zhao agrees to accept Wen's terms if Mr. Go releases Shin and lets him go with him. Wen informs the guy that this is unlikely, since Mr. Go will never agree to such conditions. Zhao decides that further conversation is useless and attacks Wen's bodyguard. Wen is very dissatisfied with the guy's unexpected attack. He is annoyed that he was not allowed to finish. Zhao tells his opponent that he has no time for useless chatter. The main character is surprised by Wen's bodyguard's technique. His opponent only dodges blows and does not counterattack. Zhao stops focusing on this. He is going to deal with Wen as quickly as possible. Suddenly, Wen changes his fighting technique. He blocks Zhao's blow and grabs his hand. The next moment, Wen stabs Zhao with a knife. The main character receives a severe eye injury. Zhao completely loses his vision. The guy slowly sinks to the floor and screams loudly. Wen delicately twirls a knife in his hand and says that in fights, it is not enough to rely only on strength. Zhao is trying to cope with the hellish pain and get to his feet in order to continue the fight. Shin is in a state of severe shock. The girl loudly calls the guy's name. Mr. Go is very happy with the outcome of the fight. He considers Wen his best fighter. Go tells Shin that her boyfriend will never compare to his bodyguard Wen. Mr. Go says that the military is constantly trying to lure Wen away, and he has to pay a very high salary to keep the professional. Go praises his bodyguard and orders him to bring the injured Zhao. Shin calls his half-brother by name and asks him to disobey Go's orders. The girl does not understand what could have happened to her stepbrother and why he agreed to work for Go. Jay realized Wen's cunning technique. The bodyguard was deliberately pretending. He was dodging in order to distract attention and deliver a fatal blow. Zhao believes that Wen is a mutant, as his movements were incredibly fast. The main character asks the virtual god to scan Wen for mutation. The virtual god performs a scan and tells the guy that no mutations were found. Wen is an ordinary person. The virtual god suggests that the main character not to fuss and stall for time. The system has started the process of regenerating Zhao's body. The system informs the main character that he has only lost his sight, and the guy has 4 more senses. Wen approaches Zhao from behind. He raises his knife to strike. The main character hears him approaching. Zhao's body has evolved. His senses and reactions are superior to an ordinary person, which allows the guy to dodge the blow. Wen is very surprised by the guy's reaction. He continues to deal deadly blows to Zhao. Zhao uses his hearing and deftly dodges Wen's bodyguard. The main character concentrates and begins to feel air vibrations in order to predict the enemy's movement. Zhao manages to block Wen's blows. The guy grabs his opponent's clothes. The main character performs a spectacular throw. Bodyguard Wen falls to the floor with a crash. Zhao holds his opponent. Wen admires the skill with which the guy used his hearing. Wen tells Zhao that it's not over yet and stabs the guy. Bodyguard Wen gets to his feet, realizing that he should take his opponent more seriously. Wen takes a handful of small balls from his pocket and throws them on the floor in order to overload the guy's auditory sensors. Bodyguard Wen declares that he will now fight with his full strength and rushes to attack Zhao. Wen's ploy didn't work as Zhao used air currents to locate his opponent. Wen can't hide his surprise. He expected to overload the guy's sensors and take him by surprise. Zhao delivers a strong blow to Wen's bodyguard, which knocks him aside. The regeneration process is coming to an end, and Zhao's vision is gradually returning. Wen decides to use his phenomenal reflexes to defeat Zhao, using his enormous speed to get behind the guy and punch him. Zhao gets ahead of his opponent. The guy dodges and kicks Wen below the belt. Wen asks Zhao how he managed to get his sight back. Jay responds to his opponent. He says that Wen only scratched him slightly. The main character is about to leave the room. Wen demands to stop immediately and continue the fight. Mr. Go is very worried about the outcome of the fight. He did not expect that Zhao would create such difficulties. Go orders the operator to immediately activate the automatic weapon. The operator responds that unauthorized use of weapons is prohibited. Go demands the operator to shut up and follow the order. The operator presses a button on the control panel. The floor moves apart, and an automatic machine gun rises into the room. Zhao and Wen's bodyguards stop fighting and look at the machine gun that is pointed in their direction. Mr. Go orders the operator to immediately open fire on Zhao. Shin asks the operator to stop and not carry out the criminal order. With the help of a kick, Max's bodyguard opens the doors to the control room. Robin believes that they came to the rescue in time. Mr. Go and his manager are surprised to see Team Zhao appear in the control room. Robin runs up to the manager and hits him with a strong blow to the head. Max's bodyguard throws Mr. Go to the floor and uses a grapple to block his movement. Mr. Go calls his guards for help. He doesn't know that they are all unconscious in the corridor. Robin frees Shin's hands from the rope. Mr. Go does not understand how the young people found him. Robin reports that it was a trick by Zhao. Mr. Go lost his vigilance, so the young people passed unnoticed. Max tells Mr. Go that his guards were scared and told him where their master was. Zhao and bodyguard Wen continue their hand-to-hand combat. The main character tells Wen that he is not a reliable employer. Shin gets to the microphone. The girl demands the young people to stop fighting and tells Wen that she is his sister. The girl's message distracts Zhao and bodyguard Wen, and both guys miss hits. Shin cries bitterly and offers to stop the feud immediately. She tells the guys that they are both dear to her. Wen promises to fulfill the girl's request. The guy recognizes his sister, although he has not seen her for many years. Bodyguard Max asks Zhao what they should do with Mr. Go. Mr. Go tells the young men that they have no idea who they are messing with, and threatens the boys with severe punishment. Mr. Go demands his immediate release and informs the main character that his uncle is an army commander. Zhao is not impressed with Mr. Go's family connections and kicks him hard. Robin suggests calling a 300-kilogram sumo fighter and putting him on Mr. Go. Go offers young people big money in exchange for their freedom. Jay reacts angrily to such a proposal. The guy says that there are things in the world that cannot be bought with money. Wen reports that he does not mind taking with him the money that is in the safe. Mr. Go learns that Shin is Wen's sister. The man asks for forgiveness. He says that he did not know about it. Wen tells Mr. Go that such information should have been known in advance, and stabs the man with a knife. Wen stands over Mr. Go's corpse, upset that the man died quickly and couldn't talk to him. Shin cannot believe that her brother became a cold-blooded killer. The girl remembers him as a sweet and kind child. Wen tells the girl that he could not leave alive the bastard who offended his sister. Wen turns to Zhao. He is interested in why the guy is unhappy, because he killed the offender and avenged his sister. Zhao says that Mr. Go deserves to die, but they do not have the authority to administer justice. Wen reports that Mr. Go's uncle works at the army headquarters. The maximum punishment for Go would be a severe reprimand. Brother Shin continues his monologue. He says that if Go had remained alive, he would undoubtedly have begun to take revenge on his offenders. Wen and his sister leave the premises. The guy asks where the girl lives and asks permission to move in with her. The girls from Team Zhao think bodyguard Wen is a very fashionable and handsome young man. Wen tells the girls that their parents were very beautiful people. Wen approaches Binyan. He takes the girl by the hand and tells her that she is his ideal woman. Policeman Feng informs bodyguard Max that they will have to make room, since all the rooms in the house are already occupied. Wen tells the young people that he does not want to cause them inconvenience. He has found a good apartment that he and his sister will move to tomorrow. Zhao starts to feel a little sad and asks Shin if she wants to leave the team. The girl reports that she has been looking for her brother for many years. Now she does not want to part with him and is going to live with him. Binyan asks the main character not to oppose Shin's choice. The girl believes that relatives have the right to live together. Binyan is a little upset that she won't see Shin again. The girl tells her that they will live nearby and will visit them often. Zhao approaches Shin. He asks the girl to move away in order to talk in private. The main character asks the girl when she last saw her stepbrother. Shin answers the guy. She says that she has not seen her brother for more than 10 years. Zhao believes that over such a long period of time people can change a lot. Shin sees that her brother has changed a lot in appearance, but she believes that in his heart, he remains the same good person as before. The girl does not understand what Zhao is getting at. She is absolutely sure that Wen is her half-brother. Zhao discovered that Wen is physically far superior to ordinary people. He believes that he is dangerous and could bring trouble in the future. Shin informs the guy that police officers Feng and Max also have abilities that are inaccessible to ordinary people, but Zhao trusts them. The girl apologizes to Zhao for not being able to restrain herself and telling him the truth. The guy does not hold a grudge against her and tells Shin that everything is fine. Shin has a picture of Go's murder before her eyes. The girl understands that her brother has really changed a lot. She remembers him as a kind and affectionate child. The girl tells Zhao that she is a little frightened by the cruelty and heartlessness that her brother now has. Shin hopes that deep down her half-brother is still the same kind and decent person. Zhao thanks the girl for the frank conversation. He accepts and appreciates her choice. Shin says that after the zombie attack, all people became different and their lives will never be the same. Tong enters the room. The girl is holding a box in her hands containing cosmetics, branded clothing, and other gifts. Shin thanks the girl for her concern. She heard that after she was kidnapped, Tong and her husband went around the whole city looking for her. Tong is pleased that everything turned out well. She asks the girl to be more careful in future and not to stay alone in unfamiliar places. During the abduction, the sleeping pill did not immediately affect Shin. For some time, the girl still remained conscious. Shin was in a borderline state of consciousness. At that moment, for a moment, it seemed to her that she saw Tong. The girl silently watched as her captors carried her away. At the military headquarters, Mr. Go's manager lies tied up on the floor. The officer loudly shouts at him and demands to answer questions. The officer is in a state of wild rage. He wants to immediately find out who was involved in the murder of his beloved nephew. The manager tells the details of yesterday's incident. He tells the officer that Zhao was involved in the murder. The officer knows that his nephew was never at odds with Zhao. He does not understand why the guy killed him. The manager says that the girl from Zhao's team is to blame for everything. The manager says that the girl herself came to the party with food and drinks, and Zhao thought that the girl had been kidnapped. The guy says that, despite good security, the Zhao group entered the mansion and entered into a conspiracy with bodyguard Wen, after which the young people killed the officer's nephew and stole all the money. The officer calls the Zhao team lawless. He intends to find them in the near future and severely punish them. The manager reports that Zhao's team knew about Mr. Go's family ties. The guy says that the young people do not respect the military and mocked them. The officer has great difficulty restraining his anger. He says that with his own hands he will tear the criminals into small pieces. The government base commander asks Zhao if he agrees with the military officer's accusation. Zhao informs the military man that he took part in the incident. But everything was not as the military officer explains. The officer loudly shouts at the guy. He says that his nephew was a good person and never broke the law. Besides that, Mr. Go disdained women from the 3rd district. Zhao calmly listens to the officer's attacks. He says that the military officer knew his nephew very poorly. The main character gives a signal to his friends, and the girls who were in captivity in Mr. Go's estate enter the office of the commander of the government base. The base commander asks the guy what kind of show he decided to put on. He doesn't understand why there are unfamiliar girls in his office. Zhao brings the base commander up to date. He talks about the order and morals that existed in Mr. Go's estate. The base commander is a little shocked by the guy's story. The military officer does not want to believe what he said. He says that Zhao is slandering his dead nephew. The freed girls confirm Zhao's words. They say that they were lured to the estate, where they were constantly mocked and humiliated. The military officer does not believe a single word the girls say. He believes that they are in league with Zhao and are weaving intrigues in order to get away with it. Zhao invites the officer to check the information and interrogate Wen's bodyguard. He reports that the girls have been missing for a long time. The base commander asks the military officer to calm down, as they consider the guy's arguments convincing. The commander remembers that Zhao saved the base from a zombie attack. He believes that his good deeds balanced out the bad. The officer says that no good deeds give an ordinary civilian the right to commit lynching. The base commander once again asks the officer to calm down and calmly discuss his proposal. The officer pulls his gun out of his holster and points it at Zhao. He believes that the guy deserves the death penalty, which must be carried out immediately. The base commander demands the officer to immediately remove the weapon. He considers such behavior unacceptable for a military man. The officer hardly pulls himself together. He calms down and puts his pistol in his holster. The base commander tells Zhao that he will confiscate the medal given to the guy and also place him under arrest for a period of 1 week. The commander orders the guards to immediately send Zhao to the guardhouse. The military immediately carries out the order of their officer. The officer again breaks into hysterics. He is dissatisfied with the fact that for the murder of his nephew, Zhao will get off with only a week of arrest in the guardhouse. The officer intends to avenge his nephew. He wants to destroy Zhao in the near future. The base commander orders the officer to stop immediately. He made this decision in order to have time to think. The commander informs the officer that the base is fully funded by the 1st and 2nd districts. He fears that the parents of the girls will find out about the incident. The general says that everyone has long known what the officer's nephew was doing, and for a long time everyone at headquarters turned a blind eye to it. The base commander had long suggested that the officer pay more attention to his nephew and re-educate him. The officer says that he could not be with Go all the time, since he had a lot of work. The commander believes that Zhao's death will attract the attention of sensation hunters, and if an investigation begins, the whole city will be on its ears. The general believes that a small punishment is necessary so that everyone quickly forgets about the incident. The officer apologizes to the general. He asks for forgiveness for not being able to control himself. The base commander tells the officer that he needs to take a broader view of things and not get hung up on the little things. The officer leaves the headquarters building. The manager meets him on the threshold of the building. The guy asks about how long Zhao's death penalty is scheduled. The officer does not allow the guy to finish. He gives him a strong kick to the head. The officer speaks with the manager. He claims that his nephew was a good man, and instigators, like the manager, are to blame for his death. The officer announces to the manager that he will go to his nephew and shoots the guy with a pistol clip. In a secret laboratory, a man lies on a metal couch and screams for help, and the roar of zombies can be heard all around. Wen abruptly gets up from his bed, realizing that he had a terrible nightmare. Shin runs into the room. She asks her brother if he is okay. The guy replies that he had a nightmare. The girl invites him to talk and discuss everything that happened while she was not around. Shin remembers that her half-brother had poor health as a child, and wonders how he became so strong and started working for Mr. Go. The guy explains that he needed money, and he worked for someone who could pay him well. Wen tells the girl that weak people can become stronger over time, citing Zhao as an example. Shin recalls that Zhao began to change greatly after he defeated Linmu in the academic library. The girl realizes that she has never thought about what tests ordinary people go through in order to become strong. Wen tells his sister that one of the main reasons to become strong is the desire to protect loved ones. Sin suggests that her stepbrother change the subject. She understands that it is difficult for him to talk about it. Wen tells his sister that he is hungry and offers her a snack. The girl asks her brother what to cook for him. Shin believes that running a household is much more difficult and challenging than performing on stage. The girl is holding a handbag in her hands. She is delighted that she has found her favorite brand at the market. The seller tells Shin that she has good friends, and he is glad that the girl is okay. The seller reports that he saw the same portrait of Shin and her friends. At that moment, he realized that they were together. The merchant believes that Shin was lucky. As the couple immediately noticed that she was being taken away by kidnappers, the man thinks that Tong and her husband reported to the police and rescued the girl. The girl doesn't show it, but she doesn't understand what the bag seller is talking about. The man continues his story. Shin understands that Tong was aware of her abduction and did not raise the alarm. The girl tries to understand Tong's motivation. She believes that perhaps Tong intended to keep Dennis safe. Shin enters the house and is greeted at the doorstep by the festively dressed Zhao team, who congratulate the girl on her birthday and explode firecrackers. Wen tells the girl that he sent her to the market on purpose so that she would have time to prepare. Zhao gives the girl a huge bouquet of roses and congratulates Shin on her birthday. Binyan asks the girl to immediately go to the kitchen, saying that a pleasant surprise awaits her there. On the dining table there is a huge cake decorated with fresh fruit. Shin feels great joy. The girl has not seen cakes for a long time. She understands how difficult it is to make a cake nowadays. Binyan tells the girl that Tong prepared the cake for her, spending a lot of time and effort on it. Tong says that making a cake in the third region is very difficult. She had to ask the help of a cook from the second region. He helped with the ingredients. Zhao informs his friends that he will have to leave them for a while, as he is going to go on patrol around the base. The guy tells Shin that Hen and his brother invited him to join a hunting party to replenish food supplies. Zhao informs his friends that there are practically no resources left in the vicinity of the base, and they will have to go further to find them. Dennis wants to take part in the operation. He asks Zhao to take him with him. Tong offers to leave the key to the food warehouse to her since she is the deputy's wife. The girl says that if Zhao takes the key with him, they will not have access to food. Binyan joins his friend's request. She believes that it would be right if Tong had the key during Zhao's absence. Policeman Feng considers Tong a responsible girl. Bodyguard Max agrees with his opinion. Shin's voice is heard. The girl says that she is against Tong controlling the food supply. Tong reacts aggressively to the girl's words. She doesn't understand why she didn't please her. Shin escalates the situation. She says that she doubts Tong's honesty and nobility. Shin asks Tong where she was and what she was doing when she was kidnapped by Mr. Go's men. Shin says that she was still conscious when she saw Tong nearby. Tong saw everything and did not tell anyone about the kidnapping. Tong calls the girl's words slander. The girl demands to provide serious evidence. Shin says she has a witness, a handbag seller who was at the city bazaar at the time of the abduction. At first, the girl thought that she was mistaken, but her version was confirmed by the seller of women's bags. Shin tells her friends that Tong is a bad person, and she can expect big trouble in the future. Binyan asks his friend if this is true. Tong says that the girl's words are vile slander. Tong turns to her husband. She demands not to believe Shin's words. Dennis is very upset by his wife's actions. Dennis orders her to shut up immediately and strikes her hard with his hand. Dennis tells his friends that as soon as Shin disappeared, his wife began to persuade him to become the new captain. Young people are very dissatisfied with Tong's actions. They have difficulty restraining their emotions. Binyan is very disappointed with her friend. She does not understand how the girl decided to do such an abomination. Tong asks young people to listen to her. She says that she is misunderstood. Wen tells his sister not to worry too much. He is happy that the team saw Tong's true face in time and is going to leave a mark on Tong's face. The guy throws his combat knife at Tong. Dennis reacts in time. He drops his wife to the floor and saves her from being hit by the knife. Tong hopes that her husband continues to love her. Dennis says it was just a reflex. Shin suggests that Tong's fate be decided by Zhao. Wen agrees to his sister's request. Zhao tells Tong that he will save her life, but from now on the girl must leave the squad. Tong asks the main character not to kick her out of the squad. The girl is ready to suffer any punishment. The girl asks Dennis to protect her. The guy tells Tong that everything is over between them. The young people silently look at Tong. They are extremely unpleasant about the girl's act. Tong feels very angry and tells the young people that they are heartless people. The girl cries loudly. She turns around and runs as fast as she can towards the exit. Zhao understands that his friend is experiencing severe mental suffering. He asks the guy to humble himself and find strength within himself. Zhao asks the girls to be careful while he patrols the area outside the base. The girls wish the guy a good hunt. Wen asks Zhao not to worry and says that his sister will be under constant supervision. The guy is going to take care not only of his sister, but also to provide all possible assistance to Binyan. Dennis is loading ammunition and equipment into cars. Friends notice that the guy is in a depressed state. Policeman Feng advises Dennis not to take what happened to heart and tells the guy that it is not his fault. Dennis says that he never wanted to be Zhao's deputy. His wife always insisted on this. The guy believes that a dangerous intelligence operation will calm him down and distract him from disturbing thoughts. Bodyguard Max hopes that in the near future Dennis will calm down and regain his former confidence. Tong watches Zhao's team from a hiding place. The girl catches the moment when there is no one near the cars. She intends to hide in the trunk of one of them. The party, consisting of Mr. Hen's hunting association and Zhao's team, is approaching the large bridge. The subordinate reports to the officer that this morning Zhao left the territory of the government base along with Mr. Hen's detachment. The officer learns from a subordinate that Zhao entered the territory of his nephew's estate with the help of Mr. Hen. Hen tells Zhao that the guy is a lucky person. They have already traveled 10 kilometers and have not met a single zombie. The main character jokes. He invites his friends to wear his photo as a talisman. Yufen communicates with his friends using a walkie-talkie. He asks them not to let their guard down, and reports that the nearest settlement is 10 kilometers away. The reconnaissance squad approaches a large road junction. Zhao carefully looks at the dilapidated bridge. Zhao thinks they need to take an alternative road since the bridge is most likely blocked by abandoned cars. Hen listens to the guy's words and agrees to take an alternative route if the road is blocked. Yufen's voice is heard over the radio, saying that the alternative route may take a long time, and they need to find shelter before dark. Zhao strains his hearing, pumped up with the help of superpowers, but he cannot hear the presence of zombies. Hen suggests sending one vehicle to reconnoiter while the main group remains waiting at the base of the bridge. Dennis is in a nearby car, using a walkie-talkie. He turns to Zhao with a request to go on reconnaissance. Dennis receives consent from Zhao. The guy drives onto the bridge and sees that it is blocked by a multi-kilometer traffic jam consisting of abandoned cars. Dennis reports the situation to the main group. The guy reports that the road is blocked and it is impossible to drive a car along it. Zhao orders Dennis to immediately turn around and return to the main group. Dennis puts the car into reverse to turn the car around, at which time it receives a strong blow. A huge mutated zombie licker attacked Dennis's car. He strikes it with powerful blows with his huge paws. A zombie broke the windshield of a car. Dennis opens the door and tries to escape. The zombie licker uses his huge tongue. He spits it at the guy to grab him. The zombie grabs Dennis by the leg with its tongue. The guy manages to unload his pistol at the monster. Zhao hears the sounds of gunfire and realizes that Dennis is in a bad situation. The main character tries to contact Dennis using a walkie-talkie, but receives no answer. Dennis hears Zhao calling him on the radio. The guy reaches for the transmitter and reports that he was attacked by a zombie slime on the bridge. The guy carefully examines the bridge. He sees that other individuals have joined the zombie attacking him. Zhao orders his friend to immediately return to the main group. Dennis unsuccessfully tries to start the car engine. The car fails the guy at the most unfortunate moment. Zombie lickers are slowly approaching the car with Dennis inside. After some time, Dennis manages to start the car's engine. He presses the gas pedal all the way and directs the car into the zombies standing in front. The lickers deal powerful blows to Dennis's car, making the car unusable for movement. Dennis manages to leave the car in time and runs across the bridge in the direction of the main group. Zhao orders bodyguard Max to immediately get into the car. The main character is going to climb the bridge to save Dennis. The hunting party joins Zhao. The fighters climb onto the bridge and open machine gun fire on the zombie lickers. Automatic fire helps Dennis a lot. The guy breaks away from the zombies. He runs up to the fence and jumps over it. Zhao asks Dennis to immediately get into the car. and gives the order to the hunting party to retreat. The surviving zombie lickers continue to pursue the scouts. They jump over fences and rush at cars. The young people do not have time to drive to a safe distance. Zombie lickers surround their cars. Hen did not expect to see a huge number of mutated zombies in this place. According to intelligence, this area should have been cleared. Zhao asks Max's bodyguard to use the flamethrower they brought with them to the operation. Max activates the flamethrower and sends jets of fiery plasma at the zombie lickers attacking them. Zhao gives the command to retreat, ordering the burning mutants to be rammed. Zhao believes that zombies have evolved greatly recently. They are able to lure people into a trap and then surround them. Hen tells the guy that past methods of fighting are no longer relevant, and a new technique must be urgently developed. Mr. Hen states that there is only one bypass road leading into the city, which will take quite a long time, so the party will need to find a safe place to stay for the night. A fighter from Mr. Hen's squad named Han reports that the car's fuel system is damaged, and they are running out of gasoline. Dennis believes that he brings bad luck to the squad. Max calms the guy down. He says that Dennis saved them from death. Yufen uses a map to find an amusement park and tells the guys that there is a gas station on its territory. Zhao believes that visiting an amusement park is quite a risky activity. However, in the current situation, they have no choice. Dennis is going to rectify the situation. He intends to go to the amusement park for gasoline. Zhao agrees with the guy's proposal and tells Dennis that she will keep him company. Young people move through a deserted amusement park. An oppressive silence reigns around. Dennis sees empty cages in front of him. He believes that the animals have escaped or were eaten by zombies. Young people find a gas station and fill empty cans with gasoline. Dennis looks at the abandoned Ferris wheel for a long time. Zhao understands that the guy is remembering his dead sister. Dennis begins to become hysterical. He considers himself a useless person who was unable to save his sister. Dennis tells Zhao that he could not fulfill his sister's wishes. He promised the girl to find a good daughter-in-law. Zhao asks the guy if he still has feelings for his wife. The main character informs his friend that he does not wish harm to Tong, but the girl committed a vile act and could bring a lot of trouble in the future. Zhao tells Dennis that he did everything just for his sake. The guy promises Dennis to find a new wife in the future. Dennis thanks his friend for his help and support. He promises to restore his peace of mind in the near future. The young people's attention is attracted by strange sounds. Zhao says that there may be mutated animals here. The trunk of the car opens, Tong appears from it, and as a sign of greeting she waves her hand to the young people. The young people are very surprised by the appearance of the girl. Dennis asks Tong what she is doing in the trunk of the car. Tong tells the guys that she had no choice. She wanted to apologize and hoped for forgiveness. The girl rushes to Dennis and hugs him tightly. Dennis pushes Tong away and tells his wife that everything is over between them. Tong says that she overheard the guy's conversation and knows that Dennis still loves her. The guy heads towards the car. He asks Zhao to ignore Tong and immediately go to his team. Zhao understands that he cannot leave the girl to the mercy of zombies. He is going to take her with him and deal with everything after returning. The hunting team found a place to stay for the night, and Han and his partner were the first to be assigned to guard duty. Han's partner reports that he has problems urinating and heads into the nearby bushes. Han's partner relieves himself near a tree. A huge mutated snake creeps up on him unnoticed from behind. Tong tells her husband that she hasn't eaten for a long time and asks if Dennis has anything to eat. Dennis opens a bag lying in the back seat of the car and casually throws a package of canned bread to the girl. Zhao looks carefully into the rearview mirror of the car. The guy realizes that someone is following them. Dennis takes out binoculars. The guy looks into the distance and tries to figure out who might be chasing them. Dennis sees that they are being pursued by a huge horde of mutated monsters, into which zoo animals have turned. Dennis is shocked by the number of mutated animals. He asks Zhao to increase the gas. Tong starts screaming loudly. She tells her husband that she is very scared and doesn't want to die. The voice of Dennis is heard, offering to deal with the monsters. Zhao considers this impossible, since the forces are unequal. Dennis opens the trunk of a moving car and throws gasoline cans onto the road. The guy believes that the animals will make good steaks. He shoots at the gasoline with a pistol. A huge flame engulfs the running monsters. Tong tells Dennis that he was simply magnificent in this fight. The guy regrets that the animals were mutated. Otherwise, they would have been provided with food for a long time. Zhao believes that they did not destroy all the monsters. The zoo in the amusement park was quite large, so there are still many mutated animals in the area. Han is unable to fight his fatigue. The guy leaned his elbows on the car and fell asleep. Bodyguard Max invites the guy to go and rest. He is going to take the place of the guard instead of Han. The fighter tells Max's bodyguard that his partner went to the toilet and has not yet returned. Max learns that his partner has been missing for 15 minutes. The guy begins to worry. Bodyguard Max and Han go into the nearby bush to find the second patrolman. Han sees the silhouette of his partner. He makes sarcastic jokes at him. The mood of the young people changes greatly when they learn that the guard is dead. Max's bodyguard hears a suspicious noise in the bushes. A huge snake rushes at the young people. Max pushes Han aside and saves his life. Han does not understand what kind of creature attacked them. He is very frightened and asks Max for clarification. A huge mutated snake is next to the young people. It rises high into the air and hisses loudly. Max opens fire on the monster with his pistol and orders Patrolman Han to immediately return to the car. Yufen and his brother hear loud gunshots and realize their camp is under attack. Young people run into the car in which Yufen and his brother are. They report that one of the patrolmen has been killed and they have been attacked by a huge mutated snake. Yufen believes that it is urgent to take some action. He suggests leaving the parking lot immediately. A huge snake wraps its body around the car the guys are in and tries to swallow it. The mutated snake fails to swallow the car. It wraps its body around it and tries to crush it. Robin is very scared. The guy cannot contain his emotions and screams loudly. The driver turns on the headlights. The bright light blinds the huge monster. The snake loosens its grip, and the car falls to the ground. The young people carefully examine the surrounding space. The huge multi-ton monster has disappeared. Bodyguard Max tells his friends that the monster is somewhere nearby. He believes that the snake has sensed its prey and will not let them go. Max is about to destroy a huge snake. He asks his friends to distract its attention while he chops off the monster's head. Han believes that Robin would be perfect for this role, since the guy is a hunter and has lived in the countryside all his life. Robin stands in the middle of a huge clearing. The guy experiences great fear and prays to his gods. The young people's plan worked. After a while, the snake notices Robin and rushes at the guy. Max's bodyguard takes aim with his rifle at the snake, but the snake's fast movements prevent him from getting a shot. Suddenly, the car in which Max's bodyguard and his friends are located receives a strong blow. A huge snake grabbed Robin and is trying to swallow him. The guy desperately resists. The young people ran out of the damaged car. They realize that the car was attacked by a second snake. Han doesn't know how they can defeat two huge monsters. Max's bodyguard suggests splitting into two groups. The first group opens heavy fire at the mutated monster. Yufen is in the second group. He takes out his combat knife and rushes to attack the snake. The guy manages to reach the huge snake. He jumps on it and plunges his blade into the thick skin of the monster. The snake resists. It fights off the attacking Yufen with its tail. The snake throws the young man high into the air before throwing him to the ground. Han tries to save his commander. He accelerates the car and crashes it into a huge snake. Yufen takes advantage of this situation. The guy runs up and jumps high into the air. He intends to get to the monster's head. The young man manages to get to the monster's head. The guy cuts off the snake's head with a powerful blow of his blade. The young people fire machine guns at the second surviving monster. Robin asks his friends to quickly kill the mutant. The guy says that he has no strength left, and the snake will soon devour him. A huge mutated snake wraps its tongue around the guy and begins to devour Robin. At this moment, Max's bodyguard manages to aim accurately. The guy pulls the trigger and hits the monster in the head. A dead snake falls to the ground, and a frightened Robin tries to get out of its huge mouth. Max's bodyguard is glad that everything turned out okay. He sees that Robin was not seriously injured. Young people have gathered next to the body of the deceased patrolman. They are going to burn his body. Hen gives a funeral speech. He says that the deceased patrolman was a good person. The Han asks his commander not to burn the patrolman's body. He reports that the deceased was the only child in the family, and offers to deliver the entire body to the relatives. Yufen tells the guy that this is impossible, since his body can pose a great threat to others. Hen says that he will take care of the family of the deceased, and will provide assistance to them in the future. Young people burn the body of a dead guard. The ritual is interrupted by a car emerging from the darkness. Hen starts moving towards the car. The guy thinks that Zhao has arrived. Suddenly other cars join the car. The young people realize that this is not Zhao. Max's bodyguard hears the sound of the machine gun's electric drives. He orders his friends to immediately fall to the ground and find cover. The next moment, the arriving cars open fire from machine guns located on their roofs. Hen doesn't understand what happened. Even in the dark, the guy recognized the military vehicles from the government base. Han asks his commander why the military opened fire on them. Yufen examines military vehicles through binoculars, and in one of them he discovers Mr. Go's uncle. Hen screams loudly. He asks the military to immediately stop shooting and informs them that they are the Liu family's hunter corps. The officer answers the guy. He says that he was looking for them, and orders his subordinates to open fire to kill. To destroy the young people, the soldier uses a hand grenade launcher. A strong explosion scatters the hunting party, and Zhao's team to the sides. The The guys lie on the ground. They are severely shell-shocked. The military manages to capture the young people. They are tied up and kneel in front of a military officer. The subordinate reports to the officer that the military has cleared the surrounding area and all the young people have been detained. The officer does not see Zhao among the prisoners. He asks the young people where the guy is hiding. The military officer offers the captives freedom, promising not to harm anyone if the young people tell where Zhao is hiding. Hen explains to the officer that there was a misunderstanding. The officer calls the guy a traitor and kicks him. Max's bodyguard realizes that the officer is here to take revenge. Yufen demands the immediate release of the prisoners, threatening to inform the base command about the attack. The officer tells the young people that they are only alive thanks to the military, who organized the base and protected civilians from zombies. The officer is going to destroy the prisoners with the help of zombies, in which case no one at the base will investigate. Robin is outraged by the military officer's insidious plan. The guy calls the man the last words. The officer takes out his gun and points it at Robin. The guy says that the military man made a mistake and he was never in the villa. The officer demands that Max's bodyguard immediately reveal all the information, otherwise the guy will watch his friend die. The military man points a gun at Robin's head. The guy asks the officer to come to his senses and save his life. Suddenly, Zhao appears in a forest clearing. The guy opens fire on the military with an automatic weapon. The military are surprised by the unexpected attack. They hide behind the cars and begin to shoot back. Zhao conducts aimed fire at the wheels of cars. The guy intends to disable the enemy's vehicle. Tong runs up to the prisoners. The girl helps the young people climb into the car in which Zhao arrived. Bodyguard Max sees that Zhao is surrounded by a group of military men, and the guy is destroying opponents with targeted fire. The young people are in Zhao's car. At full speed, they are trying to move to a safe distance. The officer orders his subordinates to immediately get into their vehicles and begin pursuing Zhao. The subordinate reports to the officer that all their cars are disabled. The military man cannot contain his anger. Hen thanks Zhao for saving him. He says that the guy arrived in time, otherwise they would all be dead already. Ji rushed to help as soon as he heard the shots. The guy thought that it was an attack by robbers. He was very surprised when he saw the military. The military managed to recover one of the cars and are trying to catch up with Zhao's car. The main character is surprised by the speed with which the military was able to replace the car's punctured tires. The soldier in the military car takes a combat position. He intends to shoot Zhao's car with a machine gun. Yufen tells his brother that they have no chance of escaping. He offers to stop and fight back the military. Zhao offers a better option. He orders Dennis to turn around and head to the amusement park. Tong and Robin are surprised by Zhao's order. They know that there are many mutated animals in the amusement park, and consider such a maneuver fatal. Zhao's car is approaching an amusement park, and there are a large number of monsters on its territory. The mutated animals notice a car approaching them. Zhao asks his friends to remain calm. The guy says that the monsters will help them survive. A huge pack of mutated predators roars loudly and rushes towards Zhao's car. Max's bodyguard tells Zhao that the military officer's car has almost caught up with them. The military man reports to his commander that the enemy vehicle is in the affected area. The officer says that no one will escape fair retribution and orders his subordinates to open fire to kill. Yufen tells Zhao that his plan is crazy. He fears that they will all die. Zhao is extremely concentrated. The guy demands to continue moving in the direction of the monsters and begins to count the seconds. Zhao orders Dennis to turn immediately. Zhao's car goes to the side, and a huge explosion occurs in its place. A huge pack of mutated animals attacks a military vehicle and surrounds it. The officer did not know that there were mutated animals in the park. He orders his subordinates to immediately shoot them. The soldier tries to shoot the animals with a grenade launcher, but he fails because a mutated bear attacks him. A rocket fired from a grenade launcher changes its trajectory and hits a car containing military personnel. Shin is in her bed. The girl jumps up sharply and screams loudly. She realizes that she had a terrible nightmare. Her brother and Binyan run into the girl's room. The young people heard loud screams. They are wondering what happened to Shin. The girl says that she had a nightmare in which Zhao was driving a car, and then exploded and died. Binyan says that she is also very worried, since Zhao has not been in touch for several days. Wen tells the girls that they are over-dramatizing the situation. The guy believes that the Liu family has good combat experience and is well prepared. Wen decides that the girls need a break and takes them to a concert of a popular pop group. Together with the girls, Wen is in a huge crowd of spectators. The girls are amazed by the large number of joyful people. Shin believes that music has always given people strength in the darkest and darkest times. Popular singers finish singing their next song and thank their wonderful audience. The singer tells the audience that after a black streak, a white one always comes. The girl calls on the people around her not to despair. The singer informs the audience that a famous pop star is in their ranks. She extends her hand to Shin and invites her to the stage. Shin understands that the pop singer is addressing her. The girl is shocked by such an unexpected proposal. Wen encourages Shin. He tells his sister that she has a great voice and asks her to come up on stage. Wen asks the girl to loosen up and stop being shy. He wants his sister to sing him her favorite song. Shin gets up on stage and starts singing. The audience supports the girl with loud applause and screams. Wen takes Binyan's hand. He wants the girl to come up on stage and join his sister. Binyan gets up on stage and starts singing. The girl is very nervous because she doesn't have a good voice. The members of the popular group encourage Binyan. They are going to fix the situation and sing a song together. Loud music sounds. The girls perform a popular hit together to the applause of the audience. There is a mysterious man in the group of spectators. He carefully looks at the girls on stage. Wen notices a suspicious man in the crowd. The guy feels that a threat is coming from him. Wen tries to push the crowd aside and get closer to him. After a while, the guy gets to the place where the man was, but the stranger disappears. A mysterious unknown man is trying to get lost in the crowd and hide from persecution. Wen manages to find the stranger. The guy jumps in the air and kicks the man. Wen continues to attack the stranger furiously, the man effectively blocking his blows. The guy manages to pin the stranger against the wall. He rips off his hood and recognizes the man as his old acquaintance named Khan. Khan tells Wen that he is glad to see him. Wen asks his old friend what he is doing here. Khan tells Wen that he needs to confirm the status of the mission. Wen asks the guy to mind his own business. He intends to discuss progress with his superiors on his own. Khan believes that Wen has reached a plateau and is not making any progress. The guy thinks that the management will be very unhappy with the lack of results. Khan reports that he has been watching Zhao for a long time and considers him a promising fighter. He says that Wen is hiding a lot from the organization, for example, having a sister. Wen sticks his war blade into the wall Khan is next to and tells the guy not to pry into other people's business. Khan is not going to anger Wen. He once again warns the guy that the higher-ups are running out of patience. Wen stops talking with his old acquaintance. The guy turns sharply and slowly leaves. Khan says he knows there is a complicated romantic relationship between Zhao and Shin. Hen's men and Zhao's team have reached the nearest city. They intend to carry out reconnaissance and stock up on food. Han notices that all the buildings in the city are badly destroyed. The guy does not understand how this could happen. Bodyguard Max informs his friends that all the buildings were blown up by the military to prevent the spread of infection. Yufen begins to greatly regret that they spent a lot of time and effort to end up in a destroyed city. Zhao suggests moving through underground tunnels and subways, as many streets are destroyed and littered with construction debris. Young people are standing at the entrance to the subway. Han doubts that the car will be able to go down. Yufen completely agrees with the opinion of his subordinate. He believes that the car is not suitable for such maneuvers. Zhao tells his friends that there is always a way out of the situation. He goes to a pile of garbage and takes out a billboard. Young people put up advertising boards on the steps of the entrance to the metro, and with the help of this structure, they go downstairs in a car. Yufen praises Zhao for his ingenuity. He believes that there are a large number of shops in the underground city that need to be explored. Zhao does not leave feeling of anxiety. The guy tells his friends that something is wrong here. Hen draws attention to the fact that there is practically no destruction or traces of zombies inside. He suggests stocking up on provisions as quickly as possible and leaving this place. Zhao suggests splitting into two groups and meeting near the car in 2 hours. Han and Robin quickly find a store that has various delicacies. The guys fill their bags with biscuits and ready-made meals from Indonesian cuisine. Hen and his brother find rare items and high-end alcohol. They believe they can get good money for these goods. Tong notices a cosmetics store. The girl quietly leaves her husband and looks at an expensive lipstick. Dennis notices his wife in a cosmetics store. He demands that she not carry everything, since there is not enough space in the car. The girl says that she will take just one lipstick. It is very small and will not take up much space. Robin runs next to the young people. He advises them to hurry up, as they need to leave this place as quickly as possible. Young people gathered near the car. They boast to each other about their booty. Dennis, his wife, and Robin approach the car. Zhao's voice is heard, asking if everyone is there. Yufen looks around at the people standing next to him. The guy says that he does not see his fighter named Han. Robin reports that on the way back, Han decided to check out the chicken noodle shop. The guy thought that Han was already there. Zhao invites his friends to wait for him in the car. He is going to find Han on his own. Zhao slowly moves along the deserted corridors of the underground shopping center. The guy is not left with a feeling of strong anxiety. After a while, Zhao notices Han, a man standing motionless next to a huge glass display case. Zhao slowly approaches Han. He is trying to understand what the man is looking at so intently. Behind the glass display case there is a huge mutated spider. Young people look in fascination at the sleeping monster. The young people are inside the car. They are waiting for the return of Zhao and Han. Robin notices that the people sitting next to him are sleeping. The guy slowly opens his travel bag. Robin takes out a delicious fried chicken from his travel bag. The young man can't wait to enjoy the delicious dish. Yufen grabs the young man by the neck. He is unhappy that Robin was going to eat a whole chicken alone. A strange sound comes from the tong bag. Dennis asks his wife what is in her bag. Dennis finds a small toy duck in his wife's bag. The guy gets very angry because the girl was collecting unnecessary things. Robin agrees with Dennis. He does not understand what the use of such items is. They cannot be eaten or used in battle. Tong tells his husband that small children love such toys. The guy forbids his wife to collect useless things. Zhao thinks they need to leave immediately before the huge spider wakes up and notices them. The guy requests information from the virtual god. The system scanned the monster and told Zhao that it was a level 5 mutant. Han asks the guy if they can defeat the monster if it wakes up. Zhao advises not to wake up the mutant. Tong asks her husband to give her the toy. The guy says that he risked his life in order to find food, and not to fulfill his wife's selfish desires. During the altercation, Tong presses on the steering wheel of the car. A loud sound echoes throughout the deserted room. The huge spider heard a loud sound and began to wake up from sleep. Zhao and Han are trying to get to the car as quickly as possible. A huge spider spits out a long web. It knocks Han down and tries to drag the man into its lair. Zhao takes out his battle axe. He runs up to Han and frees the man from the web. Zhao and Han continue to run fast to get to the car as quickly as possible. The huge mutated spider does not intend to let go of its prey. It is trying to catch up with the young people. The guys run up to the car. The huge spider is only tens of meters from the people. The young people jump into the car. Zhao orders them to move away immediately. The mutant does not abandon the intention of catching up with people. He quickly approaches the moving car. Han thanks Zhao for saving him and tells his friends that he could have become food for the monster if the guy had not saved him. Zhao understands why there were no traces of zombies underground. Low-level mutants are afraid of high-level monsters. Han admires the guy's knowledge and says that from now on, he will always listen to his opinion. A huge spider runs up and jumps on a moving car. It strikes with its huge paws, from which pieces of the floor covering scatter in different directions. Dennis turns the car around in the hope of escaping the chase. The spider spits out a tile of web into the car. The spider delivers another powerful blow. Dennis turns the steering wheel and miraculously dodges the huge paws. Dennis panics. He screams loudly and tells his friends that there is a dead end ahead. Dennis turns to the side. The car at high speed breaks through a huge stained glass window and falls down. The spider is unable to stop. It crashes into a concrete wall and becomes firmly stuck in it. The car with the young people ends up on the street. Zhao looks out the window and tells his friends that the situation is worse than he expected. The car is attacked by zombies on the street. Yufen and his subordinate get out of the car and destroy the mutants. The young people intend to stop searching for provisions. They checked most of the stores and found nothing except a couple of cans of spoiled canned food. Zhao listens carefully to his friends. The guy believes that someone has already gotten ahead of them. Hen suggests moving to the neighboring area of the city. He says that there are a large number of shops there. Han supports his commander, considering the city relatively safe since they only encountered 2 zombies. Zhao says that zombies have learned to hide. Perhaps now they are hiding somewhere nearby. Robin finds a food vending machine nearby with a lot of snacks inside. The guy walks around the machine, not understanding how to get food out of it. Yufen thinks that opening the machine is easy and kicks it hard. The food vending machine had an alarm that was triggered by a kick. Zhao tells his friends that the sound attracted zombies. Zhao hears strange sounds coming from a nearby building. Young people approach the doors on which a powerful lock hangs. Inside the room they see a huge number of zombies. The sound of an alarm attracted their attention. Ton experiences terrible fear and invites his friends to immediately move to a safe distance. Zhao thinks this idea is reasonable and suggests leaving quickly before the zombies break down the doors. There is a man on the roof of a nearby building. He is watching the young people through a sniper scope. The sound of a shot is heard. A bullet breaks the glass doors. Young people run as fast as they can towards the car. A huge crowd of zombies gets out and rushes in pursuit of the young people. Zhao's voice is heard. He orders his friends not to stop and run towards the car while he holds off the zombies. Another shot sounds. Yufen turns around and sees that the bullet has hit his brother. Max's bodyguard is furious and searches nearby buildings in hopes of finding the shooter. After some time, the guy sees a sunbeam, which is reflected from the shooter's optical sight. Max's bodyguard informs his friends that there is a sniper on the roof and orders everyone to leave the fire zone. Tong is surrounded by a huge crowd of zombies. The girl screams loudly and calls for help. Dennis runs up to his wife in time and with the help of a combat sword, he destroys the zombies that attacked Tong. Zhao intends to hold off the zombies while his friends retreat to the car. The shooter in the next building says that no one will escape from him, and fires another shot. Bodyguard Max manages to raise his rifle and shoot at the unknown sniper. A bullet fired by an unknown sniper hits Max's bodyguard in the arm. Max failed to hit his opponent, but his shot renders the enemy's sniper rifle useless. The unknown shooter is impressed by the fighting skills of Max's bodyguard, and says that the guy is not bad at his job. Zhao notices that Max is injured. The guy asks the main character not to worry, and says that it is just a scratch. The young people are surrounded by a crowd of angry zombies. They take up a perimeter defense to repel the attack. Suddenly, a car drives into the crowd of aggressive zombies at high speed. Driving the car is Wen, who jokingly asks his friends if they want to go for a spin. Zhao can't hide his surprise. He never expected to see Wen here. The young people jump into the car. Wen presses the gas pedal all the way and crushes the attacking monsters. Yufen bandages his brother. He is glad that the bullet went through and the guy did not lose a lot of blood. Zhao believes that Wen sent Shin to help. He asks the guy why he left the base. Wen answers the guy. He says that his sister had nothing to do with it. It was Binyan's request. The guy tells Zhao that Binyan was talking about him day and night, and eventually Wen got tired of it and went to investigate to see if Zhao was okay. Zhao tells Wen that it is too dangerous here. He demands that the guy return to the base at dawn and continue to guard the girls. Wen reminds the guy that he just saved his and his team's lives. Zhao takes the guy's criticisms to heart. Hen asks Zhao to cool down and thank the guy for saving him. Hen tells Zhao that there are wounded in the squad, and now they could use an experienced fighter. Zhao agrees with Mr. Hen, and considers his comments valid and convincing. Han tells his friends that they have no supplies left, and expresses his opinion that it would be a good idea to take them. Tong considers it dangerous to go outside as they would be attacked by hundreds of zombies. Han does not agree with the girl's statement. He believes that they spent a lot of effort and took great risks to find food. Bodyguard Max is sure that the zombies will disperse soon. He asks Zhao what he thinks about it. The main character says that now the main problem is not the zombies, but the man who ambushed and opened fire. Robin finds the shooter's tactics very strange. He does not understand why it was necessary to shoot if using zombies would be enough to destroy the group. Dennis doesn't understand the mysterious shooter's motivation and asks his friends why the sniper wanted to kill them. Zhao does not have any versions. He reports this to his friends. A mysterious shooter sits on the roof of a nearby building. A man is trying to fix his broken rifle. The sniper realizes that someone is watching him. He gets to his feet, turns around and opens fire from a machine gun. Khan is running along the street. He holds a huge sword in his hands and deftly dodges bullets, changing the trajectory of his run. Khan reaches the shooter. The guy jumps high into the air and slashes at him with his huge sword. The sniper manages to block the blow. Khan asks the shooter why he is not happy to see his old friend. The shooter has a lot of anger towards Khan and tells the guy that he is getting old and losing his skills. The battle between Khan and the sniper continues. The enemy forces are equal. Khan is unable to quickly defeat the shooter. The sniper tells Khan that he is weak in close combat, and his reactions are much slower than before. Khan responds. He says that he is in no hurry, and he likes to watch his opponent lose. A girl appears in the room. She demands that the guys stop immediately and stop the fight. Taya tells the young people that now is not the time to sort out personal relationships. They need to focus on completing the task. The girl calls the guys stupid and says that the sounds of fighting can attract the attention of zombies. Khan answers the girl. He claims that he is in control of the situation. In addition, the room is well soundproofed. Khan boasts to the girl and tells her that he cleared the building of zombies in advance, and he knows the reason why she is here. The sniper tells those present that Zhao is only his prey. Taya is not at all interested in Zhao. She says that she is only here for the 5th level crystal. The sniper demands compliance with the code and says that the crystal will go to the one who kills its owner. The girl agrees with the shooter's statements and wishes everyone a successful hunt. Taya turns around and slowly walks away from the young people. The guys stare at the girl for a long time. Khan also leaves. He tells the shooter that he is no longer interested in spending time with him. The sniper demands that Khan stay out of his sight. The shooter can hardly contain his anger. He feels hatred towards Khan and Taya. Tung is in the toilet. The girl is constantly vomiting, as she is severely intoxicated. Tong holds her stomach. She talks to her unborn child and tells him that his dad will soon find out everything and will be happy. Tong looks up and sees Wen in front of him. The girl was very frightened by the fact that he sneaked up on her unnoticed. Tong asks the guy what he is doing here. Wen answers the girl. He says that Tong did not come out for a long time, and he began to worry. The girl looks carefully at Wen. The guy tells her that he specifically came here to find her. Wen suddenly grabs the girl by the neck and begins to choke her. Tong wheezes and tries to call for help. The guy says that he cannot forgive the person who, through his actions, endangered the life of his sister. Wen tells the girl that he will not allow her to return safely to the government base. Tong asks the guy for forgiveness for her actions. She reports that she has realized everything and promises not to repeat her mistakes in the future. Wen does not believe the girl's words. He tells her that he will not allow himself to be deceived. Tong manages to grab a gas cylinder with an air freshener. The girl directs a stream of gas into the guy's face. The girl manages to escape from the capture. She runs down the corridor and loudly calls for help. Tong runs into the room where Zhao's team is. The girl informs those present that Wen is going to kill her. Bodyguard Max demands Wen explain the situation. Those present want to hear about what happened. Wen tells the young people that the girl made it all up. If he wanted to kill her, then Tong would already be dead. Robin believes that the guy is telling the truth. He says that a simple girl could not cope with a professional fighter. Max's bodyguard asks Wen where he came from and what he was doing near the women's restroom. Wen answers the guy. He says that he has been very worried about Tong lately and went to check if she was okay. Hen tells his friends that lately he has been worried about Tong's strange behavior. The girl often disappears somewhere. Robin also finds Tong's behavior strange. The guy remembers that the girl collected unnecessary things, such as toys. The guy tells the girl that he suspects her of implementing an evil plan. Tong calls Robin a stupid young man. Tong tells young people that there is nothing strange about going to the toilet, and that a small toy poses no threat. Tong approaches Dennis. She asks the guy not to listen to the young people and asks him to move away in order to talk face to face. Dennis rudely pulls the girl's hand away. He says that there is no need for this, since he does not believe a single word she says. Tong takes her husband's reaction to heart. The girl hopes that the guy still has feelings. Dennis informs the girl that everything is over between them. He says that Zhao will decide her fate. The sound of breaking glass is heard, and a bullet flies into the room, hitting Max's bodyguard. The young man is seriously wounded. He falls to the floor. His friends surrounding him rush to the guy's aid. Max's bodyguard orders his friends to stay put and not approach him, as a sniper is targeting them. Dennis does not listen to Max's recommendations. Dodging bullets, he rushes to his wounded friend to help. The guy manages to reach Max unharmed. He throws his wounded friend on his shoulders and carries him to a safe distance. The sniper intends to kill Zhao last, before he wants the guy to see his friends die. Zhao and Yufen find an abandoned car. The main character informs his friend that the car has flat tires. Yufen tells the guy that it is dangerous outside. Zhao answers him. He says that now is the best moment, because the zombies are inactive, and the sniper most likely does not expect them to return quickly. Zhao suggests that Yufen take care of the car while he deals with the zombies. Yufen is very worried about his friend. He tells Zhao that it is too dangerous to go alone. Zhao asks the guy not to worry. He says that he has a plan and gets out of the car. The main character rushes at the zombies standing in front and inflicts fatal blows on them with his battle axe. In a short time, Zhao manages to destroy the zombies. The guy runs to a nearby car. Zhao hooks the car with a cable and orders Yufen to tow the car containing the supplies. Yufen presses the gas pedal all the way. The whistling of car tires is heard. The guy begins to tow a faulty car. The noise attracts a large number of zombies from the nearby street. Zhao believes that he will earn a large number of points by killing the zombies approaching him. Zhao thinks that today he will once again raise his combat level. The guy runs up and jumps into the crowd of zombies. The main character stands among dead zombies. The virtual god informs Zhao that he has scored the required number of points to improve the level. Zhao considers today a good day. He is thinking about how to use the points he earned. Suddenly, the guy's thoughts are interrupted by a strong blow. Zhao dodges and tells his opponent that his attack is too slow. Jay recognizes the enemy as a girl named Taya. She swings her sword and intends to continue the attack. The main character tells the girl that she is very rude. The guy reminds her that in the recent past he saved her life. The girl is not going to continue the conversation. She says that she is only interested in the crystal, and strikes. Taya launches a series of deadly attacks, but the main character's combat skills are enough to dodge them. Zhao demands the girl to stop. Taya informs the main character that he used her. The girl believes that the guy took advantage of her helplessness and abused her. Joe says that he saved the girl's life, and the situation did not allow him to do anything else. Taya does not want to listen to the guy and kicks him. The main character says that he does not hit women, but if Taya does not calm down, he will have no choice, and he will change his principles. Zhao manages to knock the sword out of the girl's hands. Taya does not stop the fight and continues to strike with her hands. The main character uses a blocking technique and twists Taya's arms behind her back. Zhao demands to immediately tell him what the sniper is up to. The girl answers the guy. She says that she knows nothing about the shooter. The guy tells the girl that she is lying. He smells gunpowder on Taya's body. This smell is the same as what came from the shooter. Zhao continues to interrogate the girl. The guy wants to find out who sent them and why they are trying to kill him. Taya refuses to talk. Zhao informs her that he will send her to the base to the interrogation department, which specializes in excellent torture. The girl feels that something is touching her leg. She screams and demands that Zhao remove his hands. Zhao tells the girl that he did not touch her. The young people carefully examine the space around them. A large number of small mutated worms begin to gather around them. Zhao uses his battle axe to strike the mutant hard and cut him in half. The girl does not understand where the insects could have come from. The guy reports that the worms are mutated and possibly infected. The girl looks at her feet. She sees that every second there are more and more worms. Taya experiences strong fear and wild disgust. She jumps into Zhao's arms and screams loudly. More and more mutated worms are crawling out of the sewer system and approaching young people. The girl screams loudly. She reports that she is very afraid of worms and climbs onto the main character's neck. Zhao asks the girl to be careful not to break his neck. Zhao believes that something urgently needs to be done, as there are a lot of worms. Taya demands the guy to do something immediately. Zhao demands the girl to calm down. Jay regrets that he does not have a flamethrower with him, since worms are afraid of fire. The guy orders the girl to hold on tight. He begins to run to the next task. Ji runs and jumps onto an advertising sign located on the wall of a building. The guy manages to catch his hand on it. After some time, the guy notices that the worms are starting to crawl away. He thinks that the danger has passed and is about to jump down. Taya tells the main character that there is no danger and demands to lower her down. Zhao fulfills the girl's request. Taya lands hard on the ground. She expresses her displeasure to the guy. Zhao shares his opinion about the worms. He thinks their behavior is strange. The worms suddenly stopped their attack and ran away in panic, as if they were fleeing death. The main character understands that most likely there is a high-level mutant nearby who has scared the worms. Zhao expresses his dissatisfaction with the system. It has improved his 5 senses, but the guy can only detect the movement of low-level mutants. Taya draws her blade and swings it to strike. The guy asks the girl to calm down. He says that he has already saved her life twice. Taya asks the main character to shut up and not talk about nobility. She reminds him that he wanted to send her to the base for interrogation using torture. The girl rushes to attack the guy. Suddenly the asphalt in front of her breaks, and huge tentacles appear from underground. The tentacles deal a strong blow to Taya, and the girl, with the help of her sword, repels the attack with great difficulty. Taya is very surprised by what is happening. She does not understand what kind of creature attacked them. A huge tentacle strikes at Zhao. The guy reacts in time. He jumps and dodges the blow. Zhao is also no less surprised than Taya. The guy also does not understand what kind of creature is attacking them. The main character and Taya take up a perimeter defense, with huge fiery tentacles circling around them. The ground under the feet of the young people begins to shake and crack. A huge funnel forms under them. Zhao and Taya fall down. A huge hole appeared in the middle of the street. The young people fell through it and ended up in the underground communication system. The shooter conducts continuous fire from a machine gun. He does not allow the young people to leave cover. The sniper is about to smoke out the young people. He takes a gas grenade out of his pocket and says that it is time to have fun. A gas grenade explodes. The room is filled with acrid toxic smoke, and the young people begin to suffocate. A large group of zombies have gathered near the building where Team Zhao is located. They are trying to break down the doors to get inside. Khan appears near the building. He says that it is time to add fuel to the fire. Khan makes his way to the entrance of the building and strikes the doors with a strong blow with his huge sword. The guy destroys the entrance doors, and zombies begin to leak inside the building. Khan laughs quietly. The guy is incredibly happy, because people's lives are in mortal danger. Wen walks along a deserted corridor. The guy knows the identity of the sniper. He understands that his friend will not stop and will go to the end. Wen's thoughts are interrupted when a huge crowd of zombies attacks the young man. Wen is scared and very surprised. He does not understand how there could be such a huge number of mutants in the building. The young man turns around and tries to escape. The zombies roar wildly and chase the guy. Team Zhao is fighting an unequal battle with a crowd of zombies that have broken into the building. Dennis orders his wife to be with Max's bodyguard and take care of the wounded guy. Tong tells her husband that she is very scared and asks Dennis not to leave her alone. Dennis demands that the girl unquestioningly carry out his orders. He promises to kill her if she tries to do something wrong. Wen takes a fire extinguisher from the fire shield and uses a stream of compressed powder to drive the zombies away from him. Robin is trying to escape from a huge zombie chasing him. Wen comes to Robin's aid in time and destroys the monster with a strong blow from the fire extinguisher. Robin thanks Wen for saving him. Dennis admires the guy's reaction and intelligence. Wen feels that changes have occurred in his psyche. The guy does not fully understand why he is risking his life and helping the Zhao team. The sniper is watching Wen. He believes that the guy could interfere with the operation. The shooter holds Wen at gunpoint. The sniper intends to destroy him first. The sniper fails to fire a shot, so Khan kicks the shooter and jokingly tells him that he slipped. Due to Khan's blow, the sniper finds himself hanging on the ledge. He is holding on with one hand with his last strength. There are zombies below, waiting for him to fall. Khan continues to joke. He tells the shooter that good boys shouldn't kill their friends. Khan notices Wen below. The guy tells him that he once again saved his life. Wen realizes that the zombie in the room was launched by Khan and calls him a sick psychopath. Khan says that he is glad to save his old friend and suggests moving on to the next stage. Hen reports that zombies are constantly present. He suggests finding out where they come from and blocking the entrance. Dennis informs his friends that he will complete this mission. The guy rushes to look for the entrance through which zombies are leaking into the building. The sniper is trying to get out of the trap. He calls Khan names with his last words and promises to kill him. Tong sees that the sniper is still alive. She informs Max's bodyguard that he will soon get out of the trap. Bodyguard Max believes that the sniper needs to be destroyed as quickly as possible. Otherwise, the team will be in big trouble. Max says that he left his weapon. Tong is ready to help him. The girl came up with a bold plan. Tong places Max's wounded bodyguard on a cart, and with the help of another cart, she builds a defense for herself. The girl manages to push the zombies away. She takes Max to the weapon. The guy takes out his machine gun and takes aim at the sniper. Max informs Tong that the shooting position is extremely inconvenient. She needs to move him to a more advantageous position. The girl pushes the cart in front of her. Max asks her to be extremely careful, as zombies may attack her. Tong asks the guy if he believes that she truly regrets her actions. Tong loudly says that she is not afraid of zombies. The girl crashes into a crowd of monsters and scatters them to the sides. Max's bodyguard is in a good position and fires a well-aimed shot that hits the sniper in the arm. The shooter realizes that this is his end. He falls down, right on the zombies who are waiting for him. The zombies attack Tong. They throw the girl to the floor and try to destroy the improvised defense. The girl uses her last strength. She pushes the cart on which Max is located so that the guy rolls away to a safe distance. Dennis stops his run. It seemed to the guy that someone was loudly calling his wife's name, and he has a bad feeling. Dennis decides that there is no time for such thoughts, and continues his run along the corridor to find and block the breach in the building. After some time, the guy finds a broken door through which monsters enter the building. Dennis sees that there are too many zombies. He doubts whether he can cope with them alone. The guy believes that he needs to overcome his fear. He intends to fight the monsters, even if it costs him his life. Suddenly a car appears on the street and approaches the building at high speed. The car crashes into a crowd of zombies. A strong impact scatters the monsters in different directions. The car crashes into a doorway and gets stuck in it. With the help of a similar maneuver, the driver managed to block the doors in the building. Dennis sees that Yufen was driving the car. The guy extends his hand to help him climb out the window. Yufen finds himself inside the building. He asks Dennis about who destroyed the doors and what is happening here. Dennis believes that Sniper opened the doors. The guy is glad that Yufen returned just in time. Yufen asks the guy where the rest of the team is. Dennis reports that they are fighting zombies inside the building. Zhao comes to his senses after a hard fall. He realizes that he is inside underground sewer channels. Zhou silently looks at the huge pile of construction debris and stones that block the exit to the outside. The guy decides not to stay put and find another way out as quickly as possible. Zhao stops his run. The guy wants to find out what happened to the girl. After some time, Zhao finds Taya under the rubble. He approaches her and asks how she is feeling. The girl was severely injured. A piece of metal pierced her clothing and got stuck in her body. Zhao immediately rushes to the girl's aid. He believes that it is necessary to stop the bleeding as quickly as possible. Taya asks the guy not to touch her and leave her alone. Zhao demands that the girl immediately stop behaving like that. Zhao tells the girl that she may die and gives her first aid. The guy asks Taya to be patient for a while. He is going to pull a piece of metal out of her body. Zhao feels that a high-level mutant could appear at any time. He suggests getting out of the dungeon immediately. The guy doesn't want to leave the wounded girl and asks if Taya is ready to go with him. Zhao carries the wounded girl on his back. Taya lights the way with her flashlight. Zhao considers women strange creatures whose words often do not match their actions. Taya asks the guy why he saved her from certain death, despite the fact that she wanted to destroy him. Zhao tells the girl that he has such a character. The guy believes that his mission is to save people. From the dark corners of the dungeon, a huge ball approaches the young people. The guy understands that meeting such a creature does not bode well. He tries to escape from an incomprehensible monster. A huge creature catches up with the young people. It roars loudly and rushes at them. The girl manages to spot the monster and tells the guy that they are being pursued by a huge mutated mouse. Zhao and the girl run to a dead end. A huge mouse rushes at the young people. The guy jumps to the side and avoids the blow. The girl could not hold the flashlight in her hands. It falls to the ground. The young people find themselves in pitch darkness. A huge mouse jumps on Zhao. It misses and crashes into the wall. From a strong blow, part of the wall is destroyed, and the monster gets stuck in the rubble. The guy continues his run. He hopes to move to a safe distance before the monster gets out of the trap. After some time, the mutated mouse manages to get out from under the rubble. It throws pieces of concrete to the sides and roars loudly. The girl hears strange sounds made when Zhao walks. The guy realizes that he is stepping on mutated worms. Zhao, using his super ability, activates his vision and sees a huge number of mutated worms in front of him. The guy realizes that the worms are running away from a high-level mutant. He is going to follow them to find a way out of the dungeon. Zhao finds the exit from the tunnel. He sees that the worms are moving towards a small hole. The guy follows the mutating worms and finds himself in a huge underground room, which contains a tank of water. Zhao watches the movements of the worms and realizes that there is a way out under the water. Zhao informs the girl about this. Taya is categorically against immersion in sewage. She says that she would rather die than jump into the sewer. A loud roar of a huge mouse is heard. The monster finds the young people and quickly approaches them. Taya very quickly changes her mind about the sewer and asks Zhao to jump into the tank as quickly as possible. She runs and jumps into the sewer tank. The young people underwater try to find a way out. After some time, they manage to find a way out and find themselves at the bottom of a deep well. Zhao climbs up the high stairs. Taya encourages the guy and advises him to hurry up. Zhao tries to push the girl out as quickly as possible. Taya steps on the guy's head, which makes Zhao very angry. The girl ends up on the street. The guy realizes that she was pretending all this time and could move on her own. Zhao expresses his dissatisfaction with the girl and tells her that she was being mean. Taya answers the guy. She says that he volunteered to carry her and said that her wound was serious. Zhao cannot contain his irritation. He tells the girl that such actions may cause him to stop caring about her. Taya thanks the guy for saving her life twice. The girl says that today she will not harm him. Taya grabs the guy by the collar of his shirt. She leans towards Zhao and kisses him deeply. After the kiss, Taya pushes the guy. Zhao screams loudly and falls to the bottom of a deep well. Taya gets on a motorcycle parked on the street. Zhao climbs out of the well and orders the girl to stop immediately. The girl asks him not to forget her name and hopes that they will meet again in the near future. The guy follows Taya with his eyes, considering her behavior extremely strange. Khan walks along a deserted street. He loudly shouts the name Taya and says that he has returned. Approaching the entrance to the dungeon, he sees that the entrance is littered with pieces of concrete and construction debris. Khan begins to scream loudly. He believes that Taya deceived him, since she promised to fight with him against Zhao. The guy's screams attract a huge mutated mouse, which slowly approaches Khan. The guy cries loudly. He turns to the mutated mouse and asks it not to interfere with his grief. Khan takes out all his anger on the mutated mouse, and with the help of his huge sword, cuts the monster in half. The guy calms down. He believes that his grief will be compensated by the 5th-level crystal, which he received after killing a mutated mouse. Zhao watches the zombies who are on the street. The monster stood near the entrance all night. The guy admires their endurance and patience. Zhao enters the building where his team is located. Robin greets his captain and says that he is glad to see him. She sees a large number of dead zombies on the floor. The guy asks Robin what happened here. Robin says it's a long story. Hen says that after Zhao left, zombies broke through the back door, and then a sniper appeared in the building, whom they eliminated. Dennis is next to his wife. Tong received a severe wound during the battle. The girl's condition is deteriorating sharply. Tong's body trembles violently and she asks her husband for forgiveness for her vile act. Tong asks Dennis if he can forgive her. Dennis asks the girl not to speak and to remain strong. Dennis cannot hold back his tears. He understands that Tong did her act so that her husband would become a captain. Tong tells Dennis that she is glad to meet the guy, and even if she dies, she will not regret anything. Tong tells her husband that she is pregnant, something she didn't have a chance to tell earlier. Dennis has a complete picture. Now he knows why his wife took a small yellow duck from the store. Robin understands why Tong was alone for a long time and went to the toilet very often. Tong says that she is afraid of dying. The girl wants a family of 3 to be together and never be separated. Tong begins to have a severe coughing attack. Dennis asks his wife to hold on and not lose consciousness. Zhao informs his friends that the virus is starting to awaken. Robin is going to bring ropes. The young people tightly tie Tong, who is sitting on the floor, and soon the girl will turn into a zombie. Dennis tries to interfere with the young people. Zhao stops him and asks the guy to be reasonable. Bodyguard Max turns to his friends. He tells them that he was wounded in battle and asks the young people to tie him up. Team Zhao is very upset by this news. The guys don't want to lose their best friend. Max insistently asks to tie him up and kill him immediately when he begins to turn into a monster. Zhao and his friends are very sorry that everything happened like this. They hope that Max's bodyguard will survive. The main character is very upset. He considers himself a bad captain who is unable to protect his team. The virtual god tells the guy that there is no reason to worry, since this is just a simple virus poisoning. Jay realizes that there is a way to save Max and Tong's bodyguard. The main character is glad that there is hope. The guy demands that the virtual god immediately inform him about how to solve such a problem. The evolutionary liquid of the primary virus can block the virus. Once it enters the body, it will begin to produce antibodies. The virtual god reports that the evolutionary liquid not only protects against the virus, but also changes the biochemical processes in the body, which makes a person more resilient and strong. The vaccine that the system can provide is different from the one Zhao took, and its effectiveness is not 100%. The virtual god informs the guy that level 5 crystals are needed to purchase the vaccine. The system tells Zhao that it is too early to think about such a purchase, since the guy has an insufficient level and does not have the necessary cores. Zhao is thinking about where he can find a mutant of such a high level in the near future. The system tells the guy that he recently met similar mutants. Dennis approaches his wife. He tries to talk to her. The girl is unconscious and does not answer the guy. The young people tie Max's bodyguard tightly. Hen asks the guy to forgive him. Max tells his friends that everything is fine, and tells them that he would do the same if he were in their place. Bodyguard Max intends not to wait to turn into a monster. He asks his friends to kill him immediately. Robin understands that he is not able to kill his friend. The guy asks not to ask him about it. Bodyguard Max asks Robin to have courage and immediately fulfill his request. Robin slowly raises the gun. The guy realizes that he cannot fulfill Max's request, and tells him about it. The main character approaches the young people and asks Robin not to rush into eliminating Max's bodyguard. Zhao tells his friends that Max is his man, and he won't let him die. Max informs his friends that he has no chance of survival. He asks to ease his suffering. Zhao tells Max that there is an extraction method, but it is not 100% secure. The main character intends to soon find the necessary crystals and save his friends. Dennis heard the conversation of his comrades, and wants to get detailed information about the vaccine. Zhao says that he immediately goes in search of a cure, and appoints Dennis as a senior member of the team. Dennis gratefully accepts his appointment. The guy promises that everything will be under control. Wen is deeply immersed in his thoughts. The guy understands that Zhao has secret information. Zhao descends into the subway. The guy intends to destroy a huge mutant spider and get the 5th level crystal. The main character sees huge holes in the walls. He understands that the mutant has recently become much stronger. The guy goes down to the subway and heads into the lair of a huge mutated spider. The crack of a breaking cocoon is heard, and a humanoid mutant emerges from it. Zhao sees an abandoned train in front of him. The guy intends to get inside it to reconnoiter the situation. The main character enters an empty carriage. The guy remembers that he used to constantly travel by subway to the university. Jay remembers the carefree days when he spent a lot of time in such carriages. During his travels, Zhao constantly saw one office worker, and over time the guy got to know him. The office worker turned out to be a friendly person. He took care of Zhao and bought him food and drinks. Zhao enters the driver's cabin. He sees a dead train driver in the seat. The guy checks the control panel of the locomotive. He is surprised to learn that the train is in working order. Suddenly, the main character hears the sounds of loud music coming from an amusement park. Zhao intends to immediately go to the amusement park to find out what is happening there. The main character is in the center of the park. He sees that someone has launched the carousel and turned on the music. Zhao walks around the carousels and attractions, and so far he has not met a single person. After some time, the main character notices a stranger who is on a children's carousel. Zhao slowly approaches the stranger and loudly asks him who he is and what he is doing here. The guy recognizes a familiar bag. The office worker with whom the guy rode on the subway had the exact same bag. Zhao approaches the office worker. The main character says that this is a dangerous place, and offers to go with him to the government base. The stranger slowly turns towards Zhao, huge spider legs appearing from his body. The mutant abruptly jumps off the carousel. He growls loudly and heads towards the main character. Zhao looks around the nearby space. The guy realizes that there are a lot of similar creatures around. Zhao slowly backs away. The guy intends to choose an advantageous position to repel the attack of the mutants. The main character takes out a machine gun located behind his back. He realizes that in front of him are unusual zombies. Zhao shoots the mutant, attacking him in the head. The guy is surprised that the bullets do not harm him. The main character realizes that firearms are useless to fight mutants and tries to escape. The system tells the protagonist that these zombies are second-generation mutants, and head damage has no effect on them. Zhao continues his run. The guy asks the virtual god about the weaknesses of mutants and how to deal with them. In order to escape pursuit, the main character jumps into a pool filled with plastic balls. The zombies jump after Zhao, but they are unable to break the metal mesh protecting the ride. The guy considers himself lucky, because if it weren't for the soft plastic balls, he would have been severely injured in the fall. Zhao moves along a deserted corridor. He is dissatisfied with the system, since it requires a large fee for items and does not provide the necessary information on time. The main character stops. His attention is attracted by a strange noise coming from around the corner. A guy approaches the door of a small cafe. He thinks that there is a spider's lair inside. Zhao goes inside the cafe. He examines the numerous cocoons and realizes that there is more than one spider in the lair. One of the cocoons inside the cafe breaks, and another mutated zombie spider falls out of it. The mutant slowly gets to his feet and straightens his many spider legs. Zhao believes that it will not be easy for him to cope with the numerous second-level mutants. The virtual god informs the guy that he was discovered by zombie spiders from the amusement park. Zhao looks at the ceiling and sees a mutated office worker approaching him. Jay reloads his machine gun and points it at the mutant, who used to be an office worker. Pictures of his past life appear before the guy's eyes. He remembers the office employee with kindness. Jay realizes that his old friend has turned into a monster. The main character is going to shoot the monster. Zhao fails to pull the trigger in time. The zombie spider has tremendous speed. He strikes and knocks the machine gun out of the guy's hands. The zombie spider continues its attack and strikes Zhao numerous times with its spider legs. Suddenly, a sticky web shoots out at the zombie spider. It grabs its head and pulls it towards its owner. A moment later, the zombie finds itself in the terrible mouth of a huge mutated spider. The sound of breaking bones is heard, and a huge monster devours its victim. The huge spider continues to shoot webs in different directions and devour the low-level zombies next to it. Zombie spiders are unable to resist the huge spider of the 5th level. The monster continues to devour them. The virtual god informs the guy that the monster will spin the uneaten mutants into cocoons. Zhao is full of anger and hatred because a huge spider destroyed his old friend. The guy opens fire on the monster with a machine gun. This does not cause much damage to the huge monster. The spider rushes to attack Zhao. The spider delivers fatal blows with its huge paws, but Zhao manages to deftly dodge them. The guy realizes that the safest place is on the head of a huge spider. Zhao immediately climbs onto it. Zhao believes that he has a good opportunity to kill the giant mutant. The main character takes out his battle axe and begins to deliver strong blows to the head of a huge spider. The huge spider begins to twitch convulsively. Zhao loses his balance and falls down. The main character understands that in open space he has no chance of defeating such a strong opponent, so the guy tries to run away and lure the monster. A cunning plan has matured in Zhao's head. The guy is going to lure a huge spider onto the railway tracks, which are under electric current. The guy manages to deceive the huge spider. The monster continues the pursuit and ends up on the railroad tracks. An electric discharge of enormous force hits the spider. The monster screams loudly. Violent convulsions permeate its body. At this time, Zhao gets to the driver's cabin. He starts the locomotive and points it at the spider. The monster has no way to hide. A huge multi-ton locomotive is quickly approaching it. The virtual god congratulates Zhao on his victory over the 5th-level mutant. The guy receives the necessary crystals. Zhao is improving its storage system and now has new space for weapons, ammunition, and vehicles. The virtual god asks the guy not to be too happy. The space has expanded, but to use the items inside you need to have crystals for exchange. There are explosive devices on important supporting structures and columns. Zhao has mined the underground metro line. Jay tells his dead office friend to rest in peace and presses the button on the remote detonator. A huge explosion occurs, which completely destroys the spider's lair located in the metro station. Zhao uses an expensive SUV to get around. He believes that with the help of a high-speed car, he will reach the base by dawn. The guy turns to the system and exchanges for the vaccine. The system gives Zhao only 1 ampule. For more, he needs to increase his level. The main character is very unhappy that after so much effort he can only save 1 person. Jay returns to base. Robin says that everyone was looking forward to him. Bodyguard Max's body begins to mutate. The guy often loses consciousness and experiences severe pain. Dennis runs up to Zhao and asks him if the guy found the evolutionary fluid he was talking about. Zhao informs his team that he has evolutionary fluid. The guys are happy to receive this news. Zhao also tells his friends that he only has 1 dose of the life-saving vaccine. Zhao's friends are very upset. They don't know what to do, because they have 2 infected people on their team. Wen says that in such a situation the fairest way is to vote. Wen tells the young men that he is giving his vote to Bodyguard Max, as he is a more valuable member of the team. Fen and his brother also give their votes to bodyguard Max. The guys believe that the team cannot afford to lose him. The Han reminds the young people that if it weren't for Max, the sniper might have killed everyone. Dennis considers such a decision unfair, recalling that if it were not for his wife, Max would not have been able to kill the sniper. Wen tells the young people that Tong just recently did a bad thing and insists on rescuing Max. Dennis says that he lost his sister, and Tong and his unborn child are the guy's last relatives. Dennis falls to his knees in front of Zhao. He plaintively asks the protagonist to save Tong's life. Fen says that if Tong's life is saved, 2 people will be saved. Robin agrees with the guy's opinion. Wen counted the votes. They were evenly divided. The guy asks Zhao's opinion. Wen demands that the protagonist make a decision immediately, since if he delays, both people will die. Max's bodyguard regains consciousness and asks his friends to inject Tong's serum to save the girl's life. Max says that he does not regret anything, and does not want to exchange his life for the life of a woman and a child. Zhao asks Max's bodyguard to forgive him. He says that Max will always be his brother. Dennis reassures his wife. He says that Zhao brought medicine, and she will soon get better. Zhao is in no hurry to introduce the Tong evolution serum. Dennis asks the guy what's the matter. The main character explains to his friend that they are too late. Tong is already dead. She has turned into a zombie. Zhao says that the evolution liquid only works on people who have recently been infected with the virus, and cannot turn zombies back into humans. Dennis becomes hysterical. He claims that Tong is not dead since he just talked to her. The guy shakes Zhao's hand. He believes that his wife simply lost consciousness, and asks the main character to give an injection. The young people grab Dennis by the hands and hold him down. They ask the guy to calm down and pull himself together. Tong lets out a wild, eerie howl and tries to get to his feet to attack the young people. Hen asks his friends to be extremely careful, and his brother demands that they kill the zombies immediately. Han points his machine gun at Tong. Dennis covers his infected wife with his body. Wen orders Dennis to immediately step aside. He believes that the guy has gone crazy. Robin informs his friends that Max's condition has deteriorated greatly. The guy is experiencing severe cramps and coughing up blood. She runs up to Max's bodyguard and immediately injects him with the evolution serum. Robin asks when Max will get better, to which Zhao replies that the drug has a 50% success rate. Zhao asks to take Max to the storage room so that the guy can get some rest. The main character tells his friends that if Max survives this night, then he will be fine. Wen has a lot of questions. The guy wants to know where Zhao got the drug, why there was only 1 ampule, and why the medicine could not have been brought earlier. All this seems strange to Wen. He believes that the main character is hiding a lot from his friends. Zhao is in a difficult situation. He needs to somehow answer questions, but the guy does not want to report the existence of a virtual god in the system. Zhao decides to make up fictional characters who helped him, and talks about an unknown leader with whom he was in touch. The guy tells Wen that the leader had the only ampule of evolutionary liquid, which he dropped at the metro station. Zhao asks his friends to keep this information secret, as the leader asked not to tell anyone about the development of the vaccine. Hen believes that the leader is the only hope for humanity, and asks those present to keep their promise and not spread the information they hear. Wen doesn't believe the story told by Zhao. He says that the plot is reminiscent of a science fiction comic. Dennis sits opposite his ex-wife Tong, who has turned into a zombie. She does not remember her husband, and tries to attack him. Dennis cries bitterly. He asks his wife to return and promises to never be angry with her again. Zhao asks Dennis to move away from Tong. He explains that the girl has mutated and poses a serious danger to all team members. Dennis tells Zhao that he knows about his feelings for Shin. He believes that the main character took revenge on Tong for betraying him. Dennis jumps to his feet. He accuses Zhao of being a bad captain who cannot protect his subordinates. The young people are shocked by Dennis's behavior. They explain that Zhao did not have the opportunity to save Tong. Dennis says that Tong was the only person who loved him, and he obediently obeyed Zhao, hurting her. Dennis turns to his wife. He asks her not to worry and promises to save her. Dennis uses a piece of rag to make a gag and closes his mutated wife's mouth with it. The young people ask Dennis to immediately move away from the zombie. They consider such manipulations too dangerous, since the zombie could bite him. Dennis advises his partners to immediately shut up and leave him alone. The guy throws his mutated wife onto his shoulders and tells Zhao that from today on, he does not consider him his brother. Robin tries to dissuade Dennis. Zhao stops the guy. He says that Dennis needs to calm down. Zhao tells his friends that today was a hard day and suggests finding a place where they can have a good rest and recuperate. Night falls. Wen gets up from his sleeping place. The guy moves very quietly. He doesn't want to wake up those around him. Wen considers himself very lucky, since even on a government basis they cannot develop a drug that can fight the zombie virus. Zhao appears in a deserted corridor. The guy is holding a vaccine syringe in his hands. He asks Wen if this is what he is looking for. Wen pretends he doesn't understand and says he's hungry and is going to find something to eat. Zhao asks Wen a question. The main character is interested in who is behind Wen and why he entered the base. Wen praises Zhao. The guy says that he did not leave any traces, but the main character was able to suspect him. From the first meeting, Zhao realized that there was something wrong with Wen. The guy believed that he was playing a double game and was carrying out a secret mission. Wen's speed and agility have surpassed the limit of the human body, something that an ordinary person is not capable of. Zhao believes that Wen was in cahoots with the sniper, since the shooter also had supernatural abilities that he used in the shooting. The main character is confident that the bodies of the sniper and Wen have been modified, and they are members of the same organization. Wen claps his hands loudly. He thinks Zhao is a very observant and capable person. Wen realizes that the guy knows too much. He takes out his combat knives and rushes to attack the main character. Zhao dodges the killing blows and jumps high into the air to get behind his opponent. Wen is very surprised by the speed of the main character. The guy realizes that Zhao has become much stronger and faster. Wen tries to focus on the enemy, but the main character moves so fast that Wen cannot land a blow. Zhao is impressed with his new combat level and flutters through the air and strikes at Wen. The main character kicks, the enemy misses the blow, and the victim falls to the floor. Wen turns to his sister. He asks Xin what she is doing here at such a late hour. Wen believes that Zhao fell for his trick. Since there is no sister in the room, the guy swings his hand to strike Zhao. The main character blocks Wen's blow. The guy says that such tricks only work on children. Zhao takes out his battle axe and raises it above his head to strike. Wen asks the guy to be merciful and not kill him. Wen says that his sister will be very sad if he dies. Wen reveals that he came to the base for a completely different reason, but he never wanted to harm Zhao and his friends. Zhao invites Wen to tell his story in detail and answer questions. In this case, the main character promises to save the guy's life. Wen agrees to Zhao's terms and begins his story. He says that Xin is indeed his sister. During the zombie outbreak, Wen was at the school, and throughout the area, mutants were chasing people and biting them. The guy was scared, he didn't know what to do, and ran after teachers and classmates, saving his life. Wen and his classmates managed to hide on the bus, but zombies overtook them and destroyed all his friends in front of the guy's eyes. The guy was able to hide under the seats. He was the only one alive. Wen gets to his house. He opens the front door and loudly calls for his parents. In one of the rooms of the house, a guy finds his mother, who has turned into a zombie. The woman lets out a wild scream and rushes at Wen. The guy screams loudly and calls for help. Wen tries to shout to his mother, but he fails, since the woman has lost her human appearance and turned into a zombie. The guy unsuccessfully tries to fight off the monster. He is saved by his father, who came up from behind and hit the zombie on the head. Father Wen asks the young man how he is feeling and if he is injured. Wen rushes into his father's arms. The man tries to calm the young man down. He says that everything will be fine. The father says that they wanted to go to school to look for Wen. As soon as they left the house, the neighbor's girl bit the mother. A group of aggressive zombies burst into the courtyard of the Wen house and move towards the front doors. The father orders Wen to take the car keys, go to the garage and leave immediately. He himself intends to stay to detain the zombies. Wen doesn't understand why his father is going to stay in the house. He suggests leaving together. Father Wen says that he is very sorry and shows the young man his zombie-bitten hand. The man hears zombies climbing the stairs to the second floor. He orders his son to leave immediately. Wen becomes hysterical and asks the man not to leave him alone. Father Wen brings the guy to his senses with a strong slap. He tells the guy that he is not alone. The man demands Wen to find his half-sister and take care of her in the future. The conversation is interrupted by zombies running into the room. The man says goodbye to the guy and pushes Wen out of the window. The man says that he can no longer protect Wen and asks the guy to find his half-sister and be strong. Father Wen swings a large kitchen knife and charges at the angry zombies. Wen drives out of town and drives his car until it runs out of gas, after which he abandons the car and tries to hide in the forest. Strange strangers find Wen in the forest and take the young man to a secret base. There are a large number of survivors at the base. Wen thought that he had met his saviors, but after a few days he realized that this was not the case. Several times Wen tried to escape from the base. Each time he was caught and returned back. Wen is taken into a laboratory. There are people in white coats in it. They inject experimental drugs into people's bodies. Wen reports that this secret organization, since its creation, has been searching for surviving people and conducting experiments on them. In the organization's laboratory, a drug was developed that, when introduced into the body, changed a person and endowed him with unusual abilities. Only a few people were capable of adaptation. The majority of experimental people either died or turned into terrible monsters. Zhao believes that the description of this drug is very similar to the evolutionary liquid. Wen says that the drug from the secret laboratory only changes the body's functions. It is not able to destroy the zombie virus. Wen informs Zhao that lucky people like him are called evolutioners in a secret organization. Zhao asks if there is a girl named Taya in the secret organization. Wen tells the guy that Taya is the boss's favorite, and her main duties are to find crystals. Zhao understands why the girl pursued him with such tenacity. With the help of level 5 crystals, a secret organization can produce a powerful drug. Wen warns the protagonist. He informs him that the organization is hunting him and his group. Zhao doesn't understand why the secret organization is after him. He never cooperated with it or crossed its path. Wen tells the guy that the organization watched Zhao destroy a huge number of mutants single-handedly. They would never want to part with such good material as Zhao. The main character wants to find out from Wen why the guy is helping him and his team. Wen tells Zhao that he wants to destroy the secret organization as quickly as possible. Wen says that the organization sent him to the base to search for information. The guy did not expect to meet his half-sister there. Wen promised his father to take care of his sister. But until he leaves the organization, he will live under their control, which threatens his sister's safety. It is for this reason that Wen is going to destroy a secret organization. Zhao thanks the guy for his frank story. Robin runs into the room. The guy screams loudly and tells Zhao that Max's bodyguard is behaving very strangely. Zhao and his friends run into the warehouse where Max's bodyguard is located. The young people are trying to restrain Max's bodyguard. The guy screams loudly and convulses. Zhao asks his friends about what happened. Robin tells the main character that Max began to behave inappropriately and became unusually strong. Zhao asks the virtual god about the reason for this behavior. The system reports that the evolutionary fluid has failed, and Max will turn into a zombie. Zhao considers Max his friend and an indispensable member of the team. He cannot allow him to turn into a zombie. The virtual god tells the guy that the virus in Max's body has won, and nothing will help the young man. Jay remembers that Taya exchanged fluids with him to destroy the virus in her body. Bodyguard Max continues to mutate. He breaks free from the grip and throws the young people to the sides. Zhao asks his friends to leave the room and leave him alone with Max's bodyguard. The main character informs his friends that the serum administered by Max may not work, and if the young people remain indoors, they will be in danger. Hen invites young people to listen to the main character and immediately leave the room. Zhao's team immediately leaves the premises. Robin is the last to leave. He asks Zhao to be extremely careful. Zhao is left alone with Max's bodyguard. The guy intends to save his friend and inject him with his blood. Max continues to mutate rapidly. The system informs the main character that the virus has spread to his brain and will soon take over all the cells of the body. Max raises his hands. He growls loudly and rushes to attack the main character. Zhao avoids Max's bodyguard and raises his hand to strike. The main character goes behind his opponent and performs a chokehold. Zhao could not hold Max. The bodyguard reaches out to the protagonist's hand and bites him. Wen carefully watches the fight of the young people. He sees how Max bites Zhao's hand. Max's bodyguard manages to bite through Zhao's hand, and the main character's blood enters Max's body. The virtual god asks the main character to be careful and not risk his life. He reports that the wound is serious, and a large amount of blood may be lost. Wen hears Zhao's dialogue with the virtual god, but he does not know about its existence. Wen wonders who the guy is talking to. Bodyguard Max calms down and loses consciousness. Zhao holds his exhausted body in his arms. Zhao carefully puts his friend on the floor. The guy sees that changes are starting to happen to Max's bodyguard. The system informs Zhao that the fusion of the evolutionary fluid was successful. Max received a promotion, and now has the same level as the main character. Bodyguard Max regains consciousness. He does not remember anything and asks the main character what happened. Zhao is glad that his friend woke up. Max is very surprised. He remembers that he was bitten by a zombie, but he is still alive. Zhao's friends enter the room. They are glad that Max remains human, and think that the serum introduced earlier helped with this. Max tells his friends that he feels strange. He has no discomfort or pain. On the contrary, he is full of strength and energy. Bodyguard Max clenches his fists. He says that he feels unprecedented power in his hands. Robin believes that they were very lucky, since the administered serum did not have a 100% result. Han thinks that Max was helped by his good physical condition and excellent genetics. Zhao asks his friends to keep the secret that they used the serum that helped save Max. The main character slowly walks along a deserted corridor. Wen approaches him from behind. Wen looks closely at Zhao's hand, which was bitten by Max's bodyguard. The guy is very surprised at how quickly the wound healed. The main character turns to Wen. He realizes that the guy was watching the fight and saw Max bite him. Zhao is going to tell Wen where he got the drug and why he has superhuman powers. The main character reports that he is the first person who received the evolutionary fluid. Then the guy talks about the existence of the system and the virtual god. Wen can't believe the guy's words. He believes that the system is a fantasy from the world of manga. Zhao decides to demonstrate the system's capabilities and orders the virtual storage to be opened. The main character takes out a bottle of water from the virtual storage and hands it to the surprised Wen. Jay reports that he currently has a low level in the system and will increase it over time to improve his skills and stats. Wen is still very surprised. He asks Zhao why the guy told him such an important secret. Zhao is confident that Wen will not spill the beans and will keep this information secret. The guy believes that Wen will not be able to defeat the secret organization alone and intends to create a team of evolved people. Wen considers this idea promising. If successful, they will be able to resist not only the secret organization, but also government bases. She tells the guy that their union will be the only right option. The main character believes that the secret organization is much more dangerous than the zombie virus, and over time it will pose a greater threat to humanity. Zhao says that there may be several such organizations, and to fight them a few people are not enough. It is necessary to create a large and strong team. The main character shakes Wen's hand. Wen says that from now on he will call the guy Captain. Zhao tells Guardian Max that after injecting the evolutionary fluid and merging with his blood, the guy became a Superman. Max is surprised to learn that he is no longer in danger of being bitten by zombies, and in addition, he can increase his combat level in the virtual system. Zhao points the guy to the zombies standing on the street and offers to test his new abilities in practice. The main character gives Max a combat sword and wishes the young man a successful hunt. Max jumps out of the window and lands on a car below. He is surprised that he does not have any injuries after landing. The guy rushes into the crowd of zombies and, with the help of his combat sword, begins to destroy the monsters. He feels that his body has inexhaustible power. The guy is able to not only detect enemy movements, but also react to them several times faster than before. This allows him to destroy a large number of mutants and earn points. Max looks at the destroyed zombies. He is surprised that in a short period of time, he single-handedly killed a large number of monsters. Zhao praises his friend and says that for 3 minutes this is a good result. The main character tells Max that he is evolving very quickly. Zhao spent much more time achieving such results. Max thanks Zhao for saving his life and giving him superpowers. Zhao asks the guy to keep this information secret and says that so far only 3 people know about it. Zhao enters the room and sees that his friends are worried about something. He asks, "What is the matter?" The young people tell the guy that Dennis has disappeared. He took the car and their weapons. Bodyguard Max intends to return Dennis. Zhao says that Dennis is already far away. Most likely he left the base yesterday evening. Zhao offers to leave the guy alone. He says that the death of the child and Tong hit Dennis hard. In addition, the guy thinks that Zhao deliberately did not save Tong. The main character hopes that Dennis will eventually calm down and join the team. Zhao invites his friends to leave the camp, since they have been here for too long, and the mysterious organization could attack at any moment. Yufen reports that they only have 1 vehicle left, which will clearly not be enough to move the entire team. Zhao answers the guy. He says that yesterday he returned in a new car and found several weapons. The guy thinks that this will be enough. The young people agree with the protagonist's plan and begin to pack their things. People in black robes are walking through the forest. They are representatives of a secret organization. One of them reports that he built a radio transmitter into the Taya combat blade, and last night a signal was received from it. The man has an extremely negative attitude towards Taya. He believes that the girl is undeservedly receiving rewards from her boss. An employee of a secret organization intends to get ahead of Taya and catch Zhao first. The men believe that Taya does not have the slightest chance. They hope that all the rewards for capturing Zhao will go to them. One of the organization's employees finds a radio beacon and realizes that Taya knew about it and deliberately threw it out in the forest. Dennis stands in front of a huge zombie licker. The guy intends to wait a moment and attack the monster. The zombie licker is the first to rush at the guy. Dennis strikes the monster with a combat sword. The zombie deftly dodges the blow and jumps to the side. The blow of the sword does not cause much damage to the monster. Dennis falls into a state of intense anger. He rushes at the zombie licker and continuously attacks him with furious blows. The guy manages to destroy the zombies. He approaches the car in which his mutated wife is, and tells her that everything is fine. Dennis does not notice how strangers are approaching him from behind. They hit the guy on the head, as a result of which he loses consciousness. People from the secret organization carefully examine Dennis. They make assumptions that the guy is Zhao. One of the employees casually kicks Dennis onto his back. He tells his colleagues that this guy is not Zhao. An employee of a secret organization takes out a gun He points it at Denisa and says that the guy is a useless person. At this moment, the car doors open, and Denise's mutated wife attacks the employees of the organization. The man reacts instantly and shoots a clip of ammunition at Denise's mutated wife. The bullets did not cause serious damage to Tong. The mutated woman sits near Dennis's body and does not allow employees to approach him. One of the employees says that he has never seen such a reaction in a zombie. He is very surprised that a mutated woman protects a living person. The employees decide that Dennis is not an ordinary person. They intend to take him to the laboratory for research. The next morning comes. Zhao's team leaves their temporary base and moves along the forest road. Robin asks his friends why they took a detour using an unknown road. Zhao believes that a secret organization has learned of the team's location and will most likely set up an ambush on the original route. Team Zhao intends to stop at an amusement park to stock up on fuel. A huge number of zombies roam the territory of the entertainment complex. Zhao's team sends the car out for reconnaissance. It drives slowly through the narrow streets of the amusement park. Small children are on the roof of a building. They look through binoculars and see a car approaching a gas station. One of the kids suggests telling the teacher about this and asking people for help. The girl forbids the baby to go outside. She says that there are many monsters on the street and they will eat him. The neighboring girl says that they should not trust strangers. She suggests hiding and not revealing their presence. A boy climbs onto the roof and tells the children that the teacher asked them to immediately go down. Inside one of the buildings of the entertainment complex, there is a teacher named Chin. The girl is trying to feed the children with the remnants of food supplies. Chin tells the children that it is lunchtime and asks them to line up one by one. The girl slowly hands out half a cookie and a capful of milk to the children. The boy tells the teacher that he is not full. Chin gives the child his portion of cookies. A girl asks the Chin teacher where her lunch is. The teacher tells the girl that she is not hungry. Chin tells the children about what she has already eaten today. The children listen carefully to the girl's stomach growling. The boy tells Chin that the teacher is deceiving them. He just heard her stomach gurgling. The girl attacks the young man. She accuses him of eating too much, and the teacher has to give him food. The children approach the teacher. They hand her their portions of cookies and insistently demand that she eat. The boy apologizes to Chin for taking her portion of cookies. The girl refuses the children's offer. She says that she is not hungry and advises the children to eat their lunch since they are young and need to grow up. A sick child named Faye is lying on the bed. Her friend tells the teacher that Faye's condition is getting worse. Chin approaches a sick girl. The child has a high fever. The girl is very worried because she cannot help the child. The teacher takes Faye in her arms. She tries to calm the child down and asks how the girl is feeling. Faye tells the teacher that she really misses her mother and wants to return to her family as soon as possible. Chin asks the girl to be patient a little. The teacher says that they will all soon be home, where mom, dad, and doctor will be waiting for them. Chin asks the girl to get water to make a compress for the sick child. The teacher understands that if she fails to find antibiotics soon, the child may die. The girl looks at the children carefully. She understands that there are only 3 days of water and food left. The boy tells his friends that he sees his friend outside the window, who is trying to climb onto the neighboring building with the help of a rope. The boy uses a rope to try to get onto a nearby building, behind which is the Zhao team's car. The teacher asks the boy to go back immediately. She does not understand what he is doing. The girl tells Chin that they saw adults on the street. The boy wants to get to them and ask for help. Chin says that she should have immediately told her about the adults who came to the entertainment complex. The boy slowly moves along a tight rope, while huge crowds of zombies roam the street below him. The guy is very worried about the fact that he might be discovered by mutants. He tries to move quietly and not create unnecessary noise. The boy drops the binoculars that were in his pocket. He realizes that he will not be able to get to the neighboring building unnoticed. The binoculars fall to the ground with a crash, instantly attracting the zombies' attention. The monsters begin to jump high, trying to grab the young man with their paws. Teacher Chin is going to distract the zombies. She orders the children to stay inside and never go outside. Chin runs out onto the porch to attract the attention of the zombies. The girl begins to scream loudly and beat the drum. The zombies instantly attack Teacher Chin, and with the help of such a simple trick, she manages to save the boy. The guy gets to a nearby building. He goes down to the ground and runs towards the car in which the Zhao team is located. The children inform the teacher that their friend is safe and ask Chin to return immediately. Chin runs inside. The girl intends to barricade the doors and thus protect herself from zombies. The monsters fail to catch up with Teacher Chin. They stand near the entrance and strike the door. Children help their teacher barricade the front door using furniture and scrap materials. Chin hopes that the boy who is on the street will be okay. Han regrets that they have a limited number of empty cans in stock. The guy feels confident when the team has a sufficient amount of fuel. Hen says that the entertainment complex is a dangerous place. He wants to leave as quickly as possible. The young people get into the car and start the engine. Yufen tells his friends that he hears a child screaming. The guy looks carefully towards the rides and sees a running crowd approaching them. Young people realize that they are being called for help by a small child who is running away from a crowd of zombies. The guys instantly jump out of the car in order to save the child. They order the boy to fall to the ground and open heavy fire on the monsters pursuing him. Han examines the boy and says that the guy is lucky, since he has no injuries or signs of zombie bites. The boy asks Team Zhao to help them. He reports that his teacher and friends are trapped inside the rides. The guys get into the car and go to help children in trouble. The boy shows the way to the driver. Zhao's team approaches the building. Han sees a large group of zombies at the entrance. He is not sure that they will be able to cope with the monsters. Yufen says that in such a situation you need to rely only on your own strength. He reminds that they are still a hunting team. Hen supports his brother. He considers it a shame to constantly turn to Zhao for help. The guys intend to lure out the zombies. They send Han to the carousel to distract the monsters. The man starts the carousel. The zombies instantly lose interest in the doors and turn towards Han. The zombies run towards the carousel. Yufen and his brother open fire on the monsters with machine guns. Yufen runs up to the doors of the building in which the children and the teacher took refuge. He says that he came to save them and asks to open the door. The children tell their teacher that they are scared. Qin asks the children not to be afraid. She promises to protect them. Yufen breaks down the door to the room and rushes inside. The guy is very dissatisfied that the door was not opened for him. The guy doesn't have time to explain who he is and why he came. Teacher Qin hits him on the head with a bat. There are more and more monsters. Zombies continue to attack the remaining Han and Hen on the street. The sounds of gunfire are heard, and a dense wave of fire covers the attacking zombies. Zhao and Wen join the battle, and the guys manage to push back the attacking zombies. Hen is very surprised by Zhao's presence. He asks the guy what he is doing here. Wen has a sense of humor, and tells his friends that they are too old to ride on carousels. Hen tells the main character that there are children trapped on the territory of the entertainment complex. Robin looks in surprise at the child who is in Yufen's car. The guy does not understand what he is doing here. The boy leads Team Zhao to his hideout and tells the teacher that he has brought help. Xin hugs the child, who runs up to her tightly and tells him that he really scared her. The children say that they have caught the monster and continue to beat the unconscious Yufen. Zhao turns to the teacher, although the guy wants to know her name and what she is doing here. The girl says her name is Qin. She says that she is a kindergarten teacher, and the children study in her group. Qin tells the young people that when the zombie outbreak occurred, she was at a party with her children. During the outbreak, chaos reigned in the park. The girl was able to take the children to a safe building and barricade herself in it. The teacher says that at first they received information on TV, but soon contact with the outside world was lost. Zhao is very surprised by how long the children and teacher Qin were able to hold out. The girl reports that there were small supplies of food in the room, which she distributed very economically. Wen believes that the girl is not saying something. The guy does not believe that it was possible to hold out for a long time on such an amount of provisions. The girl is going to explain everything and begins to tell the young people her story. One day a man drove up to the building in a car. The Qin teacher thought she had met the savior and sent out a distress signal. The man from the car turned out to be a terrible person. He threatened violence and took all the food. The villain attacked the teacher, knocked her to the floor, and intended to abuse the girl. The children demanded that the villain immediately remove his hands from the teacher and leave the girl alone. The man hit one of the children. The girl fell and hit the table hard. Teacher Qin took advantage of the fact that the villain was distracted. She took out a knife and stabbed him in the stomach. The villain did not suffer for a long time. He makes loud wheezing, falls to the floor, and dies. The Qin teacher tells the boys that the man had a lot of food in the car that he took from other people. This food helped her and the children survive. Zhao apologizes to the girl. He is very sorry that he made her remember painful things. The girl believes that now her feelings do not matter much. She asks young people to save the children. Zhao asks the teacher not to worry. He tells her that they came from a government base and promises to bring her and the children safe and sound to a safe place. Sin tells the children the good news. They will soon go to the government base. Hen praises the protagonist for his noble behavior and tells him that they have a small problem. Hen tells Zhao that they only have 2 cars. The main character understands that this is not enough to transport children. The boy overheard the conversation of the young people. He reports that they have a car parked next to the park. Xin confirms the boy's words. She says that they arrived at the amusement park on a school bus. Zhao asks his friends to watch the children while he finds a school bus and drives it to the building. Team Zhao moves towards the government base, followed by a large school bus. Xin tries to start a conversation with Yufen, who is driving a school bus. Robin informs the girl that his friend is a little in a mood. Yufen drives the school bus and listens to loud music. He is very dissatisfied with how he was received by the children and teacher Chin. It's starting to get dark. Zhao decides to set up camp and hit the road early tomorrow morning. The On is pleased with the speed of progress. He believes that at this rate, they will arrive at the government base tomorrow. Teacher Chin is lining up the children. She is going to take them to bed. Zhao scanned the area. The guy does not feel zombies, but he asks his friends to strengthen the night security. The young people ask the main character not to worry. They promise to organize reliable security. Teacher. Chin put the children to bed. The girl looks at the sleeping children with emotion. Chin closes the door to the room where the children sleep. She is surprised that Yufan is waiting for her in the corridor. The girl tells the young man that he scared her a lot. Yufan answers Chin. He says that she deals well with those who scare her. Teacher Chin apologizes. The girl says that she mistakenly attacked the guy and was very scared at that moment. Chin says that at that moment she was running away from zombies and mistook Yufan for a monster. The girl tries to examine the guy's wound. Yufan pulls her hand back and says that everything is fine with him. The guy asks Teacher Chin how the wounded child is feeling. Chin tells the guy that after taking the medicine, the girl's fever has subsided, but she still experiences severe weakness. Yufan gives the girl his own herbal medicine to heal the injuries and slowly leaves. Teacher Chin watches the guy go. She believes that Yufan is actually a good and kind person. Han informs his friends that they will arrive at the government base in 10 minutes. Robin is happy about this news. The guy is very tired and wants to have a good rest after returning. Zhao contacts his group on the radio. The guy asks not to relax and not to let down his guard. The buildings of a government base appear on the horizon, and the Chin teacher invites the children to look out the window. The children ask Max's bodyguard if there are weapons on the base. The guy replies that there are enough to repel any zombie attack. One of the kids asks Max to teach him how to shoot in order to fight monsters. The guy tells the boy that he is still too young for such activities. Max, like the brave and sociable kid, the guy agrees to teach him to shoot when they get to the base. Suddenly the school bus is hit hard. Max doesn't understand what happened and slams on the brakes. Zhao also does not understand what happened. He tries to contact his group on the radio. Max's bodyguard tells Zhao that the bus's windshield is covered in thick green protoplasm. The guy says he has no vision at all and doesn't understand what it could be. Green protoplasm seeps into the bus and begins to corrode it from the inside. The children scream loudly and run to the end of the cabin. Max orders Teacher Chin to take all the children to the back of the bus and not to touch the liquid under any circumstances. A huge mutated toad sits on the windshield of a school bus, spewing out clumps of green toxic liquid. Zhao looks at the vile monster that attacked the school bus. The guy requests information from the system. The virtual god reports that this monster is called a corridor. It is a mutant zombie, which in its characteristics is similar to a slime. The corrosive spits poisonous liquid into Zhao's car. The guy is very surprised that his poison is corroding the armored car. The virtual god informs the guy that the huge toad has weak strength characteristics, but its poison is very caustic and can corrode metal and concrete. Zhao learns that the toad has the ability to dissolve in water. The guy realizes the threat, since outside the base there is a river that is a source of drinking water. Max's bodyguard reports that the body of the school bus will not last long. It is quickly corroded by a toxic liquid. Max sharply presses the brake pedal. The huge toad cannot stay on the hood of the bus and falls onto the road. Zhao orders Hen to move to the base and request reinforcements to pick up the children. Zhao intends to distract the monster and get it away from his group. The main character drives up to a huge toad and opens fire from a machine gun. The protagonist's plan works. The toad jumps off the bus and tries to catch up with Zhao's car. Despite its external clumsiness and enormous size, the toad manages to catch up with Zhao's car. The guy sharply turns the steering wheel and avoids the collision. Zhao asks the virtual god what the weakness of such a monster is. The system tells the guy that the toad's weak point is its head. The guy releases a cartridge clip at the mutant. The bullets hit the toad directly in the head, but they do not cause any serious harm to the mutant. Zhao decides to use a flamethrower. It shoots a jet of fiery plasma at the mutant. The flamethrower turns out to be a more effective weapon than a machine gun. The mutant remained alive, but was badly burned and had reduced his agility. The guy believes that the system provided him with inaccurate information. He understands that his opponent is not an ordinary mutant. Zhao gets out of the car and slowly approaches the huge toad. The guy intends to finish off the monster. The monster shows no signs of life, but Zhao knows that it is alive and aims his flamethrower at it. At the most inopportune moment, a formidable weapon breaks down. Zhao tries to determine the cause of the failure. The guy decides not to waste time and resort to old proven methods. He takes out his battle axe and raises it to strike. At the same moment, Zhao received a strong blow. A huge licker crept up to the guy and struck him with his tongue. Zhao strikes with his axe. He cuts the zombie licker's tongue and frees himself from the grip. The main character notices that numerous zombie lickers are beginning to surround him. Zhao is surprised that there are too many of them. The guy is very worried about the fact that he did not feel the presence of low-level mutants. The virtual god reports that these slimes are much faster than ordinary mutants. In addition, their poison can act on evolved people. There are a large number of poisonous nipples on the slime's tongue. The system warns of their danger. A huge toad and zombie lickers surround the main character. Zhao is surprised that the monsters act very harmoniously. Zhao understands that the huge toad lured him on purpose. It has intelligence and can act as a team. The toad hits the guy with its huge tongue. Zhao jumps in the air and dodges the blow. Two zombie lickers sneak up on the guy from behind. Zhao reacts in time and destroys the mutants. The main character does not notice how the third mutant has sneaked up on him unnoticed. He inflicts a blow on the guy, from which he is unable to fight back. Zhao jumps to the side. The guy queries the system again. He is very alarmed by the fact that the monsters act in harmony. The system reports that monsters have the rudiments of intelligence. They can exchange information and energy. Zhao activates the virtual storage. He changes his weapons to more serious weapons. The next moment, the main character shoots the lickers attacking him with large-caliber machine guns. Zhao feels very weak and dizzy. The guy tries to concentrate and take control of the situation. The main character recalls that at the beginning of the battle he was captured by the tongue of a zombie licker, after which toxins entered the guy's body. The huge toad continues to strike with its tongue. Zhao becomes more and more difficult to dodge its blows with each passing minute. The mutants' next attack ends in success. They manage to knock the machine guns out of Zhao's hands. The guy runs to the car. He sits in the driver's seat and tries to start the engine. Zhao fails to get the car moving. The lickers attack the car and try to overturn it. Zhao understands that he has never been in such a difficult situation. The guy does not want to think that this is his last fight. Zhao considers the monster attack to be a well-planned ambush, since the toad was able to lure him into a trap, and the lickers anticipate his tactics and even know how to stop the car. The main character recalls that he had observed similar behavior of mutants before. In one of the previous battles with zombies, they were controlled by a high-level monster that sent signals using electromagnetic waves. Zhao concentrates his super abilities. The guy clearly sees that this group of zombies is controlled by a high-level mutant. The main character is immersed in a vision. He is trying to determine the location of the zombie manager. After some time, Zhao manages to sense a high-level mutant and determine his location. Zhao shifts into high gear and quickly rushes towards the zombie manager. The guy wishes the monster to go to hell and takes aim at the zombie with a machine gun. The automatic burst does not reach the target. A huge toad jumps into the air and covers the zombie manager with its body. The main character intends to use a more serious weapon. He throws a thermodynamic grenade at the mutants. A huge explosion burns out the entire surrounding space within a radius of 50 meters. For destroying monsters, Zhao receives 2 level 5 cores, and the system congratulates the guy on receiving rare artifacts. The commander of the government base thanks Zhao for saving the children and obtaining a large amount of food. Zhao asks the general to create comfortable living conditions for the rescued children. The general asks the guy not to worry. He says that children are the future of humanity, and it is his duty to protect them. Zhao informs the guy that there may be some difficulties with accommodating children. The base cannot create comfortable conditions for a large number of children. Zhao tells the general that he can get the necessary amount of food and medicine. The general of the government base informs the guy that in addition to food and medicine, it is necessary to find a large amount of free housing. Zhao says that the number of housing on the base is very limited. Many apartments house 3 families, and it is impossible to find free housing for a large number of children. Jay reports that he has a great idea. There are many parents on the base who have lost their children. The guy offers to adopt the children who have arrived. The general considers this idea to be brilliant. They will be able to not only solve the housing problem, but also take care of the children. Jay realizes that the general invited him not only to express gratitude. The guy suggests getting straight to the point. The general calls the guy a smart young man and wants to ask him for help. The commander of the government base tells the guy that since the apocalypse, the country has launched a plan to create bases in all provinces. Zhao asks the general what the problem is and how he can help solve it. Zhao informs the guy that communication with other government bases has been lost. He sent reconnaissance groups several times, but this did not lead to success. According to the instructions, the general is obliged to independently manage his base. He relies on the hunting squad, but the hunters cannot solve all the problems. Zhao informs the guy that the hunting party is sharing only part of the spoils. The general has formed his own task force to search for supplies, and he needs someone who can manage this project well. The government base commander considers Zhao an ideal candidate for this role. Zhao understands the general's intention. The military man wants to receive supplies and useful things completely free of charge. The guy informs the general that he has his own team that needs to be fed and supported. The commander of the government base asks Zhao to voice his conditions. Zhao will agree to the job if half of all the items found belong to him and his team. The general calls such conditions too unfavorable for him. Even the hunting party leaves only 40% for itself. Zhao tells the military man that the hunting groups have suffered heavy losses recently and cannot effectively carry out sorties. The general knows that Zhao selflessly helped the hunting party. He asks why. When it came to working with the military, Zhao set a high price. The guy says that he had a duty to the Liu family, so he worked with the hunting party for free. The commander of the government base offers his conditions. He agrees to give up 20% of the spoils. The general tells the guy that he is not bargaining because of his personal interests. He needs to protect and feed hundreds of thousands of surviving people. The commander of the government base hopes that the main character will accept his offer. Zhao informs the military man that he needs to think things over carefully and consult with his friends.